Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 101, Chapter 101. Third Person's POV. Peter, Gwen, MJ, and Lydia Hardy, Felicia's mother, were inside Felicia's hospital room, waiting for her to wake up, as the doctors had informed them she could awaken at any moment. They all sat in silence as the heart monitor occasionally beeped. After a few more minutes, Felicia's eyes started to flutter, and she slowly began to open them, causing all of them to practically jump up from their seats and surround her. Felicia let out a small whimper as she rolled her head to the side, trying to get used to the lights. She slowly opened her eyes and saw everyone surrounding her. Seeing their worried expressions, Felicia couldn't help but want to make a joke. What a crazy party, am I right, guys? But even though Felicia tried to joke about the situation, they still saw the way her lips quivered as she spoke, which broke their hearts. Lydia immediately hugged Felicia, tears in her eyes. "It's all right, honey. You're safe, you don't have anything to worry about," she said as tears rolled down her face. "What are you talking about?" "I'm okay," Felicia was going to reaffirm that she was fine until tears started rolling down her face, turning into sobs. "I was so scared," she sobbed as she clung to her mother. "Thank you, Peter. Thank you," she cried. Gwen's and MJ's eyes started to water hearing her cries, while Peter just looked down and nodded his head. "We'll leave you alone with your mom. We'll be right outside if you need anything," Peter said reassuringly. Peter then looked towards the others as they left the room, leaving Felicia some time with her mother. As they exited the room, MJ and Gwen wiped their eyes, cleaning away the tears that were slowly building up. Just then, Harry appeared rushing towards them. As he arrived, he handed back their items. "What happened? How is she? Is she all right?" Harry asked, looking pretty worried. Peter nodded his head, leading them away from the door. "She just woke up, her mother is there with her." Harry let out a sigh of relief. "That's good. So, what happened after we left?" Gwen asked. "Even when we shut everything down, they didn't want to leave, so they left us no choice but to call the police. Once they arrived, it became a huge mess. People were getting tackled left and right, some were arrested for possessing drugs. They even called an ambulance for the guy Peter beat up. He should be here in one of the rooms, getting treated." Their eyes widened upon hearing that. Before Peter had a chance to move, Gwen and MJ put a hand on his chest, stopping him. He looked at them with an awkward expression. "Am I that predictable?" "Yes," they all said at the same time, even Harry agreeing. "But we can't let him get away with this scot-free," Peter said in annoyance, clenching his fist slightly. "And he's not," Lydia said, her words containing deep emotions as she stepped out of the room, wiping away tears from her face. She smiled gratefully towards Peter. "Thank you once more, Peter, for looking after my daughter." "How is she?" MJ asked anxiously. "She fell asleep once again, she exhausted herself crying," Lydia said, smiling towards MJ before looking back at Peter. "As I was saying, Felicia might not have told you, but I'm a lawyer, and a pretty good one at that. So, I'll make sure he pays for what he did to my daughter, that you can be sure of," Lydia said, her eyes igniting with fury. She calmed herself down and looked towards the others softly. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some calls to make. It still leaves a bitter taste in my mouth just not doing anything," Gwen muttered, a sentiment they all could agree with. MJ then turned towards Harry and asked, "How's Lizzie doing?" Harry closed his eyes and let out a sigh. "She feels guilty about the entire thing. She thinks that if she just cancelled the thing, none of this would have happened." After a few more minutes of their discussion, Lydia came back. "I think it'll be all right if you guys go home for now. It's getting late, and you kids can come back together tomorrow. Tomorrow she might already be discharged from the hospital, so there's nothing to worry about." "Are you sure?" Gwen asked. Lydia just nodded her head. It's nice to see Felicia has made some friends that care about her deeply. Reluctantly, they started exiting as they knew Lydia was right, it was best for them to come back tomorrow. They got into Peter's car, and Peter started driving them all home in silence, none of them being in the mood to talk or discuss anything. After dropping off Harry, Peter then dropped off MJ, giving each other a sideways cheek kiss as goodbye. Peter and Gwen then headed towards their hideout. Once they arrived and Peter parked his car, he immediately went to his computer section. "Arya, search through the camera and everything about a teenager coming in with a broken face at the hospital we were just at." To shorten the search, he was checked in today, a few minutes ago. After a few seconds, Arya pulled out the files that read his full name, age, date of birth, and his address along with much more information. "Ryan Graham, so that's his name," Gwen muttered. "Search for anything illegal about him, like records where he almost went to prison and things like that," Peter asked, typing away at the computer. After a few minutes, more information appeared. Gwen heard her own knuckles pop from how angry she clenched her fist upon reading the information provided. What do you mean he has a list of times where he was charged with rape but was suddenly dropped? Gwen asked with a venom-filled voice. It looks like his dad is rich, he's buying his way out of these crimes. Peter said with an apathetic expression, his fingers fastly moving along the keyboard. After he was done, which took him close to an hour, he said, Aria, acquire Lydia Hardy's phone number. After a few seconds, Peter says it appears, send her all the information we just acquired, it has all the crimes he has committed alongside any shady and illegal dealings the father had committed, Peter said, commanding Aria and informing Gwen of what he is sending, which caused her to smirk with a bloodthirsty look. Lydia was next to Felicia, rubbing her hair with a sad and loving look when she felt her phone ring. As she opened it, she read everything inside. After a few minutes, she stared at her phone in disbelief, then grinned before looking at her phone with apprehension. She let out a small chuckle before shaking her head. What a scary and frightening kid, to think he was able to acquire all of this in such a very short time. It looks like I owe him big time for this. This would be more than enough to make him pay for what he did. I don't care if I suddenly make them homeless and watch them starve in the streets. They will suffer the consequences. Chapter 102, Spider-Man 102. Third person's POV. Peter continued typing away at his computer with a serious expression. Gwen, noticing this, asked, What are you doing, Peter? Bringing down their entire family. Did you know they've been involved in illegal businesses and shady deals since the guy's grandfather started their business? The more I read, the deeper it goes. Gwen, they're human traffickers. From his uncle to his aunt and cousin, they sell human beings for whatever purposes, Peter said, his voice growing colder and filled with disdain. Gwen furrowed her brows as she examined everything passing through the screen, which displayed purchases, messages, and locations. I see. Gwen muttered through gritted teeth, it's no wonder he thought he could take advantage of Felicia and do as he pleases. He doesn't see people as people but objects that someone could buy and discard. Have you located most of the addresses? Gwen asked as she retrieved their suits. Peter didn't reply immediately, but after a few seconds, he nodded his head. Yeah. His hand shot back without looking and caught his suit. As Peter put on his suit, both of them started to leave their hideout. Call your dad. I don't trust anyone else but him to keep the survivors safe after we rescue them, or keep the bad guys in check and prevent them from escaping. As they exited, Peter's eyes flashed with blue lightning as he propelled himself off the ground using his electricity. Gwen, seeing this, let out a sigh. He's really angry, huh? But I can't blame him. I feel the same way. Gwen's eyes grew colder as she did the same, using a blast from her ice abilities to launch herself after Peter. They swung through the night with great efficiency, as it had become second nature to them. People out in the night cheered and waved toward them with enthusiasm, especially seeing how determined they appeared. They knew the reason they felt safe walking the streets at night was because they had Spider-Man and Ghost Spider watching their backs and ensuring their safety. Some cars or trucks honked a greeting as they passed by. Normally, Peter and Gwen would have stopped to appreciate the gesture, but their minds were solely focused on one thing, the mission. Gwen immediately called her dad. After a few rings, he answered. Hello. What's wrong? I thought you were going to a party. George asked from his phone. Are you alone? Gwen asked. George, hearing the wind in the background, immediately sensed something related to their secret identities was up. I'm in my office alone. What's wrong? We've discovered a human trafficking ring. We're going to need some help securing the people being held, Gwen explained urgently. George's face scrunched up slightly. He wanted to stop her, his fatherly instincts demanding so, but he knew she wouldn't listen and would charge ahead anyway. All right, I'll be on my way. Send me the location. All right, I'll see you later, Gwen said, ending the call. Peter and Gwen turned invisible as they approached their destination. They quickly arrived at a 3-story white house with a blue roof. Surrounding the place, Peter and Gwen searched for any openings where they could enter. After investigating, they spotted a door leading down to the basement at the back of the house. Gwen whispered, Do you think they're down there? Wait, let me check. I've been practicing something, Peter said, closing his eyes. Peter heightened his senses, tuning out the surrounding noise and slowing down his perception, focusing solely on one of his senses. He sensed the electricity inside the house until he started detecting an outline of people further down. His eyes snapped open. They're down there, Peter said seriously. Gwen looked at Peter in confusion. What did you do? Thanks to my electricity, I'm a bit sensitive to their frequencies, so I'm able to detect bioelectricity, though I need to really hone in on it. Also, there's someone else in the house, just one person, Peter informed her. I see. I think I should be able to do the same with my abilities, but instead of detecting bioelectricity, I'll be able to detect heat signatures, Gwen thought to herself. Peter shot webs toward the cellar door and yanked it open with his super strength, causing dust to escape from underground. Gwen didn't bother using the stairs and jumped downstairs, with Peter following right after. As they entered, Gwen had to hold herself back from throwing up or going into a blinded rage. There were people of all ages and races, each tied in cages that resembled those for animals. Some were as young as 5 years old, while others appeared to be teenagers. As Peter clenched his fists, they glowed blue with electricity, but he calmed himself down and focused on freeing the captives. Peter and Gwen squeezed the locks until they broke apart, yanking open the cage doors and starting to untie everyone gently while reassuring them. "Are you superheroes?" asked a young girl with messy black hair and missing front teeth, looking at Peter and Gwen in amazement. Her face was dirty from her ordeal. Peter smiled at her, his eye lenses moving in a way that indicated a smile. "Yes, I'm Spider-Man. See the symbol on my chest? And that lady over there is my partner, Ghost Spider. What's your name, little lady?" Before the girl could respond, a man dressed in black appeared with a gun near a teenager's head. "Oi, you must be those freaks, the spider couple. What the hell are you doing here? This isn't a place for you to enter," he said, cocking the gun and pressing it harder against the shaking teenager's head. Peter and Gwen raised their hands, exchanging a look before swiftly shooting their webs. Peter's webs aimed toward the teenager, while Gwen's targeted the men. Upon landing, ice began to spread from their impact points, enveloping both the men and the webs, rendering him incapable of escaping his frozen cocoon. While Peter pulled the teen to safety. Chapter 103, Chapter 103. Third Person's POV. Peter and Gwen then started leading the others out from their underground prison. But as they were climbing out, Peter stopped them. "Wait, I can detect more bioelectricity outside, and I didn't hear any police sirens, did you?" Peter asked Gwen. The eyes of her mask narrowed, showing her emotions as she shook her head. "I didn't." Peter and Gwen turned invisible, surprising the others. They then heard Peter's soft words, "Don't make a sound, and wait till we come get you." They all nodded their heads in understanding. Peter and Gwen stepped out and saw men with guns heading towards their direction. They must have been hiding or laying low in a direct place from the house, Peter inferred. The men, making their way towards the basement, heard the sound of rushing footsteps but didn't see anyone in front of them. Before they could make the connection to Spider-Man and Ghost Spider, two of them were immediately knocked out cold. "Normally I have a whole joke set up to tell you guys, but you kinda angered me, so just have the punchline instead," Peter said as he knocked another one out. They started shooting at the place. One of their guys got knocked out immediately from where they heard Peter's voice. But he was already onto his next target due to his quick agility. Peter punched one in the stomach so hard he ended up throwing up. Gwen went along and started freezing some of them in place before knocking them out. It quickly ended due to their great coordination. Just then, they heard the sound of police sirens, making Peter and Gwen scoff and giggle. "They sure have comedic timing." "I'll give them that," Gwen teased. Peter just shook his head, undoing his invisibility. He went and got everyone out from the basement after making sure there wasn't anyone else who could have caused harm. Some started crying immediately after stepping outside. Sob. I was beginning to lose hope I would never see the outside world. Hearing their cries and sobs, Peter and Gwen clenched their fists but didn't say anything and let them bask in their newfound freedom. The police cruiser appeared, and out came George Stacy, accompanied by Yuri Watanabe. "Spider Cop reporting for duty," Peter said in a deep voice, doing a military salute. Yuri rolled her eyes while George looked like he wanted Peter to spontaneously combust. "There's another man in the basement, no need to worry, he's captured nicely," Gwen said reassuringly. "You guys can rest assured, I can vouch for these officers. They'll make sure to get you all back safely," Gwen assured them. They all nodded their thanks. "Thank you, Ghost Spider and Spider-Man," they expressed sincerely. The girl with the missing 2 front teeth went and hugged around his waist, tears in her eyes. Peter hugged the girl and patted her head. "Be sure to be more careful in the future and not get yourself caught up in such situations, okay Missy?" The girl backed away slightly, giggling at being called Missy, and nodded before joining the others who were being escorted. "There's still more. This just so happened to be the closest one to us at the moment we found out," Peter informed them. "The biggest one is in a mansion a couple of minutes from here," Gwen said, recalling the information she had read. "We'll quickly head over. We'll send the location to you guys later." "Spider Cop out," Peter said the last part in a deep voice and propelled himself away with his webbing. Ghost Cop. "No, up and away," Gwen said, unable to think of a name that suited the theme. "Wait." Yuri and George called out to them to share any other information they might have, but Peter and Gwen were already a mile away, causing them to let out tired sighs. "Tonight's going to be a long night," George said. "Ha ha ha, up and away," Peter mimicked Gwen. Gwen blushed. "Shut up. I couldn't come up with something unique, okay?" Peter just laughed and kept repeating the phrase every time he shot his web. They soon arrived in front of a mansion. You know, we've never gone in guns blazing before, Peter said, standing perched on a light post. That's because it never ends well for us, Gwen replied. Want to give it a go? Peter asked. No, not really, Gwen said with a sigh. But I doubt you'll listen to me. I'll listen if you truly want to do it stealthily, Peter said, tilting his head. Gwen nodded. Good, then let's go with stealth. They both turned invisible and sneaked inside the mansion. As they maneuvered stealthily, they became confused. The place was packed with people carrying high-level machinery. All of their watches started flashing red, intruder, repeatedly. Peter's and Gwen's eyes widened. They hadn't expected such high technology. As alarms flashed, the people became more alert. They took out their weapons, which glowed purple. Just what are they hiding here that they're so equipped? Peter wondered. Peter noticed they wore purple-colored goggles, which caused them to turn towards his and Gwen's direction. It looks like my judgment was wrong, we should have gone in guns blazing, Gwen said, undoing her invisibility. Their spidey senses flared as one of them threw what appeared to be a grenade toward them. Seeing this, Peter quickly reacted and shot a web towards it to send it away. The object landed on the ground and opened up, revealing a tiny speaker. It appeared harmless, but Peter and Gwen dropped to the ground, holding their heads in pain as the speaker emitted a high-frequency sound designed to affect spiders. Arya took control of their suits and blocked the sound, but by that point, they were being blasted by laser rifles. Luckily, their suits resisted the damage, but it couldn't withstand it forever. Peter shot an electroweb towards the speakers, frying them so they wouldn't affect them anymore. As they shook off the disorientation, their spidey senses warned them of danger, causing them to jump away with flips. In their places, a purple glowing gauntlet broke through the floor before rushing towards them. Is this an intervention? Peter yelled, dodging laser bullets and gauntlets. No, but we are well equipped in case you ever showed up, Spider-Man, one of them yelled, throwing a punch. Peter caught the punch, but as he did, his spider senses warned him of danger. The gauntlet created an outward blast, sending Peter flying back and destroying the wall. Okay, this just turned unexpectedly serious, Peter muttered. Gwen, seeing that, started turning the floor into ice to try and trip some of them. She jumped to the side, and from above on the second floor, flamethrowers rained down, destroying the ice she created. Okay, someone is definitely creating weapons to deal with us, Gwen said in annoyance. I'm surprised it took them this long, Peter said, webbing himself towards her. They stood back to back and moved around, surveying their surroundings. You were expecting this? Gwen asked as she watched some of them throw away a cartridge and insert it back into their laser rifles. Yeah, and based on the purple-colored weapons, I have an idea who it is, Peter replied as they both started dodging the lasers coming their way. Peter and Gwen rushed in opposite directions towards their opponents. Peter covered himself in lightning while Gwen covered her hands and feet with ice. Gwen went fist to fist with a gauntlet before sending a wave of ice towards it, freezing it up before it could do anything, and then kneeing the guy in the stomach, causing his eyes to roll back. Gwen jumped out of the way as a laser shot towards where she stood. And who is it? The Tinker, Peter replied as he charged his fist and jumped, smashing the floor and sending a blast of electricity everywhere. Unfortunately, all it ended up doing was damaging some of the weapons, since their outfits were resistant to electricity and cold. Chapter 104, Chapter 104. Third person's POV. Was the Tinkerer on the list? Gwen asked as she continuously backflipped, dodging the lasers. Peter did a leg sweep and, at almost lightning speed, moved his leg on top of the falling man before slamming him down on the floor, knocking him out. Yup, Peter replied. Seeing them communicating and the way they were behaving, one of them shouted, take us seriously, damn it. Another one followed up with, once we defeat you, we will be known as the guys who defeated the spider couple, and many will fear us. Gwen and Peter stopped what they were doing and looked at each other before they both started laughing. Ha 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 ha, you can't be serious, Peter said, pretending to wipe the tears from his eyes on his mask. He, you guys have a better chance at successfully starting a carnival, Gwen giggled, covering her mouth. Hearing their mocking laughter, they grew enraged. Die then, someone shouted before firing multiple laser shots. As Peter and Gwen dodged, Peter then said, go Spider, it's time to get serious. They think we can be easily defeated. Gwen could hear the smile in Peter's voice, which caused her to smile as well. Good, because I've been practicing something and have been wanting to try it out, Gwen replied. What a coincidence, so have I, Peter said as he charged up lightning around his hands, slowly turning it into a bright glowing ball of lightning. Peter then jumped as someone tried to attack him from behind using the gauntlets and fired the lightning ball towards the guys wielding a flamethrower. I call this move chain lightning. Peter's lightning had more oomph which, unfortunately for the guys on top, managed to penetrate their insulated suits, damaging them enough where it wouldn't cause permanent damage or burn marks but would knock someone out. As it fried one of the guys, the lightning ball moved like it had a mind of its own and jumped towards the nearest person before jumping to the next while the ball grew smaller in size and dissipated. Peter's chain lightning works on the premise of bioelectricity. It jumps to the nearest bioelectricity source until it grows too weak to continue. Towards the end, when it's weak, although it may not knock someone out, it's enough to leave them stunned and paralyzed for a few minutes. Meanwhile, Gwen dodged a laser and stuck to the side of the wall, then started running alongside it. Pressing her hands together, she slowly separated them and formed a staff made entirely out of ice. As lasers trailed behind her, she jumped from the side of the wall and slammed one of them across the face with the staff, knocking them out. She performed a leg sweep and slammed them down to the ground before pressing the staff on their stomach. Ice spread from her staff to the stomach and to the floor, trapping them in place. She detected two gauntlet-wearing men. Using the staff as a vaulting pole, she kicked one of them in the chest before he could do anything. As the other one threw a punch, Gwen used her agility to counter it. She spun around and slammed the ice staff against the gauntlet, sending it to the ground. She released enough ice to make it stop working before wielding the staff across the guy's chin, knocking him out as well. Peter shot a web down and landed on top of one of them before spider legs popped out from his back. He covered himself in lightning and started knocking out every one of them, with Gwen soon following his lead. Slowly, the flashes of purple light started to become less and less as Peter and Gwen became in sync with one another. Peter threw a lightning punch, increasing its speed, knocking out his last guy, while Gwen chucked her pole towards her last guy, which ended up sending him flying against a wall. As he pressed against the wall, the staff melted onto him, freezing him to the wall. "Did I ever mention how badass you are and how sexy you just looked?" Peter asked, tilting his head. "It's always nice to hear it," Gwen said with a smile. "Now let's go, we have some people to free." "First, let's disarm all of them and tie them up before anything," Peter said, as his lenses scanned all of their bodies, detecting all electronics they had on them. Peter and Gwen quickly went about it while webbing up everyone toward the end. Peter then closed his eyes and tried to detect bioelectricity. Upon getting what he wanted, he turned towards Gwen. "I think I found them, but it's very faint," Peter said as he started running, with Gwen following close behind. They soon arrived at what appeared to be the main offices of the men who lived there. Gwen looked around, confused. "There's nothing here." Peter closed his eyes again and opened them almost immediately. He went to the side of a wall and threw a punch at it. The wall broke due to Peter's strength, revealing a large metal door that appeared to be locked. Seeing this, Gwen looked surprised. Peter went toward the door, and with his strength, the door started to be pried open, the metal compressing itself as Peter kept opening it up. With one last pull, the door swung open, revealing a staircase leading downwards. Upon reaching the bottom, the sight left Peter and Gwen speechless. They found cells with people wearing robes similar to patients in a hospital. Some of them had deformities, which mostly shocked Gwen. "What? What is this?" she asked, unable to believe her eyes. "I think we just stumbled upon a mutant experimental site," Peter replied. A red alarm resounded and flashed throughout their surroundings. What if that door was blocking Cerebro from picking up their signal? Sigh, that might mean the X-Men must be on their way, Peter thought to himself as multiple footsteps approached their direction. Peter turned towards Gwen. "Start reciting scientific formulas in your head." "What? Why?" "Although I implanted a neurotransmitter into our masks and adjusted it to block out mind readers, I don't know how strong it is. We don't know how powerful these people are. One of them could very well read our minds and figure out our identity. Reciting the formulas could confuse them enough so they couldn't learn anything," Peter rapidly explained. Gwen nodded in understanding and jumped towards the ceiling, dodging bullets coming their way. People wearing lab coats appeared, wielding weapons and clicking their tongues. "We shouldn't have hired those useless gangster bums. They weren't even able to take out two mutants dressed up as spiders." Actually, we're not mutants," Peter said, raising a hand. "I don't care what you are, you inhuman freaks. I'm not that either. That's a whole nother race you're talking about." "Racist," Peter quipped, sticking out his spider legs. From the blue tips of the legs, webs shot up and clung to them, taking them by surprise. Before they knew it, a shot of electricity traveled through the webs, tasering them. Peter and Gwen dodged more bullets and guns before swiftly knocking them out, which was a lot easier than before. Peter then turned towards the mutant prisoners. "Now then, anyone want volunteers on who wants to leave this place?" They all raised their hands. A/N, okay, so they're soon going to meet the Fantastic Four, and so I wanted to ask, should Peter and Gwen be hit with the cosmic radiation stuff that gave the F4 their powers? Like Peter activating his lighting abilities and Gwen activating her ice right on time so when they're hit their abilities develop accordingly. Like Peter gains the Speed Force or some shit and Gwen actually gets ghost-like powers, like becoming intangible, being able to possess people, basically Danny Phantom LOL, so should I. Chapter 105, Chapter 105. Third Person's POV. Musical note, follow the leader, leader. Follow the leader musical note, Peter sang as he led all of the mutants out of the mansion. Gwen carried all the scientists in her web, while Peter grabbed the webbed-up weapons. As they stepped outside, they heard the sound of a jet approaching their direction. Peter turned towards Gwen. "They're here." Gwen nodded with a serious expression as she watched a black jet appear out of thin air and land in front of them. As the hatch opened, a woman with red hair wearing a black and yellow X-Men outfit rushed towards Peter and Gwen excitedly. "Image. Can I get your autograph?" she asked with a hopeful glint in her eyes. Yeah, sure," Peter replied, surprised by the request. "Now, Jean, be respectful, they're on duty," a beautiful dark-skinned woman with white hair replied. Image. Behind her, a 5 feet 3 inches hairy man with a scowl on his face walked. "So who do I gotta fight?" he asked, taking a sniff around. "Oh, wow, you're short," Peter blurted out unexpectedly. "What was that?" The man growled as sharp metal claws escaped from between his knuckles. "Sorry," Peter quickly covered his mouth, trying to diffuse the tension. To change the subject, he turned towards Jean. "So, do you have a pen or something?" Jean disappointedly shook her head. "No." "How about a picture?" "That can be a substitute," Gwen suggested, causing Jean to perk back up. She took out her phone and handed it to the dark-skinned woman. "Can you take a picture of us, Miss Storm?" Storm looked towards Peter and Gwen for confirmation, which they nodded in response. "All right, but only one, we have things to do, Jean," Storm said, taking the phone. Jean got in between Gwen and Peter, making the iconic hand sign, and they followed suit. After the flash, Jean grabbed her phone. "Oh, Kitty and the others are going to freak out when they learn I met Spider-Man and Ghost Spider." Storm sighed and looked towards Peter and Gwen apologetically. "Sorry about her, she's a big fan." "I didn't know we were that well known," Peter muttered before changing the subject. "Anyway, I hope you'll be able to take care of them," he said, pointing towards the mutants they rescued from the lab. "Leave it to us," Storm replied with a serious expression, "and thank you for your help." Meanwhile, Wolverine was still glaring at Peter for his earlier comment. "Anytime." "Anyways, you guys better hurry, the cops will be here any minute now," Peter advised. Storm nodded. "Are they?" She stopped mid-sentence and put a hand to the side of her head. "The professor said he isn't able to speak with you guys telepathically, but he offers his thanks, and you're welcome to come by the private school of the gifted and talented if you so wish." "I see. We'll take him up on his offer later in the future." Peter nodded, inwardly relieved. "Good, the blocker works." Just then, the sound of police cruisers started appearing, causing Storm to turn towards Jean and Wolverine. "Guide everyone inside." Jean stopped fangirling and closed her eyes before sending everyone a telepathic message, which calmed some of them down and led them inside the jet. By the opening of the jet, 2 people Peter recognized as Cyclops and Beast stood, guiding the rest inside. "Sorry for leaving on such short notice, the less interaction we have with the authorities, the better," Storm explained before bidding her goodbyes. Jean waved goodbye as well. "It was nice meeting you guys," she shouted. They watched as the hatch closed before the jet sped away. After a minute, cops and police cruisers surrounded the place. Peter and Gwen then explained the entire situation to George and Yuri before they swung away with the weapons in tow. Peter and Gwen arrived back at their secret base. After storing the weapons, Peter went to search for the Tinkerer. "How did you know the Tinkerer is the one behind the weapons?" Gwen asked curiously. "He was one of Spider-Man's earliest villains. He studied Spider-Man for a bit before making weapons to sell to the underworld and criminals who were against him. And since we've been stopping a lot of criminals and their schemes, his weapons sold very well and quickly, which is exactly what he wanted." Gwen let out a sigh. "We're going to be spending the entire night cleaning the streets of these weapons, aren't we?" "Unfortunately so, my love," Peter replied with a sigh of his own. "Oh. What?" Peter asked, looking at Gwen in confusion. "I don't know, just hearing you call me my love felt weirdly nice." Peter chuckled in amusement before getting back to business. "All right, it says here that the Tinkerer ran a repair shop as a front for his real business, and his real name is Phineas T. Mason. The name of his repair shop is Phineas Fix-It. Arya, run a search and see if all the information matches with what we have. So tell me, did you find either of them hot or attractive?" Gwen suddenly asked, causing Peter to stop what he was doing. "Seriously?" Peter asked, bewildered. "So you knew who I was talking about immediately?" Gwen said with a smirk. "Well, for one, who else could you possibly be talking about? The scientists we just met. And second, why are you setting me up for failure?" Gwen just went and put her arms over Peter's shoulders before pressing her face against his. "I'm only joking, it was just to tease you." Peter looked at her with some suspicion. "So you can tell me, honestly, who you found hot between the two?" Gwen said casually. Peter scoffed. "Yeah, nice try, Missy. Let's just say when it comes to ice cream, I almost always choose chocolate." Gwen playfully slapped the back of Peter's head. "Peter, seriously. Blame yourself for wanting to know, okay? I'm free of blame." Gwen rolled her eyes before Arya interrupted their moment. There are some similarities but also some differences as well. For one, the Tinkerer in the other universe is an android, a man-turned machine, while in this one, it's just an old man, Arya said as she pulled up 2 images. What are the chances of this man being responsible for the distribution of weapons? Gwen asked, still pressing her face against Peter's. It's honestly pretty high, based on the footage I was able to gather and study. There have been people with criminal records coming and going from his store. Peter nodded, and where is he right now? From what I was able to gather, he hasn't left the store yet, even though it's pretty late. That leaves us with 2 possibilities. 1, he has other exits in the store which he uses to leave, and 2, he spends nights tinkering away in his store till morning comes, Arya informed Peter, causing him to nod. Peter let out a tired sigh. Well, what are we waiting for? We have a Tinker Bell to catch. A/N, so I've started really reading all of the Marvel comic books from the F4, Ant-Man, Thor, Iron Man, all in the order it's supposed to be read, and as I read I kinda wanted to put this FIC on pause, or maybe even rewrite it. The feeling is just slightly, so don't worry I'm not gonna. Funny thing actually which I just read today, the X-Men were called the X-Men, because they had an extra power, or so they put it LOL, which I just found hilarious and so stupid rolling on the floor laughing. Chapter 106, Spider-Man 106. Third Person's POV. WHPSSSHH. WHPSSSHH. Both Peter and Gwen appeared on top of a building overlooking the repair shop at the corner of the street. Wait, I wanted to try something, Gwen said, stopping Peter from advancing. Peter looked at her curiously and gave her the go-ahead. Gwen closed her eyes and started focusing her senses. It took her a few minutes, but images started to appear in her mind, images of people all appearing as if she was looking at them with thermal vision. She was able to detect Peter's heat signature right next to her, as well as the heat signatures of people walking below them and briefly some of those in their cars before they quickly disappeared. Gwen then focused her attention solely on the repair shop. She turned towards Peter. The thing I was trying to do worked, but I wasn't able to detect anyone inside the shop. Peter nodded. He's probably underground then. We have to sneak in and take a closer look. Peter and Gwen jumped from the building where they stood and turned invisible midair. As they landed, Peter said, "All right, do your thing." Although Peter couldn't see it, Gwen nodded and approached the keyhole of the shop. From Gwen's fingertip, white ice slowly formed. As it formed, Gwen inserted the ice into the keyhole, causing it to take the shape needed to open the door. Gwen twisted her finger, and the door made a click before slowly widening. Peter and Gwen silently sneaked their way in. In front of them was a front desk with tools and cogs scattered about, along with a radio in the corner and a cash register to the side. Behind the desk, a closed door had a sign that read, "Workshop." Various types of machines were hanging around in display, like watches, radios, and household items, giving it the aesthetic of a regular old repair shop. "Now that we're closer, want to try again?" Peter whispered. Gwen didn't respond as she closed her eyes and focused on detecting anything emitting heat. "Under us," she whispered in a low tone. "I can detect someone moving around." Peter nodded. "Now we just have to find the entrance. Activate Arya X-ray." There wasn't anything out of the ordinary in the room. "Maybe it's in the workshop behind the desk," Gwen suggested. Peter nodded in agreement, and they both jumped over the desk and tried the door. With a simple turn, the door opened, revealing a regular mechanic workshop with small tools and broken gadgets on a table. There were pieces of metal, bolts, and screws scattered everywhere. Seeing no one around, Peter once again activated the X-ray. Arya outlined a hidden door by their feet. Although invisible, Peter and Gwen looked towards each other slightly as they slowly and softly opened the hidden door. As it opened, Peter and Gwen jumped down, their spider sense flaring, warning them of the approaching danger. Peter and Gwen deactivated their invisibility and leaped to the side, narrowly dodging lasers that came their way. They looked towards their attacker and saw an old man. He had wild white hair signifying his age, wrinkled skin, a large bushy mustache that hid his upper lip, and metal goggles with a purple glint. "If it ain't the spider couple, you found me too quickly," he snarled, pointing a gun in their direction. "Come on, old man, isn't it past your bedtime to be playing with toys at this hour?" Peter said with a smirk. "This is perfect," the old man blurted out suddenly, as if he had just gained an idea. "If I defeat both of you, I'll show everyone how great my creations are. There will be hundreds lined up, and I'll be rich." Gwen let out a fake sigh, placing a hand on her hip and looking reproachfully at the Tinkerer. "Grandpa, are you off your medications again?" The Tinkerer pointed his gun towards them and started shooting lasers, causing them to dodge. "Make all the jokes you want, I'll be the one having the last laugh." "Ha ha ha ha." He laughed maniacally as he followed them with the laser gun, shooting. As they dodged all the laser bullets, Peter shot a web at the gun and yanked it out of the old man's hands. "Okay, Grandpa, that's enough reminiscing about the war. Tell us a different story." The Tinkerer placed a small speaker beside him, causing it to emit a sound that affected only spiders. Then listen to this. Peter and Gwen paused, holding their ears. I forgot about that part, Peter grunted. No fair, old man, you're using your hearing aids to your advantage, Gwen grunted. The old man took out a flamethrower, but before he could activate it, Peter shot an electric web disabling the speakers. Gwen leaped over and snatched the flamethrower from his hands before shooting a cold web towards him. Ice started to spread around the webs, making the hold on him tighter. God damn it. Curse you, Ghost Spider and Spider-Man. Tinkerer yelled as he fell to the floor, unable to move due to the webs. The Tinkerer started throwing curses towards Peter and Gwen. Peter shot a web towards the old man's mouth, causing him to emit loud muffled mumbles and grunts. Careful, Gramps, I don't want you throwing your hips out because you're struggling too hard now, Peter said as he picked him up and put him on his shoulders. Gwen then gathered all the weapons and gadgets and placed them over her shoulders before winking towards the Tinkerer. Sorry, these babies are being confiscated. The Tinkerer thrashed and screamed in desperation and hate as he glared towards Gwen. Peter and Gwen then jumped out of the underground workshop and exited the shop. Gwen and Peter decided to separate for a bit. She went back to the lab to store everything while Peter went toward the police station. The old man was letting out muffled screams and cries as Peter swung with him on his shoulders. People below them saw this scene and slowly pulled out their phones. Some recorded it, and some. This is 911, what's your emergency? The operator responded. Yeah, hello, I think I just saw Spider-Man kidnap an old man and swing away. Excuse me? Can you repeat that again? The 911 operator asked in disbelief. As Peter landed in front of the police station, two officers dressed in blue stared weirdly as Spider-Man carried a tied-up old man on his shoulder. Good morning, officers, Peter casually greeted them as if they were old friends. It's the middle of the night, Spider-Man, what are you doing? One of them asked bravely. It's past 11:59, which means it's morning, Peter answered as he walked towards them with a slight skip in his steps. The partner of the other guy intervened, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the crying old man on your shoulders. Ah, him. I forgot about him for a second, Peter said as he put him on the floor. Well, guys, meet the Tinkerer. You're talking about the underground weapons dealer that goes by that name, one of the officers asked. Bingo, but no prize. He recently made weapons to go against us, so we had to find him. Here you go. Before they had a chance to say anything, Peter saluted them. Keep up the good work, officers, and charged up a jump before joining up with Gwen. A few minutes later. Sigh, now for the hard part of the night, Peter said. Gwen let out a sigh of her own before nodding in agreement. Cleaning the streets of all these weapons that are out there. And that's exactly how they spent the rest of the night until the sun started to rise. Chapter 107, Chapter 107. Third Person's POV. Peter and Gwen arrived at their hideout, each carrying bags of weapons on their shoulders. As they entered, they dropped the bags to the floor and slumped into the nearest seats, exhausted. Pulling down their masks, they both had visible bags under their eyes. Arya, what time is it? Peter asked wearily, too tired to check his phone. It is currently 10 a.m., Arya responded. Due to what you were doing and how busy you were, I failed to relay a message you received 3 hours ago from Felicia Hardy's mother. Peter sighed. Be a dear and read it out loud. I am texting you to inform you that Felicia is now out of the hospital and is currently resting at home. If you want to visit her and make sure she's alright, you can do that by stopping by. I'm sure you already have our address. Before Peter could respond, his phone began to ring, and a large monitor displayed MJ's caller ID. Answer, Peter replied tiredly. Hey Tiger. Hey Red, Peter responded. Where are you right now? I came to get you so we can go visit Felicia, but you didn't answer your window, and when I tried the front door, Aunt May said you didn't arrive home last night. Are you with Gwen? Kinda. Just wait a little bit, Red, we'll come and pick up. Alright. MJ sounded a bit confused before hanging up. Gwen covered her mouth as she yawned. Shower together, she asked, too tired to formulate a proper question. Peter lifted a thumbs up, grunting as he stood. This is going to take me to an early grave, he complained. Gwen nodded in agreement, letting out another yawn as she stood up. After they showered, they were too tired to think or do anything sexual, except for a few pecks here and there. Once dressed, Peter grabbed his bag, and they got in the car to meet MJ. When they arrived, MJ was leisurely waiting for them, and as she got in, she looked at Peter and Gwen in surprise. Wow, you guys look exhausted. What happened? Even though they had both showered, the signs of tiredness never left their bodies. Oh, you know, hunting someone down and ending their careers, Peter said, technically not lying. MJ misunderstood Peter's statement, thinking, did they spend all night researching the guy who went after Felicia? Is that why they're so tired? Although she wasn't entirely wrong, that wasn't exactly what Peter meant. A few minutes later, they appeared in front of Felicia's door as they knocked. Felicia answered. She wore silk silver-white shorts with cut sides and a black tank top while her hair was tied in a ponytail. She looked towards Peter and Gwen. You guys look like shit. Did you guys spend the entire night fucking or something and didn't get enough sleep? Thanks, Felicia. How nice of you, Gwen said with an eye roll. Felicia then stuck her leg to the side, stopping a black cat with bright green eyes from escaping. She went and picked it up before introducing him to everyone. Everyone, meet Mr. Whisker. Mr. Whiskers, meet everyone. Now come on in, she said, stepping to the side. She then led everyone to her room. Her room was the typical definition of a teenage girl's room, with posters and a bed adorned with a few stuffed cat animals. Is that a Spider-Man and Ghost Spider poster? Since when did they start making those? Since when did we allow people to make those? And I know we've been Spider-Man for about 3 or so months, but isn't our influence a bit much? Am I underestimating the influence I had on people these months? Peter thought, confused, with Gwen having a similar thought process. Wow, you really have a thing for cats. MJ said as she looked around. Don't judge me, she casually said while shrugging her shoulders. Sit anywhere you like. Felicia went and laid on her bed, to which MJ and Gwen joined her, while Peter went and sat on the floor, leaning back against the bed. So, how's life? Felicia asked as she grabbed one of her stuffed animals, which caused the others to chuckle, naturally starting a conversation. As Gwen and MJ checked up on Felicia, Peter reached into his bag and pulled out his computer. While typing, Felicia rolled her eyes. I don't need your pity, wait. Parker, did you seriously just come to my home, my room, and just start doing homework? Felicia sat up, put a hand on her chin, and pondered aloud. I don't know if I should be offended or impressed. Peter grew a bit embarrassed as he rubbed the back of his head. Sorry, Cat, but if it makes you feel any better, I'm not doing homework, I'm writing down plans and formulas for some things I'm planning to invent. I'm sorry. Did you just call me Cat? And what could you possibly be making? Felicia asked, as she had heard Peter was a genius but only had a rough idea how much of a genius he was and wanted to learn more. Yeah. I mean, you clearly love cats and have the green eyes of one, so, Cat. And I'm just designing and figuring out how it operates, Peter said as he finished typing something. As he was done, he put the laptop on the bed and hit the spacebar. On the screen, a rough blueprint appeared, a blueprint of a watch. Peter then started to explain. Basically, just by tapping on the watch, it could shoot a laser that could potentially knock someone out cold. Felicia's lips slightly curled up when she heard that. Aw shucks, you care that much about me, you went and created a weapon just for me. I don't know if I should feel touched or scared. What do you mean by, potentially? MJ asked curiously as she looked over what Peter wrote. Peter just pointed at the Spider-Man and Ghost Spider posters. I highly doubt these would work on a guy like Spider-Man. This is for your average Joe of a guy. They nodded in understanding as Peter took back the laptop and continued working. So this is what they meant when they mentioned you were smart, Parker. Now I'm curious, who's smarter, you or the famous Tony Stark? Felicia teased. Peter stopped what he was doing and slowly turned to look at her, offended. Did you seriously just doubt my intelligence and ask me if another man is smarter than me? Felicia then started moving like a scale. I mean, on one hand, one has a multi-billion-dollar company, and the other one doesn't. Peter put a hand towards her, motioning her to stop. You did not just go there. I think she just did. MJ teased, fanning the flames. Oh no, Gwen said with a sigh before quickly reaching over and putting a hand over his mouth. Lots and lots of mumbling went on behind Gwen's hand. We're going to be here a while. What just happened? Felicia asked. Peter really hates it when you compare his intelligence to somebody else's and would go on close to an hour tangent on why you're wrong. Harry had the unfortunate incident of being at the brunt of it when we first met. As Peter went on, Felicia looked towards her with worry. Is there any way to turn him off? Gwen nodded. You're supposed to admit you're wrong and that no one is smarter than he is. Seriously. Unfortunately so. Both Gwen and MJ said at once. Fine. No one is smarter than Peter Parker. I was wrong in my earlier question of even thinking of comparing the two of you, Felicia said in a flat tone. Seeing Peter nodding, Gwen removed her hand. I'm glad my reasons were enough to convince you. Next time, don't ask such foolish questions. Felicia's lips twitched, unsure how to react to Peter's shameless statement. Chapter 108, Chapter 108. Third person's POV. As they sat in comfortable silence together, each person engrossed in their own activities, Felicia unexpectedly burst into laughter. They all turned to look at her in confusion. Listen to this. She said with a large grin, turning up the volume on her phone. He's a menace, I've been telling you, a menace. J. Jonah Jameson's voice blared from Felicia's phone. Gwen and Peter exchanged a glance before tuning in. But no. No one wanted to believe me. But here's the proof, people. Just last night, Spider-Man was seen swinging through the city with an old man on his shoulder. That old man was heard screaming and crying for his life. There have been reports saying he was wrapped up in Spider-Man's web, which caused the old man's screaming to become muffled. That Spider-Man has no respect for the elderly. If Spider-Man can mistreat an innocent old man like that, imagine what he could do to you. Imagine what he could do to your children. Ah. What do you mean the old man wasn't innocent? What harm could an old man possibly do? Betty, are you playing with me? Are you saying that the old man was a famous underground weapons dealer? Why didn't you say that earlier? Clears throat. Well, I still say he's a menace to our society. Even if that old man was a criminal, it's not Spider-Man's job, or anyone's job, for that matter, to treat him roughly except for the police. We've seen Spider-Man catch cars with his bare hands with such inhuman strength. Imagine what he could do when fighting that old man. Ah. What do you mean he appeared uninjured? So you're saying Spider-Man went to capture such a famous weapons dealer and did so just by tying him up in a web, putting a bow on him, and delivering him to the police. We will now be moving into the section of today's broadcast where you get to call us and tell us any grievance you have with our menace of New York City. Ring ring. Would you look at that, it seems we have an eager caller with us today. Let's find out what our heroes have done now, shall we? Click. Welcome, caller. A new voice appeared, the voice of a little girl, a voice Peter and Gwen recognized. Leave them alone, you big bully. Peter and Gwen exchanged a smile and continued to listen. Stop saying mean things about Spider-Man and his sidekick, the Ghost Spider. Ha 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 ha. Peter, upon hearing this, couldn't help but laugh until he toppled over, clutching his stomach. Gwen wore a plain expression, her eyebrows twitching by the second. Felicia paused the video and turned towards Peter, looking at him in confusion. Sorry. I'm just imagining Ghost Spider's expression right now upon being called a sidekick. MJ and Felicia chuckled, finding the thought of Ghost Spider throwing a tantrum upon being called a sidekick amusing. Gwen secretly took a deep breath to calm herself down, hearing her friends practically laughing at her, though two of them didn't know any better. Gwen gave Peter a look that said, "I'll deal with you later," which caused Peter to look at her apologetically. Then Felicia resumed the video. Listen, little girl, you don't know, Jameson started off before being cut off by the little girl. Don't you say I don't know what I'm talking about because I do. Just last night Spider-Man and his sidekick saved my life. Sniff, did you know that I was locked up in a scary place for a long time, thinking I would never see the light of the sun again? Spider-Man guided me and everyone else out towards the light. He's my hero, my savior, so stop talking bad about him. Hiccups. Peter looked down upon hearing that, not daring to look up. He then heard the voice of an older woman on the phone a bit farther away. It's okay, sweetie. Let me talk to him as well, okay? Here, mommy, the little girl sniffled. The voice of the woman then became clearer. Listen here, I don't know what you have against Spider-Man or Ghost Spider, but from what I've been hearing, they're both very good people doing the best they can for the city. Gwen looked down towards Peter and smiled but froze upon seeing Peter looking down, squeezing his own thighs to stop himself from shedding tears. She saw the corner of Peter's lips quivering as the woman continued. Spider-Man and Ghost Spider aren't just her heroes. They're my heroes as well, and everyone else's. They reunited my little family together once more that was on the verge of falling apart, so please. I beg of you, stop trying to tarnish their name and make them out as bad people because they're not. We see them out there every day, every morning, even sometimes at night, putting themselves in harm's way to protect us, to make sure this city is safe. No one likes to listen to their heroes be constantly blamed for something they're not or didn't do. After she finished speaking, she hung up the phone, her voice shaking towards the end as if she was on the verge of crying as well. Jameson didn't say anything to that. Just when he was about to change the subject or end the broadcast, the phone started ringing once more. What do you? Jameson was once again cut off before he had a chance to say anything. This time it was the voice of a man. Listen, man, I've been listening to your stuff for a while, but all you've been talking about is how bad Spider-Man and Ghost Spider are. But you haven't given us any evidence as to why or how. They're heroes, and I have the evidence to prove it. We all do. We've seen how he fought against that green monster in the school, then with the metal rhino. Did you know that during that attack, the metal rhino ran across the bridge, throwing cars off of it? Instead of ignoring them and continuing to chase after the villain, Spider-Man stopped completely and focused entirely on the people. He stopped the cars and saved the people from plunging into the ocean, pulling them all up, making sure everyone was okay and well accounted for before returning to chasing the villain. The crazy part? Spider-Man still caught up to him and took him down. Jameson didn't reply and just ended the broadcast, which caused Felicia to start laughing again. Peter finally composed himself and was genuinely touched by all of that. Spider-Man sure is loved, Huh? Peter said, leaning back on the bed. Gwen smiled as she softly ruffled his hair. Felicia scoffed, what have you been living under, a rock? Of course he is. What do you think this is, a comic book where the hero fights and doesn't get the recognition they deserve? That isn't the case with Spider-Man. Peter asked, as that was how he assumed it was. Wow, you must have really been living under a rock. Although they've only been active for a short while, people pay attention. They aren't blind. They're very judgmental, they see how hard Ghost Spider and Spider-Man protect them, so they deem them worthy of recognition. People think they're the coolest thing ever. Even I think they're cool. My favorite one between the two is Ghost Spider. She's basically showing that even women can be superheroes if they want to. She's very popular among the women in the world. Gwen was shocked to hear that, as she really wasn't expecting that. They've never really stopped to see the effects they had on people. So, this was very eye-opening for both of them. Just before they could continue their conversation, Peter's stomach started to rumble, which reminded Gwen that she herself hadn't eaten. Chinese food, anyone? I'll pay. Peter said, a bit embarrassed. Dude, I'll freaking love you for life if you get me some Chinese food right now, Felicia said with a hungry look. Looks like what they say is true, the way to a woman's heart is through her stomach, Peter said with a smile as he took their order before calling. A/N, just a bit of all-fashioned Spider-Man love for this chapter, Red Heart. I want to use this chance to brag a bit. I've read over 250 Marvel comic issues, so I'm big proud of myself. I really like the Giant Man outfit. I really think it looks the coolest out of everyone currently. And one last thing, imagine this for a fanfic, someone reincarnated with the power of sun god Nika in Marvel as the twin brother of Thor. This is something I really want to do after I fully finish at least one of my fanfics and finish reading the Marvel comics. Chapter 109, Chapter 109. Third person's POV. As they ate their Chinese food, Felicia looked at all of them in confusion. Weren't the two of you supposed to go on a date today or something? Oh damn, you're right, I completely forgot about it, Peter said casually. It took him a moment before he turned towards MJ and started to immediately apologize, realizing how his comment sounded. I'm so sorry, that wasn't what I meant was. Seeing Peter trying hard to defend himself and stumbling over his words, MJ chuckled and rolled her eyes. Don't worry about it, Tiger, it's all right. I even forgot about it myself. Peter put a hand to his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Felicia let out a sigh of her own, but it was one of resignation. I still can't get over the fact you're practically going to start building your own harem. I'm surrounded by weird people, I swear. Peter scoffed. Whatever you say, cat lady. Felicia looked offended by that statement and pointed her fork at Peter. I'll have you know I only own one cat. I'm far from being a cat lady. And you only need to kill one person to be labeled a murderer. Your point. Peter scoffed. What kind of comparison is that? Gwen asked, looking at Peter weirdly. Meanwhile, MJ choked a bit on the dumpling she was eating before she proceeded to laugh at the comparison. Felicia simply rolled her eyes and grumbled a bit. Those two are very different things, and you know it. Peter shrugged his shoulders. They're both labels to me. Yeah, because killing someone and owning a cat are so very similar, Parker, Felicia said sarcastically. They all kept bantering among themselves for another hour, finishing their Chinese food and just lazing around. Then Felicia practically threw them out after they overstayed their welcome. All right, you've been bothering me long enough. Go home already. You guys already made sure I was all right, and you two have a date to go to. Even though she said that, they all knew she was joking and just wanted to spend time by herself. Respecting her wishes, the others started to leave while saying their goodbyes. Felicia then looked at MJ and said, "You better call me later and tell me how the date went." MJ smiled and nodded. As they got in the car, MJ looked towards Peter and said, "Can you drop me off at home? I'll call you when I'm ready." Peter nodded and did as he was told. During the drive, Peter kept thinking about what to do for their date, as he hadn't really thought about it. When they arrived at the Watson residence, an idea had already formed in his mind. He turned towards MJ and said, "We're something comfortable." MJ smiled and nodded before saying goodbye to Gwen. Then the two drove back to their hideout. Gwen fell asleep on the way due to how tired she was from the previous night. Peter softly chuckled, looking at her sleep as his lips curled up slightly. He unconsciously started to drive a bit slower. When they arrived, Peter slowly picked her up from the car and took her to their room in the hideout. After tucking her in, Peter went back to the lab and did his own thing while waiting for MJ's call. Peter first started checking out the weapons he had acquired during his earlier expedition. He disassembled them and began examining every part. These cartridges hold electricity. As it passes through the gun, it's guided to the nozzle where it compresses into laser shots. I should be able to make watch batteries that hold more electricity than this and make a tiny enough nozzle that could be hidden in the watch, Peter muttered and immediately started to get to work. It took him a few minutes and a bit of trial and error to get everything right and ready. When he did, he grabbed the neural transmitter and got some spider bots, which were already built, to create everything much quicker than he could have done it. Peter made 5 watches in total and made sure they were accessible and looked well made. Peter then put one on. By turning the outer part of the watch, I can change how high the voltage is gathered and how strong it's going to be, he muttered as he turned it slightly before touching the screen and shooting a quick blue laser towards his own hand. Pew. Peter closed his eyes and opened and closed his hand before shaking it. Yeah. This should be able to knock out a person. After he was done, he took it off and put it to the side. He then grabbed their masks, which were scattered around, and flipped them inside out. Arya, I thought of something earlier during our night out when we were hunting the Tinkerer. Honestly, if this works, I'm even scared of the possibility of what we could accomplish, Peter said with a hand on his chin. A hologram of a tiny Arya appeared by his work table. She looked towards Peter, her little head tilted to the side. What is it, Daddy? Well, there are 2 ideas. The first one isn't as impressive as the second. When we're invisible, I find it really inconvenient to talk with Gwen. I feel like it minimizes our stealth. So, I was thinking, what if I connect our neural transmitter, but instead of sending commands to objects, we send messages to one another? We should be able to receive them in our own heads and not even need to talk out loud, Peter explained. Arya copied Peter's posture, placing a hand under her chin, which Peter found adorable. It's a good idea and shouldn't be too difficult to add and fix up, Arya said. I should be able to quickly come up with a suitable blueprint for it if you like. Peter nodded. Blueprints are nice. I can always see if we miss something with them. What's your second idea? Arya asked curiously. This one is a bit difficult to put into words, but I'm thinking about a helmet based on the neural transmitter that would let us enter our own minds, Peter explained. Arya's eyes widened. You mean like those VR headsets in fiction? Peter nodded, his expression serious. Imagine the possibilities. We could train our unconventional skills or develop new ones. For example, Gwen always wanted to try performing surgery. She could practice in there and develop her skills until she practically becomes a master or the best-renowned surgeon without needing to practice on real people. Or our own inventions. I've always wanted to try building something crazy, but I'm mostly scared of what could happen if I mess something up. I could accidentally create a black hole if I'm not careful. Arya looked at Peter in confusion. What idea do you have that could cause a black hole? Peter smiled. An artificial sun, practically a ball of endless energy. I'm sorry, Daddy, but, are you crazy? Arya practically shouted. Peter continued to smile. In science, to achieve greatness, we all have to be a little crazy, don't we? Arya let out a little giggle, covering her mouth. Hee, I guess you're right. Want to hear the best part? Peter teased. There's more. Arya asked. We should be able to meet in the VR world and physically make contact with one another. What the fuck are we waiting for? We have things to build. Arya said, fire igniting in her eyes. Arya, Peter's strict tone called out. Language, young lady, or you and I are going to have a serious discussion. Arya looked down in shame. Sorry, Daddy. I was just really excited, she said sadly, as this was practically the first time she had ever been reprimanded by her father. Peter's stern expression softened a little as he tried to rub her little cheeks. It's all right. I understand. I'm a little excited as well, so I don't totally blame you. Arya and Peter then got to work. The first project was finished rather easily. After a few tests here and there, Peter found that it worked just as he intended. But as he started working on the second project, his phone rang. It was MJ, and it was time for his date. A/N, update, since the last chapter 1 made it to 318 issues, out 34,000 plus, that's right, there are fucking more than 34,000 Marvel comics I have to read, sigh just kill me. But mama ain't raised no bitch, I will persevere. Chapter 110. Third person's POV. Hey Red, what I'm about to ask is really weird, but your mom isn't home, right? Peter asked with an awkward smile. On the other side of the call, Peter heard MJ giggle. No, she isn't. She's at work and won't be back until much later tonight. Peter heard MJ's teasing tone, which made him smile. Good, see you in a bit, he said, ending the call. Peter then got dressed in something casual before heading out. He first stopped by the store to get something for their date. As he shopped, he thought back to what Arya and he had been discussing about the neural transmitter. There's something else I didn't tell Arya. Another plan I have for it. Although I'm not sure if I really should go for it. When Venom comes, and I know he will because that's my luck, I could use it to erase his consciousness and replace it with Arya, or a new AI. But do I truly want to do that? After all, Venom hasn't technically done anything wrong so far, and Venom has always been my favorite villain. I don't really think my own conscience would let me. Peter kept thinking over the dilemma as he bought the things he needed. As he got back into his car, he shook his head. I'll think about it later. I better just focus on MJ. When he arrived, he rang her doorbell. When she opened the door. Oh wow, he muttered, seeing what she was wearing. She had on a black tank top that emphasized her figure with black jean shorts. MJ smiled upon hearing him and let out a little giggle. Were you planning on seducing me by choosing to wear that? Because it's working, Peter said, raising a thumb. MJ scoffed and invited Peter inside. Stop being silly and come in. What's in the bag, anyway? As he entered, he started to explain his thought process. You know, I was having a hard time deciding where to take you and how I wanted to spend the day with you. I also didn't want to be surrounded by people and just wanted it to be the two of us, alone. So, for our date, I decided we're going to be baking together. He put the bags on the kitchen counter and pulled out flour and baking pans. MJ looked at Peter with a straight expression, causing Peter to grow nervous. His smile grew weary as he lowered his arms. Bad idea. MJ walked up to Peter, patted his face, and pulled his cheek affectionately. You're so cute, I swear. Peter reached into the bag and pulled out 2 aprons. I got us matching aprons, he said awkwardly. MJ started to laugh at the aprons and wrapped her arms around Peter's waist. Baking, huh? Just the two of us? It actually sounds fun. I'm down. Oh, thank God, Peter let out a large sigh of relief and put a hand on his chest. I really didn't know how you were going to react. MJ rolled her eyes. I don't really care how we spend the day as long as we spend it together. Peter lowered his head and gave MJ a kiss. And you call me the cute one, he teased. MJ had a satisfied expression after the kiss, causing Peter to chuckle before he grabbed the aprons. He put MJ's on her and tied it around her back. MJ smiled, grabbed the other apron, and put it on Peter herself. It's like we're a married couple. So, what are we making, Master Chef? MJ teased. There's a lot we can make. I bought a lot of things. We can make brownies, cheesecake, cupcakes, regular cake, chocolate cake, strawberry shortcake. We can honestly make whatever your heart desires, Little Red. MJ crossed her arms and put a hand on her chin, tapping her lips. Those all sound so good right now, but the brownies sound the best, MJ decided after a bit of pondering. Peter nodded and laid out all the ingredients on the kitchen counter. As they started to prepare everything, MJ stopped and said, Wait a minute, I know what'll make this experience better. MJ rushed out of the kitchen, causing Peter to grow confused. A minute later, he heard the sound of a piano begin to play. Peter started tapping his foot to the rhythm. MJ slid back into the kitchen, pretending to hold a microphone in her hand. Musical note, you could never know what it's like, your blood, like winter, freezes just like ice. Musical note. Peter started laughing before joining in and singing alongside MJ. Musical note, and there's a cold, lonely light that shines from you. You'll wind up like the wreck you hide behind that mask you use. Musical note. As they sang and danced around the kitchen, they poured in the flour with the eggs and milk before whisking away. Musical note, and did you think this fool could never win? Well, look at me, I'm comin' back again. I got a taste of love in a simple way. And if you need to know while I'm still standin', you just fade away. Musical note. MJ and Peter then came close together back to back as MJ put the messy whisk between them like a microphone. Musical note, don't you know I'm still standin' better than I ever did? Lookin' like a true survivor, feelin' like a little kid. And I'm still standin', after all this time, pickin' up the pieces of my life without you on my mind. Musical note. As they danced, Peter took hold of MJ and spun her around, causing her to giggle before bringing her back into his arms. As she was close, Peter wiped his floury hands on her cheeks and nose, causing her to look at him aghast. No, you didn't, Peter B. Parker, she exclaimed, while Peter just danced and sang around her. Musical note, I'm still standin', yeah, I'm still standin', yeah, musical note. MJ watched with her messy face, a hand on her hip, and a small smile growing on her face. Seeing that Peter had his eyes closed while whisking chocolate batter, an idea formed in her mind. She grabbed a handful of flour before going behind Peter and tapping him on the shoulder. When Peter turned around, MJ had her palm out and blew on it, sending a blast of powder covering Peter's face. MJ started laughing loudly, holding her stomach before proceeding to sing while pointing a finger at his powdered nose. Musical note, and if our love was just a circus, you'd be a clown by now. Musical notes, musical note. As she sang that part, Peter blinked a few times, causing powder to fall off his eyelashes, which made MJ laugh to the point of tears. Peter spread his arms, causing MJ's laughter to freeze. Wait, please. She turned to run away, but it was too late. Peter gave her a bear hug from behind. MJ started kicking her feet in the air as she laughed, and Peter picked her up, rubbing his cheeks against hers. As he put her down, he started rubbing flour on her forehead as well, which caused them to stop and look into each other's eyes. They both giggled before they went and kissed each other once more. As they were kissing, MJ backed away and held up a finger before turning to the side. PHT, 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 your lips had flour on them, sorry, she awkwardly said after spitting to the side. Then she passed her thumb over her own lips. Peter just laughed while covering his face, which set MJ into her own fits of giggles. Many songs and dances later, the brownies were done. They sat by the kitchen counter with the brownies and a drink by their side. They pressed their brownies together as if making a toast before both took a bite. MJ covered her mouth as she chewed. It's not bad. It's actually really good. As they ate their share of brownies, Peter rested his arm on the counter and leaned on it, watching MJ enjoy herself with a small smile of his own. Seeing the way Peter was looking at her, MJ started to grow embarrassed. What? She shyly muttered. Nothing, I just realized I truly do love you. Even though she was practically blushing a storm and was happily celebrating inwardly, she let out a scoff. It was about time you realized. Peter chuckled and pulled her chair closer to him. He gave her a kiss on the lips, which caused MJ to close her eyes and savor every second of it. She held onto his cheeks, while Peter held her waist. As Peter let go, he pressed his forehead against hers. Before he had a chance to say what he wanted, MJ was the first to start. I love you. And this just made me realize how much I truly do. We did something as simple as baking, and I practically had the time of my life, MJ softly smiled. Before I ask you to officially become my girlfriend, there's something you should know, something I've been hiding from you, Peter said, gaining a serious expression. MJ grew nervous. What is it? Peter let out a small breath as he prepared himself. He jumped up from where he stood and shot a web towards the ceiling before appearing upside down in front of MJ. MJ practically leapt up from her seat herself, staring with her eyes widening. She covered her mouth in complete and utter shock. You're. Peter nodded his head with an awkward expression. That's right, I'm Spider-Man. Surprise, he said, as his feet stuck to the webbing and he did little jazz hands. Holy shit. MJ practically screamed before covering her mouth once more. Chapter 111. Third person's POV. Oh fate, how it works in mysterious ways. Just one thing needs to align with another event, and it can lead to unprecedented changes that no one would have seen coming. Due to Aria's excitement and secret wish to have physical contact with her father, she focused her entire attention on how to improve the neural transmitter, trying to bring Peter's idea to fruition. Because of her lack of attention, she failed to keep an eye on people she was supposed to, people who would be a menace and a threat to the spider couple. Case number 1, Dr. Otto Octavius. Otto was in his lab, seated with quivering lips. He reached over to his desk and grabbed the cup of coffee in front of him. As he lifted it up and brought it close, his own hands failed him, causing him to drop the cup. It crashed against the hard ground, shattering and spilling coffee everywhere. Otto smashed his desk in frustration. Curse this body, curse these useless limbs of mine. I don't know why I bother trying. I always end up disappointed. I'm practically doing the same thing over and over again, trying to gain a different outcome. Otto then stood up and wiped his desk clean in frustration. As he accidentally stepped on a piece of glass, he reached down, grabbed a broken piece, and threw it at the wall, where a newspaper was hung, a newspaper featuring Norman Osborn. And it's all his fault. He was scared of my genius when we were in college together. He was jealous of my potential. When we started Oscorp together, he grew anxious that I would one day take over completely. So he hired some men to come and cripple me. Although he might not say it and deny it over and over again, I just know it was him. Otto covered his mouth and let out a chuckle. He, but worry not, for I will have my payback, Norman. Although the mobility in my hands has been reduced, it isn't enough to completely stop my genius. Otto walked to a bookshelf and put his back against the side of it before he began to grunt and push it to the side. As Otto moved the bookshelf, it revealed a door. As he opened it, he started walking down the dark stairs. My own lab is almost being shut down. They are this close to stopping providing me funds, but it matters not. Not after what I will accomplish. Everyone will then know the name Otto Octavius, he thought as he appeared in an even more developed lab. A laboratory disconnected from everything, where no one would ever hope to find it. On the walls of the laboratory hung a dark green skin suit, from which 4 metallic tentacles spread out. In front of the outfit lay a large table with a big comfortable-looking chair. He pulled the chair back and sat down. In front of him, on the table, was a small chip with some soldering irons next to it. Otto took a deep breath and started to shake his hands. Before he began, Otto used every bit of his willpower to keep his hands steady. He would stop every so often and take small breaks before continuing. After approximately 2 hours, he put down his equipment, sweat streaming down his face and forehead. There, that should do it. I hope, but I can't anymore. I don't know how long my hands will hold. The more I use them, the more I damage them and they stop working. I can't go any further, this is all I could accomplish. Let's hope it's enough. Otto grabbed the suit from the wall and put it on with some difficulty. Then, he reached over and grabbed the small device, taking another breath before attaching it to his neck. Ha ha ha. Otto cried out in pain, his mechanical limbs swinging wildly while he crashed against the walls of his hidden lab. He felt like thousands of bolts of electricity were coursing through his body, and he and his mechanical limbs were becoming one, while he was too weak to stop it. The pain soon stopped, which caused him to calm down slightly. I'm hearing voices, Otto mumbled, holding his head in confusion. The mechanical limbs moved in front of him like they had a mind of their own. Ah, it's from you guys. Yes, I get it now. We have become one. We are now one and the same. Otto then started to give commands to the arms, which they quickly moved as he instructed. Ha 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 ha. Now Norman will pay. But wait, Otto stopped. I mustn't be foolish. The new up-and-coming spider couple. Once I start making a ruckus and going for Norman, they will come for me. They will try and stop me. I must prepare to stop them. With these new limbs, making and creating new inventions should now be something I excel at. Case number 2, Maxwell Dillon. At the same time, elsewhere in Oscorp, Maxwell Dillon walked with his head down, unable to look anyone in the eyes, carrying a bag of tools in one hand and a ladder in the other. He accidentally crashed into someone, causing both of them to tumble and drop everything. Damn it. Watch where you're going, you filthy nobody, the scientist cursed, seeing Max was only wearing an electrician's outfit. So sorry, Max nervously said as he helped the scientist pick up the notes he had dropped, before retrieving his own things. The scientist scoffed, yeah, you better be. My time is precious, unlike some people, he mumbled towards the end, looking at Max with disdain. Max apologized again while the scientist walked away. Max then headed to the spot he was called for. When he went through a door, he saw a pool filled with electric eels. Looking around, he put a hand on his chin, they mentioned something about a lower than normal power output. As he looked around, he saw some wires connected to the pool of electric eels and grew amused by them. They looked pretty awesome. He followed the wires up and saw how some were weirdly placed. I think I know the problem now, he muttered as he set up the ladder and climbed up. When he reached the top, he saw how tangled and tight the wires were. How can anyone let it get to this? So irresponsible. He started to disconnect some of the wires, causing some electricity to flow towards his fingers and making him flinch slightly. Luckily, he was wearing gloves to protect him. When he reached the last wire, the electricity surged like a thunderbolt due to the amount of power it had been storing. The lightning bolt hit him square in the chest, sending him flying into the pool of eels. The eels released electricity all at once, causing Max to scream in pain. Instead of making noise, bubbles escaped his mouth as he was underwater. He cried in pain as electricity flowed through him. He held his neck, trying to stop his screams so he wouldn't run out of air, but the pain was too much. All he could do was shake and scream as the eels started to tackle him. His skin began to peel off, replaced not by muscle fibers but by blue electricity. I'm going to die. No, please. I can't die. I still haven't become someone I can be proud of, someone acknowledged by everyone. I can't die, he screamed in his head. But it was useless as Max sank to the bottom of the pool. More and more of his skin peeled away, and he closed his eyes, unwillingly accepting his death. After a while, his eyes snapped open, glowing bright blue. He practically shot out of the water, and as he reached the surface, he let out a scream. Ah. His voice sounded electric and unfamiliar to him. He looked at his blue hands. What just happened to me? He couldn't help but ask. Case number 3, Mark Raxton. Mark Raxton was an assistant scientist to Dr. Spencer Smythe. They were both seen with goggles on, standing in front of a large device that looked like something out of a sci-fi movie. It had swirling points aimed at the center, where a metal disc lay on the ground. On the disc was a jar of silver liquid metal. Is everything clear, Mark? Dr. Spencer asked. Yes, sir, everything looks to be operational. Good. We're about to make history, Dr. Spencer grinned before pulling a lever and hitting a red button. The sci-fi machine charged up, emitting a golden light that transformed into a beam of energy hitting the silver metal. Slowly, the silver metal started turning golden. Once it was fully gold, Dr. Spencer turned off the machine. Seeing the bright, golden metal, he let out a genuine, happy laugh. Ha 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 ha. Amazing. Dr. Spencer turned towards Mark. Do you know how much of a service we would have done once we give this to the government? We would be treated like heroes. Wait, give it. Mark asked, his brow furrowing. Do you have any idea how much money that thing could sell for and you want to give it to the government? He shouted in anger. We became scientists not for the monetary value but for what we can discover and how much we can help people. Mark immediately interrupted. Giving this to the government isn't something for you to simply decide. The decision is as much mine as it is yours, Mark said as he grabbed Dr. Spencer's collar. We can set ourselves up for life, make our problems go away, and you just want to give it away. No way. I won't permit it. Mark screamed, agitated, with a hint of greed in his eyes. He pushed Dr. Spencer back with great force, causing the doctor to accidentally hit the switch before hitting his head and knocking himself out. Mark didn't realize the machine was turned on as he ran towards the liquid gold, greed burning in his eyes. I'll be rich. I'll sell it on my own and keep all the money to myself. Then I won't even have to share it. As Mark reached down and took hold of the liquid gold, the rays of golden energy struck him with full force, causing the jar to explode and spray him with the entire liquid gold. Ah! He screamed as the liquid gold coated his entire body from head to toe. Dr. Spencer quickly regained consciousness and sprang into action, seeing what had happened. He ran to stop the device, causing Mark to drop to the floor with a loud metallic sound. Mark's entire body now glowed a bright golden color, with steam rising from his figure. He groaned, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Slowly, he stood up, feeling a strange new power coursing through his veins. Mark, are you okay? Dr. Spencer asked, rushing to his side. Mark looked at his hands, now shimmering with a golden hue. He flexed his fingers, feeling the liquid metal respond to his thoughts. A wicked grin spread across his face as he realized the potential of his new form. I'm more than okay, Dr. Spencer, he said, his voice echoing with a metallic timbre. I'm magnificent. Dr. Spencer stared at him, torn between fear and awe. Mark, we need to get you help. We don't know what that transformation has done to you. Mark laughed, a harsh, metallic sound. Help? I don't need help. I'm powerful beyond imagination now. And as for your precious government, they'll be the last to get their hands on me. Without another word, Mark turned and walked out of the lab, leaving Dr. Spencer behind. Each step he took left a faint golden footprint. What have I created? Dr. Spencer lamented with horror. And thus is how fate works. Just that little lack of attention caused the cosmic forces to swirl, creating new opponents and adversaries for our spider couple and his friends. Why do I say friends? Read and find out, winky face. Okay, I need your opinions on something. First, for when they go to the Fantastic Four and get hit with the blast of cosmic energy, Peter would develop the powers to change the properties of his lighting while having a broader range and flexibility. While Gwen's ice would be upgraded the same type of way. As for giving Gwen ghost powers, I was thinking about creating a symbiote with that ability. It could be a child of Venom, it could give ghostly powers and be named something like Phantom, Poltergeist, or Spectral, something along those lines. Does that sound like a good idea? And now for a poll. If you guys remember, I did a poll a long time ago asking if Felicia should be Night Spider or not, and the majority heavily said yes, so we are cool with that. Now for Harry. Should he be given the SSS and be turned into a type of Nightwing vigilante? Or be bitten by Spider and become one of the Spider-Man? Since I want to do a scene when they get summoned to the Spideyverse and have everyone be surprised he's a Spider-Man and rub it on their faces. Chapter 112, Chapter 112. Third Person's POV. MJ had to take a step back and sit down. She put a hand over her forehead and looked down. She looked back up and saw Peter smiling at her awkwardly while still hanging upside down. Then if you're Spider-Man, Gwen must be. Holy, another wave of shock came over MJ. How, when, why? I have too many questions. MJ exclaimed. Peter got down and scratched his cheek, a bit embarrassed. So all this time, you two were the web-swinging duo? MJ said softly after a few minutes, coming to terms with the idea that Peter and Gwen were the two spider people. How did it happen? How did you get your powers? MJ asked, her eyes burning with desire to find out more. Oscorp, school trip, bitten by a spider, Peter briefly explained. MJ began to recall their earlier school trip to Oscorp. She then nodded. You and Gwen both disappeared that day. Makes sense. MJ then narrowed her eyes. Who else knows about this? Uncle Ben, Aunt May, Gwen's dad, and Harry. What? You told Harry before you told me? MJ asked, a bit hurt that she was practically the last one among their friends to know. No, Harry found out by accident. We didn't mean to tell him. If it was up to us, you would have been first before Harry. No offense to Harry. Knowing what she was going to ask next, Peter continued, remember how sometimes during class Gwen and I would rush out? Well, during one of our excursions, I ended up being injured pretty badly. When we came back and met up with you guys, Harry slapped my back as a greeting, right where the injury was. His hand was stained with blood, and you can guess the rest. I get it, but couldn't you have told me when he found out? MJ pouted a bit. Gwen actually wanted to tell you then since it was only fair, but I said no. Peter awkwardly mumbled as he looked to the side, unable to meet MJ's eyes. Out of everything that MJ heard, this was the most shocking. She grabbed Peter by the collar of his shirt and started shaking him back and forth. What do you mean, no? As Peter was being shaken, he grabbed MJ's hand to stop her. I just felt that we shouldn't be telling everyone so fast. Who knows what danger that could lead to? Plus, it didn't feel like the right moment to do it. MJ let out a little grumble as what Peter was saying made a bit of sense, but that didn't mean she was satisfied with it. Wait, during the monster lizard thing, did I do something unnecessary? MJ suddenly remembered. Peter didn't respond with words. He squinted an eye and pinched his fingers together. MJ sat with a lifeless look in her eyes. Peter was sure he saw her soul escaping from her mouth. Peter kissed MJ on the forehead. Although you didn't need to do it, it was the intention that mattered most in the end, which Gwen and I really appreciate. MJ let out a tired breath. I guess you're right. Peter picked up MJ in a princess carry and brought her to the couch, where he began to snuggle her. I'm sorry for not telling you earlier, Peter said softly. MJ leaned her head against his. Although I'm a bit hurt, I understand why you didn't. So now that there aren't any more secrets between us, I, Peter B. Parker, ask you, Mary Jane Watson, if you would officially become mine. Peter asked with a soft look. MJ twisted her body to look at him face to face while they were still cuddling. She grabbed him by the cheeks and pulled him in for a kiss. As they backed off a bit, MJ looked at him teasingly. Does that answer your question? I don't know how to read lips. I'm going to need some more practice to be able to understand, Peter teased back. He, you're always so quick with your comebacks, MJ giggled and went back for more. The two continued kissing each time growing more passionate, their hunger to taste each other growing stronger by the minute. MJ had her arms wrapped around his head, unwilling to let go. While Peter held her by the bottom of her waist pulling her in closer. MJ unconsciously wrapped her legs around his waist. Peter's hands were unable to be kept in place as they started going up MJ. MJ let out a small moan as Peter's rough and large hands made contact with her skin. As his hand went inside her tank top, Peter's kisses started moving to other places. As Peter started kissing her neck, MJ let out a bit of a loud and steamy moan, Peter. Peter started to mark his territory as he started giving MJ hickeys on her neck. As Peter sucked on her neck, MJ started to slowly grind her on his crotch as she felt his cock hardening against her. Big. Was all MJ could think of. Once he was done marking his territory, they both looked at each other once more with burning desire before they began to kiss and taste each other's lips, while they wrestled with their tongues. And just as MJ started to fully take Peter's shirt off, the door to the living room opened, causing them both to freeze like deer in headlights. They saw MJ's mom, Ms. Watson, staring at the two of them with her mouth slightly agape. It's not what it looks like, Peter said with a nervous look. Get off my daughter and out of my house, Ms. Watson said with a tired and angered look. Yes ma'am, Peter quickly said as he whispered to MJ, I'll call you later. He grabbed his shirt from the floor and ran out of the Watson residence. He rapidly crossed the street and rushed into his own house. As he entered, he quickly shut the door behind him and let out a sigh. Peter then froze as he saw both Aunt May and Uncle Ben looking at him with disbelief. It was a bit hot outside, so I took off my shirt, Peter said, trying to justify himself as he realized they were both home. That doesn't explain your messy look and red lipstick all over you, Aunt May said slowly. Uncle Ben then narrowed his eyes and looked at Peter with a warning look. Please tell me you were just with Gwen. Because if you were cheating on that girl with MJ just now, we're both going to have a problem. I will disown you if you hurt Gwen, Peter, Aunt May said with a dangerous look in her eyes. Although Peter knew Aunt May wouldn't really do it, she was clearly very disappointed in him and wouldn't look at him the same. Peter just let out a goofy grin as he rubbed the back of his head. You guys aren't going to believe this, but Gwen and MJ are letting me date them at the same time, so you could say I'm building a harem. He. What? They both shouted as they stood up from where they sat and looked at Peter as if he was crazy. Chapter 113. Third person's POV. Seeing their shocked expressions, Peter started to stride smugly towards his room. But as he took a step on the stairs, Aunt May took hold of his shoulders. Oh no you don't, young man, Aunt May said as she squeezed his shoulders before pulling him down and pushing him to sit down. We are having a discussion about this, Aunt May said, while Peter looked at her in confusion. What's there to discuss? I think I made it pretty clear. Gwen and MJ agreed to date at the same time, Peter said, although he wanted to sound casual. No one missed his smug expression and tone of voice. Uncle looked to the side and mouthed, "Are you serious?" To which Peter gave him a small nod. Uncle Ben stood up from where he was sitting and walked towards Peter. He crossed his arms as he stood in front of him, and Aunt May nodded her head, expecting Ben to reprimand him. Uncle Ben put a hand on Peter's shoulder and covered his move like he was about to cry, "I'm so proud of you, Ben." Aunt May chastised as she smacked Uncle Ben's arm. "Thank you, Uncle. I couldn't have made it this far without your guidance," Peter said as he pretended to wipe away tears. That earned Peter a smack on the head from Aunt May. "Benjamin Parker, what have you been teaching this boy?" "What? All I've taught him was to be respectful, responsible, and to be there for them when they need him," Uncle Ben said with a shrug. Aunt May held her forehead as she looked towards Peter. "Are you being serious, Peter? Please tell me you aren't two-timing the two of them." "I'm being 100% serious, Aunt May. I swear it on my parents' grave." "Peter." Aunt May reprimanded, but although she reprimanded Peter, she now knew that he was being serious if he was willing to go that far. Uncle Ben looked at Peter curiously. "So how did it happen?" Peter rubbed the back of his head shyly. "It was actually Gwen's idea, believe it or not." Uncle Ben looked at Peter in surprise before he patted him on the back. "That's my boy. I couldn't be prouder. I'm literally a superhero saving lives, and that's what makes you proud?" Peter asked teasingly. "Boys," Aunt May scoffed. She then looked towards Peter and said, "Wash up and get dressed, dinner's almost ready." Peter nodded and did as he was told. As they ate dinner, Aunt May turned towards Peter and pointed her fork at him. "Bring them both here when you can. I want to talk to the both of them." "Why?" Peter asked with food in his mouth, looking at her in confusion. "Just do as you're told." "Yes ma'am," Peter said. After he finished eating, he started to rush upstairs. "And where are you going in such a hurry?" Aunt May asked. "Night watch," was all he answered, with which they all understood and caused them to sigh. MJ was on her bed looking at the ceiling with a dazed look. After a few minutes, she reached for her phone and made a call. Felicia's voice was soon heard. "Hey girlfriend, tell me all the gossip. How was the date?" "In one word. Amazing." "Oh. Someone sounds lovestruck," Felicia said in a teasing tone. "So where did you two go?" "That's the thing, we didn't go anywhere," MJ said as she grabbed her pillow and started hugging it. "What? Exactly my point. All we did was be at my house and bake brownies." "Oh. That sounds a bit romantic if you ask me." And it was. Oh my gosh, you should have seen how nervous he was when he presented the idea. He didn't know if I was going to like it or not, and it was just the cutest thing. MJ smashed her face into her pillow and let out a scream. Okay, I get it, he, Felicia giggled hearing how love-struck MJ sounded. "And then, he pulled out these matching aprons he got for us to wear." Sigh. Alright, I get it. You want to fuck him. Chill. We were close to doing it, MJ whispered. What? Felicia shouted, which was followed by loud laughter. Tell me everything, Felicia said, emphasizing the everything part. Well, after we had our little baking date, which was a major blast by the way, we went to the couch to snuggle, and while I was in his arms he asked me to officially become his girl. And obviously you said yes. I didn't actually respond using words, I grabbed his cute little face and kissed him. His lips are amazing, by the way. I said if that answered his question. Oh girl, you were going in strong, weren't you? Wanna know what he responded with? MJ asked with a smile. Hit me. I don't know how to read lips. I'm going to need some more practice to be able to understand. MJ deepened her voice, imitating how Peter talked. Damn. Felicia said, impressed. I ain't no Parkerhead game like that. MJ giggled, if he didn't, I don't think he would have been able to handle both of us. So what happened next? Felicia asked, intrigued. What do you want me to say? I did what any other girl would have done in the situation. We started making out. It was like we were unable to stop, like we were stuck together like magnets, unable to separate. MJ heard Felicia scoff on the other side of the phone. I'm being serious, oh my god, you should have seen his abs, you could grind cheese on those things. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, I saw, Felicia teased. MJ then let out a regrettable sigh, my mom just had to come home early and catch us in the act. PHTTTT, Felicia said before she broke out into laughter. No way. You both got caught, that is hilarious. MJ pouted as the two continued to talk. They talked and talked into the middle of the night. So your internship at reporting starts Monday, right? Felicia asked. To which MJ confirmed. You have to take me on your first major report, Felicia said with a smile. Ah. Why? Are you kidding me? Being at a crime scene sounds fun, and I'm going to be bored. Peter and Gwen are going to their own internship, and I'm not close to Harry to be hanging out with him like that. MJ shrugged her shoulders. Sure, but don't get your hopes up. I doubt anything major is going to happen. The two continued to talk late into the night. When Felicia hung up, the smile on her face disappeared completely as she wrapped up in her blanket, appearing like a cocoon. She then let out a sigh, unwrapped herself, and reached over to her nightstand where she took a bottle of pills. She then took two into her hands and swallowed them before setting them back onto the nightstand and wrapping herself back again. She stared a bit lifelessly ahead, and after a while, her eyes grew heavier and heavier, and as she fell asleep, a single tear escaped her eyes. Chapter 114, Chapter 114. Third person's POV. Monday, lunchtime. Peter was seated on top of the lunch table eating his lunch, while MJ, Felicia, Gwen, Harry, and Liz sat around. Harry looked at Peter weirdly. You seem awfully excited. What's with you? Peter just grinned. Our internship starts today, so I'm a bit excited to go. Ah, damn, I forgot that internships start today, Harry grumbled. You don't look very happy about it, MJ said with a raised brow. I have to go and work with my dad, Harry sighed. Yikes, MJ, Gwen, and Peter said all at once. Felicia looked at them in confusion. Why is that bad? Isn't he your dad? And isn't it Oscorp, like one of the biggest businesses around? Aren't you quite fortunate? Peter looked at Felicia with a weary smile. Let's just say Osborn is one very frightening dude. But before they could continue, out of the corner of his eye, Peter saw Flash with a group of other football players coming their way. Seeing them stop in front of their table, Peter looked at them with a raised eyebrow. What do you want, Flash? Not today, Parker. We just want to say something to Felicia, Flash said with a serious expression. Peter turned to look at Felicia with a questioning look. Felicia just looked at Peter with a confused expression of her own, then shrugged her shoulders. What? Felicia asked, looking at Flash and all of them with apprehension. We want to apologize for what Ryan tried to do to you, Flash said. This caused most of Peter's group to look at Flash with surprise, while Peter just lightly smiled. What's that got to do with you guys? MJ asked, looking at them with displeasure and suspicion. One of Flash's friends answered, Ryan was part of the football team. Felicia, who didn't have much experience in these kinds of situations, then asked, still doesn't answer what that has to do with you. Flash was the one who answered, he was part of the team. Although a senior and about to graduate, he was still one of us, which means his actions are still our responsibility. Another of them then added, we're truly sorry for what he did to you. Just know we took care of it, he was officially kicked off the team and everything. And we wanted to make sure you were all right. I see. Felicia kind of stuttered as she was taken aback. I'm all right, though. So you guys don't have anything to worry about, she said, feeling weird about the situation. If you ever need any help, just be sure to tell us. We would be more than happy to help, Flash said with a nod, which caused the others to nod in agreement before walking away. Well, that was weird, MJ said, watching them walk away. But Peter shook his head. It's really not. They all looked at Peter in surprise, especially Harry, MJ, and Gwen. How is it not? It's Flash we're talking about, Harry asked in confusion, while MJ and Gwen nodded in agreement. Well, for starters, Flash isn't as bad as he acts. There's some good in him, Peter said with a smile. Gwen playfully scoffed. You see the good in everyone. Peter just shrugged his shoulders and continued, and a lot of sports are about doing things as a team. Even when they're not playing, if one of them messes up and gets into trouble, then they all do as well. Peter then turned towards Felicia and smirked. Well, Kat, would you look at that? You have a whole football team ready to go to war for you. They continued to talk about how weird the situation was until the bell rang, signaling it was time for them to continue their classes. School ended rather quickly for them, and they started to leave and make their way towards their internships. As Peter and Gwen were making their way towards the Baxter building, a warning sign appeared on Peter's phone. As he pulled it out, Aria's panicked voice rang out, Oh, Daddy, I messed up. I messed up big time. Peter and Gwen looked at each other before telling Aria to hold that thought. They turned towards an alleyway, turned invisible, and jumped towards the rooftop. What's wrong? Peter asked. So, you know how excited I got to bring out your project into fruition? Yeah. Well, I may or may not have focused all my attention on it and neglected to keep an eye on some things. Before Peter could ask what Aria was talking about, she showed him 3 videos. One was of Dr. Octavius making his way towards Oscorp with an excited expression. The other one was of Electro casually walking towards an electric power plant while siphoning electricity from everything around him with a large maniacal grin. The last one was of the Molten Man walking out of a jewelry store with a confident grin as cops shot bullets at him, which bounced right off, causing him to laugh arrogantly. Aria, what the fuck? Peter couldn't help but curse. We're going to lose the internships, aren't we? Gwen sighed as she already started to change into her costume. Possibly. Peter sighed as well as he mirrored her actions. Okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll both go and quickly take down the Molten Man afterward. We'll have to split up. You'll handle Electro, while I'll handle Doc Ock. Peter gave the brief rundown as they both finished changing. Immediately, they bolted into action. Luckily for them, the Molten Man wasn't that far off compared to the other two. After a few minutes, they arrived just as the Molten Man picked up a cop car and threw it towards another, not because he needed to, but because he believed it was fun. As Peter and Gwen stopped the collision of cop cars and landed on top of them, striking the iconic Spider-Man pose, Peter quipped, "Hey, Goldie. Midas seems to have come alive and blessed you, didn't he?" The Molten Man arrogantly spread his arms out. Ha 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 ha. Spider-Man. Ghost Spider. Just the two people I have been waiting for. Once I have beaten you in front of everyone, they will fear me, make me their king. No one would dare oppose me. Gwen let out a tired sigh, already done with his nonsense, and shot a web towards him to pull herself closer. But instead of sticking to him, her web just slid off him due to his smooth golden skin. He then grinned and started to run towards them with both fists to his side. Both Peter and Gwen jumped towards him with their feet out, ready to strike. A/N, so Emma ended their LOL. I messed up a bit towards the middle of the chapter when I was almost done with it, which made me have to delete everything and start from the middle once again. So I don't feel like continuing writing grinning face with big eyes. Now on to another Q&A, everyone's favorite. Instead of the Sinister Six I was going to have 12 main villains, and I was thinking about what to call them. The Treacherous 12. Or, use this for spot for original ideas. The Disastrous Dozen. Now then for other matters, almost everyone chose SSS Harry and such he's going to need his own superhero name. The one I have for him is E.K., the Emerald Knight. Or. Suggestions. Should I give everyone a chance to get hit by Cosmic Storm and gain abilities? Yes. Or. No. If yes, what should they get? Felicia, P.S. I was thinking about giving her 9 nines and gaining cat features which she could hide and whatnot, kinda like a fantasy Beastman. MJ. Harry. And another thing. JK, that's all LOL, I just wanted to finish this off by updating that I have read 574 issues in total. Hugging face. Chapter 115, Chapter 115. Third person's POV. Molten Man, seeing their kicks coming his way, let them hit him. He slid back slightly before grabbing their legs. But before he had a chance to counterattack, Peter and Gwen dropped down, landing on one hand. And as if they were in sync, they both twisted their bodies, delivering a powerful kick to each side of Molten Man's face. He let out a curse and unconsciously released them as he staggered back, holding his face. Peter and Gwen rushed toward the Molten Man. Their spidey senses then rang, causing them to jump. The Molten Man punched both his fists forward, trying to get them. Both Peter and Gwen landed on his outstretched arm and both kneed him in the face. Gwen flipped back off while Peter flipped upwards, and as he did, he took hold of Molten Man's head and flipped him around before slamming him on the ground with enough force to shatter the road, causing him to sink into the pavement. Spit came out of his mouth, but the Molten Man gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand, taking hold of Peter's hand before he could let go. The Molten Man pulled on Peter and sucker punched him across the face, which sent him flying back, landing against a cop car, destroying it. He let out a groan as he stood up and looked toward the cops. No one is hurt, right? They shook their heads, but before they had a chance to say anything, Peter rushed toward the now standing Molten Man. Gwen jumped over the Molten Man and landed, sitting on his shoulders. The Molten Man tried to shake her off, but Gwen held on. She put her hand over his eyes and started to surround them in ice. What the hell are you doing? Get off me, you bitch. That's not how you talk to a lady. Didn't your mother teach you better? Gwen then jumped back as Peter slid in. As he slid, he had a glowing blue fist to his side with a hand over it. Molten Man had his face down, trying to tear off the ice. Hey Goldie, here's a scientific fact. Peter then punched him in the stomach with enough force that it lifted him off his feet. Gold is a highly conductive material. Molten Man's mouth widened as his eyes almost rolled to the back of his head completely. The sound of metal being hit resounded throughout the area, and the Molten Man then went flying back, crashing into the jewelry store, destroying it further in the process. Gwen and Peter then switched their webbing in their web shooters into one with stronger adhesive. They rushed toward the Molten Man and started to encase his entire body in the webbing. The jewelry clerk looked devastatingly at the damage done to his store. Do you have insurance? Peter asked. The man shook his head with a sad look, causing Peter to just stand there awkwardly as Gwen dragged the unconscious molten man outside. "We promised to hold a fundraiser just for you. We'll pay you back," he said with a bit of an awkward smile while holding two thumbs up. Although the clerk wasn't able to see his smile. The man just shook his head. "It's all right, I think I'll manage. Nothing was stolen. I still feel bad," Peter muttered as he started walking outside to Gwen, handing the molten man to the police. "The webbing should last for a while, close to 5 hours. That should be able to get you guys to get stronger material to hold him and put him in a cell," Gwen briefly explained. One of the officers tipped his hat towards Gwen. "Thank you." Another officer silently clicked his tongue while muttering, "Ever since these two showed up, more and more freaks keep popping up." Gwen turned towards him and narrowed her eyes, her mask mimicking her expression, causing the officer to shrink back and hide behind his partner. "Sorry about him," the officer apologized with a sigh. Gwen shook her head and headed down the road while Peter headed upwards. They then turned to look at each other and took a running stance. The officers looked at them weirdly, a bit confused by their actions. They started running towards each other with their hands held up slightly. They high-fived as they passed each other and simultaneously shouted, "Take care of yourself." They didn't stop as they high-fived, they continued running and jumped up, using their abilities to boost themselves before swinging away towards their assigned villains. MJ stood in front of the large building with a big red sign that read, "The Daily Bugle." She wore a brown open leather jacket over a white shirt, blue jeans, and a red scarf with a string around her neck, which was connected to a camera she had bought just for this occasion. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "You got this," she muttered, hyping herself up. MJ then walked inside and headed towards the main office. She found a woman with brown hair in a bob cut sitting behind a desk, checking her nails. As the woman looked up and saw MJ, she smiled politely. "Nice to meet you, I'm Betty Brandt. What can I help you with?" MJ smiled and held up her camera. "I'm here for my internship." "Ah yes, there were two of you. Mr. Jameson is already inside with the other one. I'll phone you in." Betty picked up the phone and hit a button. "Sir, the other intern is here. All right, I'll send her in," she said, putting the phone back in place. "He's expecting you inside," Betty said, motioning to a white glass door. MJ thanked her and started walking in. "So someone else is interning. I hope they're friendly." As she entered, she saw a boy around her age with a green flannel shirt. He turned around to look at her, revealing a black shirt underneath. He had blonde hair and bright blue eyes. He smiled charmingly upon seeing her. "Holy smokes, she's a total babe." He extended his hand towards her. "Hello, I'm Eddie Brock, a fellow intern." MJ smiled politely and shook his hand. "Mary Jane, but people call me MJ." "All right, enough with the introductions. I didn't get you two just to chit-chat in my office," Jameson said, taking a pull from his cigar. "I didn't even want to hire kids in the first place. It was all that stupid new company policy, but hey, I get cheap labor, so I call that a win in my book," he thought with a smile as he took the cigar from his mouth. He then pointed at them with it. "You two are just in luck. I'm in need of 2 reporters, and I have 2 stories lined up with no one to follow them. I just got word that Oscorp and Times Square are being attacked as we speak by 2 weirdos." He smirked, thinking about how it would appear on the front page. "I need you two at the scene. Think of this as your debut, a way to make a name for yourselves in this business. That should motivate them to get me good pictures and a good story." Jameson then pointed to Eddie. "You, Eduardo, are assigned to Times Square." "It's Eddie, sir," he awkwardly corrected. Jameson ignored him and pointed towards MJ. "And you, Marley Wayne, go and scout Oscorp. You can just call me MJ." "I said that earlier," she said, her eyebrow twitching. "Doesn't matter. What's important here is getting me a good story. So what are you standing around for? Go. Go. Go." "Yes, sir," they both said as they rushed out. "Well, he's just a ray of sunshine," MJ grumbled. This caused Eddie to chuckle. "May the best story win," he winked as he walked out. When MJ walked out, she reached for a phone and dialed a number. "What? Shouldn't you be interning right now?" Felicia said over the phone. "If I remember correctly, someone was begging me to take them on my first story," MJ teased. "You already got a story?" "It hasn't even been 30 minutes, Sai. I just got home too, and now I have to go out." "Very well, where should I meet you?" "Oscorp building. It's getting attacked, apparently." "Nice," Felicia said, but then remembered that Harry was their friend and coughed. "I mean, oh no, poor Harry. Luckily I'm not that far off." MJ scoffed. "Just meet me there," and with that, MJ got on the bike Peter lent her and started cycling her way towards Oscorp. A/N, alright, getting hit by the cosmic storm winds. Yay to the winners, sucks to be the losers. Here's what I saw as suggestions which I really liked and are now canon things to happen. Harry, while getting the SSS serum, would be receiving Black Whip from MHA. I saw this suggestion and fell in love with it. Especially since I like the image of Deku when he looks like a whole demon with Black Whip covering his body. MJ would be the Pink Lantern, the one of love. Saw this suggestion and to me it made perfect sense. I mean, here's why. Throughout this entire FIC I have shown how she has a deep love for Peter, from silently crying while clinging onto him because she couldn't be with him to willingly throwing her life away just to save him. It just makes sense to me that she becomes the Love Lantern. As for Felicia, the whole Beast Woman cat thing with the bad luck manipulation aspect as well. Chapter 116, Chapter 116. A/N, this chapter has 2.5k words, and personally, I really like how it turned out even if some of you won't. Third person's POV. Peter quickly made his way towards Oscorp upon realizing where Dr. Ock was going. Daddy. I'm sorry, Arya said in a sad voice. It's not your fault, Peter said as he swung. How is it not? It was my job to look after them and make sure they didn't turn into villains. I failed you. Arya, if it was only one villain that was created, I would say it's kinda your fault, but it would have been acceptable since everyone makes mistakes. If it was 2, it would have been a strange coincidence. But it's 3. So when I say it's not your fault, I mean it. I'm not trying to be nice. 3 villains being created at once is no coincidence, it's the work of fate. For one reason or another, they needed to be born. So when you took your eyes off them, the mechanism of fate started to come into play. So if anyone's to blame, it's fate. Peter arrived in time to see Doc Ock standing at the edge of Oscorp, with some of the windows shattered. Norman was by his tentacle arms, extending outward over the ledge, struggling, while police helicopters flew around them. Ha 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 ha. Norman, Norman, Norman. Oh, how I long for this day, the day you get your comeuppance for the state you put me in, Otto cackled. Norman was struggling for air as he held the mechanical arm, trying to pry it off his neck. How many times do I have to tell you, Otto? I didn't do that to you, I didn't hire those men. Liar. Otto spat with venom in his voice. You were always jealous, Norman. You were envious of my abilities. Put me down, you psychopath. Norman shouted. Otto smirked. With pleasure. No, wait, but it was too late. Doc Ock had released Norman and watched him with glee. Norman looked up, flailing his arms trying to grab onto something, until he heard something apart from the gushing wind and the mortified people screaming below him. WHPSSSHH. He then felt himself being grabbed out of the air. Spider-Man. Norman asked as he looked at the one who grabbed him. Peter lowered his descent with Norman in his arms. The one and only. Want an autograph, he said, deepening his voice a bit. As Peter brought Norman to the ground, he ignored the people cheering below him and the audience of newscasters recording everything as he started to run up the building. He used his webbing to shoot himself upwards, speeding his way up. Just as Peter was about to jump over the ledge, his spidey senses kicked in, causing him to move to the side. Where he once was, a tentacle arm pierced the spot, destroying part of the ledge and causing rubble to fall to the ground. Spider-Man. Otto said with hate in his voice. Dude, come on. I just met you and you already hate me. Take me to dinner first, Peter said in a flirtatious way. You just had to show up and stop my revenge. But it matters not. I was expecting you to get in my way. From Peter's back, 4 mechanical limbs appeared. You know, since I had this appearance first, I could sue you for copyright. How? You know what, forget it. I'll get the answer from your corpse, Otto said as he launched himself towards Peter. Peter ran towards him, their limbs clashing against one another. Peter went and punched Otto in the face, but Otto tanked it and laughed. You gotta try harder than that. With my damaged nerves, I barely feel any pain. Peter gathered electricity in his fist and sent a punch towards Otto, but one of Otto's mechanical limbs stopped attacking and moved to take the punch. Instead of being destroyed, the limb absorbed the electricity and flowed it back to Otto's harness. The limb snapped its claws onto Peter's fist as Otto smirked. Thanks for the juice. I was hoping you would do that, Otto said as he lifted Peter and slammed him on the rooftop, causing it to break and hurling Peter to the floor inside the building. As he fell, Peter took hold of Otto's mechanical arm and pulled him in with him. He flipped him around, causing Otto to break through the floor they landed on, making them further descend down the building. Due to how close they were fighting, Peter was able to dodge most of Otto's attacks, but so was Otto. Peter kept punching Otto across the face, causing blood to drip down his nose and mouth. One of Otto's mechanical limbs grabbed Peter by the leg and threw him far enough that he smashed through a window, ending up outside. Once Peter flipped through the air, he shot a web towards the building and pulled himself back inside. As he entered, he did so with his legs out, kicking Otto with both legs, sending him out through another window, landing outside. Otto's arms protected him from the fall. Once on the ground, he shook his head to reorient himself, grabbed 2 cars, and sent them flying towards the building, creating an explosion. He then used his mechanical arms to propel himself up, climbing back into the building. Once back inside, he saw Spider-Man helping people escape. He went to tackle him, but Peter's spidey senses were too great. Peter flipped into the air, shot a web towards Otto, and flipped him around onto the ground, causing it to break apart and fall through. One of Otto's limbs curled up into a fist and punched Peter across the face, sending him flying back and crashing through a wall, sending papers flying and breaking a pipe, which caused steam to expel out. Peter then surrounded himself in lightning and rushed towards Doc Ock. Before Doc Ock realized it, Peter appeared in front of him and started swinging his fist left and right while swaying to the side, building momentum. Blood ran down and stained Otto's face. His mechanical arms opened and started expelling fire from the middle of them. "I've been studying the both of you. I don't know where your partner went, but I was prepared to fight the both of you. Not prepared enough, and you never will be, Otto. You may think." Boom. Peter didn't have time to finish his words as the fire Otto started hit a gas leak that was created. From the audience's perspective below, the floor suddenly blew up. The windows all shattered as flames and fire escaped from every corner, almost causing the helicopter that was recording everything to catch on fire. MJ gasped as she covered her mouth, almost blurting out Peter's name out loud. But her fears went away as she saw Peter swinging out with Doc Ock in his arms. This caused her to aim her camera up and start taking more pictures. "This is so sick," Felicia muttered with a fascinated look. Spider-Man and Doc Ock then began to once again fight midair as they started to fall down. Once they were at a safe distance, Peter rolled Otto under him and used him as a springboard, causing his descent to quicken. Otto's arms took hold of the closest building next to him. Due to his momentum, part of the building started to fall apart from Doc Ock's limbs trying to slow him down. Once he was back on the ground, he looked at Peter with a large grin, exposing his bloody teeth. "Ha ha ha ha. Wanna know something, Spider-Man? I know your weakness. It's the weakness every hero has." Otto's mechanical arm grabbed a car and hurled it into the sky, causing it to go flying and hit one of the propellers of the helicopter. "The people." Peter clicked his tongue as he turned around and headed for the helicopter. "Mayday. Mayday. We've been hit. We're going down. AHHHHHHH, the pilot yelled as he tried moving the joystick. The news helicopter ended up hitting the police one as well, causing it to smoke and fall down. As Peter saw both helicopters falling towards everyone, his world slowed down to a screeching halt. To Peter, everything felt as if he was moving in slow motion. He was in front of everyone and started shooting webs everywhere below the 2 helicopters, creating large spider webs. He then jumped up and propelled himself towards them. Once he was over them, he was upside down started shooting the propellers with webs to stop them from rotating. He continued to flip over and get behind the 2 helicopters, shooting multiple webs at their backs. Once he was done, he landed on the ground. Once on the ground, everything returned to regular speed, and Peter started pulling. Everyone screamed as the crowd saw the helicopters coming their way. They all instinctively ducked until they heard a strong yell. They all slowly looked up, and even though the helicopters were coming their way, they were now being slowed down. They all looked towards the scream and saw Spider-Man pulling on the 2 helicopters, stopping them from continuing. Once they fully stopped, Peter's pulling momentum pulled him up and onto the top of both helicopters, which were covered in webs. Peter ended up landing in the iconic Spider-Man pose. MJ instinctively went for her camera and started taking pictures. She felt that if she didn't take the picture, she wouldn't be doing the universe justice. After he landed, Peter went to both helicopters, pried the doors open, and brought everyone down. Peter didn't wait for their words and did a power jump, sending him flying towards Otto, who hadn't managed to get far away. As Otto turned around and saw Peter coming towards him, he turned around and smirked, showing a button in his hand. "I win, Spider-Man," Otto said as he pressed the button. Peter shot a web towards it, but it was too late as he heard multiple explosions, causing him to go pale. He immediately forgot about Otto, turned around, and shot 2 webs to the side, slingshotting himself back towards everyone. He saw how an explosion occurred on each pillar of the ground floor. It's going to come crashing down, and there are still people inside. Peter surrounded himself in lightning as he rushed inside. As soon as he stepped inside, the building came crashing down but stopped. Everyone grew pale and shocked at what they were seeing. Due to the explosion, they were able to see inside the first floor of the building. They watched as Spider-Man held up the entire 108-story building with his bare hands. They watched as he knelt down in all the rubble and fire, holding up the entire structure on his knees. "Ayawa. Quick, get everyone out," Peter yelled. He felt like he was going to collapse due to the strain. Due to the unbearable pain and agony he was in, Peter started to grow delirious. He kept telling himself words of encouragement, not knowing he was yelling out his inner thoughts. I have to do this. Come on. Come on. You got this. I have to save them. I have to save all of them. I can feel all of my muscle fibers ripping apart, but I can't give up. God damn it, I'm Spider-Man. And Spider-Man doesn't give up. MJ had tears streaming down her face as she quietly sobbed, "Oh Peter," she mumbled between her quiet sobs. Felicia's eyes widened as she turned towards MJ, before looking at Peter. Seeing him struggle with the weight of the entire building, her eyes also began to water upon realizing who it really was behind the mask. She pushed forward and shouted at the top of her lungs, "You got this, Spider-Man. You can do it." Felicia's shout was like a spark that started a forest fire. Everyone began to chant, "You can do it, Spider-Man." Even those who were watching the news were shouting at Spider-Man. Uncle Ben hugged Aunt May as she sobbed while watching the news, his face also streaming with tears. Hearing everyone shouting his name, Peter started to take deep breaths. In and out, he said, talking about his breathing. He made a large grunting noise as he started to shift. He put one foot down and began to yell at the top of his lungs. Aya. While he slowly stood up inch by inch, lifting the building higher and higher until he was on both his feet. Aagh, he shouted as he lifted both his arms up and stood on both legs, which caused everyone to cheer in excitement. MJ, with tears streaming down her face, lifted her camera and snapped a picture. Peter felt all the bioelectricity of the people slowly leaving the building, each one of them being escorted out. A fireman then shouted, "That's all of them." Upon hearing that and not feeling any other bioelectricity, Peter let out a sigh of relief, which caused his feet to give in and the building to come crumbling down on top of him. The crumbling building sent a storm of dust flying everywhere, knocking everyone back and onto their butts. Seeing this, both MJ and Felicia grew as white as ghosts. When the dust cleared, they rushed past everyone towards the mountain of rubble. Wait, some of the cops and firemen tried to stop them, but they were already ahead. Once they were by the rubble, Felicia and MJ tried moving what they could until they saw a hand punch out. Seeing the hand, they both took hold of it and tried to pull Peter out. As they pulled him out, his spider mechanical limb started to help him crawl out. As they pulled him out, they both fell on their butts while Peter was face first on the ground. As they landed on their butts, they looked to the skies and let out a sigh of relief. But while they were looking at the skies and Peter was face down on the ground, none of them realized 3 little spiders that survived the explosion had crawled out from the hole Peter was just under. One of the spiders went and crawled towards the unsuspecting MJ, while the other one crawled towards the unsuspecting Felicia. As for where the third one went, that remains to be seen. Peter started to come to consciousness and slowly picked himself off the ground. He held his limp arm and slowly limped down the mountain of rubble with MJ and Felicia helping him down. Once they reached the bottom, Peter got off them so people wouldn't question their connections, and started to slowly limp his way towards the crowd while holding his injured arm. His suit had chunks of it ripped off, but was covered in blood, not exposing his skin. When he arrived, a single brave reporter walked up and held the microphone to Peter. "Please tell us, Spider-Man, how are you feeling at the moment? Are you all right? You want to know how I feel?" Peter asked, his voice groggy and strained. "I feel like an entire building just collapsed on me." With just those words, Peter continued to make his way forward as the people started to part like the sea and make way for him. Chapter 117. Third person's POV. A few minutes earlier. Max slowly made his way towards the city, wearing a gray hoodie and sweatpants with his hood up and face down, while his hands were in the sweater. Invisible strings of electricity moved from the ground and lampposts to his shoeless blue feet. "Such power," Max said, his voice crackling with electricity, giving him a powerful tone. "Not far from here is an electrical power plant. Once I have siphoned all its power, I will reach my ultimate form. A form of pure, unbridled energy. An energy god. Then people will truly know who I am. They will remember the name Max. No, that's not who I am anymore." Max looked at his glowing blue hands as he continued walking. "I'm different now. I am destined to be a god. And as a god, I'm going to need a new name." Max accidentally bumped into a man in a business suit, who seemed to be in a hurry and was on his phone. "Hey, watch it." Max put a hand on the man's chest. "Nobody talks that way to me anymore," he yelled. "Wah. Not to Electro." Electro's voice crackled with power as he sent a bolt of electricity from his hand, hitting the man in the chest and sending him flying into a car, which created a large dent. The man slid down, lifeless, his chest burnt and his head dropping. "Ah!" Some of the pedestrians screamed, witnessing the sight, and ran away. Electro grabbed his hoodie and sweatpants, ripping them off to reveal his glowing blue figure. Slowly, he began to rise from the ground, blue electric arcs coming off him. Even if the power plant is close by, Times Square is closer. My patience runs thin, my thirst for power must be fulfilled, he muttered as he took to the skies. Even in the middle of the day, Times Square was brimming with people, each going about their day. As Electro appeared, he floated down to the level of the electric billboards, each displaying advertisements. People of New York City. Electro's voice boomed, causing everyone to slowly stop and look towards the source of the voice. Seeing Electro's figure and appearance, people pointed and talked among themselves before taking out their phones to snap pictures and record videos. Electro's fist started to glow brighter than the rest of his body. Kneel before your new god. Kneel before Electro. Electro reached out towards the electric billboards. A large bolt of electricity shot out from one of them and came towards Electro. The billboard turned off as Electro let out a satisfied sigh. He opened a palm and charged electricity into it, then aimed it downwards. I said kneel, he shouted, sending a bolt of electricity towards a parked car. The car exploded into flames, causing the crowd to scream and duck. More electricity charged towards his palm, and he sent it towards more parked cars, each causing an explosion. If you don't kneel in the next second, prepare to face divine judgment. Hey, Sparky, someone called out. Confused, Electro turned towards the sound of the voice but didn't see anyone. That was until Gwen undid her invisibility and punched Electro across the face, her knuckles covered in hardened ice. Take a chill pill. Electro was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into a black billboard sign. He growled in anger and grabbed the billboard, siphoning electricity from the entire building, which all happened in 1 second. Gwen's spidey sense kicked in, and she shot a web, pulling herself to the side as a ray of electricity shot out from Electro, destroying other billboards. Gwen shot webs everywhere as she dodged all of Electro's attacks elegantly. She pulled herself towards Electro with her fist ready to punch him. But Electro didn't let it happen. He sent out a punch of his own, causing both of their fists to meet. Electro grunted in pain as her punches were strong, but as he grunted, he smirked and sent a strong jolt of electricity through their connected fists, bypassing her suit and electrocuting her. It was Gwen's turn to grunt in pain, but she gritted her teeth, disconnected the fists, and aimed another punch at Electro's face. Electro quickly moved his head, causing Gwen's fist to punch into the billboard and rip through it. Electro then punched Gwen in the stomach, sending her flying back and crashing into another billboard. Even with her spidey sense, the best she could do was block it with her palm. Ha ha ha. That's why you don't go against a god. Gwen, sticking to the billboard with her feet, shook her hands in front of her. You have a god complex, that's so disgusting. Electro gained an enraged expression as he blitzed towards her. Gwen's spidey sense warned her of the danger, and she twisted her body at an impossible angle, causing Electro to miss. As he missed, he siphoned more electricity. Gwen didn't miss her chance and kicked her leg towards Electro, hitting him in the stomach as she held on with her hands. Electro grunted in pain but grabbed her leg and transferred electricity to her, causing her to scream in pain. He grabbed her leg with both hands and flung her towards the ground. As she fell, Gwen twisted her body just right to soften her landing. She quickly rolled and went into the iconic Spider-Man pose, further lessening the damage. Her spidey sense once again activated, and she jumped and flipped back just as Electro appeared from above, landing with his fist through the floor and a knee on the ground. As they both landed, Gwen propelled herself towards him and kicked him in the chin, sending him flying up and back. Gwen then shot her webs, pulled herself forward, and punched him across the face with her momentum before landing another punch. Seeing Gwen winning and gaining the upper hand, the crowd cheered, "Whoa! Go Ghost Spider!" Multiple police cars then arrived, surrounding the area. All the cops exited and pointed their guns at Electro. Electro let Gwen's last punch carry him out of her range and shouted, "Don't cheer for her. Cheer for me. Cheer for your new god, damn it." Electro's electricity then reached out, took hold of the cop cars, and levitated them off the ground before tossing them towards the crowd. Gwen jumped up and shot her web towards the 2 cop cars, stopping them from hitting anyone. All the cops then began shooting at Electro, but the bullets disintegrated against his skin. "Mortal weapons are useless against a being such as I," he declared. Electro lifted the vents from the ground with his electricity arcs and went to stick his hands inside. But Gwen shot her webs towards him to pull him away. As the web clung to him, Electro took hold of them and sent static electricity towards her, which sent her flying off and crashing against the cop cars, denting them. Electro then stuck his hands in and started pulling electricity from the underground wires. He let out satisfied sighs as his skin glowed bluer by the minute. Seeing this, people started getting scared and began to worry. The cops screamed at everyone to get away. But it was too late as Electro discharged a powerful electric surge that spread everywhere. As the electrical arc spread, Gwen's world started to slow down. She let out a breath, which came out as a white mist. She did a handstand and propelled herself towards the sky. Once in the sky, she started to shoot webs everywhere. She was upside down with her arms crossed and her eyes closed. Her spidey sense, ability to sense heat, and agility worked in tandem. She pulled people out of the way, lifted them over the electrical arcs running along the ground, and moved empty cars in front of the arcs, protecting groups of people at the same time. She landed back on the ground in the iconic Spider-Man pose, and everything returned to normal. Cars exploded, people fell back down, and everyone dodged the electricity that was discharged. Eddie Brock had his camera in shutter mode and managed to take action-by-action pictures of everything. "Whoa, she's amazing," he thought. Electro was on the ground on one knee, gasping for air as he had expelled too much electricity at once. But the after-effects weren't over. Gwen noticed sparks coming from the billboards and saw them swaying. Her spidey sense slowed down time for her once more. She pulled herself towards the closest billboard and threw a web grenade. She then jumped and flew over the next, throwing a trap mine towards the wall as it was tipping over. The trip mine shot a web and held the billboard in place. She landed on the next one over and put her hands by the metal bars that were coming undone, freezing them with her ice. As she jumped towards the next, she twisted her body and threw a web grenade across in the opposite direction. It exploded and held the billboard in place as everyone started running away. She shot webs from her wrist and from her web shooter at the same time to fortify some of them. Her spidey sense then rang, but as her head slowly moved towards where the danger was coming from, she saw a blue lightning arc slowly turn into Electro, who tackled her. She went through the windows of a building, past clothing, and through a wall before being pushed out through another window. Gwen's mechanical limbs extended from her back and took hold of Electro's limbs. She began to punch Electro with great force as they both fell towards the ground. Electro kept drifting in and out of consciousness. With all his willpower, he pulled his head back and headbutted Gwen. They both landed on the ground with a thud and bounced up slightly. They slowly stood up, taking a moment to catch their breath before resuming their attack. Meanwhile, Eddie Brock, instead of running away, tried to keep up with them, camera in hand. "This is it," he muttered excitedly. "This is why I love this job, the thrill is amazing." Gwen slowly brought her hands together while Electro held his hands out. Gwen formed a staff out of ice, while Electro conjured two whips made purely of electricity upon seeing Gwen create a weapon. Gwen charged towards Electro, her mechanical limbs extended and her ice staff to the side in her hands. Electro cracked his whips, causing the ground to become charred with electricity. Meanwhile, police secretly positioned themselves on higher ground. They set up a sniper and aimed at Electro. The sniper put a hand to his ear and said, "I'm in position, over." He heard someone say, "Shoot when you have a clear visual of the target." A helicopter was then heard, circling Gwen and Electro as they rushed towards each other. As Electro started swinging his whips, Gwen's mechanical limbs stopped them. When Electro punched, Gwen deflected with her staff, swinging it across his face. She kicked, swung her staff, and kneed him while elegantly dodging, showing off her flexibility. She did the splits as Electro swung both whips towards her head. While in the splits, she pointed her staff up and thrust it towards his chin, causing him to stagger backward. Electro pretended to be more stunned than he was, staggering more than needed. As he did, a bullet was shot. "Look out." Gwen warned Electro, but he still got hit in the head by the sniper's bullet. Like the others, it disintegrated on contact. The real reason for his staggering back was revealed as he stood atop another vent. He looked towards the sniper before turning to Gwen. "Why did you warn me just now?" he asked, secretly powering up. "Because I don't want you to die, obviously. Yes, you've done horrible things, and I want to take you down, but that doesn't mean you don't deserve a chance for redemption. You have to face justice like everyone else," Gwen replied. "I see," Electro muttered before scoffing, "you're naive." He turned and sent a beam of pure electrical energy towards the sniper. Gwen tackled him, causing his aim to swerve. Instead of hitting the sniper, the beam passed through the foundations of buildings on both sides of the street, causing them to start collapsing. There are people inside those buildings and some outside. If they fall, there will be many casualties, Arya warned. Hearing this, Gwen punched Electro in the face with enough force to shatter the ground before jumping up and throwing a few web grenades over him. She swung towards the collapsing buildings, took a deep breath, and started spamming webs everywhere. Standing in the middle of both buildings, she pulled on the webs she had shot. "AAAAAAHHHH," she screamed, flexing her muscles to hold both buildings in place. "Get everyone away from here. I don't know how long I can hold these two buildings." Gwen yelled to the cops. Eddie Brock watched in awe, slowly raising his camera to take pictures of Gwen amidst the webs. Gwen couldn't pull too hard, or else the buildings would tumble towards her, ending in disaster. But she couldn't lose her grip, or they would collapse completely. She had to maintain a constant hold, a difficult task even for her strength. Additionally, she was fighting against gravity, adding to the weight of the buildings. Gwen occasionally screamed in pain, wanting more than anything to release her hold, but didn't knowing it would result in countless deaths. The pain I'm feeling right now is only temporary. The guilt I'd feel would last a lifetime, Gwen repeated like a mantra to reinforce her will. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she held on, taking deep breaths and grunting in pain, but she stayed strong. Gwen saw firefighters arrive, setting up ladders to help people climb down from their apartments. A couple of long minutes soon passed as Gwen still held on. Her head was down and arms spread out like a crucifixion. Seeing this, Eddie Brock took another picture. A news helicopter flew close to Gwen. "Ghost Spider, you can let go now. Everyone has been evacuated to safety," a newswoman said as the cameraman recorded her. Gwen didn't respond. "Ghost Spider." Still no response. "This is unbelievable, she's unconscious." They all stared in awe at what they were seeing. "That's crazy," the reporter said. "She is still holding up both buildings with nothing but her willpower alone. We have to help her. Give me the camera. We'll lower ourselves enough for you to grab her and pull her in," the reporter said to the cameraman, who nodded. He handed her the camera, held onto the helicopter handle, and extended his hand towards Gwen. He took hold of her arm and slowly pulled her up, causing the webs to slip off her hands. Both buildings collapsed as the helicopter floated up and away from the dust storm created by the collapse. The cameraman struggled to pull her in. "Help me, she's too heavy." The reporter put the camera aside and helped get her inside the helicopter. The helicopter flew a bit further away before landing. As it landed, Gwen started to regain consciousness. "Ms. Ghost Spider, tell us, how are you feeling currently?" the reporter asked as Gwen stood up, thanking them for helping her. Seeing as they helped her, Gwen decided to answer, "I'll tell you what I'm not feeling. My arms," she said, slowly trying to lift them but unable to. Gwen then started to turn invisible as she walked away from them. Chapter 118, Chapter 118. A/N, do not take this chapter too seriously. Third person's POV. Peter and Gwen both looked at each other and at their banged-up appearance. "You look like shit," they both said at the same time, causing them to slowly smile and start laughing. "Ow, ow, ooey," they both said, holding their bodies in pain as they got dressed back into their civilian clothing. Gwen's hair was sticking up and had soot from the electricity over her face, while she had cuts and dried blood over her nose. Peter wasn't any better, he had multiple cuts and scrapes with bruises everywhere. In their banged-up state, they both slowly and painfully walked towards their internship at the Baxter building. When they entered, they were getting a lot of looks from everyone. "Can I help you?" the receptionist asked. "We're here for our internship," they both said with an awkward grin. "Oh yes, I've been given the message that if you two arrive to take the elevator and go to the 20th floor. "Thank you," they both replied. "I'm sorry, but do you need to call the hospital? You both look very hurt." "No," they both replied as they left towards the elevator and went up to the 20th floor. As they arrived, they knocked on the door. "Oh, Johnny, that must be them." "Open the door," they heard a woman call out. Yeah, sis, I heard." "I'll go get it," Johnny responded. A few seconds later, the doorknob turned, and the door opened. The person that opened the door was a boy just a bit older than them with blonde hair and blue eyes. Image. "You guys are late. Wow, you guys do not look okay." Johnny stopped mid-sentence and looked them over. They both gave Johnny an awkward smile. "There was a cat stuck in a tree. We were helping an old woman cross the road," both Peter and Gwen said at the same time. They then turned towards each other before looking towards Johnny. "We were helping a granny cross the road to get to her cat that was stuck in a tree," they both said simultaneously before nodding their heads in agreement. Johnny was leaning against the wall. "Aha," he said in a tone that expressed that said he didn't believe a word they said. "So can we come in?" Peter asked as they continued to smile awkwardly. "Oh, yeah, my bad." As they went inside, Johnny called out in an amused tone, "Hey sis, you're going to want to see this." "What is it, Johnny?" "You better not be bullying the intern, oh god." The woman who appeared had blonde hair and blue eyes, similar features to Johnny. Image. "Are you two okay? What happened?" she asked with worry while walking towards them. "We were helping a granny cross the road to get to her cat that was stuck in a tree. I'm being serious here, why didn't you guys go to the hospital?" she said with concern and anger. They looked a bit embarrassed as they answered, "We didn't want to miss the internship." "Ha ha 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 ha." Johnny laughed as he heard them. They then heard footsteps coming towards them. "What's the commotion? Why the mention of a hospital? Okay, I see why now." The man was tall with dark hair and brown eyes and a beard. He had 2 streaks of white hair going from either side of his head. Behind him was a taller man with a large, built, broad muscles, brown hair, and eyes. Image, Richard. Image, Ben. "Are you serious?" Susan said with a tone of disbelief. "You could have just called us, and we could have worked something out." I didn't think you would have believed us if we told you that we both got injured over the phone and couldn't make it to the internship. We didn't want your first impressions of us to be that of irresponsible teenagers, Gwen said. I respect the hustle, Ben assumed, said behind Richard. Ben. Susan reprimanded, glaring at him. What? He said before shrugging his shoulders. It's true though, if they did call saying they both couldn't make it because they were both injured, we would have just assumed them to be irresponsible kids. Even while they're clearly in pain, they came to work. Come on Sue, even you have to respect that. So when can we get started? Peter asked. Richard let out a sigh as he massaged his head. Here's my admission test, Peter said as he painfully reached into his bag and pulled out 2 sheets of paper. Admission test? Johnny said, confused. We had something like that. And here's mine, Gwen said, doing the same and handing Susan the papers. We don't, both Susan and Richard said at the same time as they took the paper and studied it over. What is this for? Susan asked. Some of our ideas, so you guys don't underestimate us, Peter said proudly. As Richard studied, he had a look of disbelief before he started laughing. Seeing him, they assumed he lost it. I only began to think of something similar, and the probability of it, an unstable molecular suit. Ha ha ha, and you went and did it. He, I impressed him with his own idea. Oh, the sweet irony of it all. Well, I haven't made it yet, but I know how, Peter explained. Richard then studied the second sheet of paper. Hearing aids. Ah, I see. They release an undetectable sound wave, which bounces off its surroundings and returns back to the receiver. The receiver then converts it into an image inside the person's mind. This is incredible and will help a lot of people who can't afford surgery. Richard then looked towards Peter with a serious expression. Why are you showing me this? Aren't you afraid I would steal your ideas? No. Peter said, looking at him in confusion. You are deemed the smartest man in the world. I doubt someone of your status would stoop so low as to steal the ideas of a child. Peter then smiled towards him. Plus, I know a really good lawyer. Peter then said, oh, I heard how you guys barely get any funds or anything like that, so I created that as a way to make you guys money. I mean, I obviously would get 25% of the total money, but still. Susan then looked at the sheet of paper in front of her and read, biosensors. They give real-time feedback about a person's health, and if they have a disease, it gives a progression status. This is genius. Susan and Richard both released a sigh as they handed the papers back to them. Peter and Gwen looked at them in confusion. What, you guys don't want it? Peter asked. Richard shook his head. No, we do, but you two need to go home and rest. When you both have recuperated, I want both of you to come here. You don't have to worry about anything, I won't cancel your internship or anything of the sorts. Both Peter and Gwen let out a sigh of relief and nodded. As they put away their sheets of papers, Peter looked towards Richard. Well, while we rest, you better start studying and preparing. One of the reasons I chose to intern here is so I can take your title of the smartest man. Hearing this, Johnny and the others chuckled while Richard smiled and shook Peter's hand. I'll be waiting for you. It's a challenge. Both Peter and Gwen then started to leave after saying their goodbyes to the others. As they left, Johnny shook his head. I feel bad for the guy, he said. Richard looked at Johnny in confusion. Why? Oh, come on, you're the smartest for a reason. No matter how he tries, he won't be able to take your title, so it seems he's doing something pointless. And when he fails, he would be pretty devastated. Richard just smiled. You may never know, Johnny. The kid has a lot of potential. He could very well do it. You seriously believe that? Johnny asked, not fully believing him. He brought forth an idea I was just developing in my mind, which shows we think very similarly. So yes, I do believe. Chapter 119, Chapter 119. Third person's POV. A few minutes earlier. MJ walked with her camera hanging from her neck while pushing her bicycle by the handlebar. There was an awkward silence as Felicia and MJ didn't say anything. MJ looked down, embarrassed, wishing the ground would swallow her whole. I only just learned that Peter was Spider-Man and I accidentally blurted it out. Peter's going to kill me, MJ thought, not wanting to be in this awkward situation. So, Peter, Felicia finally said, unable to handle the silence between them. MJ let out a painful groan at hearing that. So that means that Gwen. Please stop, MJ pleaded, wanting Felicia to drop it. I mean, just whoa. Felicia continued. MJ parked the bike and squatted down, covering her face and letting out a scream. Felicia was taken aback. What's wrong with you? Peter literally just told me, and now because of me you know. What if he hates me, what if he breaks up with me because of it? I finally managed to be with him, to be his girlfriend, and I went and messed it up like this, MJ cried a bit. Felicia scratched her head, unsure of what to say. Look, if Peter really loves you like you love him, then I'm sure he wouldn't get mad at you. Sure, he might be a bit disappointed and not trust you with his secrets for a bit, but he wouldn't be mad at you. Plus, you were watching him go through something like that. You blurted out his name because you were scared and worried for his safety. I'm sure he would understand. Peter is a pretty understanding guy, it's one of his good qualities. MJ stood up and took a few breaths to calm herself. Thanks, Felicia, but don't fall in love with him, she said with a straight face. Felicia's eyes twitched. You and Gwen are the freaking same, I swear. As they continued to walk, Felicia turned towards MJ. This is where we split. I'll see you tomorrow. MJ nodded. Later, she said as they gave each other a side kiss. MJ soon arrived at the Daily Bugle where Eddie was getting out of a car. Ah, MJ, we've gotten back at the same time, Eddie smiled. That we did, MJ smiled back. Ready to see which one of us got the best picture? MJ parked her bike, lifted her camera slightly, and smirked. I don't know about you, but I got some awesome pictures. I don't know, mine aren't bad either, Eddie said. He then noticed some dust on MJ's jacket. He went to sweep it off, but MJ smacked his hand away. She smiled politely and said, I don't know you that well, so I would appreciate it if you didn't just casually touch me out of nowhere. Ah, right, my bad. You just have dust all over your shoulders, Eddie said awkwardly. MJ nodded and dusted it off herself before they both went inside. Once inside, they got their pictures printed before heading towards Jameson's office. About damn time, Jameson said, seeing both of them enter. Jameson laughed at the pictures. Ha ha ha, these are amazing. I can already picture the headlines. Jameson picked the picture of Spider-Man on top of the helicopters and waved his hand across it. The headline for this one would be, Spider-Man destroys police property. What? MJ said, looking a little pissed. Spider-Man stopped those helicopters from crashing into a crowd of people and rescued those pilots' lives. Why would you go and defame him like that? Listen here, Missy, nobody cares about his superhero nonsense. They want to see something new, something exciting. They want to see when a good guy turns bad. Saving a bunch of people. Bah, what's so special about that? Our brave policemen and firefighters do that every day, it's not something new, Jameson waved her off. He then looked at the picture of Spider-Man carrying Doc Ock out of the building. Here we go, Spider-Man is shown helping out the villain, are they perhaps in cahoots? Please tell me you aren't being serious. MJ said, looking at Jameson with disdain. You took the picture. What does it look like to you then? Jameson scoffed, looking at the picture of Spider-Man holding up an entire building with his own hands. He looked at the picture before extending it outward and tilting it to the side. MJ slammed the table. Stop trying to look at it from a bad angle and put one of your dumb headlines to it, she shouted. Remember, MJ, strangling someone is illegal, it's illegal. But I'm a minor, I can get away with it, right? She really thought about it, seeing the way Jameson was looking at the picture. I got it, Jameson snapped his fingers. The consequences of his actions, Spider-Man destroys Oscorp in his battle with his foe, which results in his loss. Perfect. MJ reached over, grabbed Jameson by the collar, and started to shake him. Listen here, you son of a bitch. Spider-Man saved a lot of lives today. He was injured greatly because of it and suffered the weight of an entire skyscraper on his body. He is a hero to all of those people. My pictures will not be used for you to defame him like this. Either you use the tiny brain of yours to make a real and truthful story about the events that happened, or I will literally sue you for defamation against Spider-Man while using my pictures. Got it, mister. I think you should calm, Eddie started to say, but MJ's head snapped towards him. Don't you dare tell me to calm down. Jameson made MJ release him. You crazy woman. I could fire you for what you just did, you know. But since you're just a kid who doesn't know any better and I have a big heart, I'll let bygones be bygones. But I'll have to deduct your pay. MJ turned around and walked through the door. You can take my pay and shove it where the sun doesn't shine. MJ yelled as she walked out. She even wanted to raise her finger but decided he didn't even deserve her efforts. Jameson shook his head and looked towards Eddie. Women, am I right? But Eddie didn't hear him. He was looking towards the door with an enamored look. My God. What a woman, he thought, slowly becoming infatuated. Jameson, seeing that, rolled his eyes. Teenagers. MJ biked away angrily, the events of the day swirling in her mind. As she neared home, she suddenly felt a sharp pain on her neck. Son of a God, nothing is going my way today, she inwardly whined, slapping the back of her neck. She stopped her bike and reached over to her neck, feeling a string connecting to it. Confused, she yanked it, yelping in pain. Bringing the string to her face, she yelled in fright as a red and blue spider dangled from the other end. Flicking it off her hand, she dusted her hands in disgust. EW, 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 EW. EWWWW, she shivered in disgust before getting back on her bike. As she arrived in front of her home, she started feeling woozy. Was the spider perhaps poisonous? MJ wondered as she tried to insert her keys in the keyhole but kept missing. After a few more tries, she managed it and headed inside. She closed the door behind her and slowly trotted up the stairs to her room. She staggered backwards and almost fell, but steadied herself against the wall. She walked into her room and put her camera down on the nightstand. Collapsing on the bed, she reached for her phone. Gotta call the ambulance. I think I'm going to die, she thought as she very slowly typed 911. But as she hit the final number, her hands collapsed and her phone fell. She became unconscious, sweat dripping down her like a broken faucet. Felicia got home and threw her keys in a basket before walking to her room. Once inside, she took off her leather jacket and shirt. Felicia suddenly felt something crawling on her. When she looked down to see what it was, a silver and black spider was already on her chest. Before she could react, it bit her. Ouch! Ahhhhhhh, she screamed, dusting off her chest while jumping around. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, she squealed repeatedly. As she dusted it off and jumped around, she accidentally stepped on it, causing her to lift a foot and jump around holding it. This is so disgusting, she cried out. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she muttered, I was literally only going to change shirts. Now I have to take a whole dang bath. Getting nude, she grabbed her toiletries and headed into the shower. As she let the water hit her face and body, she looked down and touched the place where the spider bit. Suddenly, she was hit with a wave of dizziness. She staggered backwards and held her hands out, putting one against the wall and slowly sliding down. I don't feel so good, this can't be good. Am I going to die? She wondered as her eyes became droopy and heavy. Just perfect, Felicia thought sarcastically before she felt her consciousness leaving her. Chapter 120, Chapter 120. Third person's POV. As Peter and Gwen left the Baxter building, Peter's phone rang. It was Uncle Ben. Peter speaking, he said in a customer service voice, which earned him a strange look from Gwen. Ah, hey kid, when can you come home? If you don't mind me asking. Uncle Ben said. Why are you being so polite? It's weird. I can stop by now if you want. Peter said. That would be perfect, Uncle Ben said as he hung up. Looks like Uncle Ben wants to talk, Peter informed Gwen, who nodded. As they walked home, Gwen leaned her head towards Peter, still feeling pretty tired. Peter just smiled and wrapped his hand over her shoulder as they continued walking. It took them a while due to their slow pace, but they eventually arrived. As they walked in, they were practically tackled into a hug by Aunt May, who began to cry. They wanted to cry out in pain but held it in as they patted Aunt May's back and comforted her. May, you're hurting them, they're in pain, Uncle Ben said with a sigh. Aunt May quickly backed away and apologized, but they dismissed it as nothing to worry about. Please, Peter. Please, Gwen. Stop this, she pleaded with tears in her eyes. It hurts me to see you like this. I mean, look at you guys, you're injured. Next time you might not get so lucky. I don't want the next time I see you guys to be in a duffel bag, dead. Peter and Gwen looked away and bit their lips, unable to look May in the face. Peter took a deep breath and stared into Aunt May's teary eyes. I'm sorry, Aunt May. We can't. This shows why we can't stop. If we did, who would be out there protecting them from something like this happening? Gwen nodded her head in agreement. This city needs us more than ever. More and more of these freaks are going to keep coming, and we need to be there to stop them. Uncle Ben went and hugged both of them, placing a hand on the back of their heads. You guys. Truly, I'm so proud of you. You are carrying a burden no kids your age should. Aunt May wiped her eyes. I'm sorry for asking that of you too, even after what you did. But I just couldn't help it. Gwen shook her head. We understand, Aunt May. You have nothing to apologize for. After she cleaned her tears, she smiled at them. And it goes without saying, even though I want you guys to stop, I'm very proud of you both as well. Uncle Ben then looked them over. Have you had time to look over your injuries? They gave him an awkward smile and shook their heads. We had to stop by our internship, Gwen said. Uncle Ben let out a sigh. Come, I'll give you guys first aid. That's all right, Peter said. We have equipment for that back in my lab. Uncle Ben just looked at Peter sadly. Please. But you know what, a building did fall on me, so a little first aid never hurts anyone, Peter said as he followed Uncle Ben. Both Peter and Gwen ended up receiving first aid from Uncle Ben. Ouch, 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 ow, Peter complained as alcohol was applied. Uncle Ben looked at him with a straight face. No one told you to get a building to collapse on you. If you can deal with that, you can deal with this. Stop being a baby. After he was done with them, Peter and Gwen said their goodbyes as they had other matters to take care of. They made their way towards their hideout, and when they arrived, they found Harry waiting for them nervously. He let out a sigh of relief. I'm so glad you guys are all right, he said, then looked towards Peter gratefully. And Pete, thanks for saving my old man. Peter just waved him off. Don't worry about it, dude. What are you doing here anyway? Harry looked a bit embarrassed. I got worried about you guys and came to make sure you were all right. Gwen gave him a teasing grin. You know you could have just called us, right? Harry rubbed the back of his neck, his cheeks gaining a small red tint. I wanted to see that you were okay with my own eyes. Sorry, he said apologetically. Peter and Gwen just giggled, causing Harry to grow redder and stand up. Hey, anyways, I'll be going, he stuttered. Peter stopped him. Dude, relax. You can stay a while longer if you want. We were just about to get ourselves checked out before I go back to building some things. I have some research to do. We wouldn't mind the company, Gwen said. Wait, you guys aren't planning on getting some rest? Harry asked, looking worried. Peter and Gwen shook their heads. We can't really rest now. We don't know what else might show up, so we have to make some preparations. Harry let out a frustrated groan as he ruffled the back of his hair. You guys really should get some rest, but fine, I'll stay. But it's only to make sure you aren't overworking yourselves. Thanks, Mom, Peter and Gwen teased. He slowly raised his middle finger at them, causing them both to laugh until their injuries hurt. After Peter and Gwen received more intensive first aid, Gwen went on to work on her secret project. Meanwhile, Peter put on the neural transmitter headband. So, Arya, how close are we to completing the creation of all the spider bots? Actually, they're already done. It only took a week to make, Arya said seriously. We underestimated how helpful the spider bots were in creating the others. The more that were built, the faster the productivity became. Good, Peter said excitedly, while Harry looked at them in confusion. Spider bots. Peter just smirked. Watch this. Harry was still confused until he heard multiple pitter-patters on the metal floor. The door burst open as a tiny wave of what looked like baby spiders appeared. Peter controlled them to form into a hand and wave at Harry. Harry subconsciously waved back, amazed at what he was seeing. My goodness, Peter. With this, the possibility of creating something is virtually endless. Peter nodded, then smiled at Harry. Yup, and that's what you're about to witness. We can even bounce some ideas off each other afterward. 2 hours later. Felicia was woken up by the continuous water hitting her face and body. She stumbled a bit, holding her head. I'm so cold, she muttered as she reached out to turn the shower off. The handle of the shower came off easily, causing a geyser of water to splash her face. She held out her hand, trying to stop the water, but it wasn't stopping. She reached out from the shower to grab a towel but ended up accidentally ripping the towel rack from the wall. She looked at her hands in surprise and tried to flick off the towel rack, but it seemed glued to her. What the hell is going on? My luck couldn't possibly be this bad. She got out of the shower carefully, with the water still running, and walked towards the sink mirror. Reaching over, she carefully started wiping the condensation from the mirror, but as she did, bone claws appeared from all 5 of her fingers. Ow, she said as blood poured from the 5 holes in her fingers. Her bone claws ended up scratching the mirror, leaving claw marks. With the towel rack still in her other hand, she carefully and slowly reached over and turned the sink on, washing the blood from her fingers. She watched as the blood ran down the drain and as the bone claws slowly retracted back into her fingers. She watched as the 5 holes ever southwest slowly started to close before returning to normal. As they returned to normal, the towel rack unstuck from her fingers, falling to the floor. Felicia tried to lean over the sink but ultimately ended up breaking it by accident as well, taking a big chunk out. Felicia was just another incident away from breaking down into tears at all the chaos she was experiencing. She ever so slightly picked up the shower handle from the ground and carefully did everything to turn it off, which worked and caused her to sigh in relief. She wrapped herself in a towel before carefully twisting the doorknob and exiting the bathroom. She walked towards her room, and once inside, she went towards the full-body mirror. When she looked into the mirror, she examined herself in confusion before undoing her towel and examining her body. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. Felicia, you went from being as cute as a kitten to a full-on cougar, since when was I this toned? My butt looks big, and my stomach looks so defined, she said as she ran her hand up her stomach. Felicia then started measuring her chest with her hands. These definitely developed as well. As she was examining her chest, she noticed the spider bite mark. In the corner of her eye, she saw the setting sun hitting the Spider-Man poster. She looked at the poster before looking at the bite mark. First of all, now that I know who that is, I have to take it down. It's weird now. And 2, what the F, she had to stop herself and take a deep breath. Why is this happening to me? Felicia whined, laying back on her bed. Felicia raised her hand to the ceiling, then looked back at her own hands before glancing at the Spider-Man poster. Should I call him? He'll know what to do in this situation, she thought. Felicia shook her head. I need to adjust to this before seeking help. Besides, I'll see him tomorrow, I hope. Not to mention he's injured and exhausted. I wouldn't want to bother him. She sat up once more and began to fully dry herself before very carefully and delicately putting on clothes to relax. How do they do it? It feels like I'm living in a world made entirely out of glass, she muttered to herself, closing and opening her fist while laying in bed. But as she lay there, sleep started to come to her rather quickly. Her body still needed to rest and recover after having its genetic makeup rewritten. A/N, okay, so I messed up big time. Felicia is a platinum blonde, her silver hair is a wig. So if she becomes Night Spider, that'll be a bit of a problem. I don't know what to do, should I just say she had been a platinum blonde all this time or what? Also, if you guys notice, I changed the cover FIC, but I'm not really feeling it. I want one with the 3 of them, but I can't find a good one. Can y'all comment some, please? Folded hands. Chapter 121, Chapter 121. Third person's POV. The next day. MJ woke up the next day feeling refreshed. She did a little stretching while yawning before looking around for her phone. When she saw it on the ground, she went to pick it up, but as she touched it, it crumbled into pieces. Still a bit disoriented from just waking up, MJ looked at her phone in confusion. As she let go, the broken phone pieces still clung to her hand. She tried to shake them off, but they stuck to her fingers. What? She sat up on her bed and continuously tried to get the pieces off. Then she got up and headed toward the bathroom, thinking maybe some water would help. But as MJ turned the doorknob to exit her room, the entire door came off its hinges. MJ froze in shock, holding the door. She slowly and softly tried to place the door back in place, hoping that by some miracle, everything would fix itself. Am I still dreaming? She thought as she headed towards the bathroom. She stood by the door, staring at it, afraid to touch it and cause any more mess. She slowly and carefully twisted the doorknob before heading inside and sighing in relief. She looked at herself in the mirror. Just what is going on? Wait, what's the last thing I remember? MJ then started to recount everything she had experienced, and that's when her eyes widened. The spider. MJ then smiled toward the mirror. Looks like I just hit the jackpot. I'm the same as my little tiger. As she smirked at herself in the mirror, she mimicked Peter's hand sign. WHPSSSSH, she mouthed. Accidentally, a shot of webbing shot from her wrist, hitting and breaking the mirror. MJ jumped back in shock and covered her mouth with her free hand. I got too excited. Mom's going to kill me. She then looked at her broken phone in her hand. I can't even call Peter and ask for help. I have to see him at school, if I can make it, that is, she muttered. Midtown High. Peter and Gwen were seen with their heads down on their desks, each sound asleep. Harry didn't look any better, as he was tired from working with Peter. Meanwhile, everyone was talking about Spider-Man and Ghost Spider's amazing feat yesterday, with Flash being the loudest. This is why Spidey is the best. Flash said, replaying the clip for everyone. Another person came and showed a video of Ghost Spider. She isn't bad either. She was amazing, holding 2 buildings from falling. The teacher appeared. All right, everyone, settle down, take your seats. Class is about to begin. The teacher then looked around the room and saw Peter and Gwen asleep. Harry, wake those 2 up, he instructed. Sorry, sir, but I think it's better to let them sleep. They're exhausted from working at their internship, Harry said, coming up with a lie on the spot. The teacher released a tired sigh. If they can't handle working and coming to school exhausted, then they shouldn't be working in the first place. The teacher then looked around. Where are Felicia and Mary Jane? They're absent, sir, someone responded. The teacher nodded. Very well then, let's begin. A few minutes after class began, the door was opened carefully. Peter and Gwen abruptly stood up, pushing their chairs back, looking towards the door in shock. It was like the world slowed down for them. They all felt a tingling sensation in the back of their heads as they looked towards Felicia, who was confused by the sudden feeling. They then heard footsteps of someone running and entering the classroom. Sorry I'm late, MJ said before stopping, bombarded by her spidey sense. Behind Peter was a blue and black coloring, while Gwen had white and cyan. MJ was white and red, and Felicia was silver and black. Harry looked at them in confusion, unsure of what was going on, while everyone else looked at Peter and Gwen in confusion for their actions. Everyone just get to your seats, class is already in session, the teacher reprimanded. As Peter and Gwen sat down, they followed MJ and Felicia with furrowed brows. MJ and Felicia looked at each other for a bit before walking towards their seats. Harry leaned over towards Peter. "What's going on?" he whispered. "They've been bitten." Peter whispered in a tone of disbelief. Harry's eyes widened before he looked towards MJ and Felicia. Peter and Gwen couldn't fall asleep again as they continuously looked towards MJ and Felicia, unsure of what to make of their situation. Due to them thinking a million things at once, class ended rather quickly. When class ended, Peter and Gwen grabbed and dragged both Felicia and MJ to a secluded spot while Harry followed close behind. "What the hell happened to you guys?" Peter asked in surprise. "When I was changing, I felt something climbing on me. When I looked down, I saw a spider on my chest before it bit me," Felicia explained. "I was returning home from the Daily Bugle when I felt something sting my neck. After I killed it and went to check, I found a spider on my neck." MJ shivered at the memory. "How did you two even come in contact with spiders in the first place?" Gwen asked, confused. Promise not to get mad," MJ said nervously, while Peter and Gwen just looked at MJ in confusion. "So, during your fight with the octopus guy, when you were holding Oscorp together, I became super worried that I accidentally said your name. Felicia was next to me when it happened, and she heard me, so when the building collapsed on you, we both rushed to get you out of the rubble. So I'm only guessing here, but maybe during that time, a spider from Oscorp climbed on top of us while we were getting you out. I mean, that's where you two got bit, so maybe it was the same for us," MJ hurriedly explained. Peter and Gwen facepalmed, while Peter let out a sigh. "So what, are you guys like all spider people now?" Harry asked a little bitterly. "It appears to be," Peter replied, patting his shoulders. "After school, I'll take you guys over to my lab so we can run some tests," Peter said. "A lab?" Felicia asked, looking a little confused. Meanwhile, MJ looked a bit excited. "Am I finally going to?" Her expression turned serious as she deepened her voice, "The spider cave." Peter rolled his eyes in amusement. "Yeah, I've been meaning to take you for a while, and it looks like we'll be having more guests," he said, looking at Felicia with a weary smile. The bell suddenly rang, causing them to sigh as they still needed to get on with their day. Later in the evening. When school ended, Peter took everyone a few blocks away. They watched as Peter started talking to his watch. "Arya, bring the car around and do it in stealth mode," Peter said. Felicia looked at Peter in confusion. "You have a secret butler or something?" Peter just confidently smiled. "You'll see." It didn't take long for a car to appear in front of them and undo its cloaking. "Get in," Peter instructed them. "Wait, this car has such a function?" Felicia asked in surprise as they all started getting in. Once inside, Peter started flipping some switches. "Arya, speed us to the spider cave," he said, replicating what MJ did earlier. They watched as the car started turning invisible. "On it, Daddy," Arya's voice said. "Daddy?" Felicia and MJ asked, looking at Peter weirdly. "And who was that?" MJ asked. Harry made air quotes as he answered, "That's his AI daughter that calls him Daddy." "An AI?" Both MJ and Felicia asked in amazement. Peter just smirked. "Hold on tight, everyone." They were then blasted like a rocket, which caused MJ and Felicia to scream out in surprise. They moved haphazardly as Peter performed crazy twists and turns, almost hitting a few people and crashing into cars. After hitting a large bump, they jumped a bit in the air before heading downwards toward some train tracks. "Peter, we're heading toward a wall," Felicia shouted with a frightened look. "Peter, the wall," MJ shouted as they rushed toward the wall. MJ and Felicia both closed their eyes and waited for the painful collision. They then felt the car slow down. But there was no collision. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves in what appeared to be an abandoned subway station. "What, where are we?" Felicia asked in confusion. "In an abandoned subway station. The wall you saw before is just there to stop people from looking or finding out about the place," Harry said before getting a lost and lifeless look in his eyes. "Peter likes to trick people by making them think they're about to crash into a wall. Unfortunately, you two weren't the only recipients." As they all got out, the car drove away by itself into the train tracks, disappearing into the darkness. "That isn't ominous in the slightest," Felicia mumbled before following Peter. Peter put his hand towards a wall, which began to scan his hand before a retina scan appeared. After Peter completed the scans, a tiny microphone appeared. "Spider-Man musical notes. Spider-Man musical notes does whatever a spider can musical notes." Felicia looked at Peter with a straight face. "Did you really create your own theme song?" There was steam that came from part of the wall before it split open, revealing a whole new world. As they walked through, the wall behind them closed before they were blasted by disinfectant gas. Harry and I made some renovations, so enjoy, Peter said as they walked out from the entrance. None of Peter's or Gwen's equipment was anywhere in sight, it just appeared to be a resting place. There were a few couches and chairs, making it look like a lounge. Not to mention the glass-encased mannequins, although there were only two. One wore Peter's first Spider-Man outfit, while the other wore Gwen's first Ghost Spider outfit. Apart from that, everything looked like a comfortable lounge, complete with a refrigerator. "Welcome back, Daddy," they heard the voice of the little girl again. They turned towards the large monitor at the back, where it showed Aria's figure. "Ah," both MJ and Felicia said once they saw her. "She's adorable." Aria let out a little giggle as she ran her hand through her purple hair. MJ grew confused as she felt something calling to her. She walked towards a big tank that looked like it was for some animals. When she looked closely, she saw a little spider with electric markings on its body. MJ was confused by the feeling and put her hand against the glass, while the little spider did the same. "MJ?" Peter asked in confusion. MJ blinked a few times before shaking her head. "Sorry, it was just a weird feeling I was getting." Peter and Gwen looked towards each other before looking towards MJ. "Well, I've seen you've met Daddy Longlegs." MJ gave Peter a look that read, "Really?" "Yup, it's the spider that bit me." "Anyways," Gwen intervened, "let's get you all tested, so we can see if you guys are alright or if any of your fluids are radioactive." "What?" Felicia and MJ said, looking towards Gwen in shock. "It's only a possibility, so don't worry. Follow me." They went away from the large resting area and walked through a few doors before appearing in what appeared to be a typical science/doctor's laboratory. Gwen grabbed a few syringes and looked at them with a smile. "Who's ready to have their blood extracted? Shouldn't there be a few consent forms we have to sign?" Felicia asked a bit nervously. Gwen and Peter looked at each other before laughing. "Oh honey, in this place we don't believe in anything like consent," Gwen said with a creepy smile, flicking the tip of the syringe. Chapter 122, Chapter 122. Third person's POV. "You know what this calls for?" Peter said with a smirk. Everyone looked at him in confusion while Gwen went towards her lab with vials of blood. Peter lifted his arms in the air. A training montage. Seeing them look at him with a straight face, he grew a bit embarrassed before coughing and clearing his throat. "In all seriousness, we need to have some tests. We need to test your strength, speed, endurance, and flexibility. First is the strength test. Follow me," he said, leading them through a few rooms until they reached a gym. The gym was filled with large weights and strange machines. There was one that appeared to be a large hydraulic press, a high-tech treadmill, and a pulling machine with weights measured in tons. "Now then, I want one of you to stand by the hydraulic," Peter said. Felicia looked at Peter like he was crazy. "Are you trying to squish us or something?" Peter just smiled. "Yes. But wait, I forgot something. Be right back." He surrounded himself in lightning and rushed out of the room. MJ and Felicia turned towards Harry, who gave them an awkward smile. "So how's the superpower life treating you?" "I destroyed my bathroom," Felicia said with a straight face. "I broke down my door and mirror," MJ said, a bit embarrassed. Peter then returned with two black outfits and handed them to the girls. "Here, these are made from unstable molecule fibers. They should fit you perfectly and handle everything you're about to go through, something your regular clothes wouldn't. The next room over is a dressing room you can use." They looked at the suits in their hands before looking at each other and walking towards the dressing room. "Wanna handle the machines?" Peter asked Harry. Harry knew it was Peter's way of making him feel included, so he shrugged his shoulders. "Fine, it's not like I have anything else to do." After a few minutes, both MJ and Felicia returned wearing the unstable molecule fiber suits. "So, how are they?" Peter asked. "It's weird. They feel just the right size," Felicia said, looking around herself. MJ started to flex. "Do these show off my muscles?" Peter gave her a small nod with a thumbs up. "Okay, first things, Felicia under the hydraulic, MJ on the treadmill." Once Felicia was under the hydraulic press, she looked up a bit nervously. Meanwhile, Harry shouted, "I'm pressing start and will be increasing the pressure. Yell to me when you can't handle any more. Are you ready?" "As ready as I'll ever be," Felicia said. Harry nodded. "We're going to start low. We're starting with 100 pounds. The hydraulics started to come down on Felicia as she reached up her hands to hold them up. As the pressure increased, Harry yelled out, 500 pounds. 1,000 pounds. 1,500 pounds. 2,000 pounds, which is 1 ton. 2 tons. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Felicia started to feel the weight. 8, 9. Felicia's knees started to buckle as sweat appeared on her forehead. 10, 11. 12, 13. 14, 15. Once it reached 15 tons, Felicia's knees were already on the floor. "I give," she yelled. Harry hit the stop button and retracted the hydraulics. Meanwhile, MJ was sprinting on the treadmill. "You're supposed to run with your back straight. Posture is very important when running." "What does it say?" MJ asked, unable to look at her speed. 130 miles per hour or 209.2 kilometers per hour. "You're saying I'm going as fast as a car?" "That is so cool," MJ said excitedly. "All right, that's enough," Peter said, causing MJ to slow down. Felicia walked up to Peter and asked, "So how much can you hold?" "Currently, around 90 to 100 tons, Peter said with a smirk. "What?" MJ and Felicia asked at the same time. Peter nodded, reassuring them. "But don't worry, in a few months you two should be around the same. We all have a healing factor, which Gwen and I abuse the hell out of." "And how much can Gwen hold?" MJ asked. 80 to 90 tons. "I see," they both said pensively. "About your speeds?" MJ asked. "I can go 200 miles per hour or 321.8 kilometers per hour, while Gwen can go 210 miles per hour or 337.9. "So she's faster than you?" Felicia asked. "In our base figures, yes. She's more lithe than I am, making her more aerodynamic. Since I'm more robust, I get hit with wind resistance. But when I use my lightning, I get a 5x boost and just push through the air resistance." They nodded in understanding before heading to other machines to test their strengths and speeds. MJ can lift 10 tons, and Felicia can run up to 140 miles per hour or 225.3 kilometers per hour. "You've written it down, Arya?" Peter asked. "Don't worry, I'm keeping track of everything," Arya replied. "Now to test your endurance and reflexes." However, before Peter could continue, Gwen rushed into the room. "Peter. You're not going to believe what I just discovered," she shouted excitedly. Her shouting jump-scared everyone in the room. "What?" "Calm down," Peter motioned her. Gwen rushed towards Peter and took hold of his hands. "I can't calm down. You have to see this." She started dragging him as Peter turned towards the others. "Everyone, please take a 5-minute break." Gwen dragged Peter towards her biology lab where holographic figures of DNA helixes and other biological forms floated amidst various apparatuses. Okay, Gwen said, trying to calm down. "So, I was studying all of our DNA, right? And as I was doing so, I started comparing them to regular DNA, ones that didn't have any enhancements or anything." "Aha," Peter nodded, looking at Gwen curiously. "Well, I was looking at how our regular DNA bonded with the spider DNA, and that's where I found something incredible. A chemical element, never before seen, is holding and stabilizing our regular DNA with that of a spider. Because of this little element, you, me, Felicia, and MJ are able to be spider people without having grotesque appearances. It's blending our two DNAs absolutely perfectly." Gwen held Peter's arms and started shaking him back and forth. "I just freaking discovered a brand new chemical element." Peter looked at Gwen in surprise. "Are you for real?" "And that's not the best part." "It's not?" Peter asked. Gwen started pacing excitedly. "That element is what we need to complete the SSS. That's what the Vita rays, which made Captain America, and the spider venom were for, to stabilize the DNA. The new chemical element is a stabilizer, so we have no need for radiation or a venomous animal to enhance someone." Peter grabbed Gwen and started spinning her around. Gwen laughed, holding her arms around his neck. She grabbed Peter's face and gave him a kiss before jumping off and celebrating. "So, do you know how to create that element by itself?" Gwen nodded. "I can complete the SSS right this instant." "Did you have Arya run the necessary tests?" Peter asked. Gwen nodded. "Of course, I had to make sure I was right about my thought process." Peter hugged Gwen once more. "I'm so proud of you." Gwen puffed her chest with pride, then looked up at Peter with her arms around him. "Peter, let's give it to Harry." Peter smiled. "I was thinking the same thing, but since it was your discovery, I didn't want to make such a suggestion. In case you wanted to try it for yourself." Gwen shook her head. "We are all getting superpowers, and Harry is just as much a best friend to me as he is to you." Peter nodded before sighing. "I think we should tell Harry the truth about his condition as well." "Are you sure? Weren't you the one who wanted to keep it hidden?" Gwen asked. Peter nodded. "If I keep it for too long and then he somehow finds out we knew without telling him, I don't think he'll appreciate it. It could ruin our friendship." Gwen smiled and nodded. "You're right. Arya, can you call Harry over and, in the meantime, give the girls a tour of our place? Peter instructed. I'm on it, Arya said. Arya made a hologram of herself appear before everyone in the training room. MJ and Felicia were climbing the walls, seeing what that was like, while Harry was on his phone texting Lizzie. Arya turned towards Harry. They want to see you in Gwen's lab. Harry looked up from his phone, nodded, turned it off, and put it in his pocket before walking towards Gwen's lab. Arya then started walking up the wall towards MJ and Felicia. In the meantime, I'll be your tour guide. As Harry walked in, he saw the serious expressions on Gwen and Peter's faces, causing him to look at them apprehensively. What's wrong? Why that expression? Peter let out a sigh. Harry, we've been keeping something from you for a while. Yeah. Peter scratched his head, trying to find the right words. Harry, you aren't sick, and you never were. What? What are you talking about? Harry asked in confusion. Harry, we were poisoned, and we believe that so was your mother. Harry looked like he couldn't believe what he just heard. He took a step back and held out his hand. I'm sorry. What did you just say? Peter turned towards Gwen. Gwen, show him. Gwen nodded and sat in her main chair, clicking on her computer to show Harry's DNA scan. She pointed towards his DNA. See here. This shows that what you have isn't hereditary. This is poison designed to make it look like it was. Harry grabbed a seat and sat down, his foot tapping the floor. And how long have you two known? A week, at minimum, since you gave us your DNA. You had an entire week to tell me, and you guys didn't. Harry asked, his expression flashing with anger. It was mostly me. Gwen wanted to tell you right away. Okay, that still doesn't answer the question of why you waited an entire week to tell me. Mostly because I was scared about how you would react. I didn't want you to do something stupid, like go and try to confront the people that did this. Why? Because I don't have cool or fancy powers like you do. Yes, Peter said plainly. Peter, Gwen said, looking at him. Harry scoffed, but before he could react, Peter continued. You don't have any power or anything that could protect you, so I didn't tell you. I was scared and worried that if I told you, you would do something crazy and I would lose my best friend, that I would lose my brother. Harry looked at Peter for a second before his shoulders slumped down in defeat. He leaned his head back and looked towards the ceiling. So why tell me now, he asked, tears pooling in his eyes. Why tell me that my mother was murdered, and for what reason, he asked, his voice shaking. Because if I held it in any longer, I felt like it would destroy our friendship. And as for the reason, we believe it was to control your father, and now they're using you to do the same. Peter then went into more detail about what he believed occurred since they were little. Harry had a hand over his face as tears rolled down his cheeks. So that's all I am, a pawn in someone else's game, to control my father. He choked up, I've never felt so powerless. Well, the good news is that you don't have to feel that way for long, Peter said, giving him a reassuring smile. Harry turned toward Peter, looking at him in confusion. What? Peter turned towards Gwen. You tell him. It was your discovery. Gwen smiled and nodded. You remember the incomplete super soldier serum Peter retrieved from your father's lab? Well, I just discovered a brand new chemical formula that could complete it. And we want you to have it. Harry was surprised. Are you guys serious? Gwen nodded. This is the first ever completed SSS in years, and we want you to be the first to have it. Oh right, and I may or may not have made some adjustments, making it stronger. What? Peter and Harry asked at the same time. You don't know about this? Harry asked, looking at Peter. This is the first time I'm hearing it. Peter said. What did you do to it? Okay, so you guys remember the lizard serum, right? Yeah. Peter and Harry nodded. So, this chemical element stabilizer should be the key ingredient to perfecting it, allowing someone to gain its regenerative power without turning into the whole lizard thing. And that's not all. If we add different animal DNA, it could enhance you without any negative effects. You could have the part of the DNA that makes a gorilla strong and a part that makes a cheetah fast. The most DNA I can mix is 3, and the 3 I just mentioned are the ones I have and have been studying. Gwen hit a button on the computer, showing a DNA helix with images of a gorilla, cheetah, and a lizard merging into a new DNA structure. Although it could only work for Harry. Wait, really? Peter asked. Gwen nodded. We can take the normal SSS, but not the one Harry will be receiving. Think of our DNA strands as a canvas waiting to be painted. Harry's canvas is white and can be painted with different colors, creating a brand new art piece. Ours is like the Mona Lisa, already a masterpiece. Adding new things to our canvas could destroy the masterpiece that it is. We can add tiny bits to enhance the image, but too much and it gets ruined. But Harry's, his is a blank canvas, waiting for a painter to come and create his masterpiece, and the KOJ serum is the painting material. KOJ serum. Peter and Harry looked at her in confusion. King of the Jungle serum, since we're using animals from the animal kingdom and he's taking the best parts of each animal. So, KOJ serum. Smart, right, she said proudly. So, when is it complete? Harry asked. Gwen looked towards a machine holding a vial and shaking it up and down. In about 2 minutes. I'm not going to start growing fur or get fingers for toes, right? Harry asked nervously. That's what the stabilizer is for, so that doesn't happen. You have nothing to worry about. Harry nodded, then sighed and turned towards Peter. I'm sorry for snapping at you earlier. Before Harry could continue, Peter shook his head. I shouldn't have kept it hidden from you and told you as soon as I found out. Harry smiled appreciatively. And maybe with this, I'll be able to take some of their burdens away so they're not always so tired. Thank you guys, truly. Ew, Peter said. Harry groaned, rolling his eyes. Do you always have to ruin the moment? Yes, Peter said with a serious expression, lifting a hand. When you start doing mushy, disgusting things, as your best friend it's my job to put you in your place. Harry let out a sigh and shook his head. Why are we even best friends? Peter raised a finger to answer. Well. Don't answer that, Harry said with a straight face, before hearing a ding. When they turned towards the sound, they saw that the machine was done. Gwen grabbed the blood-red vial, examined it briefly, and nodded. It's the color Arya predicted. Gwen grabbed a syringe and siphoned all of the liquid from the vial. She flicked the tip before nodding. Arm, she instructed Harry. Harry took a deep breath and extended his arm. Gwen put the syringe by his vein. Harry, once this goes into your system, it could change your life forever. Are you sure you're ready? Harry nodded, his expression serious. I'm ready. Wait, is the poison inside him going to make it worse? Peter asked. Gwen shook her head. The lizard serum will expel it all. He'll be at his peak condition. Peter nodded and gave Gwen the go-ahead. Gwen nodded and started to inject Harry with the KOJ serum. Harry's eyes rolled back as he fainted. Peter quickly caught him. Quickly, put him on the table. I'll be monitoring him in case something goes wrong. You can go back to testing the others afterwards. Peter nodded and placed Harry on the medical bed. Harry started to sweat profusely, his breathing became labored. From his mouth, green smoke slowly began to expel. That's the poison. That means everything is working as it should, Gwen said. Peter nodded before walking out. He paused and looked towards Harry one more time before leaving the room. Chapter 123, Chapter 123. Third person's POV. MJ and Felicia found themselves in Peter's personal work lab. They discovered holograms of different inventions floating around, along with images of Spider-Man suits in various colors and designs. On Peter's main desk, 5 watches were displayed in glass cases, each of a different color. Felicia's lips curled into a small smile as she walked up to the watches. Is this what I think they are? She asked. Yeah, Arya said, appearing beside the cases. Daddy actually completed them when he first mentioned them to you. He was supposed to give them to you the following day, but even with his eidetic memory, Father can be so forgetful. Wait, Peter has an eidetic memory? Felicia asked, surprised. He can forget things. MJ added. Yes, he does. Arya said towards Felicia before turning to MJ, it's not so much forgetting as it is having so many thoughts and ideas at once that when he completes something, he puts it in the back of his mind. That's why they are forgotten, Arya explained, making air quotes. 2 of the glass cases then lifted up, the red watch and the silver and black one. Fancy, Felicia said, moving towards the silver one, instinctively knowing it was meant for her. How do they work? Felicia began, instinctively twisting her body as a laser shot narrowly missed her and hit the wall. Felicia turned to MJ with a shocked expression. She slowly put her hands behind her back and began whistling while occasionally going on her tiptoes. You turn the outer part to control the intensity of it, Arya said. I'm always surprised by how much of a genius Peter is, Felicia said, fidgeting with the watch. So, are you girls ready to start testing your instincts and reflexes? Peter asked, walking towards them with his hands in his pockets. Yeah, but before that, I have a question. How the heck can you afford all these things? Are you like some sort of secret millionaire? Felicia teased. And where's Harry? MJ asked, looking around. Yes, Peter said, glancing at Felicia before turning to MJ, and he's being a little caterpillar right now. Peter then put a hand on his chin. The Monarch, it's a good name for Harry, but it's his choice at the end of the day. MJ looked confused, while Felicia looked at Peter in shock. You're serious? Ever heard of Parker Industries? No way. You're the creator of Instagram and all those games. My mom is practically obsessed with Candy Crush. Instagram has been out for like 2 months and it's become super popular super fast, Felicia said, surprised. When you have an AI manipulating the market and knowing how to make advertisements, making an app popular is surprisingly easy, Peter bragged. You never put 2 and 2 together? MJ asked, giving Felicia a strange look. Felicia rolled her eyes. Oh yes, because Parker is just such a rare last name, she said sarcastically. All right, you two chatterboxes, we have things to do. Let's go, Peter said, leading them back to the training room. Oh right, you had your internship with Jameson. How did that go? Peter asked, teasingly. MJ wrapped her arms around his and groaned. He's such a pain in the ass. I literally almost choked him out yesterday. MJ went on to explain what had happened. You said that and still left the photos with him? Felicia asked, disapprovingly. MJ rolled her eyes. It wouldn't make much sense to threaten to sue him and then take the pictures away. I wanted to see what he would do with them. Before they could say anything else about the matter, they arrived back in the training room. All right, we can continue this conversation later. Let's get down to business, Peter said. Arya, you know what to do. Prepare to engage in sense training. As he spoke, the walls began to open up, and the machines and everything else around the room started to be pulled back towards the wall, leaving the room completely empty. Arya, 3 blackout gear, Peter commanded. From the wall, a shelf appeared with 3 bandanas. Here's an important lesson I want you all to remember about us, about what we have become. Our greatest gift isn't our super strength, ability to cling to walls, or shooting webs, it's our spidey sense. Spidey sense? MJ and Felicia asked in confusion. Peter nodded. It's a danger sense in some way. It comes off as a ringing in the back of our heads that warns us of danger. Oh, Mr. Parker. Felicia raised her hand, acting like an eager student. Yes, you spider cat. Any questions? Peter played along, pointing a finger gun at her. Ooh, I like that name. Why is that considered our most important gift, she asked. Excellent question, Ms. Hardy. It's what I believe keeps us alive. And it's the ability with the most potential. Remember when we met for the first time after you guys were bitten, and we were hit with that tingly sensation? They both nodded as Peter continued. That was our spidey sense warning us and telling us that there were beings like us in the room. Now, enough with the explanation. Wrap those bandanas around your eyes. They're made from material that completely blocks out any light. When some of our senses are blocked, the others get enhanced, which is a great way to train our spidey senses. So apart from testing them, we would be training them at the same time. And I would be training alongside you guys. Later, we can review the footage Arya records and keeps track of. Felicia snickered towards the end. Peter looked at her in confusion. You said, enough with the explanation, and then went on a tangent. Peter looked at her with a straight face before rolling his eyes and grabbing the 3 bandanas, tossing one to each person. Everyone soon wrapped their eyes. As they did, different kinds of machines started coming out from the walls, all in the shape of machine guns, each with a blue glow. Commencing sense training stage 1, they heard Arya's robotic voice before the machines charged up. As the first shots were fired, MJ's and Felicia's spidey senses went crazy. Though they couldn't see a thing, they instinctively knew where to move. Trust your instincts. They are a part of you and all they want to do is protect you. Move and follow what your instincts tell you, Peter advised. At first, their movements were rigid and stiff, causing them to be hit a few times, eliciting screams of pain. But slowly, they began to follow Peter's advice. Meanwhile, Peter was seen dancing between the bullets and doing the moonwalk before striking a pose with his hands on his forehead and at his pelvis. MJ and Felicia were jumping and rolling around but were still getting the hang of it. When it started to become easier, they heard Arya's robotic voice once more. Commencing stage 2. The laser bullets began to fire much quicker, becoming a rapid fire that was sporadic and unpredictable. There were occasional grunts and groans from Felicia and MJ, but their movements started to become more fluid. Even as they moved, they never once collided with each other. They came close, but their spidey senses warned them. Thankfully, the floor was padded, so when they jumped in the air, they landed back on something soft. Seeing that they were getting the hang of it again, Arya announced stage 3. From the walls, 2 drones appeared. Although small, they had a string of electricity attached to them as they flew from one place to another. Peter was doing pole jumps over them, while the others crouched into the signature Spider-Man pose, a subconscious act. They had to dodge the string of pure electricity, even with bullets shooting at them, which made it hard. Arg. MJ cried out as she dodged a bullet but ended up hitting the string of electricity, electrocuting herself. Commencing stage 4, training stop, Arya's voice said. Peter. They heard Harry's voice. They had been at it for more than an hour, so when they took off their bandanas upon hearing Harry's voice, they were initially blinded. They rapidly blinked and looked towards Harry. The glare from the light started to lessen, and as they saw Harry, they blinked some more, thinking the lighting was still affecting their vision. Harry looked very different from before. He was shirtless, exposing his muscular body covered in sweat that gave it a shine. He leaned on the doorframe with a tired look. Harry wasn't disgustingly muscular, but had a perfect figure, made for speed and strength, with an 8-pack that looked like it was made of steel and a broad chest. With his glistening brown hair brushed back, Harry said, "I'm hot as shit, man. What the fuck did you put in my drink?" His tired smirk added to his charm. MJ, Felicia, and Peter stared with their mouths agape. "Who the hell are you?" They all shouted in surprise. Gwen walked behind Harry, wearing her lab coat with a swagger in her step. "What do you guys think of the new and improved Harry Osborn?" "Guys, I think it's time I finally open up about something I've been hiding for a really long time," Peter said with a serious expression. "You're not gay," Gwen, MJ, and Harry said at the same time with straight faces. "What?" "I could be," Peter said defensively. Felicia giggled at their banter. "So what type of drugs did you feed him?" "The super soldier serum," Gwen said with a smirk, "the improved version I made myself." MJ and Felicia looked disbelieving. "You mean to tell us that you not only discovered how to make the SSS but also managed to improve it?" Felicia asked. Gwen rubbed her nose. "It was no biggie." "So how do you feel?" Peter asked Harry. Harry grinned sinisterly. "Like I want to kill something," he growled. Peter and the others' faces paled until Harry stuck out his tongue. "Kidding, see Pete. You aren't the only one who can be funny. You did the serum give you a new sense of humor alongside your good looks?" Peter snarkily replied before Harry was smacked upside the head by Gwen. "You almost gave me a heart attack." "Don't joke like that," Gwen reprimanded. Sorry, Harry apologized. "But for real though, I feel amazing. It was like I was never sick to begin with. It feels so liberating." Harry sighed before his stomach let out a big rumble. "Man, I'm starving," Harry said, holding his stomach. Gwen nodded. "A side effect of your sudden transformation. It took a lot of energy from you, so you must be famished." "I still can't wrap my head around the fact that he's Harry," MJ said with a bewildered look. Harry then started walking away, shouting, "I'm getting something from the kitchen." "I feel bad for Lizzie," Felicia suddenly said, causing everyone to look at her in confusion. "That girl is going to be absolutely destroyed when Harry beds her." MJ and Gwen looked at her with straight faces while Peter laughed out loud, holding his stomach. MJ sighed. "Now I know why you and I got along so well." Gwen nodded. "And why I had a bit of trouble warming up to you." Felicia looked at them in confusion. "You're a female version of Peter," both MJ and Gwen said at the same time, with a defeated look. Felicia rolled her eyes. "You both are just lame. That was a top-tier joke." "Tell sister from another mister," Peter said, raising a hand to high-five her. She smirked as she high-fived him back. Chapter 124. Third person's POV. As Harry returned, he held a plate with multiple sandwiches in hand. "So what were you guys doing?" he asked, stuffing his mouth. "Testing their spidey senses," Peter said, shaking his head at Harry. Before Peter could continue, Arya appeared. "Due to what the two of you went through yesterday, criminals believe you two are too injured to apprehend them, so they're developing heists as we speak," Arya informed Peter. Her figure disappeared, replaced by multiple cameras showing people making plans all over the city, with a confident smirk. Peter let out a sigh. "All right, I'll go handle them. Gwen, can I ask you to keep testing them?" Gwen nodded. "Yeah, leave it to me." "I'll join you," Harry said. "No," both Peter and Gwen said simultaneously. "What? Why?" "I now have the ability to help," Harry said. "I'm going to agree with Harry on this. We can test our skills later. We can help out. Fight a couple of bad guys, how bad can it be?" Felicia said. "It's not about you guys that I'm worried about, it's more for them. You guys just got your abilities, you don't know how to control them properly," Peter said before turning towards Harry. "I bet you $100 that if I go back there, the kitchen will be a total mess because you didn't know how to control your strength." Harry looked away, not wanting to confirm or deny Peter's accusations. Peter then looked around. "None of you truly know how to control these abilities, or how to fight regular people. It took Gwen and me an entire month before we actually went out and started doing superhero work. But I know how to fight, my dad taught me before he disappeared," Felicia said. They all raised a brow at that little piece of information before Peter let out a sigh. "Here's some advice that'll make you realize you don't truly know your own powers and abilities yet. when a regular person punches you, you're supposed to roll with it. If not, you could end up breaking their wrist and causing unnecessary damage. Harry let out a sigh. All right, we see your point. No hero works until we learn. Peter nodded before surrounding himself in lightning and running out to get changed. Arya, put the room back to default. We'll test Harry's strength and speed first before testing all of their reflexes together, Gwen said with her hands in her lab coat. The room once again began to shift, the walls started to open and expel machines. But I'm still eating, Harry whined. Just hurry it up, Gwen sighed. Her expression then froze as she saw Harry's hands and jaw turn somewhat blurry due to the speed at which he was eating, something he didn't realize until he cleaned the plate. What the hell did I just do? That's what we're about to find out, Gwen said. Harry nodded as he went and stood under the hydraulics. All right. I'm ready to begin. Gwen went back towards the control panel. All right, I'll start it at 1,000 pounds since I believe you can handle that much. As she hit a few buttons, the machine started coming down towards Harry. Harry raised his arms and held the hydraulic. This feels light, like I can hold it with one hand. I'll now increase it to 1 ton, Gwen said, increasing the pressure. Still light, Harry said confidently. 5 tons. 10, 15. 20, 25. 26, 27. 28, 29. 30. Not light. Not light. Harry said, with his knees on the ground pushing upwards. Gwen stopped the machine and retracted the hydraulic, causing Harry to let out a sigh of relief. That's unbelievable, Gwen said in astonishment. That's twice as strong as when Peter started. Harry stretched out his arm and started kissing his biceps before flexing, which caused them all to roll their eyes. Harry went towards the treadmill. So do I just start running? Gwen nodded. Harry subconsciously leaned forward, making himself more aerodynamic, and began to sprint. His arms and legs were starting to blur, his expression focused on what's in front of him. Your top speed maxes out at 200 miles per hour, 321 kilometers per hour, Gwen said in amazement as Harry got off the treadmill. Harry, try climbing the wall. I want to test something. Harry was confused but still did as he was told. To his shock, it worked. He was able to climb up the walls. Holy moly, this is amazing. How am I able to do this? I believe you received 2 gifts from each animal DNA I used. From the gorilla, you received tough skin and super strength. The tough skin needs to be tested to see if it's bulletproof. I had to use some of my strength when drawing out your blood. From the lizard, you received a regenerative factor and the ability to climb walls. From the cheetah, you received super speed. You might have received superfast reflexes or a sense like ours, that needs to be seen, Gwen said with a nod. Arya, go back to sense training mode, Gwen said as the room reverted to its previous state with the laser guns. Gwen motioned for MJ and Felicia to stand next to her as she leaned against the wall. Arya, aim all the guns at Harry and fire, she said with her arms crossed and a pensive expression. Wah. Harry didn't get a chance to question it as all the guns aimed at him and began firing immediately. Harry moved quickly, twisting and turning his body in awkward directions, almost like he was in the Matrix. He leaned back and spun his arms like he was doing a backstroke. Arya, stop. The gun ceased firing, and Gwen asked, so, how did it feel? Did you get some kind of warning signal when dodging? Harry shook his head. I just knew where to move. There was no ringing like how you and Peter described, it felt all instinctual. Gwen nodded. I see. That most likely means you have some sort of hypermotility. Hyper what? Felicia asked. English, please. Gwen sighed. Hyper-motility. Basically, his reflexes are on steroids. He can react and maneuver at incredible speed, fluidly and without any problems. Just say he has fast reflexes, no need to be all sciencey on us, Felicia said sarcastically. I'm using the scientific term because it's more than fast reflexes. It's enhanced speed, agility, and precision. He can run, swim, or climb much faster than normal humans. His reflexes are lightning quick, and he has incredible stamina and endurance to keep going. His metabolism is supercharged, so he heals quickly too. Plus, he can perform complex actions with perfect control and balance. In a fight, he's nearly unbeatable with rapid attacks and evasive maneuvers, Gwen explained. It's that badass? Felicia asked in amazement. Anyways, we have other things to test out, so you two can go back in. Arya, you can continue where you left off with Peter. Commencing stage 4. They heard the sound of the guns crackle with more electricity, making them more brutal and stronger than before. Meanwhile, in a famous watch store, a man wearing a Kevlar mask pushed through the door, pointing his gun at the cashier and shoving a bag forward. Put the money in the bag. Put it in. At first, the men noticed how frightened the cashier and everyone else were. Then he grew confused when he saw them all breathe a sigh of relief. He felt small taps on his shoulder and began to shake before lowering his gun with a sigh. "He's right behind me, isn't he?" The masked man saw the cashier smile amusingly and nod his head. When the masked man peeked over his shoulder, he saw Spider-Man standing behind him with a raised hand. "Hey there. I don't need to say more, do I?" "No. I'll hand myself in, Spider-Man," the masked man said, deflated. Peter patted the man on the head. "Good boy," he teased as he webbed up his hands. "Aren't you supposed to be injured?" the masked man grumbled as Peter was exiting. Peter leaned back and pointed a thumb to himself. "It'll take more than a building to keep me down, Mr. Robber." The cashier chuckled. "Thanks for the help, Spider-Man." "Anytime, man," Peter saluted before walking outside and swinging away. A/N, here are some pictures for you to enjoy. Here. Chapter 125, Chapter 125. Third person's POV. After making his presence known and taking down a few troublesome people, Peter returned to the hideout. Upon entering, he saw Felicia taking down a couple of drones with her sharp bone claws extending from her fingers. "Gnarly claws, cat," Peter said as he entered the training room. "It's no lightning or ice," Felicia grumbled. MJ was seen practicing her web shooting, aiming for some drones as well, while Harry was doing gymnastics around the place. Gwen was off to the side, taking notes like a doctor. "Is someone unhappy with their ability?" Peter teased. "Hell yeah, I'm unhappy. Listen to this, I'm like a disabled spider-person thing. I can't shoot natural webs or turn invisible, but I can see in the dark, have a stronger healing factor, and these claws hurt," she said, withdrawing her claws and then extending them again. "Sounds like a fair trade-off," Peter shrugged. "Fair trade-off my butt. I want to throw ice, breathe fire, shoot lightning from my hands," Felicia whined. "I would kill for some bone claws." "Are you kidding me?" Peter scoffed. Felicia looked at Peter with a straight face. "Look me dead in the eyes and tell me honestly that you would give up your lightning for bone claws." Peter scratched his chin before turning towards MJ. "So what did you gain?" he asked, ignoring Felicia. Felicia clicked her tongue. "Coward." MJ just stared at Peter. "I can do this," she thought. Peter's eyes widened as he heard her voice inside his head. "Holy Mother of God, you're a telepath." "Nope," Gwen answered. "Already tested that with Harry. She can communicate with spiders. Since we are part spider, we can hear it, but since Harry isn't, he can't. It shows she only can communicate with spiders." "I see, so that's why you reacted weirdly to Daddy Long Legs," Peter nodded. MJ sighed. "It's not as cool as the others." "Are you kidding? You can practically command an army of spiders to do whatever you desire." "I'll ask the same question as Felicia, would you give up your lightning?" "So Harry, my guy. What can you do?" Peter said, shifting the conversation. He began to sweat as he felt MJ burning a hole at the side of his head. Gwen repeated what they found out about Harry's power. And not to mention he gained an instinct for parkour due to his gorilla genes. Peter nodded in understanding. He opened his mouth to say something when they all jumped, startled by Aria's shouting. "And it's complete. Daddy. Daddy. Come and try it out already." "Jesus, Aria, you almost gave me a heart attack," Peter said, holding his chest. They found Aria's hologram jumping and cheering with excitement. "So it's finally done, huh?" Peter said with a smile. "That's great." MJ and Felicia looked confused while Gwen and Harry had small smiles on their faces. "What's done?" MJ asked. "My greatest invention yet," Peter smirked. "Before anything, Gwen, Harry, and I need to change into our unstable molecule fiber suits." "So, BRB, he said, walking off with Harry and Gwen following him. "Come, follow me," Peter said when he returned, wearing a snug suit. As they followed him, MJ leaned towards Gwen. "Do you know what he's talking about?" Gwen nodded. "Yes, but I won't say," she smirked. They soon arrived in Peter's workshop. Peter walked towards a wall and double-tapped it. "You have a secret place in your own workshop," Felicia said with an amused and bewildered expression as it slid open, revealing another room. "Yeah, you can never have too many secret doors, I always say." Inside, they found large capsules that looked like tanning beds. Toward the back wall was a large monitor with Aria's face. "Why are there 6? Peter asked in confusion. "I just doubled the original number since I thought more was better." "You never know what may occur, and I'm glad I did," Aria said, looking at MJ and Felicia. "So your greatest invention is a tanning bed?" Felicia asked with a raised brow. Peter scoffed. "No, my greatest invention is obviously Aria. This is actually my second greatest invention." "Aw, Daddy," Arya said, giggling happily. "It's virtual reality." "Virtual reality?" MJ and Felicia exclaimed, looking at Peter in shock. Peter nodded. "Yes, that's a VR capsule that transfers our consciousness to a virtual world Arya created. In that virtual reality, time works differently. 5 hours in the VR world is only 5 minutes in the outside world. Apart from that, it can transfer information directly to our brain, but we have to do it slowly. Too much information too quickly can kill the brain, making us brain dead." He continued, "And apart from that, the inside of the capsule has muscle stimulators. It sends electric shocks through our muscles according to the activities we're doing inside. So, if we're practicing martial arts, it helps develop muscle memory. We can still get tired from practicing in there, but with our healing factors, we tire less quickly than a normal person." "The muscle stimulators are new," Gwen noted. "I thought of it recently," Peter said proudly. "Well then, what are you guys waiting for? An invitation? Let's get in." Peter walked towards one of the capsules and got inside. They all exchanged nervous glances before getting into the capsules themselves. The doors closed automatically, and they heard a lock click before feeling something wet around their toes. Looking down, they saw a green liquid rising. "Peter. What is this liquid?" Felicia asked nervously. "Oh, those are just nutrients to keep our bodies healthy." "Don't worry," Peter reassured. "Ready, Arya?" "Yes, Daddy." Arya replied happily. "Link on," they both shouted with giant smirks. They felt their consciousness leave their bodies, and when they opened their eyes, they found themselves in a vast white space. They suddenly heard the pitter-patter of little feet behind them. Turning around, they saw a little girl, about 5 years old, with light lavender hair and 4 spider legs on her back, running towards them with a giant smile on her face. She jumped into the air and into Peter's arms. "Daddy!" "Arya!" Peter yelled excitedly, spinning her around in circles. "Hee hee 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 hee." Arya giggled, her arms spread out. Felicia turned to everyone and mouthed, "What the fuck?" Everyone tried their hardest not to laugh. Peter brought Arya close, and she snuggled into his chest. Carrying her in his arms, Peter turned to the others. "Everyone, meet my daughter, Arya Parker," he said proudly. Arya covered her mouth and giggled. She jumped out of Peter's arms and did a little princess bow, pretending to hold the hem of a dress. "Hello, Arya Parker, officially at your service," she said proudly. "Oh," Gwen cooed, picking her up. "Salutations, Mommy," Arya said, raising a hand. "Wow, that feels abnormal," Gwen said with a small smile. Arya then turned to Harry, offering a fist bump. "Sup, Uncle Harry." "PFTTT, Uncle Harry," Harry chuckled, returning the fist bump. "Sup to you as well, Arya." "Mother Mary Jane," Arya nodded towards MJ. MJ pinched her little cheeks. "Call me MJ." "Mother?" Harry asked in confusion. He understood why Gwen was called Mommy, but he thought Arya would call MJ Aunt or something. Everyone turned towards him as Felicia chuckled. "Oh my god, Harry doesn't know. I can't believe I knew before Harry." "Ha. Know what?" Harry asked, still confused. MJ grew bashful while Peter awkwardly scratched his cheek. "I seem to have accidentally built a harem." "Stop calling it a harem, MJ," and Gwen said plainly. "Out of everything I've learned today, that is the most shocking," Harry said, a bit speechless. "So, the 3 of you. Wow. You lucky mother," Harry started, but stopped as MJ and Gwen gave him straight faces. He cleared his throat. "I mean, congrats," he said awkwardly. Arya jumped from Gwen's arms to Peter's shoulders, happily kicking her little feet. "So, shall we begin your actual training? Warning, you can actually feel pain in here." "Arya, what percentage are the pain receptors at?" Peter asked with an evil grin. "Hee hee hee," Arya giggled sinisterly before a percentage appeared out of nowhere. 100%, she declared with the same evil grin. "Arya, start off with the basic information about martial arts," Peter said. Arya nodded, and Harry, Felicia, and MJ held their heads in pain as information flooded their minds. "Why does this hurt so much?" Felicia groaned, rubbing her temples. "Arya, create opponents for them of the same strength and abilities," Peter instructed, and 3 faceless puppets appeared, each in a fighting stance. "So do we just start, ugh?" Harry's question was cut short as a puppet's fist blurred and punched him in the face. Harry took on a boxer's stance, following the information he'd received. Peter continued to give instructions to Arya. "Create more puppets, and give some of them weapons. When it seems like they've learned and can perform the implanted moves correctly, give them the next stage of information." As more puppets appeared, they all rushed towards everyone, leaving Peter and Gwen alone. Peter shouted, "Oh, by the way. If you die here, you die in real life, so good luck. He gave them a large smile and a thumbs up. What? They all shouted, dodging and blocking their opponent's attacks. Gwen whispered to Peter, are you being serious? Peter leaned in and scoffed, no, I just don't want them to get accustomed to dying, dulling their sense of reality. Gwen nodded in understanding, looking at her hands as frost started to accumulate. You managed to bring the sensation of using our powers into the virtual world? Arya smiled at Gwen. It's because of the biosensors you created. I was able to replicate everything in your bodies perfectly. Gwen looked impressed. I never thought it would be used for something like this. Peter asked Gwen about her plans. She responded, well, I did say I wanted to know what it's like to be a doctor, so I'll probably use my time to try that out. What about you? I always wanted to learn swordsmanship, Peter said proudly. Gwen rolled her eyes in amusement. Peter scratched his cheek. But apart from that, I'll be using this extra time to come up with the formulas to create an artificial sun. You're still on that? Gwen asked, thinking Peter had been joking. Peter nodded. It's possible. I need to calculate gravity, the effect on the electromagnetic field, power output, radiation release, stability, and thermal energy output. Wait, you're serious? Gwen asked, surprised. Peter nodded. I can't keep using my bioelectricity as a power source. I couldn't get started before due to our hero work. Now, with all this extra time, I can finally get started. Unbelievable, Gwen muttered. She softly put her hands under his chin and kissed his cheek. Well, if anyone can create an artificial sun, I know you can. Peter playfully covered his eyes and started swaying side to side. Gosh, Gwen honey, you're making me blush. Gwen giggled and walked away. Arya, can you isolate the space around me? I'll take you to another server so you can study and practice in peace, Arya said. That would be lovely, Gwen nodded. Arya, whiteboard, Peter said. A white screen appeared before Peter. It will grow as you write, Arya explained. Peter nodded and started writing with his fingers, ignoring the painful screams behind him. We need to calculate the density and mass of the sun and also its rotation, he muttered as his fingers moved. We need to calculate the effect of the speed of rotation on gravity and the sun's gravitational pull. It can't be too slow, or it won't offer the required energy and will die out, but it also can't be too fast, or it will turn into a black hole, which would be catastrophic. I need to calculate it to the very decimal, the slightest miscalculation could end up as a catastrophe. Peter continued muttering to himself, completely absorbed in his work. Magnetic fields, right, we need a stable containment field. Something like a tokamak or a stellarator, but on a much larger scale. We'll have to generate powerful magnetic fields to contain the plasma, and they need to be precisely controlled. Any instability could lead to a breach. He paused, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Electromagnetic field equations. Maxwell's equations will help model the field dynamics. But we also need to factor in the plasma behavior, the Hall effect, and the effects of turbulence. His fingers flew across the whiteboard, writing down integral and differential equations. Energy conversion, we need efficient heat exchangers to convert the thermal energy into electricity. Thermoelectric materials. Maybe, but we also need to look into advanced materials that can withstand extreme temperatures. Peter's eyes gleamed with excitement as he scribbled more notes. Radiation shielding, the artificial sun will emit intense radiation. We need materials that can effectively block or absorb this radiation to protect anything in its vicinity. Maybe a combination of lead, boron, and some advanced composites. He took a deep breath, reviewing his calculations. Fuel supply, continuous fusion requires a steady supply of hydrogen isotopes, deuterium, and tritium. We need a system to extract, process, and supply these isotopes efficiently. Electrolysis of water for deuterium, maybe lithium breeding blankets for tritium. Peter's muttering grew more intense. Cooling systems, high-efficiency cooling to dissipate the heat generated. Liquid metal cooling might work, but we also need redundancy to prevent overheating. He paused again, staring at the intricate web of equations and diagrams. Automation and control, we can make another AI but one not as advanced as Arya to monitor and adjust the parameters in real time. Something that can handle massive data streams and make split-second decisions. Peter's hand moved faster, almost a blur. Safety protocols, emergency shutdown procedures in case of a malfunction. We can't risk a runaway reaction or a containment breach. Redundant systems, fail-safes, and backup power supplies are essential. He stepped back, looking at the vast whiteboard covered in his meticulous notes. This is just the beginning. There are so many variables, so many unknowns. But it's possible. I can do this. Chapter 126, Chapter 126. Third person's POV. 2 hours later. The green liquid in their capsule started to drain, and as it did, they were blasted with hot air, drying them immediately. The doors of the capsules then slowly opened as they all began to open their eyes. They stepped out and started stretching. Peter smiled at them. Now that everyone has had a bit of training, I want all of you to fight against me. What? They asked in surprise. I want to see how much you've all learned, Peter said. He guided them to the training room, where he stood in the middle, surrounded by MJ, Felicia, and Harry. Peter looked around with a smile. You guys waiting for an invitation? Felicia was the first to move, quickly followed by the others. She jumped into the air and performed an axe kick while MJ went to his other side and did a low jab. Peter blocked both of them with his forearm as Harry came behind him and did a side kick, which Peter also blocked with his leg. He then jumped and spun in a circle, trying to kick all of them, but they blocked it by crossing their arms while Peter landed back on the ground in the iconic Spider-Man pose. This is going to be fun, he smirked. They all charged at him once more. Peter continued to block their attacks while redirecting them into each other. He threw in some attacks as well, but they managed to block, though they had to take a few steps back due to Peter's overwhelming strength. He would stop their kicks with a palm and throw them in each other's way while also dodging their attacks with great flexibility. Both Harry and MJ got to his side and threw punches, but he blocked them with his palms by crossing his arms. He then took hold of their fists and used them as support to kick Felicia, who was charging towards him. Felicia was sent to the floor as Peter dropped back down and took Harry and MJ to the ground as well. This continued for a good 30 minutes, ending with all of them on the floor. This is bullshit, Felicia said with a straight face. Agreed, Harry and MJ said at the same time. Peter pretended to clean his ears. I don't know, it seems like a skill issue to me, he said as he blew on his finger. I hate you, Felicia glared. Peter stretched, looking smug. Just get good. Felicia rolled her eyes before kicking her feet up and landing back on them. Well, I better get changed. It's getting late, and my mother will be home soon. The others agreed it was getting late, so they all went and changed back into their regular outfits. As Felicia got out, she held her head as she remembered something. Oh no, my bathroom is completely broken. When my mother gets home, she's going to kill me. Ugh, mine as well, MJ said, groaning in annoyance. Don't worry about it, I'll help you fix it, Peter said, rolling his eyes before going to his workspace and bringing out a briefcase. A briefcase? Felicia asked. You'll see. Come on, I'll take you all home, Peter said. Gwen raised her hand. Can you drop me off first? My dad doesn't want me staying out too late since what happened. He was pretty worried. Peter nodded before they went to his car, and he started to drop them all off. Peter gave Gwen a goodbye kiss, and they said they loved each other. While dropping off Harry, Peter just looked at him. I'm not going to kiss you goodbye. Harry let out a snort as he rolled his eyes. Now come on, don't be disappointed, Peter continued to tease. You're so annoying, Harry said as he was about to leave. Then he realized something. Peter, what am I going to do about this? Harry said, motioning to his muscular body and everything else. I didn't really think that far if I'm being honest. Wait a minute, Peter said as he looked around the car. He opened a compartment and pulled out a pen, handing it to Harry. A pen. Harry said. No and yes. It's a pen that puts a holographic projection over you. It should change your image to what you desire, but be warned, any contact can disrupt it. So I advise not relying on it too much and just wearing baggy clothes. Harry nodded as Peter further explained how it worked. Before long, Harry looked a bit more like himself again. He then said his goodbye, and Peter went off to drop off Felicia. As she exited, Peter turned towards MJ. I'm going to talk to her for a bit. I hope you don't mind. MJ was confused but told him to go ahead. Peter grabbed the briefcase and followed Felicia inside. So where's the destroyed bathroom? Peter asked as Felicia led him to it. Oh wow. Peter said, looking at the mess. Felicia grew embarrassed. Please help me fix it. Can we fix it? Yes, we can. Peter said, opening the briefcase. He pulled out a green visor which he put over his eyes. He gave them a double tap, and as he did, little spider bots came crawling out. Felicia watched in amazement as all the spider bots started moving around the bathroom. They picked up pieces and carried them where they belonged before letting out little lasers which sealed the cracks up perfectly. It took Peter less than 5 minutes to finish everything. The spider bots went back in the briefcase before he took off the visor and put it back inside. Thank you, Peter, Felicia said gratefully, breathing a sigh of relief. Peter waved it off. Can we talk for a moment? Felicia looked at Peter in confusion before nodding suspiciously and bringing him to the living room. There really is no better way to start this conversation than to ask you, do you even want to be a superhero? Peter asked seriously. Felicia was taken aback by the question. What? Listen, I don't want the reason you go out there risking your life to be because everyone else is doing it. It's only going to get you hurt or worse, killed. I haven't really thought about it, Felicia muttered. Peter nodded. I also don't want you to think that if you say you don't want to do it, I or anyone else is going to think any less of you, Felicia. Or something stupid like we can't be friends. Peter paused, letting Felicia digest what he was telling her before continuing. I just want you to be sure that this is something you truly want to do and it's not just something that was thrown onto you. Because once you take the mantle of a hero, your life doesn't belong to just you anymore. There will be the lives of hundreds of people on your shoulders. Why do I feel like I'm being singled out? Why didn't you have this conversation with everyone else? Felicia asked defensively. Because I can confidently say that I know what MJ and Harry are going to say. So in a way, I kinda am singling you out. I mean, I've known you for a couple of months compared to Harry and MJ, who I've known for years. It would be preposterous of me to think I know you well enough to know what you would decide. And ultimately, it is your decision to make. This is just too much to think about to give you an answer. What? Of course I don't want an answer right away. I'm telling you this now so you can really think about it and give it some deep thought on your own. Felicia nodded, processing everything Peter had said. I'll give it some thought and give you an answer. Peter nodded. Remember, Felicia, you can say no if you want. Felicia sighed as she nodded her head. Thank you. Peter grabbed his briefcase and did his two-finger salute. Anytime, Kat. If you have any doubts or questions, you can come to me or even Gwen if you're more comfortable with her. Felicia nodded her head as Peter walked out. When Peter arrived back in the car, MJ asked, So, what did you two talk about? Peter looked at her with a teasing smirk. Is someone already getting jealous? Shut up, I was curious, MJ blushed. Peter chuckled and kissed her cheek before giving a very brief explanation of their conversation as he drove her home. MJ nodded in understanding as they soon arrived at her place. Peter helped fix her door. MJ sat on her bed, batting her eyelashes at Peter. So, do you need to leave as soon as you're done? Peter just smiled. No, I do not. He smiled and joined her on the bed, cuddling with MJ. She giggled as they wrapped their arms around each other, foreheads pressed together, staring into each other's eyes. MJ closed her eyes and aimed her lips up towards Peter. The two began to kiss MJ's hands around his neck while Peter held her waist. As their kiss deepened, MJ had a hand on his cheek while she brought her body closer. Peter's hand naturally went lower, taking a hold of her gluteus maximus. MJ rolled over as Peter was on top of her, her legs locked around his waist as Peter was kissing her neck, making her bite her lip, causing her to let out a soft moan as she held the back of his head and arched her back a bit. She then felt his hard-on pressing against her privates, and so she took his face and brought him close to continue tasting each other's mouth. MJ didn't hesitate as she used her new acquired strength to rip Peter's shirt off of him, leaving his broad chest and shoulders exposed. MJ put a hand on his chest and ran her fingers through his abs. Rawr, she said teasingly. Earning a chuckle from Peter. And you call me the tiger, he teased. I can't help it, tiger, you just make me so feral, she teased as they continued to make out. Peter soon started taking off her shirt as they kissed before reaching over her back and unhooking her bra. Peter then threw his mouth closer to them, giving them little kisses before playing with them in hands. MJ bit her knuckles to stop herself from moaning as her breast and nipples were her most sensitive spot. Peter started to lick, suck, and bite her nipples and boobs, which sent MJ over the moon, making her moan loudly. Ah, Peter. She lifted his face from her chest and made him look at her. She had a wild hunger in her eyes as she panted heavily. Take me, Peter, make me yours. Peter smiled, with pleasure, he said as he got down to business. Chapter 127, Chapter 127 R18. Third person's POV. Peter grabbed MJ's pants and underwear and pulled them off her in one quick motion, making MJ look at Peter in surprise. How did you do that? I had practice, Peter said smugly as he was on top of her. MJ gave Peter cutesy pout as she pointed a finger to his nose. When we're like this, I don't want you thinking about anyone else other than me. Got it, tiger. Peter just smiled as he gave her a kiss. To be fair, you did asked. To be fair, nothing. Even though Gwen and I are sharing you, I want our intimate moments to be just between us and no one else. Peter continued to smile. How about making it to you? Oh yeah. How? MJ said teasingly. Like this, Peter said, kissing her on the lips, or like this, he said as he kissed her neck. Or like this, he repeated as he kissed her chest. Maybe like this, he said as he kissed the middle of her stomach. Or perhaps, maybe. Peter continued going lower and lower until he reached her privates. Like this. Peter gave her slit a long lick which caused her to moan out loudly. Peter, she moaned and called out his name. Peter took a hold of her legs and began to eat her out. He licked its surroundings before licking her slit. He snaked his tongue inside of her, causing her to moan loudly. She grabbed the back of his head as she arched her back to the amount of pleasure she was experiencing. Peter then smirked as he surrounded tongue with a bit of electricity. His tongue then started to move at super speed. "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god," MJ repeated, as her eyes rolled to the back of her head and her thighs squished into Peter's face. The way her thighs were squeezing him, if it was any other person their head would have been squished. As Peter got on her clit, her hips bucked as then began to come. Her mouth opened but no noise came out, her tongue was out as her eyes crossed and her leg began to shake. She spazzes lasted for an entire minute, and when she was done, she was out of breath slightly but she had the biggest smile on her face. "Wow, Tiger. I had no idea your tongue game was so strong," MJ blissfully. "My pleasure," Peter said with an arrogant smirk. "No, it was all mine," she said, still in a blissful state. And Gwen was hogging that all to herself. "How much have I missed?" MJ before grabbing him, flipping each other over. "Now it's time for your reward," MJ teased and did the same thing he did to her previously, leaving the both of them finally naked. Seeing Peter's erect pole, MJ looked at it in amazement. "Is it supposed to be that big and intimidating?" No, it's not," Peter said proudly, which earned a giggle from MJ as she wiggled her hip and sensually wrapped her fingers around it. Slowly she then began to stroke it, while looking towards Peter for any sense of discomfort. But all she saw was how much he was just enjoying the pleasant hand job. MJ gained a smirk. She began to pick up speed and Peter laid his head back with a smile. He then felt his cock getting wet. He opened his eyes and looked at MJ. Only to find her using her saliva as a lubricant. The sight was amazingly hot. MJ looked into his eyes while giving him head. Her mouth was filled with his dick, as she went slow, but she kept looking him in the eyes. Peter groaned with each stroke. Peter grabbed the back of MJ's head, and held her in place while he thrust it into her mouth. She was a bit surprised, but allowed him to go on. The sound of him groaning, and the feeling of his hard cock hitting the back of her throat only encouraged her to keep going. MJ started moaning a bit, her eyes rolling to the back of her head. She enjoyed this feeling. Something about the way Peter was manhandling her was turning her on beyond belief. Her pussy was dripping with her juices, as she rubbed her legs together. Peter was on cloud 9. The sensation of her mouth was almost too much. MJ's technique was a bit sloppy, but it was still a lot of fun, which was understandable as it was her first time. Her tongue was licking the shaft every time Peter pulled out, and when he pushed his cock back into her mouth. After a few more minutes of this treatment, Peter was on the brink of coming. He was thrusting a lot faster and a lot more deeper. MJ's eyes widened when she felt him hit her throat. She then felt his warm cum enter her mouth, and she slowly pulled her mouth off of him. She wrapped her lips around his mushroom's head and began to suck him dry. She made a gulping noise as she swallowed all of his essence. MJ opened her mouth to show Peter, before licking her lips. Seeing MJ being slutty only for him made his cock only harder, he grabbed her and turned her on the bed. MJ let out a happy yelp as she was discovering something new about herself. How she liked being controlled and played with like a doll to Peter. Peter laid on top of her and gave her a quick kiss on the lips, then proceeded to kiss down her neck. His hands traveled her body and squeezed her hips. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the pleasure, as she ran her fingers through his hair. When Peter reached her tits, he immediately latched onto her nipples and sucked. MJ arched her back and bit her bottom lip. Peter licked and nibbled her nubs and sucked her tits. He was leaving love marks around her areola. Peter moved his right hand down towards her wet folds, and gently began to rub her clit. MJ moaned and gripped his hair a little tighter. Her body was shaking as Peter worked his magic on her. He kept playing with her pussy. He was fingering her, and rubbing her clit. Once she was on the brink of an orgasm, Peter thrusted his cock into her. MJ screamed as Peter penetrated her. The pain of losing her virginity was quickly washed away as she was overloaded with pleasure. Her toes curled, and her nails scratched his scalp. Peter moaned and stopped himself from thrusting too hard. He waited a bit until she got adjusted to him, then began to move his hips. He grabbed her left leg and wrapped it around his waist. He moved his left arm under her back and lifted her up. Peter was holding her in his arms, and continued to pound into her. He could feel her breasts pressed against him. He could feel her arms wrapping around his neck. The feeling of her warm breath hitting his face. Her walls were tight, but his dick was making its way inside her. He could feel the warmth radiating from her pussy. MJ's voice was music to his ears. The moans, the gasps, the squeals, the whimpers. All of it was like a symphony that was created for him. He leaned his head forward and kissed her lips. Her nails clawed his back. He was getting close, and MJ's legs were shaking. Peter was moving faster and his balls were smacking against her ass. Peter and MJ were both moaning loudly as they were both reaching their limits. MJ threw her head back as she screamed. Her body was shaking, and her eyes were shut tight. Peter was panting, as he was thrusting into her a few more times. before finally shooting his seed into her womb. MJ laid her head on his shoulder. Her arms dropped and hung loosely behind his back. It was beyond anything MJ ever fantasied. Her fantasies about Peter couldn't ever amount to what she just experienced, and she wanted more. Like a fire was lit under her, she flipped them over and began to rid Peter like a horse. The sight of her bouncing boobs, and her moaning and gasping only added to the sex appeal. MJ was moving her hips back and forth. Peter gripped her thighs as she was riding him. He couldn't take his eyes off her. MJ was biting her bottom lip as she was riding Peter. Her eyes were shut and she was moaning. Her boobs were bouncing up and down. Her ass was slapping against his lap. Her hair was messy and her skin was covered in sweat. MJ was a complete mess. She was enjoying every moment. She was loving the feeling of her pussy being filled by him. The sounds of their bodies slapping against each other was like a beautiful melody. Peter couldn't help but moan. He was watching MJ's boobs bounce up and down. His fingers were digging into her soft flesh. He was mesmerized by her beauty. He was loving the feeling of her warmth surrounding him. He could feel his cock twitching inside her. MJ was losing her mind. The sensation was too much for her. Her walls were squeezing him. Her pussy was milking him. Peter was losing his control. His grip on her was getting tighter. MJ's walls were gripping him. Peter could feel her walls tightening. She was on the edge. Her body was trembling. Peter's cock was throbbing. His seed was ready to burst. With a scream, MJ's orgasm hit her like a truck. Her juices splashing onto his crotch. Her legs shook as she came. She was breathing heavily. Peter's hips buckled. His seed spraying deep inside her womb. Her walls squeezing him. His body was shaking. They both came together, which caused MJ to plop down onto Peter, her hair sticking to her hair. As she breathed on his neck, she couldn't help but reach out and take a bite, marking him, so that Gwen could know that he was also his. When she came out of her high, she then realized something. Wait, I can get pregnant. Don't worry, I always carry morning after pills in my wallet, and they're ones Gwen and I created, so they should be just right for our bodies. Peter reassured her. Didn't I say not to mention another girl's name while we're intimate? MJ narrowing her eyes and squeezing her inner pussy muscle against his cock, which was still erect. Here, let me apologize, Peter said with a smirk. Her grabbed her waist and put her in a doggy position. This is a good angle, and you should see the view. I get. MJ felt him enter her again and moaned at the angle he was entering her, and felt him grab her hips and begin thrusting into her. Once again she fell in love with how rough he was being, and how easily he took her. Peter was in a similar boat as he was mesmerized with her round ass, and her bouncing tits. He reached around her and grabbed them. As the two went into a passionate embrace, they were so caught up in it that they didn't hear the door open. MJ's mother stared horrified at what she was witnessing. Ever so slowly she closed the door and listened to MJ's moaning, before rushing to her room. She sat in her room and had both hands over her face before going to her ears. She wasn't sure she was going to forget seeing the two of them going at it like wild animals. A/N, Big Daddy here has news, so I started a Patreon like many have advice. Good news and N news. The N news is that I'm not going to post for any of the 3 fics I have due to not having advanced chapters. The good news is that I started a Patreon exclusive FIC, I am Ironman, MHA, though there are only 8 chapters available since I just started it. But don't worry for the ones that can't afford it. Once it's way ahead in chapters, I'll start uploading it to Webnovel. Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 128, Chapter 128. Third person's POV. While MJ and Peter were getting freaky, Gwen was in her room, lying in bed, scrolling through her phone with a bored expression. As she was about to put her phone down, Arya's little avatar appeared, peeking her head from a corner while holding what seemed to be the edge of the screen. Hello, Arya said. Arya? Gwen asked, looking at her in confusion. What's wrong? I just came by to inform you that the Trapster is close to finishing his adhesive creation, Arya said, informing Gwen. The Trapster? Sorry, I didn't really read the villains list, I just skimmed through them. Who's the Trapster? Peter Petruski, also known as the Trapster or Pastepot Pete, is known for his expertise in creating adhesive substances that can immobilize opponents. He uses wrist-mounted devices to shoot streams of highly adhesive paste, which hardens upon exposure to air, Arya explained, showing Gwen all the information she had. I see. Did you tell Peter yet? Gwen asked curiously. Arya started pressing her fingers together as she shyly said, no, he's kinda busy currently. Gwen looked at her in confusion. Doing what? Arya covered her eyes. Let's just say Daddy and Mama MJ are busy in the act of procreation. Are you serious? Gwen asked with a straight face before covering her face and letting out a sigh. So the two of them are currently going at it, huh? Why is it kinda hot? Gwen muttered as she bit the bottom of her lip. Mommy Gwen. Arya called out, looking at Gwen with a strange look. Gwen coughed into her hand as she grew a bit red. Right, where were we? The trapster. Right. Since Peter is the one that studies this, does he have any countermeasures for him? Gwen asked. Yes, Daddy has built a solution based on the files that were presented. They are currently in the lab. Gwen nodded and quickly changed into her ghost spider outfit. Turning invisible, she jumped from the window and began to swing away. But wait, he hasn't done anything yet. I can't really go to him, beat him up, and take him to the police. What am I supposed to say to them? Oh yeah, I just beat him up because in another universe he's a bad guy, Gwen said sarcastically. God, do I have to follow him around until he does something bad? That's going to be annoying, Gwen said as she still went and retrieved the solution. Once the solutions were in her hands, Arya said, the trapster has finished creating the adhesive. Show me where he is, Gwen said as she put the solutions on the side of her waist on her utility belt. A mini-map appeared in her peripheral vision with a flashing red dot. Gwen nodded and exited the lab before swinging over. She turned invisible and appeared by what looked like a large working factory building, with different buildings around it. She went by a window and opened it using her strength, taking the lock with it. While invisible, she walked around, passing through many doors, taking a peek inside and just finding them empty. Except for one, where a man appeared to be setting up a machine in a workshop with bottle containers scattered around. Gwen knocked on the door, causing the men inside to stop what he was doing. He turned and looked at the door in confusion. That's weird, there shouldn't be anyone here right now. He hoisted the machine to his back and grabbed what appeared to be a blaster in his hand as he made his way toward the door. He took a peek through the window but didn't see anyone there. He opened the door and held the blaster close to him while looking side to side. He then closed the door and shook his head. I've been working myself too hard and staying up way too late. I'm starting to hallucinate. But it doesn't matter since I have finally completed it. With this adhesive, I'll be unstoppable. They will be trapped, unable to do anything. He aimed the blaster to the side and fired it. A giant blast of adhesive was then sent flying, creating a miniature mountain. I'll be the trapster. Gwen was on the ceiling with a hand on her chest, breathing a sigh of relief. I dodged it in time. The spider couple is a bit worrying, but it doesn't matter. I believe in what I created. No one should ever escape once they're trapped. And if they do, I'll already be miles ahead of them. This will slow them down, he muttered to himself as he made some last-minute arrangements. Once he was done, he safely strapped it to his back once more and walked out, unaware of the ghost spider watching his every move. Gwen watched as he made his way towards the bank. Why does everyone love the bank? This place is like villain hotspot, she thought as she watched him go inside. As she went after him she watched as he aimed his weapon towards everyone. Everyone don't move. If you do, I quickly make sure you don't, he shouted. Gwen jumped over him and webbed his weapon away from him leaving him empty-handed. She undid her invisibility while mid-air and landed back on the ground. With you and what weapon? Gwen teased. The trapster looked a bit shaken upon seeing the ghost spider since he didn't expect to get caught so quickly. He took a grenade stuffed with adhesive paste but before could activate it Gwen webbed it out of his hand. Don't you know these toys are dangerous in the hands of a child? A child. Before he could retort any more Gwen webbed his mouth, before knocking him out with a punch, and down goes the pacemaker. That sounds wrong now that I'm saying it out loud. After webbing him up, Gwen turned towards the staff. You guys got it right? She asked them. The staff that was available gave her a thumbs up and thanked. Can we get a picture? My daughter is really big fan. Sure, Gwen said happily. Afterwards with nothing else to do she did a night shift taking down criminals and saving those in need. The next day, MJ woke up laying her head on Peter's chest. When she looked up she looked at him with a smile before closing her eyes and listening to his powerful heartbeat. MJ went and kissed Peter on the cheeks waking him up. When Peter woke up with his arms around MJ he smiled towards her and kissed her forehead. That small intimate action sent butterflies through her stomach as she giggled happily while rubbing her face on his chest which caused Peter to chuckle. MJ let out a satisfied sigh. Last night was amazing. I think I've become fully addicted. You're going to make my ego bigger than what it already is, Peter said smugly. I don't want to get up, MJ cutely pouted. Let's just skip school and stay like this all day. Peter sighed out in reluctance. You know we can't do that. Not even if I. MJ snaked her hand down his chest and past his abs. But Peter grabbed her hand and kissed the back of it. You naughty little minx, you know once we start we wouldn't be able to stop. We have to get ready. I'll pick you up later. Peter gave her a kiss before jumping out of bed and grabbing his clothes before turning invisible and leaving through her window. MJ laid sprawled on the bed. She took a deep breath letting the smell remind her of the fantastic things they did together. Just the smell is making me horny, sigh I better get ready. After taking a warm and refreshing bath and getting dressed reluctantly took the sheets and put them to wash before heading down and making herself a cup of coffee. She held the cup in her hands as she drank with a blissful expression. She then heard footsteps and turned to look at her mother coming down in a robe with messy hair and circles under her eyes. "You look awful, did you work extra shifts?" MJ asked as she went and took a sip. The mother glared at MJ, "You aren't exactly very quiet in the middle of the night." A bit of coffee came out from her mouth. "Oh God, you heard that." "Heard it. I was practically there with how loud you were," the mom said irritatedly, before putting a hand over her face. "At least tell me you used protection." "I took the pill," MJ mumbled. "And wasn't Peter going out with Gwen? What happened to them?" MJ didn't respond and just chucked her coffee before grabbing the bag. MJ. MJ. The mom called out and saw her run out before sighed and shaking her heads. "Teenagers," she grumbled. "So when are you bringing them?" Aunt May asked. "Huh?" Peter asked, looking away from the TV as he ate breakfast. "Did you forget I told you to bring the both of them here, so we can have a serious conversation?" Right, my bad, a lot happened I forgot, I'll bring them after school," Peter said awkwardly. Aunt May sighed, "You better." Peter returned to watching TV as it was the news about Stark Industries. As he watched he couldn't help but think to himself, "I wonder when he'll get kidnapped and become Iron Man. I'm such an idiot." Peter mentally screamed, "He isn't Iron Man yet, the reason I was worried about sneaking in and getting the reactor was because I was scared of getting caught. But he isn't Iron Man right now, his tech is not as advanced as it should be. Son of a bitch. I could have had the arc reactor much sooner otherwise." Peter thought as he finished breakfast and cleaned the plates before leaving. Where he found MJ running out of her house. She crossed the street and hid behind him. Seeing that her mother wasn't chasing her, she let out a sigh of relief. "What's going on?" Peter asked, looking at her weirdly. MJ only looked at him with embarrassment. "My mom heard us last night. God, I could die." "Ha." Peter laughed as he took out his bike. He then leaned back and smacked MJ in the ass, causing her to yelp and let out a soft moan. "I certainly hope she enjoyed the show then." MJ began smacking Peter in the back. "You bastard, that's my mom you're talking about." Peter only madly laughed as he made his way towards school with MJ hugging his back growing redder than her hair. Chapter 129, Chapter 129. Third Person's POV. When Peter and MJ arrived at school, they found Gwen, Harry, and Felicia waiting for them. Gwen greeted them with a teasing smirk as they exchanged pleasantries. Shortly after, Lizzie arrived and wrapped her arm around Harry's, giving him a playful squeeze before noticing some changes. "Is it me, or are your muscles bigger? And you're definitely taller," Lizzie observed, standing on her tiptoes to get a closer look at him. "And you're more handsome too. What's going on? Did you get plastic surgery or something?" Harry raised a brow at her comment. "Are you saying I wasn't handsome before?" "You know what I mean," Lizzie rolled her eyes. "So? It's puberty," Harry quickly explained, preempting any further questions. Lizzie responded skeptically. "Are you sure you're not taking drugs?" Peter couldn't help but stifle a laugh, covering his mouth and looking away. Rolling his eyes, Harry assured her, "I'm not." Their conversation was interrupted by the bell signaling the start of class. The day passed without incident, and after school, Peter turned to Harry and Felicia. "We'll meet you at training in a bit. You guys go ahead. My Aunt May wants to talk with MJ and Gwen. We can just go in. Isn't it heavily secured?" Felicia asked. "Don't worry, Arya will let you in," Peter reassured them as they parted ways. "So, how was it?" Gwen teased MJ with a smirk. "You know." MJ blushed slightly. "A bit," Gwen replied knowingly. Embarrassed, MJ covered her face. "Do I have to answer?" Gwen glanced at Peter, who was walking smugly as he pushed his bike aside. "Maybe when it's just the two of us," she suggested, shaking her head at Peter's demeanor. "He's not forcing you to be with him, is he?" Aunt May asked, looking at MJ and Gwen with concern. "Aunt May, do you really think I would do something like that?" Peter defended himself, placing a hand over his heart. "You shush, this is a conversation between me and them," Aunt May insisted, pointing a finger at Peter. "No, Aunt May, Peter isn't forcing us," Gwen reassured with a teasing smile at Peter. "It was my idea in the first place. That's the part that confuses me." "Why would you do it?" Aunt May inquired. "Because I'm sexy as hell," Peter chimed in playfully. Aunt May gave him a stern look, prompting Peter to gesture zipping his mouth and raising his hands in surrender. They delved into a deep discussion about their relationship and future together, explaining to Aunt May why they chose to date Peter simultaneously. "There's a bright side to all of this. It means twice as many grandchildren for you in the future," Peter teased with a thumbs up. Gwen and MJ blushed at the thought of having children, while Aunt May appeared lost in thought, imagining little children resembling Peter running around calling her grandmother. Interlocking her fingers, Aunt May gave Peter a serious look. "Peter, if you somehow mess this up for me, I would never forgive you." Rolling his eyes, Peter retorted, "Do you even love me at this point?" After gaining Aunt May's approval and discussing potential future grandchildren, they all headed back to Peter's lab. Once there, Peter addressed Gwen and MJ, "You guys can enter the VR world. I still need to complete my routine for today and attend to something important." Gwen and MJ nodded, joining Harry and Felicia who were practicing their powers. Meanwhile, Peter changed into his Spider-Man outfit and summoned a single spider-bot. He upgraded it with high-tech sensors and light reflection panels, securing it in his utility belt before swinging away towards his destination. As he made his way towards his destination, he stopped a couple of petty crimes due to his great speed and soon arrived on top of a building a few blocks away from Stark Industries. Peter pressed his utility belt and outshot the spider-bot. On top of it was a little parachute made out of webs as it flew closer to Stark Industries. Once it landed on the ground, Peter controlled it mentally and made it turn invisible while it crawled rapidly through the busy streets. Through his lenses, Peter was able to see everything the spider-bot was seeing. "Arya, show me and guide me towards where the highest energy signatures are detected." "I'm on it," Arya said with a serious expression, showing a blueprint image of Stark Industries. "The main power source for Stark Industries is mainly in this building off to the side," she said, highlighting the section she was talking about. Peter nodded and controlled the spider-bot to go towards it. Due to its small size, it was able to enter through the vents of the building and navigate through many twists and turns. It soon arrived at its destination. There, Peter found many scientists in their lab coats examining the giant arc reactor, ensuring everything was in order and that all of its power was being distributed fairly. Peter made the spider-bot climb down the wall while still undetectable and climb on top of the arc reactor. "Arya, how long will it take for it to examine the entire thing?" Due to its size and the size of the spider-bot, it could take close to an hour. "All right, then begin the scanning. In the meantime, I'll go and be Spider-Man for a bit," he instructed as he jumped and swung away. While patrolling, he saw two window washers hanging out of the side of a skyscraper, screaming out in panic. Luckily, Peter was able to swing by and save them. "Thank you, Spider-Man." "Yeah, man, you saved our butts." "You're welcome, random citizen," Peter said with a salute as he swung away. Peter saw an old lady trying to cross the street but having trouble with bags in her hands. So he landed next to her. "Why don't I help you with those, miss?" "That would be wonderful, thank you, Sonny," the old lady said. Peter helped her cross the street and carry her bags. "My house is just around the corner," the old lady said, pointing with shaky fingers. After dropping her off, she reached into her purse. "Here, Sonny, you've been such a good boy." "Sorry, ma'am, but I don't accept money." Peter stopped as he saw her pull out candy. "Oh. Thank you then," Peter said as he ate the mint. "Butterscotch. Yummy, I love butterscotch." "I'm glad you like it," the old lady smiled at him before heading inside with her bags. Peter then swung off again. As he was swinging from building to building, Arya informed him that the scan was completed. Peter nodded as he waited for the spider-bot to come crawling back towards him. He picked it back up and swung back towards his lab. "Arya, you know what to do," Peter said as he got changed and walked towards one of the capsules. Once inside, Peter's consciousness was brought to the VR world, and his brain was bombarded with the information the spider-bot had gathered. As he finished digesting the information, he looked around and noticed that everyone was engaged in practice missions and learning what to do during hostage situations, house fires, and how to safely apprehend someone without causing harm. Peter smiled as he saw that and went to a different server to not disturb anyone. "All right, Arya, here's what we're going to do. We're going to make the arc reactor as small as we can." "What about the sun project?" Arya asked. "We'll be mixing the two of them together. Inside the arc reactor, there will be two cores of a sun orbiting each other, feeding into each other, giving us a supply of limitless energy. We'll essentially be creating a fusion reactor. The first step: making a miniaturized arc reactor." "Arya, pull up all the information we gained about the arc reactor in front of me," Peter commanded. Arya presented Peter with a holographic screen displaying all the acquired information. And so Peter began to slowly break down the large arc reactor and take its main components and elements. He stood in a digital replica of the Stark Industries lab, surrounded by virtual tools and components. Peter began by summoning a virtual model of the large arc reactor, watching as it materialized in front of him. "All right, let's start with the core," he muttered to himself. With a gesture, he isolated the palladium core, studying its virtual blueprint. He manipulated the model with his hands, rotating it and zooming in to understand every detail of its structure. Next, he created a virtual copy of the core, reducing its size and adjusting its parameters to ensure it could still provide the necessary energy output. The VR interface allowed him to instantly see the effects of his changes, making the process much faster than in the real world. Satisfied with the core, Peter moved on to the electromagnets. He used the virtual tools to deconstruct the large electromagnets, examining their functionality. He then designed smaller versions, simulating their electromagnetic fields to ensure they could stabilize the energy around the miniaturized core. The cooling system was another critical component. In the virtual environment, Peter could test various designs quickly. He experimented with microcooling systems, running simulations to check for efficiency and effectiveness. The VR allowed him to see thermal maps and identify potential hotspots in real time. Peter worked tirelessly, iterating through designs and running countless simulations. The VR world offered unparalleled flexibility, letting him push the boundaries of his creativity and engineering skills. Finally, after numerous tweaks and tests, Peter brought all the components together in the simulation. He watched as the miniaturized arc reactor assembled itself, each part fitting perfectly into place. He initiated a virtual startup sequence, holding his breath as the reactor hummed to life. The holographic readouts showed stable energy output, efficient cooling, and a stable electromagnetic field. Peter smiled, knowing that he had successfully designed a miniaturized arc reactor. "Arya, save this simulation. We have our prototype," he said, feeling a sense of accomplishment after hours and hours of trial and error. Peter exited the capsule and returned to the real world, quickly realizing that all these projects required more money than he actually had available. Deciding to expand his resources, Peter chose to diversify Parker Industries. Apart from his online games, he ventured into car manufacturing and other electronics. Due to his age, he needed his uncle's signatures for some transactions, but the business still flourished. During this time, his friends continued training diligently. And before long, 2 weeks in the real world had passed. Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 130, Chapter 130. Third Person's POV. On a late Friday afternoon. "I don't understand, why are you making it with your hands? Why aren't you using the spider bots?" Harry asked. Peter stopped what he was doing and slowly turned towards him. "This will be my greatest invention." Peter paused, exchanging a glance with Arya before refocusing on Harry. "This will be my second greatest invention yet," he restarted. "There's no way I'm not doing this manually, and I'm almost done as well. Just have to do the final touches." "And aren't you working on something too? Since the KOJ serum, you seem smarter and have been working on a few projects in your own lab." "Fair," Harry said with a nod. Peter then returned to concentrating on his project, his tongue subconsciously at the corner of his mouth. All right, their mutual gravitational attraction combined with their orbital motion would keep them from colliding. This balance creates a stable orbit where the centripetal force, pulling them toward each other, is equal to the centrifugal force, pushing them away due to their motion. To maintain this, each core must have the correct velocity to keep a stable orbit. If they move too slowly, they would spiral into each other, and if they move too fast, they would fly apart. They must also stay at a sufficient distance to avoid disruptive tidal forces or other interactions, Peter muttered rapidly to himself. There's also the emergency shutdown where if anything happens to the reactor, instead of an explosion, all of its energy would just be safely dispersed, whether someone manages to get it in their hands and crush it or gets through its protective barrier and hits it with projectiles. I've already run all the simulations and made all the calculations. I repeated the calculations 100 times, and if anything was wrong at any point, I reset it until all 100 times gave the same answer, he finished muttering. Peter took a deep breath. Arya, summon everyone. Soon, everyone gathered in Peter's workshop. What is it? Is it done? Gwen asked. I'm about to start it. I want everyone to witness it, Peter said with a serious expression. Felicia leaned against the door with an intrigued expression. Harry smiled as he leaned back against the wall with his arms crossed, while Gwen and MJ stood behind him, looking over his shoulder. Peter reached from his desk and grabbed a large red button, with an arc reactor displayed on the table. All right, is everyone ready? Peter asked, eyeing the red button. What if it blows up and we end up dead? Everyone slowly turned and stared at Felicia, who smirked as she leaned on the doorframe. Now why would you say that? Peter shook his head. All right everyone, count down with me, Peter said in excitement. 3. 2, no one's counting, it's just me. And 1. Peter hit the button, and they watched as the arc reactor slowly powered up. They watched in anticipation as 2 tiny white balls of flame appeared inside the arc reactor, one at the top and one at the bottom. Slowly, both balls of flame began to move in a circle, maintaining a distance from each other as they chased one another. Their spinning speed increased, becoming faster and faster. Soon, they blurred into a single large circle of light around the arc reactor. It made no noise, but if one paid close attention, they would hear a faint hum as it pulsated with energy. After a full minute of watching, Peter asked eagerly, Arya, what are the readings? Readings indicate the arc reactor is operating at optimal efficiency with an energy output of 4.5 terawatts and an energy conversion efficiency of 98.7%. The dual-sun configuration is spinning at 150,000 revolutions per minute. The magnetic containment field is stable at 99.9%, with an ambient temperature of 5,000 Kelvin. Radiation levels are 0.3 sieverts of gamma radiation, 0.1 sieverts of neutron radiation, and 1.2 sieverts of electromagnetic radiation. The gravitational force between the two suns measures 1.8 times 10 to the power of 12 newtons, maintaining a relative distance of 10 centimeters. Each sun has a mass of 1.2 times 10 to the power of 4 kilograms and a surface stability of 99.8%. Fluctuations in the magnetic containment field are minimal at plus or minus 0.01%, with energy output fluctuating by plus or minus 0.02% and rotational speed by plus or minus 0.005%. Harmonic oscillations have a frequency of 50 Hz and an amplitude of 0.001 Tesla, while the pulsation frequency is 60 Hz with a variance of 0.5%. All readings are within expected parameters, indicating the reactor is fully operational and stable, with no immediate risks detected. Congratulations, Father. You have successfully created a fusion reactor, Arya said formally, with a hint of pride in her voice. Whoa. Peter celebrated loudly, thrusting his fists into the air. He then picked up Gwen and MJ and gave them each a big kiss before celebrating again. Everyone grinned as they watched Peter's joyous celebration. Peter closed his eyes and spread his arms. I have transcended humanity. Gwen patted his back, shaking her head in amusement. So, what are you planning now that you have basically unlimited energy? Well, for starters, give Arya an upgrade. We already have plans for a quantum computer, but we needed the energy to do it. But right now, I'm making this the heart and core of our base, Peter said, carefully holding the reactor like a newborn baby. They followed Peter through the rooms until they reached a meeting room with a black table and leather chairs. On the wall was a large dull blue spider design, with an empty space in the center. Peter inserted the fusion reactor into the design, twisting it until it audibly locked into place. Light spread through the spider, transforming it from dull to neon blue. The light continued to spread like webs throughout the room and beyond into the base. The table beeped and a holographic image of New York City appeared above it. So, Arya, how is it? Peter asked. Everything is in order. Power has been successfully distributed throughout the entire base, Arya informed him. So, who has 2 thumbs and is the smartest guy around? Peter said, smirking and wiggling his thumbs at himself. This guy. He's going to have a big ego about this, isn't he? Felicia sighed. Harry, MJ, and Gwen, who had known Peter for a while, nodded with a smile as they watched him brag and celebrate, doing Michael Jackson dances and moonwalks. Felicia checked her phone and realized the time. Damn, it's late. My mom doesn't like it when I stay out late. I have to go. See you later, guys. Peter stopped playing around and asked, need me to drop you off? Nah, I sometimes like walking. Thanks for the offer, she said, waving as she left. Anyways, I'll see you guys tomorrow. After saying their goodbyes, Felicia left the base. I hate lying to them, but I need to clear my head, she thought to herself. As she walked home, she thought, although he said not to worry and to take my time, I can't help but feel like there's a timer to make my decision. Staring up at the moon, she muttered, I barely even know what I want to do for myself. Deep in thought, she gained an idea. Seeing no one around, she sneaked into an alleyway and began to jump between the walls before grabbing the ledge of a building and flipping onto the roof. Landing perfectly, she bowed. A 10 out of 10 if I don't say so myself, she chuckled to herself. I see why Pete likes to make little quips here and there. She sat on the roof, staring aimlessly, lost in thought. After a few minutes of swinging her feet, she stood up and effortlessly jumped from rooftop to rooftop. MMHMMMM. Hearing the muffled screaming, Felicia turned towards it and saw something that made her heart skip a beat. Up in another alley, a woman was pressed against a wall with a knife to her throat, her mouth covered by a man. She had tears in her eyes as she shook like a leaf. The woman looked around, trying to call for help, but the men pressed harder, silencing her screams. Felicia jumped closer and perched on the roof behind the men. Stop squirming, you bitch. The men then began to feel her legs up the woman's pencil skirt. That's the reason you dressed up so provocatively in the first place, right? You want to get raped, don't you? He said with a nasty grin. The men started to kiss the woman's neck, causing the woman to cry out, move a muscle and I'll slice your throat. Your body will still be warm for me to have my fun, so don't think I won't do it. Felicia froze and started to hyperventilate a bit as she looked at the woman frozen with fear, unable to move. It reminded her of how helpless she felt that night, unable to call anyone for help. The woman's eyes shifted as the men began to move his hands. She glanced up and saw Felicia looking down at them. When their eyes met, all Felicia saw was a plea for help in the woman's eyes. Felicia felt her body move on its own. She dropped down on top of the man, wrapped her legs around his neck, moved his arm away from the woman, and flung him towards the brick wall, causing it to crack and dust to fly off. The man was knocked out, hanging upside down against the wall. Felicia looked at him coldly. Suddenly, she was tackled into a hug. "Thank you. Thank you for saving me. I was so scared," the woman cried, clinging to Felicia. As the woman held onto her, Felicia saw a silhouette of herself clinging to her mother. "You're my hero," the woman continued, her cries turning into angry shouts as she approached the man and started stomping on him. "You filthy animal," she screamed, stomping on the man's groin, causing him to wake up in pain. As he stirred, she grabbed her purse and began beating him with it, venting her frustration. The man, still in pain, managed to grab her swinging purse and snatch it from her hands. He stood up on wobbly legs, holding his knife threateningly. Felicia acted swiftly and without emotion. She kicked the knife from his hand and delivered a powerful kick to his chin, followed by another to his chest that broke some of his ribs. He flew backward and crashed into a pile of garbage, knocked out once more. The woman wiped her tears and looked at Felicia in amazement. "Wow, you're amazing." She grabbed Felicia's hand. "Is there any way I can repay you?" Felicia shook her head absent-mindedly. "I was just passing by." "Still. Thank you. Truly. I thought." The woman choked up, tears welling in her eyes again. Feeling uncomfortable with the emotions, Felicia said, "Call the cops." "Don't worry, he won't wake up for a while." With that, she began to leave the scene. The woman waved towards Felicia. "Thank you. I'll never forget you." Felicia hurried home and locked herself in her room. She lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying the scene in her mind for an hour. Eventually, she climbed out of her window and sat on her rooftop, her silver hair flowing in the night wind. She thought about everything, her powers, her trauma, her future, when she noticed a glowing figure rapidly approaching. Turning, she saw Peter dressed as Spider-Man swinging around. Raising an eyebrow, she watched as he passed by and then stopped midair, turning back. Peter landed on the rooftop and tilted his head in confusion. "What are you doing? I should be asking you the same question. Shouldn't you be off building something with your new reactor? What are you doing out?" Felicia asked, looking at him oddly. Peter looked down, slightly embarrassed, and pressed his index fingers together. Let's just say there was a mutiny that occurred behind my back." "You were kicked out because you were bothering everyone," Felicia replied matter-of-factly. "I was kicked out because I was bothering everyone with my celebration," Peter confirmed with a nod. Felicia covered her mouth, giggling and shaking her head. "I mean, can you believe it? All I did was celebrate a bit, and even Arya got annoyed. She suggested I go on patrol to cool off. My own daughter turned against me." "Your bragging can be a bit annoying, so I can totally believe it," Felicia teased. She scooted over and patted the space next to her. "Come sit down." Peter raised an eyebrow but shrugged and sat next to her, crossing his legs. "Stargazing, I see." She hummed in confirmation. There was a comfortable silence between them before Felicia leaned her head on Peter's shoulder. "What are you doing?" Peter asked, still staring at the night sky. Felicia shrugged her shoulders. "Don't really know myself. Just felt like the natural thing to do. If MJ or Gwen found us like this, I'd be in a hell of a lot of trouble. Especially MJ, who's been a bit more possessive recently." Felicia teased with a smirk, "I won't tell if you won't." Peter scoffed, causing Felicia to giggle. After her laughter subsided, she let out a small sigh. There was a brief pause before she said, "I saved someone today, you know." "Really?" Felicia, still leaning on Peter, nodded. "Yup, walking home I heard muffled screaming and went to check it out. A woman was about to be raped." Peter turned his head to look at her but remained silent, letting her continue. "I'm not proud of it, but I froze. I saw myself in that woman, how helpless she was, unable to escape or defend herself. When she looked at me, all I saw was her pleading eyes, asking for help, asking me to save her. It reminded me of that night, silently wishing someone would come and rescue me." There was another pause. "Then you appeared, busting through the door and saving me, just like I had hoped someone would." Remembering the relief, and having my hopes answered, my body moved on its own. I jumped down and took him out quickly and efficiently. "It was almost anticlimactic, really," she said with a chuckle. "But it felt good afterward. It felt nice to be someone else's hero, to have someone look up to you to save them and answer their prayers in their times of need. So I can see why you are a hero and why you like being Spider-Man. But I want to hear it from you. I want to know why you like being Spider-Man. I see you come to school exhausted sometimes, without much sleep. Is it really worth it?" So you want to know why I'm Spider-Man, huh? Peter said with a nod. Well, it all starts with one simple reason. But as you do it more and more, the reasons keep accumulating. So there really isn't one specific reason why I like being a hero. There are multiple. My uncle has this saying. I've said it so much that others groan in annoyance every time they hear it. What's the saying? Felicia asked curiously. Peter cleared his throat. You ready for this? Felicia nodded, growing more curious. With great power comes great responsibility. Felicia looked at him in confusion. What does it mean? She asked, raising a brow. It means when you have great power, you have a moral responsibility to use it responsibly and help those in need. I possess amazing power, so it's my responsibility to use it for what's right and to help those who can't help themselves. That's what started my Spider-Man career. But as time went on, it became more than just doing the right thing. It became something I deeply love. It's not just about stopping the bad guys or saving the day, it's about making a positive impact on people's lives. Seeing relief on someone's face or gratitude in their eyes, it's incredibly rewarding. This journey has shown me that being a hero is not just about physical strength or extraordinary abilities, it's about compassion, empathy, and making tough choices for the greater good. It's about standing up for what's right, even when it's not easy. Sure, it may seem like it's all about me at times, but being a hero also means acknowledging our own humanity. We have feelings, doubts, and desires just like everyone else. Yet, despite the personal sacrifices and challenges, the ability to bring hope and safety to others is what truly drives me. It's about spreading joy, making people feel safe, and inspiring others to do the same. Felicia closed her eyes, listening attentively. Whoa. You sure are passionate about this, aren't you? Peter scratched his cheek, embarrassed. Well, I'm glad I listened. I really had no idea being a hero means so much to you. Felicia said as she stood up and stretched, smiling at Peter as he also stood up. She leaned forwards a bit and kissed him on the cheek. You're doing a fantastic job as Spider-Man. You've even inspired me to be a hero, she said with a wink. Peter held his cheek, looking at Felicia in surprise. She turned around, arms behind her back, and walked away. Jumping down from her roof, she entered her window. Peter chuckled, shaking his head. He let out a sigh. Didn't I tell her not to fall in love with me? Ha! You wish. Felicia's head peeked out from her window. Peter chuckled again as he jumped off the roof, did a flip, and continued swinging into the night. Looks like Felicia has made her decision. The others will be glad to know we can now begin. Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. 3K words. Chapter 131, Chapter 131. Third person's POV. The next day. You know what time it is? Peter asked excitedly, raising his fist in the air in a celebratory manner. It's time for hero names and suit-ups. Hooray! Wait, so you guys were waiting for me to make a decision? Felicia asked in surprise as they watched Peter make a fool out of himself again. MJ nodded as she hugged Felicia's arm. Of course. After all the training we've been doing in the VR world, you didn't think we would have been ready sooner. Felicia grew a bit embarrassed as she scratched her cheek. I mean, you guys could have started without me, you know. Not an option, they all said at the same time, even Peter stopped acting foolish. Felicia was taken aback as they all responded. It was surprisingly Gwen who said, we are a team now. We saw how you had a difficult time making your decision, so we all agreed we wouldn't do anything until you'd made up your mind. What, but, didn't you guys grow bored of waiting? You couldn't have known how long I would take or if I would choose to be a hero in the first place. Like Gwen said, we're a team. We didn't mind waiting. It was honestly a unanimous agreement, no one really complained. And believe it or not, Peter had the most faith that you would become a hero. He thought it was only a matter of when, Harry said as he leaned back on the couch. Felicia's cheeks started to grow a bit red due to how supportive they were being. God, you guys are so embarrassing. Do you practice what you say in front of a mirror or something? How can you say that with a straight face? They just smiled at her, which caused her to grow more embarrassed. Anyways. Hero suits and names, right, she said, changing the topic. Arya, you know what to do, Peter said. In front of them, a miniaturized holographic image of a mannequin appeared. Felicia saw that one appeared in front of Peter. Are you going to create a new one? Peter nodded. This will be your debut. We have to dress to impress, don't we? And so they began. They started making their parts separately, from the design of their logo to its coloring. When they got to their masks, Felicia was looking at hers, twisting her head to the side and examining it pensively. This looks good, but I'm worried someone would recognize my face. Peter turned towards her. Don't worry, I'll fix it up for you. If you just want to cover your eyes, I can add perceptual filtering around the mask so your face will be hard to recognize. I can also make it so it makes your hair appear white instead of silver so your identity isn't discovered. Felicia nodded as she heard that. She grabbed the holographic mask and moved it towards the mannequin's eyes. She smiled when she saw the suit and called for a keyboard. She looked towards Peter's back as he was concentrating on his own new suit, then smiled towards him before looking down at her keyboard and began to type out the hero name she chose. Name, Spider-Cat. MJ looked at the way Felicia smiled towards Peter before sighing, shaking her head, and looking down at her suit design. She finished making the red spider design over her white suit, then focused on the mask. After finding and fitting the appropriate mask that went well with the suit, she stared at it, thinking about the name. She leaned her head back in her seat and thought about everything. Her hero name was something that was unique to her. MJ, like Felicia, looked towards Peter. She thought about all the nicknames he had given her. Red, that seems bland. Let's go with Crimson, the Crimson Spider. No, that sounds too menacing. I need something more gentle but that still means red. I know. MJ smiled as she pulled out the holographic keyboard and began to type out her hero name. Name, the Scarlet Spider. Meanwhile, Harry just stared blankly into his. I already committed to making the items. I'm going to go all the way. A hero I always loved as a little kid. I want to bring him into their world, into the real world. So Harry took a deep breath and began. When Peter turned towards Harry, he looked at him in surprise. Harry, are you sure you want to go down that route? You could receive backlash because of it. Yes, I thought about it. Pete, remember when my mom was constantly admitted into the hospital and I sometimes spent the night with her? Peter nodded his head while the others slowly stopped what they were doing and looked between them. You, without fail, always came to visit, and during your visit, you would always bring comic books with you to take my mind off my mother. We would spend hours in the hospital reading comic books, making up stories of what we would do if we could become heroes and whatnot, Harry said with a reminiscent look and a sad smile. And this character was my absolute favorite. He made my tough times more tolerable, and that's just the hero I want to be. I want my presence to bring hope to people having a tough time. Peter stared at Harry, and Harry stared right back, his gaze unwavering. You could develop an identity crisis, you know. That won't happen. There was a side effect of the serum that you must have noticed by now. When Gwen named it the King of Jungle Serum, she wasn't wrong. It enhanced my mentality, made me more confident, more sure of myself. It gave me a sense of pride. I am now mentally stronger, so I don't have to worry about thinking I'm someone else. I am sure that I will always be Harry Osborn. Peter smiled before nodding. Then go for it. You know I always have your back. Harry smiled right back and pulled out the holographic keyboard. Name, Nightwing. All right. I now have all of your designs. Arya, let's start creating. How has the quantum computer been treating you? Peter asked. My processing powers are through the roof right now. He made it. I thought he said he hadn't begun yesterday and that it would be the first thing he would do. Wouldn't it have taken him time? Felicia asked as they were all in Peter's workshop together, watching how he made their suits and having their own input. It was Arya who answered. He and I made it last night after he came back from his banishment. Yup, Peter confirmed. It was actually quite an endeavor. First, I synthesized the qubits using advanced nanofabrication techniques, creating superconducting loops to exploit quantum coherence. I optimized their placement to facilitate entanglement and superposition, leveraging principles from quantum information theory. Then, I implemented sophisticated error correction codes like the surface code, which involved encoding qubits to protect against quantum decoherence and noise. This step ensured the reliability and stability of our quantum operations. Next, I engineered a cryogenic environment using dilution refrigerators to cool the quantum processor to near absolute zero temperatures. This minimized thermal disturbances and maintained the delicate quantum states necessary for computation. To integrate the quantum processor with Arya's AI, I developed a quantum classical interface. This involved designing quantum gates and classical control circuits to enable seamless communication between the quantum and classical domains. Arya's neural network was adapted to process quantum states, enhancing her analytical capabilities and decision-making speed. Finally, rigorous testing and calibration were performed using techniques such as quantum tomography and randomized benchmarking. These ensured the accuracy and fidelity of our quantum computations, validating the system's performance before deployment. He's doing that on purpose, isn't he? Felicia asked with a straight face as she watched Peter work around the lab, continuing his tangent. Yup. Absolutely. No doubt about it. Peter then stopped and cackled madly all of a sudden without any warning. He went towards everyone. Sorry, but I'm going to need your watches for a bit. For what? Harry asked curiously as he handed his to Peter. It's a secret, Peter said, then began pushing them all out the door. Now shoo. I want to surprise you guys. They all just looked at each other in confusion. Arya, lock the door and make sure no sound escapes this room, Peter instructed as he started to dismantle the watch. He grabbed his spider bots, which made up most of his lab, and quickly used them to build their suits and watches back. 30 minutes later. What's taking Peter so long? Felicia asked. You know how he gets when he gets an idea, Gwen said, shaking her head. I'm here. I'm here. Sorry for the wait. It took a while, but with Arya's new processing power, it went much quicker than it would have. I kept adding ideas to it, Peter said as he arrived running with a large smile on his face. Peter then began handing out their watches to them. Now come and follow me, he said as he guided them to the training room. What are we doing here? And where's our suit? Felicia asked. In a minute, Peter said, smiling mischievously. Now then, here's what I want you to do. Peter went and whispered into their ears the idea he had. Harry immediately started to laugh, holding his stomach. Felicia adamantly denied, there's no way I'm doing that. MJ and Gwen, already used to Peter's antics, just sighed. You're so lucky you're cute, Gwen said, shaking her head. MJ nodded in agreement. And handsome. Seeing Felicia not wanting to be part of it, Peter shamelessly begged, clasping his hands into fists. Please, Felicia. I beg of you. There are 5 of us. How are you guys okay with this? I just know I'm going to die of embarrassment, Felicia said, ignoring Peter and looking towards the others. The faster we do this, the faster this ends, was the advice Gwen gave. Felicia looked towards Peter, who was giving her the puppy dog eyes while pouting his lips. Felicia and Peter stared at each other, and after a while, Felicia threw her head back and groaned, Arg. Fine. Yes. Peter cheered, pumping his fist. Arya, clear everything away and record everything. Peter said. What has my life come to? Felicia couldn't help but mutter. They all soon lined up next to each other. Harry stopped laughing and locked in. They all locked in as they grew serious expressions. Ready everyone? Peter asked with a serious expression. They all nodded, sharing his serious expression. They all acted in synchronization. They swung their wrists with their watches towards their opposite shoulders and then shouted at the same time. It's morphin' time. They then grabbed their watches and rotated them like dials. With a swift motion, they swung their hands forward, watches gleaming. Threads of fiber shot out from the watches, sliding over their bodies, weaving together to form sleek suits. It started from their arms, swiftly covering their shoulders and up to their necks. As it settled around their chests, the image of their chosen symbols appeared. The fibers continued down, encasing their stomachs and spreading over their legs. The top of their watches then opened as objects flew out from them and towards their faces. 2 discs flew towards Peter and went towards his ears. Metallic parts came out from them and formed a chin guard as they secured themselves firmly around his neck. A black helmet then appeared, covering his face. The screen around the black helmet turned on, and 2 large blue eyes appeared with a blue line for the mouth. Image. For Gwen, 2 pink eye covers shot to her face, and from those eye covers, more threads shot out and covered her head. As it formed on her head, a hood appeared over it. The outside of the hood was very light blue, while the inside was neon pink. Only her mask was white, while the rest of her suit was light blue with black and purple, featuring glowing, circuit-like patterns. This gave her a sleek, high-tech appearance with a distinct and vibrant look. Image. For Felicia, a black domino mask matching her outfit clung to her face. Her silver hair started turning white, seamlessly blending with the rest of her sleek, black suit. The suit featured a striking large spider logo that covered most of her chest, adding to her bold and intimidating appearance. The high collar of the suit and her sharp, elegant earrings enhanced her fierce and sophisticated look. Image. On MJ, a white and red mask covered the top half of her face, leaving the bottom half exposed alongside her luscious red hair. This made her mask match with the rest of her suit. Image. Meanwhile, Harry had a green bird domino mask covering his eyes, with green lenses. Although he wanted to be Nightwing, he added his own green coloring, making his suit green and black with the bird design on it as well. Image. Their watches then started moving on their own. They moved towards their waists and wrapped around them, becoming their utility belts while also being a power source for their suits. Peter and Harry immediately started to laugh, supporting each other as they held their stomachs. Felicia covered her face, wanting to crawl into a hole and disappear. MJ and Gwen did disappear as they became embarrassed and turned invisible. After Peter and Harry wiped their tears, Harry tapped Peter's helmet. Why the helmet? So I can reassure people better. Here, look. Peter put a hand on Harry's shoulder and looked towards him. The blue line that was his mouth smiled. It's going to be all right now. Harry nodded his head. I see what you mean. Very reassuring. Harry then began to stretch. Is this made using the unstable molecule fiber? Yup. How do you think they were able to fit into the watches? With their unstable molecules, they become very easy to compact and store. Felicia's embarrassment started to die down as she fanned her face. Ah. I will have a HUD with these, right? Peter tapped towards her eyes. She closed her eyes, expecting him to poke her in the eyes, but all she heard was the sound of his fingers tapping on glass. When she opened them, she was surprised to see he wasn't able to reach her eyes. The lenses around your eyes are practically invisible, so they should protect you against the wind, and you will still be able to use the HUD without anyone really seeing it. I see. Cool. The suit provides a protective second skin underneath it. Any DNA that leaves that second skin is immediately killed off, so no one can make clones or anything from the suit. You guys don't have to worry about cleaning up afterward, Peter informed them. This would have been very helpful when we started out, Gwen sighed. Tell me about it, Peter agreed. Now come, it's time to gear up with our gadgets, Peter said, causing them to nod. Harry went to his own lab and smiled. He picked up a case that was resting to the side of his work table and put it on top. He placed his thumb on the lock, causing it to scan, and as it opened, it revealed 2 Eskrima sticks. He picked them up and put them behind his back where 2 holders were and crossed them. He then went and grabbed more of what he had created and started to fill his utility belt with them. When Harry rejoined the others, he was thrown 2 web shooters. Harry looked at them and then looked towards Peter in confusion. They are still very helpful, and I made yours black while also adding black metal wires, Peter said. When Harry looked down at them, he saw that they were green and matched the design of his suit, causing him to smile. Harry then saw they all had a metal attachment towards their back, making him assume it was for their spider legs. Once Harry equipped the web shooters, Peter looked towards all of them. Is everyone ready? They all nodded with a smile, which caused him to smile as well. Well then, I guess all that's left is your initiation. Let's go. Peter commanded, and they all followed. A/N, I'm uploading another chapters today, don't worry your cute little butts about it. 2.7k words. Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 132, Chapter 132. Third person's POV. Everyone soon stood on top of the tallest building in New York City. They all stood on the ledge, looking down towards everything below. This is it, guys. This is your leap of faith. An initiation to your new lives as heroes. There is no doubt there will be challenges ahead of us. There will be close calls where we put our lives at risk, but it's in those moments that we'll find our true strength. Remember, being a hero isn't just about having powers or abilities, it's about having the courage to stand up for what's right, even when it's difficult. Look down. What you see is a city filled with people who need us, who count on us to be their shield and sword. They might never know our names, and some might even hate us, having nothing but detest in their hearts for us, but they'll feel our presence in every act of kindness, every injustice we fight, and every life we save. Take this leap, not just as a test of your bravery, but as a commitment to your new path. Trust in yourselves, trust in each other. Together, we are unstoppable. They all stared at Spider-Man, mouths agape. They saw his helmet gain a red coloring around the cheeks as they continued to stare at him. What the hell was that? Spider-Cat was the first one to come out of their stupor. Aria's voice came through their intercoms. Daddy knew this would happen, so he stayed up past bedtime writing a speech for this moment. They chuckled as Spider-Man coughed into his fist to save himself the humiliation. So, is everyone ready? They all had confident smiles, their hair moving against the wind. Nightwing perched against the ledge with his arms resting on his knees, Spider-Cat had a hand on her hip, while Scarlet Spider held a bit of her hair to the side, nodding their heads. Yes. They all said at the same time. Good, then jump and prove it. Nightwing was the first to jump. As he leapt, he spun around towards them, put his hands behind his head, and winked with a cocky smile as he began to fall. Whoa. Spider-Cat shouted as she jumped, tucked her knees in, and began to barrel roll. Scarlet Spider jumped and began doing backflips with a large smile on her face. Spider-Man put his arms around Ghost Spider and pulled her into a hug. Ghost Spider had a hand on his chest as Spider-Man covered his mouth with a hand. They grow up so fast, don't they? Ghost Spider giggled before grabbing his hand. Let's go and join our little children. While holding hands, they jumped down and began to dive towards the others. They all shouted in cheers, feeling the wind brush against them as the ground grew closer and closer. People below began screaming, recording, and pointing towards them. Just when they were about to hit the ground, they all spread their arms, and wings popped out from underneath them, causing them to swoop back up towards the sky. Ha ha ha. They all laughed and cheered as they began to glide. As they started to lose momentum, their wings retracted back, and they webbed towards the nearest building. Nightwing shot out a black web and swung towards the nearest rooftop. He landed in a roll and immediately transitioned into a sprint. The others began to swing and maneuver from building to building. Nightwing would jump and swing his arms forward before landing back into a roll and running again. His speed and reflexes kept up with all of them, using his webs only to make sharp turns. The people watching them for the first time were shocked, unable to believe what they were seeing. If 2 spider people weren't enough, now there were 3 more. "All right, Arya, guide us," Spider-Man said. "On it." Arya responded, immediately showing them video footage of a truck moving erratically. It appears that the driver is unconscious. "I'm on it," Nightwing said as he went into a full sprint. He saw the truck, jumped from the rooftop, and landed on top of it. He went near the window and knocked, seeing no response. Knowing something was wrong, he tried opening the door, but it was locked. Nightwing stuck his fingers towards the window and pulled it down. He reached over and opened the door. Once the door was open, Nightwing quickly took control of the truck and parked it to the side. "Arya, what do you think is wrong?" Nightwing asked, feeling the man's pulse. "He's going into cardiac arrest. I suggest using your Eskrima sticks to restart his heart." Nightwing grabbed his sticks, which had a green glow, and placed them near the man's heart. He pressed a button, sending a shock to the man's chest. "Again," Arya said. Nightwing did just that, which awoke the man's heart slightly. "His pulse is back, but it's very faint and could stop again. I suggest heading to the ER." Nightwing secured the men safely. "All right, Arya, you know what to do," Nightwing said, and in an instant, the quickest path to the nearest hospital appeared in his vision. Nightwing's figure turned into a blur as he began to run with the men in his arms. In less than 5 minutes, Nightwing arrived in front of a hospital. He slid to a stop, causing everyone around to just stare. "This man is going into cardiac arrest. I've restarted his heart, but I don't know how long it will last," Nightwing quickly briefed them. A male nurse acted quickly. "Here's an empty wheelchair. I'll wheel him inside." Nightwing complied, and the male nurse looked towards him. "What do I call you?" "Just call me Nightwing," he said before turning around. He took a running start, jumped towards the nearest lamppost, and began spinning around it, using the momentum to leap to the nearest building. The male nurse stood in shock but quickly shook himself out of it and pushed the men inside. "I'm all done on this end," Nightwing reported, tapping his side. "Good work, Nightwing," Spider-Man replied. Nightwing chuckled as he began running and jumping around. "There is an illegal arms deal occurring in this part of town," Arya informed the others, showing them an image of a map. "Let's go then," Spider-Cat said excitedly as they swung by. People were taking pictures of them, surprised to see so many spider people. It took a few minutes to arrive, and Spider-Cat immediately swung through the front door, kicking the 2 men standing outside inside. "Look what the cat dragged in," she shouted in a cheery tone. Her action startled everyone inside, causing them to jump in fright. Almost immediately, they took out their guns, aimed at her, and began shooting. Spider-Cat flexed her fingers, revealing her bone claws, now covered in a metallic sheen. She then ran towards them, swinging her claws and cutting the bullets in half. "Who the hell is this chick?" one of them shouted. "You're bad luck incarnate," she teased, cutting their guns and knocking them unconscious. She moved slyly between them, sliding under some, kicking others off their feet, and slamming their faces onto the ground, knocking them out. "Should I even intervene?" Scarlet Spider said as she watched the one-sided massacre. They then heard a whoosh and the sound of something sliding. They turned around to find Nightwing striding towards them. When he looked inside, he saw Spider-Cat knocking everyone unconscious with her skills. Not a minute later, she stood among the unconscious bodies. "Now that's what I call a warm-up," she said, flipping her hair back. "How about leaving some for the rest of us?" Scarlet Spider said with a raised brow. "Sorry, Scarlet, you're going to have to be quicker if you want to catch your prey," Spider-Cat teased. She retracted her claws. "I got to say, Spider-Man, you've outdone yourself. The metal wraps and unwraps around my claws almost perfectly." One of the men behind Spider-Cat, pretending to be unconscious, slowly aimed his gun at her. He didn't get the words out before Spider-Cat flicked her wrist back, web-shooting the men to the ground, immobilizing him. "Don't worry, I never let down my vigilance. I can't tell you how many times I've suffered because of it," Spider-Cat said, rubbing the back of her head due to phantom pain. "So shall we go?" Spider-Man shook his head. "No, we need to safely secure them for the cops." "Oh right. I forgot about that. Normally, the simulation would have ended by now." They went around and safely wrapped everyone in webs, and Ghost Spider sent a message to her dad. A gang war between 2 opposing gangs is currently in play. "There are civilians in the crossfire," Arya informed them. "I call dibs," Scarlet Spider said as they all jumped away and headed in the direction Arya provided. As they made their way towards the two gangs, they broke off a bit to help people in need, getting a cat out of a tree, saving someone from getting run over, helping a crying child who had separated from his mother. They soon regrouped and appeared in the middle of the shootout. "I'll take them down. You guys focus on making sure everyone is out of their range," Scarlet Spider said as she jumped into the crossfire. She quickly webbed all their guns and, in one quick pull, disarmed them all at once. "Don't you know you're putting other people at risk?" she reprimanded them. Seeing their weapons snatched away, they took out their backup weapons and began shooting at her in fright. Scarlet Spider sighed and dodged all their bullets, swinging around towards both sides of the warfare, taking them out. Meanwhile, the others were escorting the civilians away. Why you're Nightwing?" a 13-year-old boy, being escorted with a group, suddenly asked. "Yeah, he's a big inspiration to me, so I took up the mantle." "What do you think? Do I at least look the part?" he asked, trying to take their minds off the chaos behind them. The boy nodded rapidly in awe. From Nightwing's peripheral vision, he saw a frightened gang member aiming his gun at him. Nightwing grabbed one of his Eskrima sticks and flung it, bonking the man on the head and knocking him unconscious. The stick spun back towards him, and he caught it without looking, placing it back on his back. "So cool," the boy muttered, practically seeing stars in his eyes. The others with him looked at Nightwing in admiration. He finally took them to the police, who had just arrived. Scarlet Spider kneed one gang member in the face before using him as a springboard to jump to the next. She appeared upside down next to two others, bonking their heads together before landing safely on the ground. She ran into a crowd of gang members, karate chopping their necks and maneuvering like she was dancing, hitting their nerves at the back of their necks. To everyone else, Scarlet Spider appeared like an executioner as she went for their necks. As they all dropped to the floor, her right leg slid to the side as she settled into the typical Spider-Man pose. "If I were you, I'd give myself in. I'm a rather impatient woman, so make your decisions quickly. Throw your weapons down, and no one else has to get hurt." They quickly dropped their weapons, realizing she wasn't alone. Others were watching them. Nightwing swung his feet, sitting on a ledge and rocking side to side as he held onto the edge. On the opposite side, Spider-Cat was perched, both hands holding onto the ledge. Meanwhile, Spider-Man leaned against a wall below Nightwing's building, arms crossed, with one leg against the wall. Ghost Spider mirrored his stance on the opposite side. The gang members dropped to their knees and put their hands behind their heads, showing their surrender. "Good boys," she said sensually as she stood back up. Armored police cars arrived, officers exiting with raid shields and guns aimed forward. "Stay where you are and do not move." Scarlet Spider waved toward them. "There's no need for that, they're already down." "We said freeze." Scarlet Spider pointed to herself. "You talking to me?" "You are under arrest for the act of vigilantism, assault, and many other crimes," they declared, reading them their Miranda rights while pointing their weapons at the others as well. "Many other crimes. It's my first day on the job." Spider-Man then sent them a message using a neural link between them all. "Let's skedaddle." "They won't listen to reason, they're under orders." They all nodded before Scarlet Spider wiggled her fingers toward the officers. "Toodaloo," she said, swinging away. The officers opened fire, but the group was too quick and experienced, dodging and moving away. "Arya, check who gave the order," Spider-Man commanded. A second later, Arya replied, "It's Military General Thunderbolt Ross. He wants to capture you and make more of you to use as soldiers." Typical, Spider-Man rolled his eyes. "Do you guys have to go through this often?" Scarlet Spider asked with a frown, upset that her debut was ruined. "More times than we like. That's why Ghost and I always worry about our DNA being scattered around," Spider-Man explained. "Does that mean we will be enemies of the military?" Nightwing asked. "Yes and no. As far as I'm aware, it's only Thunderbolt Ross who wants this. Others likely think it's unethical," Spider-Man said as they swung and ran across buildings, the sound of sirens growing distant. "Father's hypothesis is correct. Thunderbolt Ross is in constant argument with his superiors about this. They say he will give the military a bad name and cause them to lose the support of the populace. He wants a chance to prove his ideas are right. Based on everything I've just uncovered," Arya explained. "So right now, we don't have much to worry about. Let's focus on what's ahead of us, keeping our little city safe," Peter said, changing the subject to prevent paranoia about becoming military enemies. "Yes, sir," they all said teasingly. They continued helping everyone they could, with many shocked to see Nightwing. Some were weirded out, some scoffed, some thought it was cool. They patrolled the city until late into the night when the most dangerous people roam. But there was a shared feeling among everyone, good, bad, civilians, and villains alike, fear. More vigilantes appearing could only mean one thing: they were all in danger. But in danger of what, they didn't know. And not knowing, honestly, frightened them more. Chapter 133, Chapter 133. Third person's POV. They are multiplying. Multiplying, I tell you. Peter was having breakfast with Uncle Ben and Aunt May while they watched the morning news. What's he shouting about now? Aunt May asked in amusement, looking at Jameson's angry expression. If 2 menaces crawling around the city weren't enough, now we have 3 more. Jameson slammed his fist on the table as 3 images appeared on the screen: Scarlet Spider, Spider-Cat, and Nightwing helping people. Aunt May and Uncle Ben turned to Peter, mouths agape. Peter awkwardly drank the milk from his cereal, making a lot of noise under their stares. Are they? Uncle Ben started. I have no idea what you mean. Well, look at the time, I'm going to be late for school, Peter said, checking his watch. He put his bowl in the sink. It's Sunday. Aunt May said flatly. That's MJ, isn't it? As for the others, I already have a pretty good idea, Uncle Ben chuckled. Sorry, I have no idea who they are. Secret identity and all that, you guys should know, Peter shrugged. Peter kissed Aunt May on the cheek. Sorry, but I've got plans down at my lab. See you later, love you. Stay safe. Aunt May called after him as Peter rushed out. Peter sat in the main chair of the meeting room, leaning back as he looked at the others seated around the long black table. To his left, Gwen sat with a nameplate reading Ghost Spider. To his right, MJ had her own nameplate reading Scarlet Spider. Next to Gwen was Harry, looking amused at his nameplate that read Nightwing. And beside MJ, Felicia traced her fingers along her nameplate, which read Spider-Cat. Peter pushed his nameplate forward, Spider-Man. Let this meeting begin, shall we? Peter cleared his throat. They all nodded, and Peter continued, let's talk about something important, something that's top priority on our list. They all looked at Peter curiously. A group name. Are you serious? Felicia sighed. Deadly serious, Peter nodded. Wouldn't it be cooler if the name came to us instead of us just brainstorming it here? Harry suggested, raising his hand. Peter pointed at him approvingly. I like the way you think, mister. The girls all scoffed and rolled their eyes. On a serious note, what did you guys think of your first patrol? Peter asked with a smile. Gwen looked at the others as she, herself, was curious. It was awesome, Harry nodded. I had more fun than I expected, Felicia agreed. MJ gave a weary smile. It would have been perfect for me if I hadn't almost become enemies with the military. I'm actually glad that happened on your first day, Peter nodded. The others looked at him oddly, especially MJ, who narrowed her eyes. What do you mean by that? I didn't mean anything bad by it, relax, Peter rolled his eyes. I meant it was good to see that not everything is sunshine and rainbows. Now, for what I have planned, Peter tapped on the table, causing it to emit a small beep and display a 3D hologram of New York City. As you all know, there are 5 boroughs in New York City and 5 of us. Each of us will be stationed and responsible for overseeing one borough, Harry for Manhattan, Felicia for the Bronx, Gwen for Staten Island, MJ for Brooklyn, and I'll take care of Queens. Wait, we're going to be separated? MJ asked, sounding disappointed. It's better this way. We'll cover more ground and help more people, Peter explained. MJ was still disappointed but agreed. What if we have something personal and can't take a watch during that time? Either someone else can cover for you, or you can start your watch later into the night. For example, Gwen and I are starting our internship again tomorrow, so we'll begin our watch later, Peter clarified. And if you need help, don't hesitate to ask. We'll leave our internship and come running, Gwen added. Arya would inform us if it's necessary. The others nodded in understanding. Peter, seeing the conversation was over, turned to Harry. Right, Harry, I forgot to ask, how's your dad? I'm sure he wasn't happy with Oscorp collapsing a few weeks ago. Harry awkwardly smiled and leaned back, sighing. He's on edge. Every little thing sets him off. He mentioned having to use more than half of his bank account to restart Oscorp. They've already begun reconstruction. Peter nodded before asking, have they made contact with him recently? Harry shook his head, not that I'm aware of. They've been quiet for the most part. They? MJ asked. Yeah, who are you guys talking about? Felicia inquired. Wait, we haven't told you guys. Peter said in surprise. Told us what? Felicia groaned. I think we might have forgotten to inform them, Gwen said awkwardly. Oh my God, just tell us already, Felicia exclaimed. Peter turned towards Harry. It's your call. It mostly involves your past. Harry nodded. We're a team. They deserve to know everything. Harry took a deep breath, interlocking his fingers on the table. My father is a Hydra agent. What? Both MJ and Felicia shouted simultaneously. You mean that terrorist organization from history class? Didn't Captain America take them all out before sacrificing himself? Felicia asked in shock. Harry, Peter, and Gwen stared at her. saying in unison, cut off one head, and 2 more shall take its place. MJ and Felicia shivered at their response. Harry, Gwen, and Peter proceeded to explain and show them everything they had uncovered so far, from how it involved Peter's parents to Norman's involvement with Hydra. So cool, Felicia remarked. Everyone slowly stared at Felicia, giving her weird looks. She shrugged, what? It's like we're in the middle of a sinister plot in a movie, and it's our job to stop it. Everyone shook their heads. Peter then asked, is there anything anyone else wants to say before I end this meeting? Seeing everyone shake their heads, Peter nodded. Good. With this, I hereby declare this meeting over. The hologram disappeared as they all stood up from their seats. Now that the meeting is over, you guys know what this means, right? Peter asked. They looked at him in confusion until Peter thrust his hand forward, it's morphin time. No. The girls all shouted, putting an end to it as they walked away to suit up. Harry looked a bit disappointed that they weren't going to do it again. Well, it looks like it'll just be the blue and green ranger for now, Peter sighed. Harry then looked at Peter and asked, so if we're blue and green, what are the others? MJ is red, Gwen is pink, or she could be yellow due to her blonde hair, but let's go with pink for now, while Felicia is the black ranger, Peter decided. Harry chuckled and playfully smacked Peter's chest, let's just go and get changed already, you doofus. And just like that, they all equipped their outfits, grabbed their gear, exited their hideout, and began their patrol of New York City. Location, Russia, Soviet Union. A meeting convened among the top leaders of the Soviet Union, accompanied by their military officials. The Soviet military general began by presenting his latest intelligence findings. The spies embedded within the Yankee military have brought us crucial information, he announced, prompting the gathered leaders to lean in with curiosity. Operating a remote control, the general activated a projector displaying images of Spider-Man swinging through the city alongside Ghost Spider and others. What exactly are you showing us, General? One of the leaders inquired, perplexed. The U.S. military is seeking to recruit these superpowered individuals to bolster their forces, the general explained. They envision using them to advance their military might and potentially dominate the world. With such capabilities, they could march through our borders and coerce surrender. He pressed another button, revealing images of Spider-Man holding up the Oscorp building and Gwen stabilizing 2 skyscrapers. Just imagine the implications if they mass-produce these abilities among their soldiers, the general continued, emphasizing the potential threat. Growing anxious, the main leaders pressed for a solution. And I assume you have a plan to counter this, one asked cautiously. Yes, with your approval, I will introduce our genetics expert, Dr. Sergei Ivanovich Valkov, to elaborate on his proposed solution, the general replied confidently. Dr. Valkov, a man with slick-back black hair, glasses, and a lab coat, stepped forward and took control of the presentation. Based on our intelligence, their powers stem from a spider-related genetic enhancement, he began. He unveiled a sophisticated machine equipped with multiple screens and robotic arms. This is my invention, the DNA splicer. It allows precise manipulation of genetic material using CRISPR-Cas9 technology, capable of creating new species, enhancing existing ones, or correcting genetic defects at a molecular level. Please get to the point, Dr. Valkov, urged the main leader impatiently. Right, sir. With this machine, we can splice the DNA of our soldiers with that of various animals, including insects like the ones embodied by Spider-Man. The possibilities are vast, Dr. Valkov explained. A skeptical leader interjected, are you proposing experiments on our soldiers? The general intervened, reassuringly, only those who volunteer, those dedicated to serving our nation. We await your authorization to proceed. The leaders deliberated in hushed tones, displaying a range of emotions from contemplation to disapproval. After a brief discussion, they reached a consensus. Very well, General. You have convinced us, one declared firmly. Proceed with caution, ensure this remains classified, and thwart any attempts by the Yankees to replicate these superpowered soldiers. The general saluted crisply. As you command. A/N, someone insinuated that the last chapter was the perfect chapter to end the volume, and I couldn't agree more, so welcome to the 4th volume everyone, now here are some afterwords. Like always, I like to ask which were your favorite moments. The volume had a lot of good ones, like the initial party scene where the RKO happened, holding up the buildings, the introduction chapter of the 3 villains. For some reason my favorite one was chatting with Felicia on the rooftop. I don't know why, it's just something about the chapter that I just like. Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 134, Chapter 134. Third person's POV. Spider-Man and all the others were in their respective locations doing what they could to help those around them. Father, building quickly, it looks like a man is about to jump off, Arya informed Peter as he swung around Queens. I'm on it, he said, turning into a blur of lightning. A man was standing on the ledge of a large rooftop. His brown hair was a complete mess, he had bags under his eyes with a lifeless look, and his beard was scraggly and unkempt. Daddy is going to come and see you, dear, the man muttered as he took a step off the ledge and closed his eyes. The people below grew horrified and screamed but let out a sigh of relief as Spider-Man swooped down and grabbed him from the air. Let go of me. Just let me die already. Please. The men pleaded. Spider-Man swung and landed on top of another rooftop. Come on, man, you know I can't let you do that, Spider-Man sighed. The men grabbed onto Peter's clothes and begged with tears in his eyes, please, I just want to see my daughter again. I take it she isn't with us anymore? Spider-Man asked with a sympathetic look. The men began to sob as he shook his head. Spider-Man hugged the men, causing him to sob harder as he patted his back. She was just a kid, no older than 13, she didn't deserve to die. The men cried. Tell me about her, Spider-Man asked with a soft smile. The men began to wipe his tears. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be dumping my emotions onto you like that. What are you talking about? I have plenty of time. Here, let's sit down, Spider-Man said as he sat cross-legged on the floor before tapping the space in front of him. Come, tell me about her. It seems like you loved her a lot. The man nodded his head as tears continued to roll down his face. He went and sat down in front of Spider-Man. The man then began pouring everything out to Spider-Man, how she had leukemia, how she was terminally ill her whole life, how she spent her entire life in the hospital, and how she unfortunately passed away recently. Spider-Man listened to everything and engaged in the conversation with the men, causing him to open up some more. To have fought for 13 long years, she must have been incredibly strong. The men nodded in agreement. She was the strongest person I've known. Not once did her smile waver. Do you have a picture of her? Spider-Man asked curiously. The man reached into his back pocket and pulled out his wallet to show him a picture of his daughter. It showed a little girl in a hospital bed smiling brightly next to him. She is very beautiful, Peter nodded as the man handed him the photo to examine. The man had a loving smile as he nodded as well. She was, wasn't she? Peter handed him the photo back. You know, as she was so strong clinging onto life, you, as her father, shouldn't be any weaker. But how can I be strong? She was my everything. She was the reason why I was strong in the first place. You mentioned she spent most of her time in the hospital. Did she ever mention any place she wanted to visit or something she wanted to do? The men began to think before remembering something. I remember she made a bucket list of the things she wanted to try once she recovered and got released from the hospital. Spider-Man nodded. That's perfect then. Here's what I want you to do, I want you to go and complete that bucket list for her. Take her picture or something of great importance of hers and have it by your side as you complete the bucket list so she'll be with you every step of the way. Document everything. I want you to take a picture of everything you did and make a scrapbook of it, so you'll have something to look back on and remember. The man blinked while looking down at the picture with a soft smile. A scrapbook of memories, he muttered. That doesn't sound like a bad idea actually. Tell me, do you remember something she had on her bucket list? Yeah. She really wanted to see a waterfall. She said they always looked so beautiful every time she saw them on TV, and that she bet they looked even better in person, he said with a reminiscent expression. Spider-Man then got up from the ground and offered his hand. Then what are you waiting for, man? You've got a waterfall to see and memories to create. The man looked at the picture before smiling and nodding, then taking Spider-Man's hand. Hey man, I never got your name. What is it? The name's Terry. Well, Terry, go out there and make good memories, so when you finally do meet your daughter again, you have amazing stories to share. Terry nodded his head. Thank you, Spider-Man, truly. Here, let me help you down, Spider-Man said as he grabbed him and they jumped down, where he set him down properly on the ground. Before I leave, I want you to remember something. Just as much as you loved your daughter, I'm 100% sure she loved you just as equally, if not more. She would be very sad if you went and tried to do what you did earlier. I guess you're right. I think I just needed to talk to someone. Thank you for being that someone, Spider-Man. Spider-Man gave him a 2-finger salute. If you ever need to talk to someone, there are professionals out there ready to lend an ear. Spider-Man then jumped up and swung away, yelling, if we do meet again later in life, you will have to show me that scrapbook. You hear me? Loud and clear, Spider-Man. Loud and clear. Terry yelled back, waving with a smile. Terry saw Spider-Man swinging away before looking down at the picture. He gave the picture a kiss as he muttered, wait for me with mommy, alright sweetie. I have some memories to create so I can share them with you guys later. As Spider-Man continued swinging away, Arya suddenly spoke, as you were busy, I didn't have a chance to report something to you, father. What is it? Spider-Man asked curiously. The Rhino is currently being deported back to his country as we speak. Spider-Man raised a brow at that before nodding. Alright, inform me immediately if he ever sets foot back here again. Noted. Speaking of Rhino, have you found Doc Ock yet? No, it appears he was aware we were monitoring New York City through CCTVs and has managed to come up with a way to hide his presence. I'm not surprised. Smart villains have always been the most dangerous. Meanwhile, with the others, Spider-Cat was swinging across her designated area when, out of the corner of her eye, she saw something suspicious further away. Arya, can you zoom in? Spider-Cat asked as she narrowed her eyes. The image of what she was seeing was brought closer to her. She saw how a little boy jumped into a flowing river and started swimming towards a little cat that was struggling and drowning. Oh, she muttered. Spider-Cat ran towards the river. When she arrived, she saw the boy holding the cat up in the air as he struggled to swim against the water current. Without hesitation, she jumped in and, with her powerful body, was able to swim against the current with relative ease. She picked up the boy who was holding the cat and swam towards the shore. When the boy landed back on the ground, he was coughing and gasping for air while the kitten was shaking a bit, looking traumatized. Spider-Cat jumped up from the river, landing in front of the boy. As the boy looked up towards Felicia, he had admiration in his eyes. Lady, are you a superhero? Yes, I am, she said with a smile. She then crouched down to his eye level. But I'm not the only hero here today. I saw what you did, how you jumped in to save the little kitty. You are a hero yourself, you know. Really? The boy asked in wonder, looking at Spider-Cat shyly. She giggled as she patted his head. Of course. You know, I have this really amazing friend who once told me, a hero isn't a hero because of his great powers and abilities. A hero is a hero by their actions and what they do. You risked your life to save this little cutie, she said as she patted the kitten, and that makes you a hero. The boy blushed bright red as Spider-Cat then stood up and offered the boy her hand. Come, I'll take you to your mother. The boy nodded as he took her hand while she used Arya to find the boy's mother. Before they arrived, the boy turned and kept looking at Felicia shyly, causing her to giggle and ask, what is it? Nothing. You're just very pretty, hero lady. PHTTT, he, why thank you. Ghost Spider was swinging around when Arya reported a traffic accident on a highway. A reindeer jumped into the highway and is currently bleeding out if you are interested. I'm on my way, Ghost Spider said as she started swinging towards the direction. Due to her quick progress and proximity, it didn't take her long to arrive. She saw the reindeer bleeding out on the road while cars were coming to a complete halt. She arrived near the damaged car and asked, is everyone all right? They all nodded their heads. Just a little spooked, but that poor reindeer, it looked like it was running from something. The woman who was behind the wheel said. Ghost Spider, hearing this, walked towards the deer and saw it breathing heavily with multiple wounds. Arya, quickly examine it while I close its wounds, she said as she started to freeze all of its wounds, causing the bleeding to stop. There appear to be bullet wounds as if it was being hunted down. If I had to make a guess, poachers. Ghost Spider nodded her head while picking up the deer with relative ease. Show me the nearest veterinarian. After dropping the deer off at the animal clinic, Ghost Spider returned to the scene. She followed the trace of blood away from the road and into the woods. As she followed the blood, she found footprints on the dirt which led back to what appeared to be the entrance of a park. She saw how the footprints disappeared and turned into tire tracks. She followed them onto the road where they made their way back to the highways. Arya, can you get any footage from the highway camera to see if any cars that passed here match the description of the tire tracks and if they made their way towards the park at some point? Ghost Spider said as she made it her mission to hunt those poachers down. Arya, with her new quantum computer, was able to figure out everything in a matter of seconds. She showed an image of a white truck with the logo of a supermarket. This truck is most likely the culprit. They have disguised the truck to make it appear as if they are just carrying processed food when in fact it's filled with living animals for them to sell. Their tires are full of dirt which shouldn't be possible for a truck of its nature, Arya explained as she zoomed in on their wheels. Ghost Spider nodded and began to chase after them. When she got close, she activated her lens's X-ray vision where she saw a black and white image of animals in cages stacked against one another. Ghost Spider turned invisible as she landed on top of the truck. When she got towards the front, she heard the men speaking. Hey, I heard something in the back. Bah, it's nothing. It's probably one of our catch being rowdy, you know how they are. Speaking of our catch, it's a bummer we missed that deer. She was a big one, wasn't she? Tell me about it, it just had to run into the open where everyone could see her. Thanks for the confession, boys. You wouldn't mind repeating that to the police, would you? Ghost Spider, still invisible, asked. Huh? Who said that? The driver asked as they pulled out their shotguns. It's the souls of all the animals you killed coming to haunt you in return, she said as she shot them both with electro webs from her web shooters. BTTTTZZZZZ, they started spasming as Ghost Spider ripped the door off its hinges and put a stop to their truck before knocking them both out. She tied them both up with webs before calling the police and making sure all of the animals were safely secured and taken care of. Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 135, Chapter 135. Third Person's POV. Nightwing was perched on top of a water tower, his two green eskrima sticks sticking out from his back as his brown hair flowed with the wind. He tapped the side of his ear as he asked, "All right, Arya, what's new?" In his iMask HUD, he saw multiple security camera feeds appear before it focused on one and zoomed in. It showed a little kid kicking and screaming as he watched his father get beaten up and the kid thrown into the back of a white van. "Show me the location," Nightwing said before he dove off the water tower and landed on the next building. He arrived by the father of the boy, who was on the ground bleeding. "Are you okay, sir?" "My boy, they got my boy," the men groaned out in a pained voice. Nightwing rapidly provided first aid. "Don't worry about your son. I'll get him back for you, that I promise. In the meantime, go to the hospital. You have a few broken bones and a fractured rib." The men looked at Nightwing and pleaded, "Please save him." Nightwing nodded. "You have nothing to worry about," he said as he webbed up towards the nearest building and followed after the white van. As he ran alongside the van on the roof, he was able to see one of their faces, which was highlighted before his criminal record was shown. Human trafficking, illegal organ trafficking, assault and battery, fraud, money laundering. This can't be good. I have a bad feeling about this. I better follow them back to where they are taking the kid, Nightwing thought to himself as he stealthily followed the white van. The white van arrived in a dark alley in the middle of an apartment complex where they couldn't be easily spotted. Nightwing was perched by the ledge of the apartment building, viewing everything. He watched as the men opened the van and pulled out multiple children, rushing them inside. There were more. I should have guessed, he thought as he watched them all enter. Afterward, Nightwing snuck in through one of the open windows, but as he entered, he was bombarded by a strong odor which sent his senses into a frenzy. He covered his nose with the back of his hand. "Oh God, what is that? I can taste it. Yuck. At least I know why the windows are open," he muttered. When he looked around, he saw that the room was empty except for two doors, one was metal, and the other was made out of wood. The wooden door led to the hallway while the metal door was too thick for his 3D lenses to work. Nightwing opened the metal door and was blasted by cold air. "Is this a freezer?" he muttered. He entered and began looking around, seeing blood bags on top of shelves, with containers next to them. He was confused until he reached for a large container and opened it. Holy shit, he couldn't help but curse as he saw what was inside. It was a heart, surrounded by ice cubes in a bag. Nightwing felt his own heart start beating quickly as he started breathing heavily, his hands shaking alongside his voice as he asked, "Arya, why is this so small?" "Please don't make me say it," Arya replied. Nightwing closed the container and looked up while closing his eyes. He took a deep breath to calm himself, but that was a big mistake. "I think I'm gonna be sick," he muttered as he started turning a bit green. Then he heard the door to the room open. That's weird, why was cold air blasting underneath the door? Who left the damn freezer open? Don't they know the product will go bad? As the man made his way towards the freezer, he froze as he saw Nightwing's muscular back. He reached for his gun and pointed it towards Nightwing. "Who the hell are you?" The man watched as Nightwing slowly turned his head to look back at him and saw a single tear running down his cheek as he held the container in his hands. Nightwing set the container to the side, and the men immediately began firing. Nightwing didn't dodge, the bullets hit his back before they fell to the ground. Nightwing turned towards the men and began slowly walking towards him. The men grew scared and started taking steps back as he kept on shooting. The bullets hit his face, turning it red, but due to his thick skin and healing factor, the redness went away. The men ran out of bullets and fumbled to reload. But Nightwing was already in front of him, staring him down. The men felt small as Nightwing looked at him coldly. The man reached to his side, ready to take out his knife, but Nightwing raised a hand and backhanded him with enough force to send him flying back, smashing through the wall and ending up in the hallway. His teeth were broken as blood escaped his mouth. Hearing the commotion, more men began to appear, all wielding guns. As Nightwing saw them coming, he grabbed two balls from his utility belt and threw them at their feet. A smoke screen started appearing, obscuring their vision. "I can't see anything. He's in front of us, just start shooting." Every time they shot, the sparks illuminated the smoke screen before they heard the sound of screaming and impact, causing them to become scared and start acting more frantic. "Oh. Ugh. Oof. BTTTTZZZZZ. No. No. I'm sorry." As the smoke cleared, it revealed bodies everywhere, with Nightwing in the middle of them, holding his eskrima sticks. They were covered in blood alongside his knuckles. His hair was down, covering his face as his knuckles tightened around his weapons. He heard more footsteps coming up the stairs, so he rushed towards them. As they appeared, he held onto the railing and kicked them back down, taking them all out. He watched them all roll down the flight of stairs before jumping over the railing and meeting them at the bottom. One of them quickly got back up and took out his knife, flipping it in his hand before going into a fighting position. He rushed towards Nightwing, but Nightwing slammed his Eskrima stick on his wrist, making a crunching noise and causing him to drop the knife and scream in pain as he held his broken hand. Nightwing put the Eskrima stick to the man's neck and electrocuted him, knocking him unconscious. Someone jumped on his back and tried to stab him, but he reached back, grabbed the back of their shirt, and flipped them over to the ground before kicking them unconscious. Nightwing saw the men he had previously taken down getting back up. He joined his Eskrima sticks together, creating a bow staff, and started twirling it around before dashing towards them, beating them unconscious. Blood flew out of their mouths with every hit. Nightwing cleared each floor with maximum efficiency. No matter how many came after him, he handled them with relative ease until he made his way down to the basement. He stood in front of another metal door with a trail of bodies right behind him. Although it was sound isolated, Nightwing was still able to hear what was happening inside due to his enhanced senses. So did you wash them? You know they need to be clean since we are selling these for a high price. How long do you think we've been doing this? Of course, I washed them. You know how many orders we get. Good, bring in the first boy of the new batch. Yes, sir. No. Let go of me. Please. Daddy. Daddy, help me please. Strap him to the chair and cover his mouth so he shuts up. I already said we've done this 1,000,000 times. I know what to do. Yeah, the men replied before the sound of a chainsaw started up. As Nightwing heard muffled screaming, his cheek tightened over his mouth as veins protruded from the side of his face. He punched his fist towards the door, expecting it to go flying back, but all it did was punch a hole straight through the metal door. The two men inside stopped what they were doing and looked towards the door in shock until they saw the hand pull back. They then saw a face peeking out from the hole he created. Oops, he said in a monotone voice before grabbing the opening of the hole and ripping the door completely open. It looks like I added a little too much strength to my knocking. I hope you guys don't mind if I let myself in, he said with an emotionless look on his face. Shit, who is this freak? Gabe, get him, the men with the chainsaw commanded. Gabe was a large, burly, bald black man who was strapping a child down in a black leather chair with the floor around it covered in dry blood. Gabe reached into his back pocket and pulled out 2 knuckle dusters. He cracked his knuckles as he put them on before rushing towards Nightwing. He held a boxing position, covering his face with one hand before punching towards Nightwing with the other. Nightwing easily caught the fist with one hand and looked towards him with a head shake. You should have quit when you had the chance. Gabe. Gabe was still stunned by Nightwing catching his fist. Nightwing twisted Gabe's arm, causing him to scream in pain while his knees buckled slightly. Nightwing kicked Gabe's knee, causing him to kneel. Gabe used his other hand to punch Nightwing, but Nightwing maneuvered his way behind him, got on his shoulders, and snapped his neck. Gabe didn't have a chance to react as he fell face first to the floor, unconscious. Nightwing got off him, his body reflexively rolling to the side in time to dodge the chainsaw. The man holding the chainsaw clicked his tongue as he missed. When he turned to look towards Nightwing, he saw he wasn't where he rolled to. He looked to both sides in confusion until he felt a tap on his shoulder. He quickly turned around and swung his chainsaw down, but there was no one there. That was until he saw a shadow to his side. He saw Nightwing with his back before punching him so hard he went flying off and smashing against all his utensils, his teeth flying out of his mouth and his eyes rolling to the back of his head. He slumped against a table with his head down, blood dripping from his mouth with the chainsaw still on and in his hands. Nightwing went and unstrapped the child from his seat. The kid practically jumped into his arms and began to sob. Nightwing, seeing this, was surprised before smiling sadly and patting the boy's head. There, it'll be all right. I got you now. Come, can you take me to your friends? Let's get everyone away from here. The kid nodded while still crying, holding Nightwing's hand as he started guiding him towards where the other kids were. Arya, Nightwing called, tapping his ear. I have already informed the police of everything that is going on. They are arriving in a few seconds, Arya informed him. Nightwing safely released all of the children and guided them outside, where policemen were taking everyone into custody. When they saw Nightwing with the children, some officers tipped their hats towards him. The kids hid behind his legs and looked towards the cops with a hint of worry. Nightwing turned towards them and got on one knee, patting their heads as he said, "Go with the officers, they will help you reunite with your families." Some had tears in their eyes as they nodded their heads before they all rushed and tackled him into a hug, taking him by surprise. After they were done, the captain of the unit nodded towards Nightwing. "We'll take them off your hands now, Nightwing," he said in a teasing tone. Nightwing grew embarrassed as he scratched his cheek. He stood up and nodded his head before his expression grew serious. Have you found? The captain's face grew serious as he nodded. Some pretty disturbing things, I dare say. I don't think some of my men are going to be able to sleep well tonight. Nightwing rubbed his face. Tell me about it. The police captain just patted his shoulder. Great work out there. Nightwing nodded. Just make sure they are all reunited with their families, he said before he started jumping towards the walls and parkouring onto the rooftops. As he watched them take the kids away safely, Nightwing tapped the side of his ear. Hey man. I think I could really use a friend right about now. He said with a solemn voice. Meanwhile, the Scarlet Spider was sitting on the edge of a building with a little spider in hand. You know, before, I thought you guys were scary, but now I think you're really cute little critters, she said with an awkward smile. I now feel bad for killing my little spider. I wonder if we could have become friends like I'm doing with you fuzzy little guys, she added, patting it with her finger. Suddenly, she turned her head to the side and sighed. That's the 5th domestic abuse case in an hour. I guess it goes to show how much it happens and how much people keep quiet about it. It's not like I have any room to talk, she thought. Come on, little guy, we have someone to save, Scarlet Spider said, putting the little spider on her shoulder. She grabbed the ledge she was sitting on, flipped off of it, and swung towards the location of the reported incident. Turning invisible, she arrived to witness the scene. A man walked into a room with a beer bottle in hand. You know what to do. Undress. Since your mother left me. That just means it's your job to take care of my needs, the man slurred. The girl on the bed started shaking, holding her arms and tucking herself into the covers with tears in her eyes. Please. Just for tonight. Don't do this. The man dropped the bottle and grabbed the sheets with both hands, yanking them off. I said to undress, he shouted, climbing into bed and starting to undo his belt buckle. Suddenly, the window was smashed open. Scarlet Spider deactivated her invisibility and punched the man's head into the wall, knocking him unconscious. The girl screamed before turning towards Scarlet Spider. Wait. I'm here to help you, Scarlet Spider said, raising her hands in surrender as the girl picked up her covers and shielded herself. The girl looked towards her unconscious father, then back to the intruder in her room. She didn't know why, but upon seeing the Scarlet Spider, she broke into tears. Scarlet Spider sat on the girl's bed and pulled her into a hug. The girl cried, gripping Scarlet Spider's outfit tightly. Scarlet Spider patted the girl's head and hair to calm her down, reassuring her, don't worry, I'm here to help you. We'll get through this together. Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 136, Chapter 136. Third person's POV. Peter woke up with Gwen in his arms, which prompted her to wake up as well. Peter kissed her cheek before getting up and getting dressed. Gwen sighed out loud as she stretched, her sheet covering her naked chest. She just stared at Peter getting dressed with a smile of contentment. Gwen laid on her side as she rested her face on her hand. If you keep looking at me like that, I'm going to blush, Peter teased. Gwen chuckled as she rolled her eyes. As Peter got dressed and was about to leave, Gwen stretched out her arms to him while puckering her lips and making grabbing motions with her hands. Peter chuckled as he went and gave her a goodbye kiss that lasted several seconds. See you later, he said as he turned invisible and jumped out from her window before swinging back home. Peter and MJ soon arrived at school, where they found the others waiting for them. Harry appeared like he had stayed up all night. Couldn't sleep? Peter asked as they did their handshake. Harry sighed as he shook his head. Every time I close my eyes, all I see is it in my hands once again. Peter patted Harry's back. Take the day off. What? I can't do that, not when I just started. Who knows how many of them are out there, how many will need my help, and because I take the day off, they will have to pay the price. Rule number 1. Peter asked. Harry mumbled, you can't save everyone. Especially not when you're like this. Just as Peter said this, Lizzie appeared. Hey Lizzie, Harry wanted to take you out on a date but is too embarrassed to ask since he can't come up with a place you would enjoy. What? Harry asked, looking at Peter with threatening eyes. Aw, Lizzie said as she jumped towards Harry and hugged his arm. That's so cute. A date between us sounds fantastic, she said as she leaned her head on his arm. We haven't been on one in a while. Yeah, dude, you guys haven't been in a while. What's the matter with you? Peter teased as he smacked Harry's other arm. Gwen just had her arms crossed as she looked towards Peter with a smile. Look who's talking, mister, we haven't been on a date in a while either. Peter rubbed the back of his head, a bit embarrassed. I guess you have a point. Meanwhile, Harry interlocked fingers with Lizzie. I suppose you have a point. Let's go on a date. He said as he kissed the side of her head, causing Lizzie to giggle happily. Felicia then went and locked arms with MJ. I guess that just leaves you and me. Felicia started to playfully bat her eyelashes at her. What do you say, is it a date? MJ rolled her eyes as she pushed Felicia's face away with one hand playfully. Felicia just had her lips puckered with her arms out. Come on, at least a smooch, she said as MJ still kept her at arm's length. They all laughed and continued bantering with one another as they entered the school as the bell rang. Soon, school came to an end, and they all started heading back to their internships. Since Jameson hadn't used her pictures to discredit Spider-Man, MJ still worked for him. Now she had decided to be the Scarlet Spider while taking pictures for the Daily Bugle. Peter and Gwen walked hand in hand towards the Baxter building. Once they arrived at the floor they were previously on, Peter knocked on the door. Johnny, open it to see who it is. They heard shouting from inside. What am I, your personal door boy or something? I'm working on something. You're the closest to the door. Just open the door, Johnny, don't keep them waiting. Ugh. Fine. Peter and Gwen looked towards each other before they smiled in amusement. It wasn't long before the door was opened by Johnny, his face and hands covered in oil. He was cleaning his hands with an oil-covered white rag. Oh, it's you guys, and you don't look beat up. That's good at least. Come on in, Johnny motioned with his head. It's the interns. Johnny yelled towards Susan as he walked off towards an open space where he was working on a red muscle car. Is that a 1969 Chevy Camaro? Peter asked, getting distracted and walking towards Johnny. Johnny smiled proudly as he tapped the side of it. Yup, my baby right here is one of a kind. I'm just working on the engine to see if I can get her to run again. It used to belong to my father, now it belongs to me. Peter nodded, leaning in to get a closer look at the engine. Nice, it's in great shape. Have you checked the carburetor? Sometimes they get gummed up if the car's been sitting for a while. Also, it might be worth looking at the timing belt and ignition system. Ensuring the spark plugs and wires are in good condition can make a huge difference. You know about car engines? Johnny asked in amusement. What do you think? Peter asked with a smirk. I think we're going to get along just fine, Johnny smiled. And I already checked the carburetor, that isn't the problem. I'm thinking it might be something with the fuel pump. It's not delivering fuel consistently. Peter furrowed his brow as he inspected the engine more closely. Yeah, that could be it. You might want to check the fuel filter too. If it's clogged, it can cause irregular fuel flow. Also, make sure the fuel lines aren't cracked or leaking. Even a small leak can cause a lot of issues. Johnny nodded, appreciating the suggestions. Good call. I'll take a look at those next. Thanks. No problem. Just let me know if you need an extra pair of hands, Peter replied, grinning. It's nice to see you boys getting to know each other, Reed said as he appeared with both Ben and Susan. Susan nodded to both Peter and Gwen. It's nice to see you two manage to make a full recovery. Peter scratched the back of his head, a bit embarrassed. Sorry about that. Anyways, you left quite an impression last time. I want your opinion on something, Richard said to Peter before motioning for him to follow. Peter was curious about what Richard wanted to show him, so he followed. They walked towards a large empty room with a whiteboard covered in mathematical equations and symbols. Are you sure you want to show me something like this? Peter asked, looking at Richard oddly. Think of it as a test. I want to see if my hunch about you is correct, or if I'm just giving you too much credit, Richard said with a smirk. Peter stared at him with a plain expression. Using reverse psychology on me is not cool, man. Richard didn't say anything else except to smile at him. You're expecting too much from him, he's just a kid, Ben whispered, leaning towards Richard. Like I said, it's just a test. It's all right if he fails it, Richard replied in the same whisper. Peter felt his lip twitching as he heard them perfectly well. He just rolled his eyes and focused on the equations in front of him. After a minute of studying everything, Peter turned towards Richard and asked, Are you demented or something? Ha 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 ha. I sometimes wonder about that myself, Ben laughed loudly as he patted Richard's back. You're planning on opening a portal to another dimension. We can calculate how to do it, yes, that part is the easy part. You've almost completed it and just need to add the final touches. But you failed to factor in what we will find on the other side. A portal is a two-way door. Just as we will be able to go in, something from the other side will be able to come out, Peter explained. Richard smiled as he looked at Peter. So you understand what I'm trying to do, yes. But we've already solved that problem with the containment shield. Nothing comes out unless we let it. Peter took a deep breath to calm himself. We don't know what we'll find on the other side, so we don't know what type of life forms we'll encounter. Thus, we won't know how strong they are, and we can't be sure the containment shield will be enough to hold them back. Do you see where I'm going with this? Richard nodded with a smile. Then how about this, we'll build a detector, something like an interdimensional scanner. Before we open a portal to any location, we'll be able to detect if there are any signs of life nearby. If there are, we won't open the portal. If there aren't, we'll open the portal and investigate the surroundings. I guess that could work, but it's still dangerous. Another thing, did you miscalculate something here on purpose? Peter muttered as he continued to look at the equation. Where? Richard asked curiously, looking at him in confusion. Here it says \\int underscore 0 caret \int e caret x caret 2 dx equals \frac 1 sqrt pi but it's supposed to be \int underscore dash \int caret \int e caret x caret 2 dx equals sqrt pi . Not only that, you applied the concept of quantum entanglement in the wrong way. It should be \delta x delta p jec frac bar 2 but you wrote delta x delta p lec frac bar 2 . Peter said as he grabbed a marker, erased the bottom part of the equation, and began adding the corrections. Good catch, and yes, it was on purpose. Richard nodded his head. I totally missed that, but they don't need to know that. He's lying, both Peter and Gwen thought at the same time, amused as their spider senses warned them of the lie. But both chose to remain quiet about it. Peter then leaned back and studied the board. Oh, also. Peter said as he began to mutter and continue writing on the board, slowly solving it. Both Ben and Richard raised their eyebrows as they saw he was in the zone. And carry the one, he muttered before looking back and closing the cap on the marker and nodding. Oh wait. He looked toward Richard in horror. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Richard just raised a hand and sighed, stopping Peter. What did he do? Ben asked curiously. Richard chuckled and shook his head. He solved it. He solved the thing I've been working on my whole life. I can delete it. I swear. I didn't mean to. Peter said, standing awkwardly as he put the marker back where it belonged. Richard shook his head with a smile, his arms crossed. No, kid. It's all right. I'm honestly glad. This means my hunch about you was right. You are a genius, you might even be better than me. Ben laughed as he patted Richard's back with a strong force. Ha ha ha, you've been out, Richard. That's a first if I've ever seen it. Richard still had a smile as he looked at Peter. You know what this means, right? That I'm getting a bonus on my paycheck. Peter said with a nervous smile. Richard had a look of amusement as he shook his head. No, it means you're going to help me build this thing. He grinned. Gwen then raised her hand. I'm sorry, but I have to know, why do you want to build a portal to another dimension? It's for resources, right? Peter asked. Richard nodded. If we could find an empty dimension, we should be able to mine its resources and put an end to the destruction of our own world. Our world grows weaker due to the amount we've taken out of it. It won't be long before we'll have to abandon our world to inhabit a new one. So with this, I was hoping it wouldn't come to that. I see, that's very admirable, Gwen nodded. Thank you, Richard smiled. So how long would it take us to complete this portal thing? Ben asked curiously. Give or take a couple of months. Both Peter and Richard said at the same time. They both stopped and looked at each other with a smirk before bumping the sides of their fists. Let's get started, Richard said with a dangerous glint in his eyes. While Susan grabbed Gwen's hand, and you come with me, I always wanted an assistant, she said happily as she dragged Gwen to her lab. Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 137, Chapter 137. Third Person's POV. 1 week later in the Soviet Union. The general walked alongside Dr. Valkov, who held a tablet in his hand. So, do we have results? The leaders are expecting proof that their funding is being used appropriately. If we don't provide anything, they'll shut down this project immediately, the general said, his hands clasped behind his back as they stood before a large metal door. Dr. Valkov placed his hand on a hand scanner, which then scanned his retinas. The thing with this is that it's 50-50ths. Our research shows a significant discovery, it's all about willpower. Those with low willpower will have their minds taken over by the bestial side. They won't have coherent thoughts or control over their actions and will simply follow their instincts, Dr. Valkov explained. As he spoke, the metal door slid open, revealing the interior. Inside were large white cells with clear glass walls, offering a view of the interior. Each cell resembled isolation rooms in a psychiatric hospital, white and padded. Inside these cells were what the general could only describe as monsters. One creature resembled a centipede, with multiple limbs smashing its head against the glass, screeching and thrashing about wildly. Another had the head of a fly with beady eyes, giant wings on its back, spitting on its hands and rubbing them together before crashing against the padding, attempting to break free. I take it these are the failures. I want to see the successful results, Doctor, the general demanded. Come, follow me. Dr. Valkov hurried along. Inside one of the cells was a tall, lanky man, shirtless with green skin markings from his neck downward. He had a detached expression and sharp blades protruding from each forearm. The general approached the glass and saw the information plastered on it. Name, Matvey Bogomolov, image. Age, 25. Cadet number, 3463242A. Codename, Mantis. And what can he do, the general asked. I'm glad you asked. Here is a video of his tests, Dr. Valkov said, swiping through the tablet and handing it to the general. The general watched as Mantis ran, dodging and cutting bullets in half before cleanly slicing through a car with one swipe of his arm blade. Impressive, the general nodded. Come, there's more, Dr. Valkov said excitedly. They passed by more failed experiments before arriving at a cell with a large, toned woman doing push-ups. She had fur growing over her body, brown fur extending up to her elbows, 2 brown ears on top of her head along with her human ears. But the most striking feature was her height. Standing at 2 meters tall, she had a constant scowl. Name, Anastasia Medvedeva, image. Age, 27. Cadet number, 4536335C. Codename, Ursula. The general motioned for the tablet, and Dr. Valkov handed it over. The general watched as Ursula struggled slightly to lift a tank, spun around with it, and threw it a great distance. She then ran after it, leaving dented footsteps with each stride, and jumped into the air. Claws grew from her hands as she tore and pulled apart the tank's hatch. The general grinned broadly and nodded. Next. The next one is a bit tricky, Dr. Valkov began. Tricky? How so? This one isn't part of the military or trained. He's a convict, a former mercenary. And why choose him over willing participants, the general asked, growing displeased with the decision. Because he faced Spider-Man. I believe his insight could be useful. Fortunately, he survived the experiment, Dr. Valkov explained as they arrived at another cell. Before them stood a large, muscular man about 2 meters tall, with thick gray skin and a large horn protruding from his forehead. Name, Alexei Sitsevic, image. Age, 29. Cadet number, X, convicted. Codename, the Rhino. I was considering making him the leader of our group, Dr. Valkov said, handing the tablet to the general. The general watched as the Rhino shrugged off bullets and explosives, emerging unscathed with an excited grin. He then charged armored vehicles, effortlessly tearing them apart with his horn. If he can do that to vehicles, imagine what he could do to human bodies, the general remarked. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over them. They turned to see the Rhino looking at them with a grim expression. I've promised the Spider-Man, when can I fight him again, he asked. Dr. Valkov grinned and tapped on the glass. Soon, big guy. Just be patient. It won't be long before you get the go-ahead. The general and Dr. Valkov continued their tour, approaching a woman with long white hair and piercing blue eyes. Her entire body was covered in white fur with black spots, resembling a humanoid snow leopard. Name, Ekaterina Irbisova, image. Age, 26. Cadet number, 5872658E. Codename, Frostbite. The general examined the tablet, which displayed footage of Frostbite in a winter environment, showcasing her resistance to extreme cold. She moved with blinding speed, demonstrating lethal claws and exceptional stealth. She was designed to counter the spider with her ice powers. She's agile, deadly, and difficult to detect, Dr. Valkov explained eagerly. How many more do we have in total? The general inquired, growing increasingly interested. Dr. Valkov sighed. Unfortunately, we were only successful with 5 subjects. The others lost control too quickly. Very well, show me the last one, the general demanded, slightly disappointed by the limited number. This last one may impress you even more. He's faster than Frostbite, able to reach near supersonic speeds, Dr. Valkov added. And what animal is he based on? The general asked. A tiger beetle, one of the fastest insects on Earth, Dr. Valkov informed him. They approached another cell where a muscular man with green hair, eyes, and antennas, adorned in green armor with insect-like wings on his back. Name, Nikolai Jakava, image. Age, 25. Cadet number, 2463463D. Codename, Tiger Wing. Here, Dr. Valkov said, handing the tablet to the general. The video showed Tiger Wing assuming a running stance before accelerating with explosive force, causing those nearby to be thrown back by the shockwave of his speed. He can reach speeds up to 1,160 kilometers per hour, 720 miles per hour, just shy of the speed of sound. Those Spider-Men won't stand a chance against him, Dr. Valkov stated proudly. The general burst into laughter with delight. Excellent. Excellent. The leaders will be pleased, very pleased. And what shall we call this group of exceptional individuals? Sir, we're calling them the Beastmen, Dr. Valkov replied. I think we should make a helicarrier, what do you guys think? Peter asked as he looked around, noticing everyone on the ground gasping for air. Harry, who was standing up from the ground, sighed, why do we need something so big? A large enough jet would be sufficient for us. As the ladies would say, bigger is better, Peter nodded. They all glared at Peter as he mentioned that. Okay, but why are you making a jet? Are we going international? Felicia asked as she picked herself up from the ground. No, but who knows when we might need it. It could be useful, Peter said as he offered his hands to both Gwen and MJ. I say go for it, but will you have the time? I mean, you are helping Reed build that portal, Gwen said. Speaking of the portal, will we be able to come and see it when you turn it on? That sounds so cool, MJ said excitedly. I mean, I don't have a problem with it, but I will have to talk to Richard since it's mainly his project, I'm just helping. Arya then appeared holding a clock. You guys have been in here for a few hours already, you're going to be late. Thanks, Arya, they all said at the same time. Arya saluted towards them all, always happy to help. They all swiped their fingers forward, causing a small menu to appear in their vision, before they tapped the last icon, log out. They then walked out of the capsule and went to get dressed. As they were dressing, Peter turned towards Harry. So, I forgot to ask, how was the date with Lizzie? It went well. Did you too, you know? Peter made hand signs with his fingers. Harry turned red as he shook his head, not yet. Hey, coward. Shut up, it's just that our relationship hasn't come to that point, Harry muttered. She's probably waiting for you to make the first move, Peter said as he put on a shirt. Eh? Really? Yup, she probably doesn't want to come off as easy and wants you to initiate it. Some girls are big on guys making the first move. And if she really is waiting for your relationship to develop before diving into intimacy, she will tell you straight up. Are you sure? I have 2 girlfriends, what do you think? I'm like the love guru, Peter said as he pretended to dust off his shoulders. I'm just nervous to initiate anything and then get rejected. Peter looked at Harry with a serious expression. What? We literally fight crime for a living, man up, pussy. It's not the same and you know it, Harry rolled his eyes as they both walked out. After that, Harry and Felicia suited up and got their gear ready, while MJ went on towards the Daily Bugle, with Peter and Gwen heading towards the Baxter building. Hey Johnny, both Gwen and Peter greeted. Johnny, who was underneath his car, pushed himself out before nodding towards them. Sup guys, you know where to find them, he said as he pulled himself back under. Gwen and Peter then split up. Gwen went towards Susan's office while Peter headed towards Reed and Ben. As he opened the door, he found Ben helping Richard move some things around. Oh hey Peter, ready to get to work? Richard greeted. Peter rolled up his sleeves. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't. You can help Ben make the framework, he was just about to get started, while I focus on these circuits. Peter nodded as they both got to work. Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 138, Chapter 138. Third person's POV. 2 days later. Peter sighed as he slowly put down the weights, which added up to 100 tons in total. I think I've reached my limit. He muttered. 100 tons seems more than enough, but why am I unsatisfied? I really hope I don't turn into some power-hungry idiot. Arya, based on your scan, what is the reason I've hit my limit? Peter asked curiously. There was a short pause before Arya answered. Based on what I'm seeing, there are 2 reasons you haven't grown stronger. First, your muscles are very strong, which means they are much more resilient. I dare say they have become as hard as steel. If they can't break, or in other words tear, then they can't grow stronger. I see, so I need to train under more extreme measures. Weights aren't doing it anymore, huh? Peter finished her sentence. And the second reason? It's your age. You are only 15. Your age has limited how strong you can get. There's no doubt you will grow stronger as you age. But at your current age, 100 tons is the most your strength can reach, Arya finished informing him. Will the limit of my age be removed or improved when I take the SSS? Calculating. Yes, based on all the information I have, it will not only increase your strength but double all of your attributes and abilities. For example, as you can hold 100 tons now, after the serum, it will be 200. Meanwhile, your spider senses will be twice as strong, possibly developing into some type of precognition. I'll even say that you will be able to control your wall-crawling abilities to repel or push things away instead of just sticking to them. I see, it makes sense. After all, the SSS is all about enhancements more than anything else, Peter thought to himself pensively. But my enhancements can wait. I'm already strong. I wanted the serum for our families more than anything else so they could protect themselves when we're not around. In the meantime, Peter was rolling his shoulders and putting everything away, after which he went towards one of the rooms to find Harry working on the framework of their jet. Upon noticing Peter's presence, Harry raised a brow. Shouldn't you be at your internship at this time? Peter sighed, I can't. It's illegal to work 7 days of the week. I have to take some days off, otherwise, Reeds will get in trouble with the law and stuff. Since you have no work to do, pick up a tool and help me, you son of a bitch. You came up with this idea and threw all the hard work on me. Peter gave a teasing grin. I mean, you have to earn your stay somehow, don't you? Peter easily caught the tool Harry threw at him. You bastard, I cover your area for the day while you work. I think I've earned more than my stay. Peter jumped up and began helping Harry attach the metal frame pieces together. Should I actually start paying you guys? That doesn't sound like a bad idea. I don't want money, and don't you dare start paying us, Harry said as he stopped what he was doing and looked at Peter with a serious expression. Peter, taken aback by his seriousness, looked at him bewildered. Why? Because then it becomes less about saving people and doing the right thing and more about making money. It takes away the nobility of our actions. We aren't heroes because we get something in return. We are heroes because we do the right thing without expecting compensation for our actions. It was Peter's turn to stop what he was doing and look at Harry in surprise. That's so profound, who are you, and what have you done to my best friend? Harry rolled his eyes as they went back to work. But you understand what I'm trying to say, right? Yeah, Socrates, I understand, Peter teased. Harry scoffed as they continued working. To them, they were moving at a normal pace, but the same couldn't be said from an outsider's perspective. They were moving rapidly and talking just as fast with no sign of stopping. Soviet Union. The general was pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back, his posture straight, his face calm. Behind him was Dr. Valkov, who watched him walk back and forth. In front of them were 5 people, each with animal characteristics. You are going to be sent through enemy lines for a special mission, a mission with a great amount of danger, stopping the US military from replicating more of this. The general said as he took out a remote and turned on a projector showing 5 people, Spider-Man, Ghost Spider, Nightwing, Scarlet Spider, and Spider-Cat. It has come to our attention that these beings are considered to be superheroes of New York City. They are something the US military wants to get their grubby little hands on. Those Yankees are already considered to be a superpower, now imagine what they would become with beings with actual superpowers. So your mission will be simple, stop that from happening. You are to incapacitate them and bring them here, and if that's not an option, I want you to simply kill them. If we can't have them, then no one will. We can't have them becoming weapons they could use against us. Do I make myself clear? Yes, sir. Good, the general nodded before going to the front of the line. Mantis, why have you agreed to be a part of this project? Mantis, who looked apathetic, simply said, to make a name for myself, sir. Ever since I was young, I've always been told I wouldn't amount to anything. I wanted to prove them wrong, so I joined the military. The general nodded before looking towards the person next to Mantis. Ursula, why have you agreed to be a part of this? For my children. I was promised our families would be more than taken care of. I was promised their education and housing wouldn't be an issue. The general then looked towards the person in the middle. Rhino, I ask you the same question as the other 2. Rhino looked down at the general for a bit before looking up and ahead. I was promised the spider. I was promised they would make me stronger. I wanted to pay back the spider for the humiliation I suffered at his hands. The general was pleased to hear that. His anger is useful. I have heard you face the ones named Spider-Man and Ghost Spider before. Tell me about them. I have faced the one named Ghost Spider once, while Spider-Man twice. From what I can remember, they can dodge bullets and fast missiles easily. They must have some super senses. The White Spider has the power to use ice, while the Man Spider can use some sort of electricity. I do not know about the others. The general nodded at the information before turning towards the woman next to him. And you, Frostbite. She had a cold expression as she said, I saw it as a way to get power and grow stronger. The general raised a brow before turning towards Tiger Wing. Tiger Wing did a military salute. Ever since I was a little boy, I dreamed about becoming a hero of our nation. I thought if I went and did this, I would be known as that hero. The general nodded as he went and stood back, facing them all. With that said, I have something to inform you all. You will all be known as deserters of the army. Most of their eyes widened in shock. If you were to fail this mission, it could lead to disastrous circumstances. But worry not. To us, to the higher-ups, and to the people who truly matter, you will be known for your cause. They will know you are heroes giving your life and freedom for the betterment of our nation. You will all be someone great. All your families will be taken care of, you will have your revenge, you already have the power, and you all will be considered heroes. That is all for today. Rest, since tomorrow you will have a hell of a day, the general said, his expression growing serious as he scanned everyone in the room. As Peter and Harry wore metal masks and used blow torches, Gwen and the rest of the girls returned, wearing their superhero outfits. I brought pizza if you boys are hungry, Gwen announced, holding a stack of pizza boxes in one hand and taking off her mask with the other. Peter took off his metal mask and did a backflip off the completed frame of the jet. Oh my god, I think I'm in love with you all over again. He gave Gwen a quick kiss and then kissed MJ on the cheek. Peter then turned towards Felicia, looked at her for a bit, and patted her on the head. This is the best I can do. Felicia smacked his hand away and rolled her eyes. Peter went to grab a box, but Gwen swatted his hands away. Wash your hands first. But Gwen just gave him a long look before turning to Harry. You too, mister. Yes, Mom, both Harry and Peter said sarcastically as they went to wash their hands. While they were eating their pizza, Gwen looked towards them and asked, So, what's new? I've reached my peak, Peter said, stuffing his mouth. Really? Gwen asked with a raised brow. Peter nodded, and Gwen rested a hand on her chin. I guess that means it's time to use the serum. Peter nodded in agreement before adding his idea. I was actually thinking of giving some to our families. I see, to protect themselves. That's a good idea, Gwen nodded. Wait, does that mean I would have to tell my mom about this? Felicia motioned towards herself, still in her hero costume. That's really only if you want to entrust that they would be able to keep it a secret, Peter said. I trust my mother, but I'm not sure if I'm ready to tell her just yet. Same with mine, MJ said a bit nervously. Then don't. The only reason I mentioned it to Gwen is because our families know our identities, so they're the ones who are in the most danger, Peter said with a shrug. No offense, Harry, but there's no way in hell. Peter started. Relax, I know, Harry said, shaking his head. Peter then turned towards MJ and Felicia. Also, you girls aren't getting the serum until both of you reach the peak of your abilities and power. Yes, Master, Felicia said sarcastically. Felicia, Peter teased, pronouncing all her syllables. Felicia looked confused as she took a bite before realizing what she said, causing her to choke on her food. She banged her chest and held up a finger. Wait a minute, I didn't mean it like that, she said hurriedly. Then how did you mean it? MJ asked, pulling cheese from her pizza and looking at her. Felicia blushed. I meant it like a martial arts master, not a slave owner. Wow, calling me a slave owner because I'm white. Low blow, Felicia, Peter said before looking around. I didn't mean it like that either. Felicia said, growing embarrassed. As Peter looked around, he paused and said, guys, I think we'll need more people on our team, preferably of a different race. Every single one of us is as white as can be, and Gwen already has a white hood. This isn't looking good for our image. Gwen smacked Peter on the arm for making such a joke, while Harry was covering his face as he laughed, and MJ had to look away from Gwen as she silently giggled, while Felicia was recovering from her embarrassment. Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 139, Chapter 139. Third Person's POV. Later in the night. Peter sat down with his Uncle Ben and Aunt May. What's the matter, Peter? Is something wrong? Uncle Ben asked. It was followed by Aunt May asking, Are you hurt? No. Why are you guys always assuming the worst? Peter sighed. Aunt May smiled softly. Forgive us for assuming the worst since our nephew now spends most of his time outside the house and only appears when he's hurt or telling us news. Peter, embarrassed, rubbed the back of his head. I should probably make a more conscious effort to have more family moments with you guys. Sorry about that. So you are here to tell us about something, right? Uncle Ben guessed. Peter nodded. All right, don't freak out, but Gwen has managed to recreate the super soldier serum. Uncle Ben's eyes nearly popped out of his head, while Aunt May looked confused. Was that the thing that made Captain America, well? Captain America. Peter nodded, while Uncle Ben was at a loss for words. Aunt May turned towards Ben in confusion. Sorry, I don't really understand, but based on Ben's reaction, that seems like a big deal. Gwen did. Are you being serious? You aren't pulling our legs or something, right? Ben asked, fully understanding the implications. If I was pulling your leg, I would have said I've done it. My Gwyneth is as smart as she is beautiful, Peter said with a proud look. Wait, are you telling us this because? Uncle Ben asked, already having a feeling of what Peter was going to ask. Peter nodded. I want you guys to take it. Aunt May was taken aback. So what is this super soldier serum? Uncle Ben turned towards her and began explaining everything to her. Isn't it dangerous? No, we have already tested it and made all the necessary precautions. It is absolutely safe. I don't know, Peter. This sounds dangerous, Aunt May said apprehensively. It'll make you look and feel 20 years younger, Peter said. I'm sold, Aunt May said, raising her hands. May, Uncle Ben chastised. What? I'm a woman. What kind of woman doesn't want to feel and look 20 years younger? Aunt May said defensively. Look, the reason I want you guys to take it is to protect yourselves. As you guys have witnessed, this is a very dangerous world. I just want you guys to be safe. Uncle Ben, seeing how earnest Peter was being, relented. All right, we'll take it. All right, so here's the deal. Gwen has managed to create 2 versions, the regular super soldier serum and the King of the Jungle serum, KOJ. The one with the KOJ serum works by incorporating the DNA of an animal and giving you the abilities of said animal, like the DNA of a spider is mixed with my DNA. Which one do you want? And if it's the latter, which animal do you want? We're fine with the standard issue, Uncle Ben said with a nod. Aunt May nodded in agreement. We aren't trying to be superheroes, so just the normal serum would be more than enough. Peter nodded. I had a feeling that would be the case. I just said it to give you guys the option. Peter reached into his pockets and pulled out 2 syringes with red liquid inside of them and laid them in front of them. Here, take it whenever you're ready. So do we just take it now? Aunt May asked curiously. I could help both of you take it if you want to do it now, Peter offered. Aunt May and Uncle Ben looked at each other, as if they were having a conversation with their eyes alone. I mean, we're going to bed soon, so might as well, Uncle Ben nodded, with Aunt May nodding in agreement. Peter then grabbed the syringes. So who's first? Meanwhile, Gwen was having a similar conversation with her father. My little girl is a genius. George exclaimed as he gave Gwen a hug. Gwen's cheeks gained a tint of redness due to her embarrassment. Come on, Dad, I'm being serious. So am I. Not only did you manage to recreate something that the entire world is still trying to figure out and remake, but you also managed to improve it. If I don't call that being a genius, I don't know what will. So which one will you take? George thought about it for a bit. Are you sure you want to give it to your old man? Old man? You're in your mid-30s, Gwen said as she rolled her eyes. Plus, I can make more. In case you're in trouble and we aren't able to get to you in time, you would be able to take care of yourself. George hugged Gwen and kissed the top of her head. Thanks for worrying about me, honey. You're my father, who else am I supposed to worry about? Gwen muttered as she hugged him back. As for the serum, I will take the standard edition. No offense, but the idea of having the DNA of animals mixed in my veins weirds me out. Gwen scoffed and rolled her eyes. No offense taken, she said as she handed him the serum. Here, take it before going to bed. George held the serum in his hands and put a hand on Gwen's shoulder. I'm so proud of you, and I'm not saying this just because of the serum. Gwen looked down as a small smile graced her lips. Thanks, Dad. The next day, Uncle Ben and Aunt May both sat up from their beds, their skin glistening with sweat. They held their faces as they tried to orient themselves. They blinked a few times, feeling better than they ever had before. When they turned to look at each other, their eyes widened. Whoa. They both reached out for each other's faces. Most of their wrinkles were gone, and Ben's gray hair was now silky black, along with his beard. Aunt May's hair, which was a mix of brown and white, was now a glossy hazelnut color. To Uncle Ben, her eyes sparkled with life and energy. Hello, handsome, Aunt May teased. Uncle Ben chuckled. Hello to you too, beautiful. They both chuckled and giggled as they examined each other. As they exited their room, they found Peter walking around shirtless with a towel over his shoulder and foam from his toothpaste covering his mouth. As he held his toothbrush, he paused. Hey supermodels, you two got the wrong house, Peter teased, a smile forming on his foamy lips. Uncle Ben and Aunt May chuckled in amusement. Uncle Ben then started flexing. These muscles feel good and ready to use. Peter started flexing as well. Just because you got your muscles working again doesn't mean you'll be able to outdo me. Uncle Ben and Peter then began flexing towards each other while making grunting noises. Aunt May put a hand to her forehead and sighed, but there was no denying the smile on her face. George Stacy stared at his reflection in the mirror while he was in his boxers. I am now Captain America. He muttered as he clenched his fist and looked out the window while smoldering. He stretched his arms out and back. I feel so strong. Is this how Gwen normally feels? My back, which was beginning to ache, feels amazing as well. He put his thumbs by his hips and began stretching back as much as he could. George noticed that some of the scars he had acquired while being a cop were now faded. One had to strain their eyes to see them properly. George then sighed. Well, I better get ready for work. A/N, I know this chapter is smaller than the one I've been normally releasing, but I'm going to post another chapter today, so look out for it. It just didn't feel right to jump into the main story and the fights while having this part in it. So I made it its own chapter. Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 140, Chapter 140. Third person's POV. Peter knocked on MJ's door, and it wasn't long before MJ herself opened it. She looked up and kissed Peter on the lips. Peter smiled as he put his arm around her, and the two started walking to school. MJ leaned on his shoulder, holding the hand that hung from her shoulder. Why are we walking to school? Because I want to spend some quality time with my girl, Peter said as he kissed the top of her head. MJ giggled happily. I guess a slow walk just spending time together sounds amazing. Not to mention it's such a beautiful day. What could possibly go wrong? Before Peter could finish his sentence, his watch beeped slightly. Father, we have a problem, Aria's voice came through. MJ looked up at Peter with a straight expression. Why do you speak sometimes? I don't know. I'm starting to wonder about that myself, Peter sighed. Check your phones, Aria instructed. Peter and MJ both pulled out their phones and turned them on. On their screens was video footage of Rhino stepping into the back of a large truck. The problem was that he wasn't alone, 4 other people were stepping in after him. It seems they managed to sneak into the US without being detected, Aria said, her voice sounding remorseful. It's all right, Aria. You aren't omnipotent. They must have planned this. My guess is they're making their way here, Peter said pensively. But that doesn't mean we can't fix it. Create a file for later, name it Project All-Seeing Eye, ASE. It should be about making a satellite. Based on the direction they're heading, they're making their way to New York, Aria informed them. What are we going to do about them? MJ asked. Aria, call the others and make it code red, Peter ordered as he grabbed MJ's hand, and they began running. Felicia had just finished putting on her knee-high boots when her watch began beeping a bright red color. She looked at her wrist, surprised. A code red. That can't be good. She quickly grabbed her bag and rushed out, snatching a piece of toast from the breakfast table that her mother had prepared. Sorry, Mom, I'm in a hurry. Love you, she called as she dashed out. Her mom sat at the table, newspaper in hand and coffee cup in the other, taken aback. Gwen closed the door behind her as her watch began beeping red. We all agreed code red means high-stakes emergency. There's no way this is a false alarm, she muttered. She sneaked toward an alleyway, turned invisible, and began parkouring her way to the roof before rushing out. Harry was on his way to school in a limo with his father. While texting Liz on his phone, he failed to catch Norman's worried glances, sadness hidden in his eyes. Suddenly, Harry's watch started beeping. Surprised, he said, "Can you stop the car?" Why? What's wrong? Norman asked, looking at Harry with concern. And why is your watch beeping? Harry's mind raced for an explanation. It's just a reminder to pick something up. Where? I'll tell the driver to make a quick stop. Nah, don't worry about it. I know how busy you are rebuilding Oscorp. I'd hate to throw you off your schedule. I'll just walk to school. Who knows, the exercise could do me some good. Harry silenced the beeping. Norman nodded and pressed the intercom. Stop the car. As the car came to a halt, Harry practically rushed out. Distracted, he failed to hear Norman's words. Later, son. Love you, Harry. Seeing Harry rush off, Norman sighed and shook his head. Take me to Oscorp Construction, he demanded coldly. Peter was waiting in his main seat for everyone, legs crossed, elbows resting on the armrests. I've been expecting you guys. We have an emergency. They all took their seats as Peter called for Aria. Aria, pull up what you found. The video that Peter and MJ had viewed earlier appeared on the hologram projecting from the table. While waiting for everyone, I did some research and found out where they're from. They're deserters from the Soviet Union's military. Aria pulled up images of their military files, stamped in red ink with the word, deserters. But there's something strange about this. They were all selected as part of a highly secret military program. Whatever that program is, it must be highly classified, as I'm having a difficult time finding it. They mustn't have the information on their computers, but rather they're working manually. All I can find is that this project involves Dr. Sergei Ivanovich Valkov, a leading expert in biology and biochemistry. So you're saying these soldiers were experimented on by their military? What if they're just trying to escape? Harry asked curiously. I would have assumed that as well if it weren't for the Rhino being with them. A villain Gwen and I once fought, Peter informed them. Gwen nodded in confirmation. But he's different. That's not what he looked like previously. Arya, show a before and after pic. Arya displayed a picture of Rhino out of his metal suit alongside an image of his current form in the video. I see. So do you think they're coming after you? Felicia asked. Most likely. I don't have any information about the others, but I know Rhino will mainly focus on me. After all, I was the one who sent him to jail, Peter said. So what's the plan? MJ asked. To find and interrogate them to determine their purpose and objectives. If they attack immediately and without hesitation, it likely means we were their targets. In such a case, we respond with greater force. Meanwhile, Arya will continue to investigate what happened to them and the specifics of the program they were part of. Seeing everyone nod in acceptance, Peter dismissed them. All right, let's get our gear ready and head out. Everyone dismissed. As they all exited the meeting room, Peter then proceeded to shout, "It's Morphin." "NOOO," all the girls shouted. Peter clicked his tongue, kicking the empty air in front of him while Harry snickered beside him. They all clicked their watches, and as they did, they heard Peter's little whisper, "It's Morphin time, yay." Afterward, they rapidly geared up. We really need a team name for times like this, Peter sighed. Autobots, roll out. Peter exclaimed as they all rushed out, following the map Arya provided for them. They all moved together, swinging through the air, communicating using their neural link in their masks. "Gwen, I think it's best if you call your father and have the area where we will be fighting evacuated," Spider-Man communicated. "I thought we were just going to ask questions," Ghost Spider responded. "And we are, but knowing our luck in these types of situations, it will always lead to throwing fists first and asking questions afterward," Spider-Man replied. Ghost Spider nodded. "Arya, call my father." Not a minute after Ghost Spider ended her call, they saw the large white truck in front of them. Peter gave them a hand signal, and they all rushed toward it. Meanwhile, inside the white truck, Rhino sat at the back with his hand on his knee, looking down as if he could destroy the truck with his horn. As the others sat by the walls, they heard the sound of multiple footsteps above them, followed by the sensation of the truck slowing down. Rhino slowly looked down and took a deep breath, smelling the surroundings. "They're here." "Prepare," he said in a thick Russian accent. They all sat up, looking toward Rhino, then at the door. There was a heavy pause as they looked toward the ceiling, and they heard someone casually walking above them before jumping down by the door. There was another pause before they heard someone knocking on the metal door. There was a pause as the person cleared their throat. "Knock knock, guys. This is the part where you're supposed to say who's there." Okay, one more time, one more time. Knock knock." They all looked at each other in confusion. "Who's there?" Mantis asked. "It's the Rhino." Spider-Man said, deepening his voice. "No wait, that's not how the joke was supposed to go." Rhino looked irritated and charged ahead, ripping the door open and sending it flying. "Ruahar. I'm the Rhino." Rhino screamed. Spider-Man, who dodged the door, nodded his head. "Yes, you are." The Rhino charged right at Peter, the asphalt cracking and breaking with every step he took. Meanwhile, Mantis swung his arms up and down, cutting the truck apart, but by that time, everyone else was already off of it. Ursula, Mantis, Tiger Wing, and Frostbite all jumped out and looked around. Tiger Wing was the first to move, his figure becoming a blur as he flew toward Nightwing with his fist outstretched. Nightwing barely had time to react, crossing his arms defensively as he braced for the impact. The force of Tiger Wing's punch sent him flying, crashing through several walls. Sliding across the road, Nightwing's body tore up the pavement. He groaned as he stood up, brushing off the dust and debris. "All right, I wasn't expecting such speed," he muttered. Tiger Wing's figure remained a blur as he launched another attack, this time with both fists aimed at Nightwing. However, before the punches could land, Nightwing caught both of Tiger Wing's hands. His feet slid across the ground, tearing up the surface until he came to a halt. "But now I was." He grinned before delivering a powerful punch to Tiger Wing's chest, sending him flying. Nightwing's fist left an imprint on Tiger Wing's chest shell. Tiger Wing had to balance himself in the air as he coughed up blood. He wiped his lip and looked down at his cracked shell. He grew annoyed that such a thing happened to his defenses. "I can't get hit again, I have to go faster." Meanwhile, Ursula charged toward the Scarlet Spider without much expression on her face. "All right, Mama Bear, I guess you chose me as your target," Scarlet Spider said as she rushed toward Ursula. As both their fists collided, they jumped back and held their fists. "My fist almost went completely numb," they both thought simultaneously. To Ursula's greater surprise, my skin is really thick as well, and she still managed to hurt my hands. "I have to be careful, Frostbite ran up the walls on all fours, chasing after Ghost Spider, her blue eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. She lunged toward Ghost Spider, releasing a jaguar-like roar. Ghost Spider simply rolled under the lunge, kicking upwards and sending Frostbite flying into another roof. I'll give you this one chance to talk. What are you doing here? What are your intentions? Frostbite slid to a stop on the rooftop, using her claws to halt herself. She snarled in pain as she held her stomach, glaring at Ghost Spider. At first it was to capture you, now, I'll just settle for killing you, she said, running on all fours. Ghost Spider sighed. Why don't they ever take the easy way out? Mantis's limbs were powerful, the ground cracked as he charged toward Spider-Cat, swinging his arm scythe upwards. Her spider sense warned her of the danger, causing her to backflip out of the way. Mantis's side split the ground where she once stood in half, with rocks and cement flying everywhere. Mantis leapt through the dust screen he created and slashed his scythe toward her, intending to harm her. Spider-Cat flexed her fingers and blocked his scythe with her claws. Sparks flew between them as they glared at each other. You know I was supposed to interrogate you, but I think I'll claw you first and ask questions later. Both of their arms began to blur as they tried to cut each other, sparks flying with every exchange. But there was no denying the feral grins they both possessed as they tried to hurt each other. If someone were to look at Spider-Cat now, one would have figured she was a hero by the way she was smiling. Spider-Man held Rhino's horn as he continued charging. Spider-Man stomped his foot into the ground before lifting Rhino off the ground. The Rhino was surprised to be upside down, flapping his limbs in an attempt to calm down. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, Peter said as he fell back. There was a loud impact as Rhino crashed against the ground, the road caving in and crumbling with Rhino semi-buried. As Rhino lay on the ground, Peter freed his leg and crouched toward him, resting his arms on his knees. Come on, big guy, don't you remember what I said the last time you were here? Mechanical spider limbs appeared behind him. I warned you there would be consequences if I ever saw you again, he said coldly. Rhino rolled over, huffing, his breath visible in the air. I remember all right, but I was weak. Not anymore, he roared. Spider-Man sighed. I'm going to beat you within an inch of your life, start writing your will, he said as the tips of his spider legs glowed with an electric charge. Chapter 141, Chapter 141. Third person's POV. The police quickly arrived and the first thing they did was escort people out of the area. Some were running and screaming due to all the destruction. Luckily for them, Spider-Man and the others knew how to control the fight and move towards a less populated area. People were escorted out of their homes, they even cleared the area around the surrounding blocks, leaving Spider-Man and the others to fight against the enhanced individuals. As Tigerwing and Nightwing stared at each other, Nightwing reached over his back and grabbed his Eskrima sticks, joining them together to create a bow staff. So tell me, why are you fighting us? Nightwing asked. Tigerwing, unable to stand still, flitted from place to place in the air. To stop you, he answered, before turning into a blur and flying toward Nightwing. Mirages of his fists appeared as he launched a flurry of punches. Nightwing twirled his bow staff, expertly blocking most of Tigerwing's attacks. He spun his staff once more and tried to hit his opponent, but all he struck was an afterimage. Tigerwing's speed was incredible, making him nearly impossible to track. Nightwing narrowed his eyes, trying to anticipate his movements. Suddenly, Tigerwing appeared behind him, aiming a powerful kick at his back. Nightwing barely managed to twist and deflect the blow with his staff, but the force of the impact sent him skidding back several feet. Recovering quickly, Nightwing launched himself into the air, bringing his bow staff down in a powerful arc. Tigerwing dodged with ease, his green shell gleaming under the sunlight as he zipped around, counter-attacking with blinding speed. Nightwing's enhanced reflexes kicked in, allowing him to parry and dodge, though he struggled to land a hit. The streets of New York blurred around them as they moved, their battle an electrifying dance of speed and strength. Tigerwing lunged again, this time aiming a sharp, armored fist at Nightwing's head. Nightwing ducked and countered with a sweeping strike to Tigerwing's legs, but Tigerwing leapt into the air, dodging the attack and retaliating with a spinning kick. Nightwing's super endurance absorbed the brunt of the kick, and he used the momentum to roll back and spring to his feet. He assessed Tigerwing's movements, noting the patterns and slight delays between his blinding attacks. With a sudden burst of speed, Nightwing closed the distance, feinting left and then jabbing his staff to the right. Tigerwing moved to dodge, but Nightwing anticipated the move, striking where Tigerwing was going to be. The staff connected with a satisfying thud against Tigerwing's armored side, sending him crashing into a nearby building. Tigerwing shook off the impact and growled in frustration. You're good, but I'm faster. Maybe, Nightwing replied, his eyes narrowing. But speed isn't everything. Tigerwing launched himself again, but this time Nightwing was ready. He used his bow staff to vault into the air, flipping over Tigerwing and landing behind him. In a swift motion, Nightwing swept Tigerwing's legs out from under him, following up with a powerful strike to the chest, pinning him to the ground. Tigerwing struggled, but Nightwing's strength and skill kept him down. Tell me, what are you trying to stop me from doing? Surely you don't mean being a hero. Tigerwing growled in frustration. No, I'm supposed to stop you from fighting against our nation. Tiger Wing lifted the bow staff just enough to get it a bit off his chest. He used that opening to kick Nightwing off and fly toward the skies. Nightwing tumbled backward, quickly regaining his footing. With a determined look, he propelled himself upward, using his web shooter to give chase. Tiger Wing shot through the air like a bullet, crashing into the side of a skyscraper and bursting through the glass windows. Nightwing followed, his bow staff at the ready. Inside the building, office workers screamed and ducked for cover as the two combatants tore through desks and cubicles. Tiger Wing zipped around the office, trying to outmaneuver Nightwing. He launched a flurry of punches, but Nightwing skillfully parried each one, countering with precise strikes. The impact of their blows sent shockwaves through the room, shattering glass and toppling furniture. Suddenly, Tiger Wing tackled Nightwing, and they both went crashing through the opposite wall, plummeting several stories before hitting the ground. The asphalt cracked and cratered beneath them, sending debris flying. Nightwing rolled to his feet, just in time to dodge Tiger Wing's next attack. The street around them erupted into chaos as cars swerved to avoid the fight. Tiger Wing seized a parked car and hurled it at Nightwing. With a swift motion, Nightwing sliced through the car with his bow staff, the halves crashing on either side of him. Nightwing retaliated by throwing a smoke bomb at Tiger Wing, obscuring his vision. He followed up with a series of rapid strikes, forcing Tiger Wing back. Tiger Wing, using his super speed, burst out of the smoke cloud and tackled Nightwing again, sending them both crashing through the side of a nearby building. The structure groaned under the impact as they continued their relentless brawl. Inside, the building's support beams buckled under the strain. Nightwing managed to gain the upper hand, pinning Tiger Wing against a wall. "Fight against your nation." "Why would we do that?" he shouted over the noise of the collapsing building. Tiger Wing snarled, breaking free with a surge of strength. "Isn't it obvious your military is trying to recruit you? You join, you fight our nation, people will suffer, and I won't allow that to happen." With a powerful kick, Tiger Wing sent Nightwing flying out of the building. Nightwing crashed into the street below, forming another crater. Dazed but undeterred, he stood up just in time to see Tiger Wing descending rapidly, aiming to finish the fight. Nightwing dodged at the last second, causing Tiger Wing to slam into the ground with enough force to create a massive shockwave, shattering windows and causing the ground to tremble. Nightwing took advantage of the momentary disorientation, delivering a punishing blow to Tiger Wing's midsection. Tiger Wing roared in pain, but he wasn't finished. He surged forward, grabbing Nightwing and launching them both into the air. They soared high above the city before plummeting back down, crashing through a series of billboards and landing hard on the roof of a moving bus. The bus swerved wildly, passengers screaming in terror. Nightwing and Tiger Wing exchanged blows atop the vehicle, each hit echoing with the sound of metal and bone. The bus careened through the streets, finally crashing into a building and coming to a halt. Both combatants rolled off the wreckage, breathing heavily. Nightwing gave the bus a quick scan and saw that no one was seriously injured, but that didn't mean he wasn't angry. Nightwing got to his feet first, ready for the next round. 1. We never had any intentions of joining the military, and 2. You come to city and cause this much chaos, don't expect to make it back in one piece. Tiger Wing, battered but defiant, stood up. "It's either your people or it's mine, that's how war works." With a final, desperate charge, Tiger Wing attacked. Nightwing met him head-on, their battle shaking the very foundations of the city around them. The streets cracked and cratered beneath their feet, buildings shuddered from their impacts, and cars were tossed aside like toys. As Tiger Wing sent a blinding punch, Nightwing still caught it, with one hand even. His expression wasn't exactly friendly either. They were both covered in blood as Nightwing punched him in the stomach with enough force to lift him off his feet while his eyes went to the back of his head, while puking out blood. Splinters from his armor flew everywhere as Tiger Wing landed back on the road. He tried to stand up while holding his stomach in pain, but Nightwing slowly walked towards him holding his eskrima sticks. He kicked Tiger Wing back down before he started beating him with his sticks. "This isn't war and it never was. Your stupid assumptions put people in jeopardy." Nightwing stood over Tiger Wing's bleeding figure, but he saw that was still awake. He looked towards the side and spit out blood, while looking at Nightwing with anger. "And one last thing that you need to get perfectly clear, we're heroes not soldiers. We don't start wars, we end them before they could even begin," Nightwing said before punching him with enough force that a small crater appeared under Tiger Wing's head as he was out cold. Nightwing was catching a bit of his breath as he looked over his wounds, but he saw there was no need as they were already healed, and those that weren't were slowly healing. Harry tapped his ear. "Arya, did you get all that? Send the information about the reason why they're fighting over to the others. And do you know what else is going on?" he asked as he tied up Tiger Wing. As he was making sure no one was hurt and were taken care of, Arya informed him of what she found. I had to hack into SHIELD to get this information. It appears that the Soviet Union had learned about Thunderbolt's attempts to bring you guys into the army." Nightwing looked at the tied-up Tiger Wing and nodded his head, as he listened to Arya go on. "Dr. Valkov has created a technology named the DNA Splicer. Based on the name, I guess you can already tell what it does. So the General and Dr. Valkov proposed the idea to create their own enhanced humans by mixing the DNA in an animal and a person. The people you see here are those that have volunteered and survived that experiment. Survived? Does that mean there are those that haven't? Nightwing asked, his brow furrowed. More like they're more animal than human, thus they are considered failures. I understand. Nightwing nodded as he picked up Tiger Wing and went towards where the others were fighting. Spider-Cat leaned back just in time to dodge Mantis' arm scythe. The deadly blade sliced through the air, missing her by mere inches. With cat-like agility, she sprang backward, landing gracefully on the hood of a parked car. Her sharp claws extended, glinting menacingly under the streetlights. Mantis, his green arm sides gleaming, moved with incredible speed and precision. His legs, powerfully built, propelled him forward in a blur. He aimed a vicious kick at Spider-Cat, who flipped into the air, dodging the attack effortlessly. The car was crushed and crumbled under Mantis' power. You'll have to do better than that, Spider-Cat taunted, her eyes narrowing as she assessed her opponent. Mantis growled, his eyes locking onto her. He lunged again, slashing with both sides in a whirlwind of motion. Spider-Cat twisted and turned, her flexibility allowing her to evade the deadly blades with ease. She landed a quick swipe with her claws on Mantis' side, quickly drawing blood, tainting her claws with his blood. Which caused Mantis to wince. Mantis retaliated with a sweeping kick, catching Spider-Cat off guard and sending her flying into a nearby wall. She hit the ground but quickly got to her feet, her fast regeneration already healing the bruises and cuts. You're tough, Mantis admitted, his sides gleaming as he approached. And you're annoying, Spider-Cat shot back, her body tensing for the next move. Mantis charged, and this time Spider-Cat met him head-on. She ducked under his initial slash, her claws raking across his abdomen. Blood flew as her claws met his skinny but strong frame. Mantis roared in pain and anger, swinging his sides wildly. Spider-Cat flipped over him, landing a series of rapid strikes on his back. Mantis spun around, his powerful legs propelling him into a high kick that connected with Spider-Cat's midsection. She was thrown back, crashing through a shop window and landing amidst shattered glass. She groaned, but her wounds healed almost instantly. She stood up, brushing off the debris. Is that all you got? Mantis leapt through the broken window, his sides ready. He slashed downward, but Spider-Cat caught his arm, her claws digging into his flesh. With a swift motion, she pulled him off balance and kicked him in the chest, sending him sprawling across the floor. You should know better than to pick a fight with a spider or a cat, Spider-Cat said, advancing on him. Mantis struggled to his feet, panting. I'm not done yet. With a powerful leap, he closed the distance between them, his sides flashing. Spider-Cat ducked and weaved, her movements fluid and precise. She landed a hard kick to Mantis' knee, buckling his leg. As he stumbled, she slashed at his arms, her claws cutting deep. Mantis roared in fury and pain, but Spider-Cat was relentless. She leapt onto his back, sinking her claws into his shoulders and dragging him to the ground. Mantis thrashed, trying to shake her off, but Spider-Cat held on, her sharp claws tearing through his flesh. Finally, with a final, desperate swing, Mantis managed to dislodge her, sending her flying into a nearby wall. He staggered to his feet, blood dripping from numerous wounds. Spider-Cat landed gracefully, already healing from the impacts. Spider-Cat then grinned as she rushed towards him and kicked him. He tried to block it by crossing his arm sides, but the force sent him flying back outside, crashing through the shop's shattered window and rolling onto the street. Without missing a beat, Spider-Cat came rushing towards him, her arms and claws out to the side, a large grin on her face. Her eyes gleamed with predatory excitement as she closed the distance between them. Mantis barely had time to react before she was upon him. The two engaged in a deadly dance, their movements a blur of speed and precision. Sparks flew everywhere as her claws met his arm sides, the sound of metal clashing with metal echoing through the deserted streets. Spider-Cat dodged a vicious swipe from Mantis, her body bending impossibly as she slid beneath his guard and raked her claws across his abdomen. Mantis grunted in pain but countered quickly, slashing at her with one of his scythes. Spider-Cat leapt into the air, flipping gracefully over him and landing behind him. She aimed a kick at his back, but Mantis anticipated the move, twisting around and blocking with his scythes. The impact sent shockwaves through their bodies, but neither backed down. Mantis retaliated with a series of rapid slashes, each one more desperate than the last. Spider-Cat parried his attacks with ease, her claws a blur as she deflected each strike. She spun around, her leg sweeping low to knock him off balance. Mantis jumped, narrowly avoiding the attack, and used his powerful legs to propel himself into a spinning kick. The kick connected with Spider-Cat's side, sending her skidding across the street. She rolled with the impact, her rapid healing already mending the damage. She sprang to her feet, her eyes blazing with determination. You're persistent, I'll give you that. And you're infuriating, Mantis growled, his breath coming in ragged gasps. With a roar, Mantis charged again, his sides flashing in the sunlight. Spider-Cat met him head-on, their clashes sending sparks flying in all directions. They moved in perfect sync, their fight resembling a deadly ballet as they struck and countered, each looking for an opening. Spider-Cat found her moment when Mantis overextended on a swing. She ducked under his arm and delivered a powerful uppercut, her claws digging deep into his chest. Mantis staggered back, gasping for air, his sides hanging limply at his sides. "You can't win," Spider-Cat said, her voice calm but firm. Mantis looked at her with a mixture of rage and fear. But before he could react, shot out a web towards his chest. Before he had a chance to cut them off of him, Felicia sent a tazed him through the webs, which made him start spasming, making him unable to cut the web. Spider-Cat gave him one powerful tug, pulling him off his feet and flying towards her before she twisted around in the air and kicked him across the chin with enough force that sent blood and a few of his teeth out of his mouth. He landed on the ground face first and skid to a stop by her feet, blood slowly escaping his mouth as his eyes were crossed and unfocused due to his loss of consciousness. Spider-Cat looked at his body and blinked. As fun as that was, I think I was supposed to interrogate him. Arya then appeared. "Don't worry, Nightwing already found out their objectives." As Arya finished explaining all she found, Spider-Cat nodded. "You're a lifesaver, Arya." Arya only giggled, "Always happy to help, and I recommend tying him up." "Oh right, good call," Spider-Cat said as she started doing just that. Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 142, Chapter 142. Third person's POV. The Scarlet Spider rushed towards the 2-meter-tall woman, Ursula, and jumped up to kick her. Ursula's face tightened a bit as she felt the pressure from Scarlet Spider's kick in her forearm, which she used to block. The powerful blow staggered Ursula slightly, but she quickly recovered, her bear-like strength and endurance evident in her stance. Scarlet Spider landed gracefully and immediately shot a web at Ursula, aiming to entangle her legs. Ursula scoffed in defiance, slashing at the web with her sharp claws, severing it before it could fully restrain her. She charged at Scarlet Spider with a speed that belied her size, her claws ready to strike. Scarlet Spider leapt into the air, flipping over Ursula's head and shooting a web at a nearby lamppost. She swung around it, gaining momentum before kicking Ursula in the back. Ursula stumbled forward but remained on her feet, her endurance allowing her to withstand the impact. "You've got some moves," Ursula growled, turning to face Scarlet Spider. "But it'll take more than that to bring me down." Scarlet Spider smirked under her eye mask. "Good. I was hoping for a challenge." Ursula charged again, her massive frame barreling towards Scarlet Spider. The agile hero shot a web to the ground and used it to catapult herself over Ursula's charge, landing behind her. Scarlet Spider quickly shot webbing at Ursula's back, attempting to pin her arms to her sides. But Ursula flexed her muscles, the webbing straining and snapping under her immense strength. Before Ursula could turn around, Scarlet Spider shot web lines at both of Ursula's wrists and yanked hard, pulling Ursula's arms apart. Ursula roared in frustration and used her brute strength to pull Scarlet Spider toward her. Scarlet Spider let go of the webbing just in time to avoid being pulled into Ursula's grasp, flipping backward to create some distance. Ursula swiped at Scarlet Spider with her claws, the sharp tips barely missing as Scarlet Spider ducked and weaved around the attacks. She countered by shooting a web at Ursula's face, temporarily blinding her. Taking advantage of the moment, Scarlet Spider landed a series of rapid punches and kicks, each one hitting with pinpoint accuracy. Ursula bellowed in rage, tearing the webbing from her face and swinging wildly. One of her powerful swings connected, sending Scarlet Spider crashing into a nearby car, denting the metal. Scarlet Spider winced but quickly shot a web at the ground, pulling herself to her feet. "You're tough, I'll give you that," Scarlet Spider said, shaking off the pain. Ursula snarled, her eyes filled with fury. "I'm not done yet." Scarlet Spider shot a web at a nearby building and swung up onto its side, sticking to the wall. Ursula, undeterred, charged at the building and leapt, her claws digging into the brick as she began to climb after Scarlet Spider. Scarlet Spider shot a web at Ursula's hand, sticking her to the wall and slowing her progress. Ursula roared in frustration, tearing at the webbing, but Scarlet Spider didn't give her a chance to break free. She swung around, using her webs to build momentum, and kicked Ursula in the chest with full force. The impact sent Ursula crashing to the ground, creating a small crater in the asphalt. Scarlet Spider landed gracefully next to Ursula, who groaned and tried to stand. Before she could, Scarlet Spider shot webs at her wrists and ankles, pinning her to the ground. "It's over," Scarlet Spider said, her voice firm. "You're not going anywhere." Ursula struggled against the webbing, but even with her incredible strength, she had to use great force to break free. With a final, powerful flex, she tore through the webbing, standing tall once more. Scarlet Spider sighed. "Come on, why are we even fighting?" Ursula paused for a moment, her eyes narrowing. "I'm fighting to secure a better future for my children." Ursula's words caused Scarlet Spider to freeze as she wasn't expecting such an answer. Seeing the momentary hesitation, Ursula seized the opportunity and tackled her with a powerful force. The impact sent them both crashing through a storefront window, shattering glass and sending debris flying. Scarlet Spider groaned as she hit the ground, the wind knocked out of her. Ursula was on her in an instant, pinning her down with her immense strength. Scarlet Spider struggled beneath Ursula's weight, her mind racing. She managed to get one hand free and shot a web at Ursula's face, temporarily blinding her. With a burst of strength, she pushed Ursula off and rolled away, catching her breath. Ursula wiped the webbing from her eyes and charged again. Scarlet Spider leapt onto a nearby wall, sticking to the surface and looking down at Ursula. Ursula roared in frustration, leaping up and slashing at Scarlet Spider with her claws. Scarlet Spider dodged, flipping over her and landing gracefully on the ground. Ursula charged again, but this time Scarlet Spider was ready. She shot webs at Ursula's feet, sticking her to the ground, and swung around, delivering a powerful kick to her side. Ursula staggered but broke free of the webbing once more, her endurance seemingly endless. Scarlet Spider exhaled sharply, "Come on, now I don't really want to fight you, you seem like a good person. Enough with the talking." Ursula shouted as she rushed towards Scarlet Spider, her claws ready. Scarlet Spider couldn't help but groan in frustration. She flexed her back, causing metal white mechanical spider legs to come out, with pink tips charging with electricity. Scarlet Spider barely dodged, feeling the rush of air as Ursula's claws sliced through the space where she stood. She activated her mechanical spider legs, electricity crackling ominously. With a sudden leap, Scarlet Spider soared above Ursula, launching a volley of webbing. The sticky strands wrapped around Ursula's arms, but the bear woman ripped through them with terrifying ease, her claws slicing the web like paper. Not enough. Ursula snarled, lunging again. Scarlet Spider darted sideways, narrowly avoiding another deadly swipe. She retaliated with a quick jab with her spider legs to Ursula's side, drawing first blood. The bear woman howled in rage as her skin tore, crimson staining her fur. Ursula turned, fury igniting in her eyes. "You'll pay for that." She charged, claws glistening with menace. Scarlet Spider sprang backward, firing a bolt of electricity from her spider legs. It struck Ursula, causing her to stagger, but the bear woman shook it off, her endurance proving formidable. "Come on." Scarlet Spider yelled, fueling her own adrenaline as she closed in for another strike. She delivered a series of rapid punches, each landing with a thud, but Ursula absorbed the hits, a grim smile on her bloodied face. In a wild swing, Ursula caught Scarlet Spider across the chest, sending her sprawling. Pain surged as the claws dug into her suit, drawing more blood. Scarlet Spider grit her teeth, pushing through the pain. With a swift motion, she rolled to her feet, her eyes blazing with determination. "I'm not done yet." She unleashed her mechanical legs, launching herself into the air and coming down hard on Ursula's shoulders. The impact sent them both crashing to the ground, dust swirling around them. Ursula howled in fury, trying to shake Scarlet Spider off, but she clung on, delivering a brutal series of punches. Blood sprayed as her fists connected, each strike sending ripples through Ursula's powerful frame. With a feral roar, Ursula managed to throw Scarlet Spider off, but the web slinger landed agilely, ready for another round. They circled each other, both battered and bloodied, the fight escalating as they charged once more, determined to finish it. With a final clash, the two collided, each unleashing their full power in a desperate bid for victory, the ground shaking beneath them as they fought on, refusing to yield. Scarlet Spider jammed her spider legs into Ursula, causing her to let out a bear-like roar. Scarlet Spider unleashed bolts of electricity from all four of her spider legs, making Ursula grit her teeth in pain. Despite being electrocuted, Ursula tried to attack Scarlet Spider, but the electricity coursing through her body was sapping her strength. As she fell back, she swung her claws but missed, hitting the ground with a thud. Steam rose from her body as she twitched slightly, blood escaping from the 4 wounds while she was unable to move a muscle. Scarlet Spider quickly tended to her wounds and secured her safely. Although Ursula couldn't move, she was still wide awake. "Are you ready to start talking?" Scarlet Spider asked, raising an eyebrow and placing a hand on her hip. Ursula glanced to the side, biting her lip. She closed her eyes, sighed, and nodded her head. Ghost Spider leaped from rooftop to rooftop, her senses on high alert as she narrowly avoided Frostbite's lethal claws. The Snow Leopard woman moved with the precision of a trained assassin, her spotted fur blending seamlessly with the environment, making her harder to track. As Frostbite lunged, Ghost Spider twisted midair, instinctively using her spidey senses to gauge the danger. She landed softly on the edge of a building, quickly turning invisible. Frostbite skidded to a halt, scanning the area. "You can't hide forever," she taunted, her voice low and dangerous. Ghost Spider remained silent, holding her breath as she focused on the faint sounds around her. She spotted Frostbite's movement, creeping closer, her instincts razor-sharp. With a sudden burst of energy, Ghost Spider reappeared behind Frostbite, delivering a swift kick to her back. The Snow Leopard staggered but quickly recovered, spinning around with a vicious swipe of her claws. Ghost Spider ducked just in time, feeling the wind from the near miss. Not bad, she shouted, but Frostbite's eyes narrowed, her focus unwavering. Ghost Spider activated her ice abilities, sending a wave of freezing mist towards Frostbite. The cold air enveloped the area, creating a slick layer on the rooftop. Frostbite slid but regained her balance, leaping with agility, her claws extended. Ghost Spider dashed forward, attempting to grab Frostbite, but the assassin was quicker, vanishing into thin air, her presence almost undetectable. Where are you? Ghost Spider taunted even though she knew exactly where she was due to her ability to sense heat. Suddenly, Frostbite reappeared right in front of her, delivering a sharp punch that almost sent Ghost Spider crashing into the rooftop. Ghost Spider countered with a flurry of rapid kicks, each connecting with Frostbite, who skillfully dodged some but still felt the impact. The two danced across the rooftop, each one trying to gain the upper hand. Ghost Spider focused, her ice abilities surging as she conjured icicles and hurled them toward Frostbite. The leopard woman dodged the first few but caught one across her arm, leaving a thin line of blood. She hissed in anger. "I'll get you for that," Frostbite promised, her eyes glinting with determination. There was an amused tone in Ghost Spider's voice as she said, "You'll have to actually hit me first." With a primal roar, Frostbite charged, her speed blurring as she tackled Ghost Spider to the ground. They rolled, trading blows, claws slashing through the air. Ghost Spider managed to get her feet under her, flipping Frostbite off her. The two stood, Frostbite panting and bloodied, each assessing the other. Ghost Spider, sensing the moment, turned invisible again, stalking Frostbite from the shadows. "Come out!" Frostbite shouted, her voice echoing against the buildings, growing frustrated. But instead of waiting, Frostbite closed her eyes and took a deep breath, focusing her heightened senses. She sniffed the air, ears twitching, catching the subtle sound of Ghost Spider's breathing and the faint disturbance in the air as she moved. "There you are." Frostbite growled, spinning around and swiping at seemingly thin air. Her claws connected, and Ghost Spider reappeared, a surprised look on her face as she narrowly dodged another lethal swipe. "Nice trick," Ghost Spider quipped, firing a web at Frostbite's feet, trying to immobilize her. "But I've got plenty of my own." She somersaulted over Frostbite, landing a solid kick to her back. Frostbite stumbled but quickly regained her footing, ripping the webbing from her legs. "Stand still," Frostbite demanded, launching herself at Ghost Spider with claws outstretched. "Not a chance." Ghost Spider shot back, flipping gracefully out of reach. She landed and immediately spun, sending a blast of icy wind towards Frostbite, forcing her to slow down. As Frostbite closed the gap, Ghost Spider activated her web shooters again, firing rapid shots to keep her at bay. "You're really making me work for this, you know." Frostbite hissed, narrowing her eyes. "You're just making it more fun." Ghost Spider smirked under her mask, darting in and out with her spider agility, landing quick, precise hits. "I aim to please." Frostbite's patience wore thin. With a sudden burst of speed, she lunged, her claws grazing Ghost Spider's arm, drawing blood. Ghost Spider winced but didn't slow down, using her momentum to flip over Frostbite and deliver a powerful icy punch to her side. Frostbite growled in pain, but her eyes never lost their focus. She turned, her movements a blur, and caught Ghost Spider by surprise, landing a brutal kick that sent her sprawling. Ghost Spider quickly rolled to her feet, shaking off the pain. "You've got some moves, I'll give you that." "And you're more annoying than I thought," Frostbite retorted, her breath coming in heavy bursts. "Guess we're even then," Ghost Spider replied, her tone light despite the tension. They clashed again, a blur of claws, fists, and ice, each refusing to back down. Frostbite's heightened senses allowed her to track Ghost Spider even when invisible, but Ghost Spider's agility and quick thinking kept her one step ahead. Ghost Spider summoned all her strength, launching herself high into the air. She came down with a powerful, icy punch aimed directly at Frostbite. Frostbite braced herself, but the impact sent shockwaves through the rooftop, cracking the concrete. Due to Frostbite's resilience towards the cold, the ice barely affected her, but the same couldn't be said about Ghost Spider's strength. The force of the blow was enough to break through the roof, sending Frostbite crashing into the building below. Debris and dust filled the air as she landed hard, rolling to a stop amidst the wreckage. Ghost Spider dropped down through the hole, landing nimbly on her feet. "That's got to hurt," she quipped, brushing off some dust. Frostbite growled, shaking off the disorientation as she stood up, her eyes locked onto Ghost Spider. "You're going to regret that." "Promises, promises," Ghost Spider shot back, quickly darting forward to press her advantage. She aimed a flurry of punches and kicks at Frostbite, each blow precise and powerful. Frostbite dodged and blocked, her assassin training kicking in as she countered with swift, lethal strikes of her own. Her claws sliced through the air, barely missing Ghost Spider's agile form. Ghost Spider flipped backwards, firing a web to pull a large piece of debris down towards Frostbite. Frostbite slashed through it with ease, but the distraction allowed Ghost Spider to close the distance again. With a swift motion, Ghost Spider aimed another icy punch at Frostbite's midsection. Frostbite grunted, feeling the impact but quickly retaliated with a fierce kick that sent Ghost Spider skidding across the floor. Ghost Spider rolled to her feet, wiping a trickle of blood from her mouth with her tongue. Not bad, but I'm just getting started. She turned invisible again, using the cluttered interior to her advantage. Frostbite's ears twitched, tracking Ghost Spider's movements by sound and scent. She swung her claws in a wide arc, nearly catching Ghost Spider as she darted past. Ghost Spider reappeared behind Frostbite, delivering a powerful kick to her back. Frostbite stumbled but spun around with a snarl, her claws slashing through Ghost Spider's suit, although it didn't draw blood due to her suit resistance. Ghost Spider hissed in pain but didn't let it slow her down. She launched herself at Frostbite, grappling with her and using her ice abilities to freeze the floor beneath them. Frostbite's footing slipped, giving Ghost Spider the opening she needed. With a swift, powerful move, Ghost Spider flipped Frostbite over her shoulder, slamming her into the ground. Frostbite's breath left her in a rush, but she wasn't done yet. She grabbed Ghost Spider's arm, pulling her down and rolling on top of her. The two wrestled, each trying to gain the upper hand. Frostbite's claws raked across Ghost Spider's back, while Ghost Spider's icy blasts kept Frostbite off balance. The struggle was intense, both fighters pushing themselves to their limits. In a final burst of strength, Ghost Spider managed to break free, kicking Frostbite away and quickly getting to her feet. Panting and bloodied, she faced Frostbite, who was equally battered but just as determined. "This ends now," Ghost Spider declared, her eyes blazing with resolve. Frostbite smirked, blood dripping from her lip. Agreed. With a roar, they charged at each other one last time, each knowing that in this high-stakes battle, only one would emerge victorious. The two fought like trained fighters, blocking and parrying each other's strikes. Frostbite sent her claws forward, ready to stab Ghost Spider. But Ghost Spider simply leaned to the side, grabbed Frostbite's arm, and pulled her off balance. She blocked Frostbite's other arm and headbutted her hard enough to break her nose and leave her dazed. Ghost Spider got into a stance with 2 fingers on each hand and began hitting most of Frostbite's acupoints. Frostbite froze before dropping to the ground. She was unable to move or open her mouth, but her eyes blinked helplessly. Ghost Spider smiled widely. "Oh, I'm going to have so much interrogating you." Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 143, Chapter 143. Third Person's POV. Rhino charged towards Spider-Man with his horn down, galloping fiercely. The ground shook beneath his massive frame as he thundered forward, his eyes locked onto his target. Spider-Man stood his ground, the lenses of his mask narrowing in focus. As Rhino closed the distance, Spider-Man leapt high into the air, executing a perfect somersault. Rhino barreled through the space where Spider-Man had been, smashing into a concrete wall, cracking it with the force of his charge. Spider-Man landed gracefully behind him, immediately shooting a webline at the stunned Rhino's back. Rhino roared in frustration, ripping the webbing off with a single powerful tug. "You think your little tricks can stop me, Bug," he snarled, turning to face Spider-Man. "Well, they usually do, and spiders are arachnids," Spider-Man quipped, his voice light despite the tension. He dodged to the side as Rhino lunged again, moving with the fluid grace of a practiced martial artist. Spider-Man's bioelectricity crackled to life, visible sparks dancing across his hands. He dashed forward, slipping past Rhino's guard, and delivered a sharp, electrified punch to Rhino's side. Rhino grunted in pain, staggering slightly from the unexpected shock. "You've got a bit of a sting, I'll give you that." Rhino growled, swinging his massive arm in a wild arc. Spider-Man ducked under the blow, countering with a series of rapid kicks to Rhino's legs, targeting the joints. "That's the idea," Spider-Man retorted, backflipping out of range. He shot another webline, this time aiming for Rhino's eyes. The sticky substance covered Rhino's vision, causing him to thrash about blindly. Taking advantage of the distraction, Spider-Man somersaulted over Rhino, landing on his back. He unleashed a surge of bioelectricity directly into Rhino's thick neck, the voltage coursing through the villain's body. Rhino howled in agony, stumbling forward before quickly getting his bearings together. Rhino's thick hide protected him from the jolts of electricity. He grabbed Spider-Man's arm and spiked him to the ground over his shoulder. But as Spider-Man was flung over Rhino's shoulder, he landed on the ground on his own 2 feet while his arm was still being held. Spider-Man took a deep breath, drawing on his training. With a swift motion, he twisted his body, using the momentum to flip Rhino over his shoulder. Rhino landed with a thunderous crash, cracking the pavement beneath him. Rhino snarled and got to his feet, his anger only growing. He charged again, but this time Spider-Man was ready. He sidestepped and shot webbing at Rhino's feet, causing him to stumble and crash into a parked car, the vehicle crumpling under his weight. "Oh. Come on, Rhino. Let's see what you've got. You want to ignore my warnings, so you better have the strength to back it up," Spider-Man taunted, his bioelectricity crackling around him. Rhino roared and swung wildly, but Spider-Man danced around his blows, landing quick strikes to sensitive areas. Spider-Man's fists glowed with bioelectric energy as he struck Rhino's jaw, sending a shockwave through his body. Rhino staggered, but his durability kept him standing. In retaliation, he swung his massive arm, but Spider-Man blocked it with his forearm and uppercut Rhino with enough force that blood sprayed out of his mouth and his feet lifted off the ground as he went flying back. As Rhino stood up, he wiped his lip and spit to the side, as he used his knee to lift himself back up. Rhino barely had time to orient himself as Spider-Man surrounded himself in his bioelectricity and charged towards him. He landed a double kick to Rhino's chest, then flipped backward, shooting webbing to entangle Rhino's arms. Rhino roared in frustration, tearing through the webbing with sheer brute strength. Realizing Rhino's skin was too tough for direct attacks, Spider-Man changed tactics. He darted in close, using his agility and martial arts skills to land precise blows to Rhino's joints and pressure points. Each strike was accompanied by a jolt of bioelectricity, aiming to wear down the larger foe. But Rhino's movements only changed ever so slightly. Seeing this, Spider-Man became more aggressive with his attacks. Rhino tried to bear hug him, but Spider-Man held Rhino's face and jumped, arching slightly above Rhino's arms. Using gravity to build momentum, Spider-Man kneed Rhino in the face, the only place where his hide didn't protect him. Blood splashed everywhere, tainting Spider-Man's knees. Spider-Man then somersaulted over Rhino and grabbed his horn with both hands. "Is that a horn I see, or are you just really happy to see me?" Spider-Man quipped. In the same sequence, Spider-Man lifted Rhino off the ground by his horn and slammed him onto the road. The asphalt erupted from the ground as it caved in under Rhino's weight, the surrounding area shook from the impact. Rhino lay dazed in the crater, struggling to regain his bearings. Spider-Man landed nearby. "Looks like it's bedtime for you, big guy," he said, shooting webbing to secure Rhino's limbs to the ground. He took a step back, observing his work. Rhino roared in frustration, but the combination of the beating and the restraints kept him immobilized. "I'll get you for this, Spider-Man," he bellowed, his voice echoing through the street. Spider-Man then joined his hands together and cracked his knuckles. "All right, here's the deal. I'm going to make you regret coming to my city." Thanks to Spider-Man's mask, Rhino was able to see Spider-Man's little smirk as he joyfully said, "Remember, the safe word is pineapple." Spider-Man got onto Rhino and began to relentlessly punch him. "What did I say?" Peter said after each punch, which echoed through the empty streets except for the flying helicopter recording everything. Spider-Man's punches started to become heavier and heavier, blood splashing everywhere. "Didn't I say I'd make you face the consequences? Do not. Splash. Take. Splash. My warnings. Splash. Lightly." Spider-Man slammed his fist towards Rhino's hide, causing some of his ribs to break. Spider-Man grabbed him by his skin hide and brought his bloody and teary face closer to him. "I'm sorry," Rhino cried out with a few missing teeth, his eyes swollen shut, with blue and purple markings. Spider-Man whispered so only Rhino could hear it, "The next time I see you doing villain work or attacking my city again, I don't care for the reason, whether it is simply for money or because you have a vendetta against me. Then prepare to lose an arm and a leg. Do I make myself clear? If I do, nod your head yes." Rhino was shedding tears as he rapidly nodded his head. "I'm sorry," he kept repeating. "If you're really sorry, then make up for it by doing something good with your life," Spider-Man scoffed as he released Rhino. Spider-Man flicked the blood off him and tapped the side of his helmet. "All right, Arya, what do you have for me?" Arya recounted everything she had learned. "All right, I think I'm getting the big picture. Thanks for the help, Arya." Just then, the others began to appear, each carrying their respective opponents, except for MJ, who just had Ursula's hand tied up, walking behind her. "I see you made a friend," Spider-Man teased. Before Scarlet Spider had a chance to say anything, they heard Arya informing them, "You guys have company." They all looked around, waiting for their senses to pick up what Arya was talking about. "It's in the sky, and it's invisible," Arya informed, directing their gazes. "Who is it?" Nightwing asked, his HUD showing a faint outline of what appeared to be a large jet. "SHIELD." Arya said as the jet started undoing its invisibility. The jet landed on an empty intersection, its backside facing them. As it opened, a black bald man wearing an eye patch walked down with a faint smile. "You guys are really hard to track. It was almost like you people don't want to be found." "Literally the whole concept of the mask," Spider-Man said, motioning towards his face. "Fair enough. My name is Nicholas Joseph Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. "I know who you are," Spider-Man smirked as he saw the smile on Nick Fury's face disappear. "You know who I am." Spider-Man shrugged his shoulders. "You guys are very easy to hack. You should really fix that," he said, wiggling his finger at them. "Son of a bitch." Nick muttered. That's illegal, you know, hacking into government-sensitive information. Then you shouldn't have had your agents following us around, trying to find out where we live and what's our identity. I get easily paranoid. Teehee, Spider-Man said, acting cutesy. Spider-Man then stopped and got serious. So what do you need, Nicholas? Fury felt his lip twitch. Don't call me that. The name's Nick Fury. You can either call me Nick or Fury. We ain't close, motherfucker. Oh, you kiss your mother with that mouth. Spider-Man teased, which earned him a chuckle from the others. Anyways, Nick said, changing the topic, Spider-Man and friends, of course, SHIELD could use your help at the moment. Ghost Spider stepped up towards Spider-Man with a scoff. You ask for help but have a man with a bow and arrow kilometers away and a woman with a high-caliber sniper in the other direction, aimed right at us. I'm not sure if you're new to asking for help, but people don't do that. They ask nicely. You heard the girl, Joseph. Are you asking for our help or demanding it? Fury glared at Spider-Man as he tapped his ear. Stand down, he then looked back at them. They were only there for my protection, nothing else. All right, Spider-Man nodded. So, Nicholas Joseph, what do you need? It involves them. Nick Fury motioned towards Rhino and the others while looking irritated at Spider-Man for calling him by his full name. Fury then motioned him to wait and looked up towards the news helicopter that was flying around them. Can we have this conversation elsewhere? Afraid of the spotlight? Spider-Cat asked, amused. I wouldn't be a good spy if I wasn't. Touché, Spider-Cat nodded. Just then, Hawkeye jumped from a nearby building and landed next to Fury, with Black Widow following right after. Images. Spider-Man turned into a streak of lightning and appeared in front of Natasha with her hands in his. Hawkeye had an arrow already aimed at him, while Fury had his pistol ready, but Spider-Man paid them no mind. Why don't you join our spider family? Natasha was taken aback. Huh. You would fit right in. After all, your code name is Black Widow, right? It couldn't be more perfect. Ghost Spider and Scarlet Spider appeared from behind him and grabbed his shoulders, pulling him away. What is the matter with you? They both asked. She's a Black Widow. She's perfect. Perfect, I tell you. Nightwing was covering his mouth, trying to maintain a serious expression, but his eyes showed great amusement for what he was seeing. Hawkeye leaned towards Nick and whispered, Are you sure we really need their help, sir? I'm beginning to question that myself, he muttered back. Natasha held her hand with a weirded out but amused look. Spider-Man then stood where he once was and showed a serious expression. Let's have this conversation in a more private setting. Nick nodded his head. You can bring them with you as well. Follow us. They all nodded. Spider-Man grabbed Rhino by the horn and began dragging him towards the jet, with the others bringing their opponents along. They all sat down inside and secured the others in their seats. Hawkeye went to drive. The hatch of the jet closed as it took off and slowly turned invisible. Natasha turned towards the others. So, are you calling yourselves the Spider Family? She questioned, curious about his earlier words. It was honestly something I said in the heat of the moment. We haven't really come up with a name, Spider-Man said, rubbing the back of his helmet. I kinda liked Spider Family, it sounds nice, Spider-Cat added. I'm not related to a spider, though, Nightwing joined in. And Red Hood doesn't relate to anything about bats, but he's still considered part of the Bat family, Scarlet Spider added. They all slowly turned to look at her in surprise. What? She asked, beginning to feel self-conscious of their stares. Since when do you read comic books? Nightwing asked. I saw you guys reading them when we were younger and I got curious. I kinda got hooked. Spider-Man wiggled his finger towards her. Learning new things about you is good. So, Spider Family? Spider-Man asked. They all smiled as they nodded. Spider-Man turned towards Natasha. So yeah, we're the Spider Family, want to join? We promise you great benefits. Natasha was all too amused by the conversation. Oh yeah. Like what? Well, for starters, upgraded gear and, need I mention, free health care. Natasha inhaled sharply in a joking manner, like she was really considering the offer. The free health care does sound enticing. Please stop trying to poach my agent, Nick said with a straight expression. And get ready, we're here. The jet started to become visible again as they landed on a large helicarrier with the SHIELD logo present in the middle. As they landed, Fury turned towards them. Come, we have much to discuss. Chapter 144, Chapter 144. Third person's POV. Nick Fury led everyone out of the jet and began guiding them through the helicarrier. He turned towards some of the agents that were waiting and said, take the others and put them in a cell. Move it, one of them said, pushing Ursula forward with an electric baton, causing her to grunt slightly as she looked back towards Scarlet Spider. Scarlet Spider shot an impact web at the man, causing him to be thrown back and tumble to the floor. The agents all took out their guns and aimed them at Scarlet Spider, who glared back, unfazed. Although they're half animals, they're still people. Treat them as such, or I'll show you what it's really like to be treated as an animal. Scarlet Spider then looked towards Ursula and nodded. Don't worry, I'll keep my word, she said in Russian. Ursula closed her eyes and nodded with a faint smile. Can I ask what that was all about? Fury asked, massaging his forehead. Scarlet Spider scoffed, they're not all bad people. They don't deserve to be treated as such. So, shall we continue? Nick looked at them for a moment before nodding. Stand down. Treat the prisoners gently, he commanded. Spider-Man's helmet showed tears. He covered his mouth and put a hand on Ghost Spider's shoulder. They grow up so fast, don't they? Nick rolled his eye. Like I said, follow me. As they walked, Natasha looked towards Scarlet Spider and asked in Russian, do you all speak Russian, or is it only you? We all do, they all replied in Russian. Good to know. Natasha nodded, impressed. How many languages do you guys speak? Hawkeye asked curiously. Too many to count. They all said in a hollow, dead voice, holding their heads as if experiencing phantom pain, except for Spider-Man, who had a smug smirk. Sorry I asked. Hawkeye said, looking towards Natasha, who just shrugged. They soon arrived inside the helicarrier, where multiple agents were seated in front of a screen. So, how much do you truly know about what's going on with your little friends and what's happening behind the scenes? Fury asked, referring to the Beastmen. What part of, you guys are hackable, did I fail to explain? Spider-Man asked. Right, but not all of our systems are connected to the internet. What you don't know, and what isn't in our system, is that we have some agents in there acting as spies, and it isn't looking very good for them, Fury said, his expression growing serious. Spider-Man put a hand on his chin, his expression also growing serious. Let me guess. They created more and are currently growing in power. Nick nodded. It isn't looking too good. They are planning on using the failed experiments as foot soldiers. Cannon fodder. Nightwing added in realization. And that's what we just learned a few minutes ago. Nick added. Sir, we have news, and it went from bad to worse, Maria Hill said, looking at a screen. How so? Fury asked, his expression growing unpleasant. Listen to this. Maria said, hitting play on a voice note. There was heavy breathing followed by someone gulping. This is Agent Serial number 463636A. We have been discovered, a man whispered. I repeat, we have been discovered. They're on my trail. There was a short silence. They have grown ambitious. They have moved from animals to dinosaurs, they are planning on combining the DNA using the fossils of dinosaurs. He's hiding over here. Get him, someone yelled in Russian. No, wait, the agent yelled in panic, followed by a roar, screams, and the sound of blood gushing everywhere. There were sounds of choking before hearing his dying breath. The voice note then ended. There was a heavy silence in the helicarrier. Nick Fury turned towards Spider-Man and the others. You can see why I said we need your help, they're creating an army. We aren't strong enough or have the weapons capable of dealing with them. And the last thing we want to do is throw a nuke at the problem. It could lead to the start of World War III if it ever came to that. They're making human-dinosaur hybrids. That's insane, Ghost Spider said, her brows furrowing. We don't know what that could lead to. Their DNA is vastly different from that of modern animals, and such hybrids would likely exhibit more animalistic traits than human ones. The genetic divergence between humans and dinosaurs is enormous, spanning millions of years. Integrating their DNA could result in unpredictable and potentially dangerous physiological and behavioral traits. The stability of such hybrids is highly questionable. Nick and the others looked at Ghost Spider with interest. She's the genetic expert, so this is her field, Spider-Man quickly explained, causing them to nod in understanding. Scarlet Spider then looked more worried. We don't even know if the ones undergoing the experiment are doing it willingly anymore. So, are you guys in? Fury asked. Is that even a question? You can't expect us to simply look the other way when a possible war is in our hands. Hundreds of lives are potentially at stake, Nightwing said. Nick nodded. We are likely to assume that the agents we had are already sniffed out and are most likely dead. So this changes the mission. You are going to go in there and stop the production of these human beasts before they become a problem. Eliminate anything that gets in your way or that will become a problem for us. And this is where I intervene, Spider-Man interrupted, his tone serious. We don't eliminate. I'm not sure how much you've truly been following me around or how much you have studied me. But I don't kill. Killing is where I draw the line. Motherfucker, we are having a national crisis. Are you seriously going to do this right now? You wanted our help, right? Then we will do it our way. I know it might sound annoying to you and it's not how you do things. But it's my principle and how I do things, so you will need to respect that, Spider-Man said. Nick looked at Spider-Man, who looked right back at him. Nick nodded. So what's your plan? We will need to capture all the human beasts alive. When Ghost Spider gets a hold of the DNA splicer, she should be able to adjust it to undo all the damage and revert them back to normal humans. Your job, Nikki, is to deal with the leaders, make it so they can't be leaders anymore, and ensure that this doesn't happen again. Once what they have done comes to light, it will most likely cause civil unrest among the people. To make sure that doesn't happen, we need the Soviet Union to disband. Although I make it sound like step 1 and 2, there is a lot of danger involved. We don't truly know how many more they have created since the ones we just captured. Not to mention how strong their soldiers that have transformed properly will be. But that really shouldn't matter much. Why shouldn't it matter much? Hawkeye asked. It's simple really. I'm strong, and that's all that will truly matter. So we're going there to help them. Nick asked. You asked a hero for help with this, what do you expect? Natasha tilted her head with an expression that said, fair. I see your point, all right. We'll do it your way, as it leads to the least amount of casualties, Nick nodded. Natasha then turned towards Scarlet Spider, so what was it that you promised to the woman earlier? The reason she joined the program was because she was promised that her kids will be well taken care of. She found the deal good enough so she went with it. It was only later that she found out that she would be labeled a deserter. Those kids aren't going to be treated well, Spider-Man sighed as he shook his head. Children of deserters are treated horribly, especially from such a patriotic nation. That's what I said as well, Scarlet Spider nodded. I felt bad. She was only a mother doing what she believed was best for her children, so I decided to help her out. Spider-Man and the others nodded in understanding. Spider-Man then turned towards Nick, so how long until we arrive? We will need time to prepare. 4 hours. Fury calculated. All right, that should give us enough time, Spider-Man muttered. He turned towards Nick. Do you guys have a workstation here? I need to make some things for our little mission. Yeah, follow me, Hawkeye motioned, which Peter followed. Meanwhile, Nightwing was off to the side tapping his ear. I know babe, I'm sorry, I should have told you I wasn't going to be there today. I know you waited by yourself, and I'm sorry for that. I should have warned you. I don't know where the others are. I'm currently busy. I'll call you later. I'll make it up to you with a date. Love you, bye, Nightwing sighed. When he turned, he saw the others looking at him, causing him to cough in embarrassment. I'll see if Spider-Man needs help, he said as he rapidly walked away. As they waited, the girls started to get to know each other. I'm curious, why do you guys have a no-kill rule? Natasha asked. I actually asked Spider-Man this myself, Spider-Cat said, raising a finger. He said there are actually a few reasons. First, and I quote, there are fates out there far worse than death, fates that will keep beating them down until they have nothing left, a fate they much well deserve. Another reason is that death is a mercy for them, a mercy which they do not deserve. They need to pay for their actions and face the punishment for the people they hurt and the crimes they committed. And lastly, we are just friendly neighborhood heroes. We will have people looking up to us, following our example, especially little kids. Little kids are very impressionable. If they see people they consider heroes just kill willy-nilly, they will think that it's an okay thing to do. Plus, what kind of neighborhood would feel safe when someone is killing people out there? Spider-Cat said in a proud tone, a tone she didn't even believe came out of her. Scarlet Spider and Ghost Spider just looked towards her as she began to blush slightly. Scarlet Spider and Ghost Spider gave each other a sideways glance but didn't say anything else. Natasha nodded. I think I understand. You guys take this hero business very seriously. Ghost Spider nodded. We kinda have to. There are people out there who will need our help, and are not strong enough to help themselves, which is where we come in. As the Spider Ladies get to know each other and go off to face a growing problem, another problem grows in their own backyard. Otto Octavius, better known as Doc Ock, is seen sitting in what appears to be his secret lab. He has his arms out as his tentacles arms are rapidly moving, building a metal object around his arm as he looks up towards the news. Since he hasn't found me, it means my hypothesis is correct. He must keep a watch through the city using CCTVs and others of similar nature. The EMP coating around my body I made luckily makes me invisible to such detection. But I can't keep relying on it forever. I won't make such a rookie mistake of underestimating my enemy. He's like me, he's smart, foolish in his hero ways but smart. I would be more of a fool as well if I deny that and underestimate him. Thanks to these mechanical limbs I can't even hear myself think. I have to talk out loud to myself like a crazy person if I want to properly use my head. Not to mention this body that is growing more useless by the day. The mechanical limbs stopped moving and backed away, revealing metal braces that went up to his arms and down towards his hands, wrapped around his fingers. Otto made an opening and closing hand gesture. He walked towards a wall in his lab and punched it, leaving a large dent of his fist imprinted on the metal wall. He still had an unsatisfied expression. Otto looked up at the news once more and saw the fight against Spider-Man and Rhino, as well as the others and their opponents. Although Otto didn't want to admit it, jealousy was what he was feeling more than anything. There they are, all strong and young with their incredible powers and strength, and here I am, my own body slowly deteriorating. Becoming a shell of who I once was, the only good thing functioning well is my own brain. If only I could just transfer my brain into... Otto stopped talking, his smile growing wide and sinister. He put the metal brace hand over his mouth and started laughing madly. Ha 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 ha. Why can't I do that? What's stopping me? He cackled. Hell, knowing my own genius, I could probably replicate their power. Ha ha ha. Ooh, I'm going to have so much fun, he sighed in satisfaction. Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 145, Chapter 145. Third Person's POV. As Spider-Man and Nightwing moved around the lab workshop, humming as they worked, they were actually having a secret conversation using the neural link in their masks. This entire place is bugged, Spider-Man said as he mixed some vials together. Seriously? Why would their own place be bugged? Nightwing asked. That's what I'm going to find out. I've already got Arya accessing files she normally wouldn't get just by hacking through the internet, Spider-Man said smugly. Nightwing held an arrow, examining it with a smirk as he looked toward Spider-Man. Here they are asking for our help, and you go and steal all their secrets. Pass me one, Spider-Man said out loud to avoid suspicion, and Nightwing handed him the arrow as they continued their conversation. Hey, we kinda left Lizzie by herself, and I feel horrible for lying to her. Then don't, Spider-Man said as he took off the arrow tip. Are you saying I can tell her? Nightwing asked, looking at him in surprise. Listen, we've known Lizzie for a while. She's a bit ditzy but she's trustworthy, otherwise she wouldn't be your girlfriend. Also, being a superhero is okay and all, but it should never be at the cost of your personal life. Well, be sure to ask the others as well, since you'll not only be revealing your identity but ours as well, Spider-Man advised. Nightwing nodded. Thanks, Pete. Who's that? Spider-Man smirked, causing Nightwing to scoff and smirk back. 1 hour later. Christmas came early, Spider-Man said as he and Nightwing reappeared where everyone else was training and warming up, carrying clothes and weapons. Nightwing handed a quiver of multiple arrows to Hawkeye. We gave them a bit of an upgrade. Some of them are tranq darts strong enough to knock down about 5 elephants. There are also arrows with extremely high voltage, powerful enough to kill a regular person but highly effective against their kind. There are net arrows that release a net to entangle enemies, with an added shock option. A smoke screen arrow with a tear gas option. A sonic arrow, which releases a high-frequency sound wave that disorients and incapacitates enemies, with adjustable frequency control. A flashbang arrow with a timer, but be careful as it can blind someone. A tracking arrow that embeds a tracker in the target so they can't remove it. A cryo arrow, which releases a freezing agent on impact, immobilizing the target. And the really thick arrows are multi-shot arrows, which split into a barrage of smaller ones for wide area impact. Hawkeye stared at Nightwing and the quiver of arrows in shock, speechless. I don't know what to say, thank you. Nightwing waved him off. Forget it, don't worry about it. We'll send you the instructions on how to mass-produce them later. Spider-Man walked toward Natasha and handed her some gear. Here, he said. These are, she asked, slowly taking them. Upgraded gear. See the padding on the fingertips of the gloves? They allow climbing walls and have an electroshock function, so when you strangle someone, you can shock them too. They also have hidden retractable blades for defense, a holographic interface for quick hacking, and communication. The boots are similar to the gloves for wall climbing, allow for silent movement, and are shock absorbent, letting you land from high places without injury. They also possess retractable blades, they're towards the back and front of the boots. The utility belt includes a grappling hook, a black and red drone shaped like a black widow spider for reconnaissance, flashbangs, smoke screens, knockout gas, pepper spray, you know, the usual. For your outfit, I reinforced the armor, making it somewhat bulletproof and resistant to extreme temperatures, but a sniper could still kill you, so be careful. Be cautious with the dual pistols, they release high voltage bullets, and the longer you hold the trigger, the stronger the voltage becomes, making them quite deadly. Thank you. Natasha said, unsure what to say as she was really impressed with everything. You know. Spider-Man said, pulling out a card, you can receive more upgraded equipment if you just join today. Natasha looked amused as she picked up the card. Join the Spider family. Email, thespiderfamily123@gmail.com. Phone hashtag, 555-678-930. At the bottom of the card was a chibi picture of everyone with their thumbs up. Natasha looked amused as she glanced up at Spider-Man. I thought you guys only came up with the name today. We did. I just quickly made this in the back a few minutes ago. Be sure to call when you're ready to join, Spider-Man said with a grin. Natasha laughed as she wiggled the card toward him. Sure, I'll send in my application later, she teased, pocketing the card. As Natasha went to get changed, Spider-Man looked around. Where's Red? She's talking to Ursula. I think her name was Mama Bear, Spider-Cat answered. Spider-Man nodded in understanding and then began loitering around, not having much to do now that he had upgraded their gear. 3 hours later. Spider-Man pulled up a holographic interface of the military area below. From what I was able to gather, their experiments mostly occurred underground. It is heavily guarded. Nightwing and I will be at the forefront, rapidly taking them down and making way for you guys. Once you make it down, they'll likely already be aware of our presence and will probably release everyone from confinement to overwhelm us. It will be up to Scarlet, Cat, Widow, and Hawkeye to take them down and safely secure them. While they're being restrained, Ghost will sneak past everyone and find the DNA splicer. She'll be able to reverse engineer it and undo all that has been done to them. When that's over and done, it will be Nikki's job to stop the leaders, as they are just as accountable for giving the go-ahead to the project. Does everyone understand their roles in the mission? Spider-Man asked, looking around. They all nodded. Go in, kick ass, go home. Got it, Spider-Cat said, pointing a finger gun toward Spider-Man. They all walked out and lined up at the edge of the helicarrier. Give us a few minutes to make room, then follow after Nightwing and me, Spider-Man instructed. You ready? Spider-Man asked Nightwing, lifting a fist to the side. Nightwing scoffed as they gave each other a fist bump. Whenever you are. They both kicked off the helicarrier and began diving down. Whoa! They both shouted as they laughed. As they felt the wind against their tucked bodies, they continued to laugh, diving through clouds. We're building some crazy dad lore right here. Spider-Man yelled. Dad lore? What's that? Nightwing yelled back as his hair flapped in the wind. Stories we'll tell our children. How Daddy and Uncle Nightwing jumped from a big plane and fought off an entire military. Nightwing found that hilarious. As they began seeing the ground below them, he laughed. Ha 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 ha. I think I get it, and I love it. Ha 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 ha. They spread their arms, activating their wingsuits, and began getting shot at, causing them to maneuver through the air. Nightwing was still laughing. They did a flip in the air and landed in the middle of the military airstrip in a superhero landing, the ground beneath them cracking. Slowly, they lifted themselves from the ground. In front of them, tanks, armored trucks, and vehicles appeared, with men yelling in Russian and aiming their weapons at them. Machine guns, rocket launchers, they had everything pointed at Spider-Man and Nightwing. Nightwing turned to Spider-Man and smirked. You're absolutely right. Our dad lore is going to be absolutely crazy. They slowly began walking toward the army in front of them as the soldiers began firing everything they had. Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 146, Chapter 146. Third person's POV. As multiple bullets from the Soviet Union were about to hit Spider-Man and Nightwing, they both turned into blurs, their superhuman abilities kicking into high gear. The battlefield was chaos, with the sounds of gunfire, explosions, and shouts filling the air. Spider-Man's bioelectricity crackled around him like a living storm. He moved with a speed that seemed impossible, leaving trails of lightning in his wake. As he darted through the enemy lines, his agility and strength were on full display. He flipped over soldiers, landing behind them with precision and efficiency, and delivered powerful electric punches that sent them sprawling. With a flick of his wrist, he shot webs to disarm soldiers, yank weapons from their hands, and entangle them in sticky cocoons. Nightwing was a whirlwind of motion, his hypermotility allowing him to move with unparalleled speed and fluidity. His Eskrima sticks became blurs in his hands as he struck with pinpoint accuracy. Each hit was calculated to incapacitate without causing permanent harm. He weaved through the barrage of bullets and missiles with an almost supernatural grace, his movements a deadly dance. He disarmed soldiers, knocked them out cold with rapid strikes, and used his acrobatics to leap over obstacles and evade incoming fire. Tank missiles and rocket launchers were fired at the two heroes, their trajectory seemingly unavoidable. Yet, Spider-Man and Nightwing were always a step ahead. Spider-Man leaped onto a tank, his fingers sparking with bioelectricity, and delivered a shock that short-circuited its systems. He then used his webs to pull the turret around, redirecting a missile back toward another tank, causing a massive explosion. Nightwing, meanwhile, performed a series of flips and rolls to dodge a barrage of rockets. He landed atop a launcher, dismantling it with swift, precise strikes from his sticks. With a powerful kick, he sent the soldier operating it flying, then used the launcher as a makeshift weapon, swinging it to knock out a group of advancing troops. The battlefield became a playground for the two heroes, their synergy and skill unmatched. Spider-Man's bioelectricity provided a shocking surprise to anyone who got too close, while Nightwing's hypermotility made him an elusive target, impossible to pin down. Together, they were an unstoppable force, their combined abilities overwhelming the Soviet military forces. Despite the overwhelming numbers and firepower arrayed against them, Spider-Man and Nightwing moved as one. Their teamwork was seamless, each covering the other's blind spots and complementing their unique abilities. As the last of the soldiers fell, unconscious or ensnared in webs, the battlefield fell silent, the only sound the crackling of Spider-Man's fading electricity and the faint hum of Nightwing's cooling Eskrima sticks. As Spider-Man and Nightwing scanned the battlefield, a new threat emerged, helicopters armed with heavy machine guns and rocket launchers, swooping down to support the Soviet troops. The rotor blades sliced through the air with a deafening roar, and the ground shuddered under the assault of their firepower. Spider-Man, ever alert, noticed the incoming helicopters first. "We've got company in the sky," he shouted to Nightwing. Nightwing nodded, his eyes narrowing as he assessed the situation. "Let's ground them." Without wasting a second, Spider-Man shot a web at a nearby building and launched himself into the air. He swung with incredible speed and agility, dodging bullets and rockets fired from the helicopters. As he approached the first chopper, he shot a web line at the pilot's door, yanked it open, and pulled himself inside. The pilot, startled but unharmed, found himself quickly webbed to his seat. With a precise blast of bioelectricity, Spider-Man short-circuited the helicopter's controls, causing it to hover in place. Meanwhile, Nightwing took a different approach. Using his hypermotility, he sprinted across the battlefield, leaping onto the top of a tank for a better vantage point. With a powerful jump, he launched himself into the air, his Eskrima sticks drawn. He landed on the landing skid of another helicopter, balancing effortlessly as it swayed under the added weight. Nightwing smashed the cockpit window with one Eskrima stick and reached inside to disable the control panel, ensuring a safe descent. He then secured the pilot with a harness made of reinforced cable from his utility belt, ensuring the pilot's safety as he maneuvered the helicopter to the ground. As the first helicopter began to descend, Spider-Man swung back out of the cockpit and used his webs to create a safety net around the descending chopper. This ensured that as it landed, it wouldn't crash, and the pilot would be safely cushioned. With the pilot secure and the helicopter disabled, Spider-Man leaped towards another threat. Nightwing, still balanced on his helicopter, used his hypermotility to jump from one helicopter to another with ease. He reached the next chopper, swinging his Eskrima sticks with expert precision to disable its weapons. He used his acrobatics to flip onto the rotor, momentarily disrupting its function and causing the helicopter to lose altitude. He then slipped into the cockpit, quickly webbing the pilot to safety just as Spider-Man had done. A third helicopter was bearing down on them, rockets primed and ready. Spider-Man, seeing this, shot a web line to the underside of the helicopter and swung himself up with lightning speed. He planted his feet on the glass, looking upside down at the bewildered pilot, and gave a cheeky salute before unleashing a burst of bioelectricity that fried the targeting system. As the helicopter veered off course, Spider-Man carefully extracted the pilot, webbing him to a safe location on the ground before the chopper crashed harmlessly in an empty field. Nightwing, noticing another helicopter trying to flee, sprinted across the battlefield, his movements a blur. He launched himself into the air, grabbed onto the tail of the fleeing helicopter, and climbed his way to the cockpit. He swiftly incapacitated the pilot and guided the helicopter down gently, ensuring no harm came to anyone. With the helicopters neutralized and their pilots safely secured, the immediate threat was over. The battlefield was littered with unconscious soldiers, tangled in webs, and disabled military equipment. The air was still, save for the distant hum of helicopters losing power. The two heroes stood amidst the wreckage, their bodies heaving with exertion. As Spider-Man caught his breath, he asked, "You think they could sue us for this?" He said between breaths. Nightwing scoffed with heavy breaths as he put his Eskrima sticks back in place. "They're sleeping on the job, they can't sue us for that." They both smirked as they tapped the side of their ears. "You are clear for landing." "I repeat, you are clear for landing, over," Spider-Man said. Back on the helicarrier, the others nodded as they received the message. "I guess that's our signal," Spider-Cat said as she jumped into a cannonball, shouting excitedly in the air. Scarlet Spider followed behind, shouting as well while doing barrel rolls. Ghost Spider just jumped with her arms spread out. Natasha sighed and simply gave a little jump down with her arms crossed over her shoulders. Hawkeye and Fury both finished tying their parachutes. "They are taking this too lightly," Nick said as he tightened it. Hawkeye just patted Fury on the back. "It's okay to live a little," he said as he dove like a diver. This caused Fury to sigh. "They are literally children. The safety of our nation is up to immature children," he muttered as he jumped down after them. They all had large smiles on their faces as they free fell, with the exception of Nick, who had a serious expression as he dove down with his limbs tucked. Even Hawkeye had a small smirk as he fell with all his limbs spread out slightly. As they approached the ground, they activated their wings, even Natasha's suit had them. Hawkeye and Fury both pulled on their parachutes, gliding down. As the ground got closer, the girls flew around them. They all flipped in the air before landing gracefully on the ground. In front of them, both Fury and Hawkeye landed, their forward momentum carrying them as they unhooked and took off their parachutes. Hawkeye reached for his bow and flicked it, causing it to expand, while Fury reached for his pistols at his side. The girls walked up next to them. "They're efficient, I'll give them that," Fury complimented as he viewed the destroyed tanks, the bodies of unconscious soldiers, some tied up in webbing, and destroyed weapons scattered on the floor with scorch marks everywhere. Spider-Man and Nightwing are all about speed, getting things done as quickly as possible. "They're as efficient as anyone could get," Ghost Spider praised. "Well, we're not helping anyone by taking our time." "Let's go," Scarlet Spider said, charging ahead. The others soon followed suit. As they went inside the main building of the military base, they found soldiers sitting against the walls unconscious, with their guns in their hands. Some were sprawled on the floor, while some were even stuck on the ceiling. They followed the trail of bodies to their destination, soon arriving where they needed to go. They found both Spider-Man and Nightwing leaning against the wall beside a heavily secured metal door. "What took you guys so long?" Spider-Man teased, his arms crossed and a leg positioned on the wall. Nightwing was in the same position. "You guys are slow, you need to work on that." They both chuckled before standing back up. Facing the door, they lowered their stances, put their fists in their hands, and brought them to their sides. With the power of friendship, they both said as they punched the thick metal door. The door went flying off, taking part of its surroundings with it. Red lights flashed while a loud alarm rang throughout the entire military base. "Go." Spider-Man motioned. "We will stay and guard and make sure you aren't bothered while you all take care of them." They all nodded and rushed in. Ghost Spider immediately turned invisible as she jumped up and began running on the ceiling, with Arya guiding her to where she needed to go. A bit earlier, the General and Dr. Valkov were in the testing lab. The General had a nervous but angry expression. "They're here and are after us. Tell me, Doctor, did you at least manage to recover the DNA of ancient creatures? We could use everything we have if you want to get out of here." "It's hard. Even with the DNA splicer, restoring damaged DNA is very difficult. I could only recover 2 samples, one from a Spinosaurus and the other from a saber-toothed tiger." The General took a deep breath and mentally prepared himself. "All right, I need you to hit me with your machine. Turn me into whichever. But General, this could go very wrong. We haven't figured out the possible effects. These DNA samples are millions of years old." The General tightly grabbed Dr. Valkov's shoulders. "We don't have any other options. Do you see that?" He motioned toward the cameras, which showed Nightwing and Spider-Man taking down everyone and everything without being seen. "This is our only way to survive." The doctor sighed and nodded. "Very well," he said as he got to work. He grabbed the DNA sample labeled Spinosaurus. He picked up the DNA splicer, which looked like a large ray gun. He pressed a side compartment and injected the DNA sample before aiming it at the General. "Are you ready?" "Image." The General nodded, swallowing loudly. He took off his general jacket and the shirt underneath. The doctor sighed as he aimed the splicer. 3, 2, 1. With a press of a button, a green beam shot out, hitting the General square in the chest. The General's body convulsed as the green beam enveloped him. His skin rippled, changing texture and color to a deep, scaly green. His muscles bulged, his frame expanding rapidly. His face elongated, forming a snout filled with razor-sharp teeth. A massive, fin-like sail erupted from his back, and his arms transformed into powerful, clawed appendages. He screamed in pain as he felt his very essence being transformed. The pain led to a blinding rage, but his will to survive kept him sane. His legs thickened and lengthened, giving him a more predatory stance. His eyes, now reptilian and fierce, scanned the room as the transformation completed. The General roared, a deep, guttural sound that echoed through the lab, showcasing his new Spinosaurus hybrid form. "Image." The doctor stepped back, eyes wide with awe and fear. "How do you feel, General?" The newly transformed General flexed his claws and tested his new limbs. "Powerful," he growled, his voice a mix of human and beast. "Very powerful." Just then, flashing red lights and a loud alarm rang out, causing Dr. Valkov to curse anxiously. He went to a control panel that oversaw the cells of those they had experimented on and opened them all up. Dr. Valkov then grabbed the DNA sample labeled saber-toothed tiger and carefully injected it into the DNA splicer. He placed the device on the table, its barrel facing him, and took a deep breath. With a steady hand, he pressed the activation button. A green ray shot out, striking Dr. Valkov square in the chest. He let out a loud scream as his body began to transform. His muscles bulged, and his skin grew a thick layer of fur. His face elongated, forming a powerful snout with large, curved saber-like fangs protruding from his upper jaw. His hands and feet transformed into powerful, clawed paws, while his eyes turned a piercing yellow, exuding a fierce predatory glare. His ears became pointed and more sensitive, twitching at the slightest sound. A long, muscular tail sprouted from his back, aiding in balance and agility. The transformation was complete. Dr. Valkov stood tall, a fearsome hybrid of human and saber-toothed tiger, his body covered in a tawny fur coat with powerful muscles rippling underneath. He roared, a primal sound that echoed through the room, showcasing his new formidable form. Image. Just then, the door to their room was sent flying off, revealing Ghost Spider. She paused as she looked at them. "Be prepared to be turned back into ancient history," she said with swag, throwing up signs before growing embarrassed. "I'm spending too much time with Peter," she thought. They both let out a loud roar before pouncing toward her. As they did, the world around Ghost Spider seemed to come to a screeching halt. Although she couldn't see it, her eyes turned a beautiful ice blue, almost like snowflakes. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. "They're strong. My senses are telling me so I have to get serious," she thought. Although everything around her was slowed down, her thought processes weren't. As they moved through the air toward her, Ghost Spider brought her fists to her sides. "Let's try this new skill I've been experimenting with," she thought. Half of her forearm to her fist started to glow an ice blue color. "From what Peter and Arya found out, this is our life force, our chi if we want to use martial arts terms. Mine just so happens to have cold properties. Ice forms when it is expelled from my body. Let's try to get it not to form." As her fist tightened, a flame-like aura started to flicker on her fist as if it were turning on and off. As her thoughts continued at a rapid pace, her own body moved back, making the general and the doctor fly over her. Her own body moved in slow motion as both her fists went up, striking the two of them in the stomach and guiding them out of the room. Everything returned to normal, and the two went tumbling out of their room and into the room where everyone was fighting. They slowly stood up before acting as if they had been hit in the same place again. The two looked confused and glanced at their sides, only to see ice forming where her fists had struck them. "Cool, I can hit someone and leave a delayed striking effect with an added freezing effect," she thought proudly as she squatted down in her spider pose, facing them. Her hands still had a light blue glow to them. As she released the breath she was previously holding, it came out as fog, giving her an intimidating appearance. This caused them to growl in frustration as they heard the sound of fighting all around them. A/N, I know some of you don't like cliffhangers, so I will post one more chapter later today. This chapter was getting too long, it was at 2.7k words. Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 147, Chapter 147. Third Person's POV. As the group entered the room, they were immediately ambushed by monstrous creatures with grotesque animalistic features. The cacophony of screeches, growls, and chittering filled the air. A large human centipede hybrid screeched loudly, its multiple legs skittering rapidly across the floor as it charged towards them. Spider-Cat was the first to react. "This thing is so gross looking," she muttered in disgust. Swinging from the ceiling, she delivered a powerful kick to the creature, sending it sprawling back with its elongated body tangling grotesquely in midair. As it crashed to the ground, she landed gracefully beside it and unsheathed her iron claws, slashing ferociously at its writhing form. Nearby, a fly-headed man with wings buzzed erratically, attempting to bypass the group. Hawkeye, with his sharp eyes and steady aim, pulled out a tranquilizer dart arrow. Tracking the flyman's rapid zigzagging flight pattern, he released the arrow. It struck the flyman in his human-like torso, and he plummeted to the floor, immediately succumbing to the tranquilizer's potent effects. When Nightwing mentioned this had the power to take down 5 elephants, he wasn't kidding, Hawkeye remarked, impressed, as he took another arrow from his quill. Natasha's sharp eye spotted a creature with the head of a Doberman and a body covered in brown and black for attempting to flee. She pulled out her pistol and fired a series of electric bullets, each shot crackling with energy. The Doberman turned, snarling, and lunged at her with powerful legs, aiming a crushing fist. Natasha expertly rolled out of the way, closing the distance to engage in close-quarters combat. Using its momentum against it, she attempted to pin it down, but its superior strength forced her to resort to the electroshock function in her gloves. A few well-placed shocks, and the Doberman convulsed before collapsing. Scarlet Spider's eyes lit up with excitement as she spotted a towering man with the head of a bull. "Is that a minotaur?" "Awesome," she exclaimed. Swinging from the ceiling, she latched onto its massive horns and used her momentum to bring the beast crashing down. The minotaur grunted and struggled to rise, but Scarlet Spider quickly mounted it, unleashing a barrage of punches until it lay unconscious beneath her. "Do I get EXP for this?" Scarlet Spider muttered to herself with a smirk. She looked up and saw Ghost Spider poised, her hands glowing with an icy blue light. Scarlet Spider's 4 metal spider limbs emerged from her back as she charged at a Spinosaurus hybrid. As she pulled back her fist, her spidey senses flared, warning her of danger. She quickly webbed down and out of the way, narrowly dodging the creature's long, powerful tail. The tail whipped past her with a crack, smashing into a nearby console and sending sparks flying. The general, a towering figure with a mix of human and animalistic features, turned and roared at Scarlet Spider in Russian, "Leave us alone, you pest." Scarlet Spider ignored him, focused on the battle. "Ghost, I'll take care of this one," and quickly focus on the saber-tooth. "No need." Spider-Cat appeared midair, silver spider legs extending from her back. She landed gracefully in a cat-like pose. "Leave this little kitty to me. You do what you have to do." Ghost Spider slightly pouted. "And here I was hoping for a good fight." "Good luck, you two," she shouted as she sprinted further into the lab. Dr. Valkov, the saber-tooth hybrid, immediately guessed Ghost Spider's intentions. "No," he shouted, trying to pursue her. "Hey, this is a cat-on-cat fight. Don't get distracted," Spider-Cat teased, leaping toward Dr. Valkov. He snarled and met her attack head-on, their claws clashing in a flurry of sparks. Spider-Cat's agility kept her a step ahead, dodging his powerful swipes and retaliating with precise strikes from her iron claws. Meanwhile, Scarlet Spider faced off against the Spinosaurus hybrid. The creature swung its massive tail again, but she deftly vaulted over it, using her metal limbs to propel herself forward. She landed a solid punch to its jaw, followed by a series of rapid strikes. The hybrid roared in pain and anger, snapping its powerful jaws at her. She webbed its mouth shut, somersaulting over its back and landing a kick that sent it staggering forward. The general, with his military training and newfound instincts, charged at Scarlet Spider. He moved with surprising speed, his animalistic features enhancing his combat abilities. Scarlet Spider braced herself as he lunged, blocking his strikes with her metal limbs and countering with swift punches and kicks. The general roared in frustration, trying to overpower her with brute strength. "You're a tough one," Scarlet Spider grunted, narrowly avoiding a crushing blow from the general. "But I've faced worse." "No, I haven't." The general snarled, his eyes blazing with rage. "You underestimate us, little spider." Scarlet Spider smirked, dodging another attack and webbing the general's feet to the ground. "I have every right to, you're the villain in this story after all." Spider-Cat and Dr. Valkov continued their fierce battle. Dr. Valkov's saber-tooth strength was formidable, but Spider-Cat's speed and agility gave her the upper hand. She ducked under a vicious swipe and delivered a spinning kick to his side, following up with a flurry of slashes from her claws. "You're pretty tough for someone ancient," Spider-Cat admitted, breathing heavily. Dr. Valkov growled, blood dripping from a wound on his arm. "And you're a formidable opponent for a mere spider." Spider-Cat grinned. "Flattery will get you nowhere, kitty." With a final burst of strength, she vaulted over him, landing behind him and wrapping her metal legs around his neck. She tightened her grip, cutting off his air supply until he thrashed around, doing everything in his power to stop her. Which resulted in a few injuries for her, but after a while he slumped to the ground, unconscious. Ghost Spider, meanwhile, had made her way deeper into the lab, facing minimal resistance. She quickly found what she was looking for, the DNA splicer sitting perfectly on the table. She gave it a quick scan as she tapped the side of her ear. "All right, Arya, tell me what I have to do." Back in the main room, Scarlet Spider had finally subdued the Spinosaurus hybrid, webbing it to the ground. The general, now immobilized, glared at her with defiance. "This isn't over," he spat. Scarlet Spider shrugged, panting slightly. "For now, it is." She turned to see Spider-Cat approaching, having successfully defeated Dr. Valkov. "All clear here," Spider-Cat reported, dusting herself off. "How's Ghost?" "She's on it," Scarlet Spider replied, glancing toward the lab's interior. "Let's make sure Hawkeye and Widow are doing all right and help them finish subduing everyone." As Scarlet Spider and Spider-Cat engaged their foes, Black Widow and Hawkeye moved into action, facing their own set of monstrous, animal-human hybrids. Black Widow spotted a creature resembling a humanoid crocodile, its scales glistening menacingly under the lab's harsh lights. It lunged at her with a guttural roar, jaws snapping. Natasha dodged to the side, rolling and coming up in a fluid motion. She unleashed a series of precise kicks and punches, leveraging her advanced martial arts skills. Each strike was calculated, aiming for vulnerable points on the creature's body. She pulled a smoke grenade from her utility belt and tossed it at the crocodileman. The smoke enveloped the creature, momentarily obscuring its vision. Natasha used the distraction to her advantage, darting in and out of the smoke with a series of rapid, debilitating blows. With a final kick, she sent the creature crashing into a stack of crates, incapacitating it. Nearby, Hawkeye was engaged in a fierce battle with a monstrous hybrid that combined the features of a lion and a human. The creature's muscular form and sharp claws made it a formidable opponent. Hawkeye, not missing a beat, quickly assessed the situation. He knocked a high-voltage arrow, launching it with pinpoint accuracy. The arrow struck the lionman's shoulder, releasing a burst of electric charge that temporarily paralyzed the creature. It staggered, growling in frustration. Without missing a beat, Hawkeye switched to a net arrow, firing it at the creature. The net expanded and ensnared the lionman, its struggles slowing as it was tightly bound. Hawkeye then pulled out a cryo arrow and fired it at the creature's legs, further immobilizing it with a quick-setting freezing solution that formed ice on contact. As the lionman roared in frustration, Hawkeye's keen eye spotted another threat, a large, gorilla-like beast with human features. He swiftly selected an explosive arrow and took aim. The arrow soared through the air, striking the gorillaman in the chest. The resulting explosion created a shockwave, sending the beast crashing into a wall. Black Widow, sensing more movement, turned to see a pack of smaller, wolf-like hybrids closing in. She dropped her remaining smoke pellets and a couple of flashbangs, disorienting the wolves with the blinding light and thick smoke. She moved with purpose, taking down the disoriented creatures with a combination of high-speed strikes and tactical maneuvers. As the room filled with the sounds of combat, Hawkeye continued to fire arrows, each one tailored to the specific threat. He used a cryo arrow to encase an approaching human-reptile hybrid with ice, while a concussion arrow blasted another away from Natasha's fighting area, giving her a moment to regroup. Natasha, seizing an opportunity, used her grappling hook to swing across the room, landing next to Hawkeye. She saw him struggling against a particularly aggressive hybrid with the body of a human and the head of an eagle. The creature clawed and pecked at him, but he managed to keep it at bay with a smoke arrow. "Need a hand?" Natasha shouted over the din of battle. "Always." Hawkeye replied, aiming his net arrow at a group of smaller bug-like hybrids approaching from behind. Natasha leaped into the fray, using her agility and combat skills to distract and disable the eagle-human hybrid. She moved in close, delivering a series of powerful strikes to the hybrid's torso, using her environment to her advantage. She grabbed a nearby pipe and swung it with precision, knocking the hybrid to the ground. With a final, decisive blow, Natasha used a combination of a stun baton and quick, focused strikes to incapacitate the eagle-human hybrid. As the last of the hybrids fell, Natasha and Hawkeye regrouped with Scarlet Spider and Spider-Cat. The lab was a battlefield littered with fallen creatures, and the remaining threats were subdued or contained. "All clear," Natasha reported, wiping sweat from her brow. "Let's safely secure everyone and check in with Ghost Spider." "Agreed," Hawkeye said, holstering his bow and checking his quiver. "Time to wrap this up." Scarlet and Cat were both impressed by how quickly and efficiently they managed to take down the group of hybrids. "You guys are actually pretty good," Cat praised. "We can say the same about you," Hawkeye nodded towards them. Meanwhile, Spider-Man and Nightwing walked with Fury leading the way. "Are you sure they're here?" Fury asked. Spider-Man nodded. "Our little hacker found a phone call between the general and the leaders. He wanted to show them the dinosaur project to get more funding." Nightwing sighed. "I still think they're pretty stupid. There are literally movies about why what they're planning is a bad idea. When it comes to power, men will forget all warning signs," Fury said. Spider-Man and Nightwing both nodded in agreement. They soon got into an elevator and began going down. There was an awkward silence between them. "So, Avengers Initiative, huh?" Spider-Man asked, breaking the silence. "I'm beginning to get really sick and tired of you," Fury sighed. Nightwing sighed. "He has that effect on people. Dude, you're supposed to be on my side." "What the hell?" Spider-Man retorted. "So, what is this Avengers Initiative, anyway?" Nightwing asked curiously. "You want to do it, Eye Patch?" "It is your idea, after all," Spider-Man said. Fury looked ahead. "It is an idea to gather a group of extraordinary individuals to form a team and protect the Earth from threats that are, in other words, out of this world. A last line of defense against the unknown and those that aim to destroy us. Like aliens?" Nightwing asked in amusement, interpreting it as a joke. "Aliens are real, by the way," Spider-Man informed Nightwing as the elevator door opened. They stepped into a large, fancy room. At the back of the room was a long table with 5 men sitting down, facing the elevator with unpleasant expressions. Nightwing stared at Spider-Man with his mouth agape. "Fury," they said in English with a thick Russian accent. Fury immediately turned to look at Spider-Man. "Motherfucker, you see that? That's how you're supposed to address me. With hate." For his own peace of mind, Fury chose to ignore the comment and focus on the men in front of him. "Gentlemen, we have a lot to discuss. Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. A/N. Alright, so I have been doing an MCU marathon. I'm halfway through Iron Fist and I heard that people disliked it. I like the show, man. Shrugging. I can't see why people hate it." Chapter 148, Chapter 148. Third Person's POV. Ghost Spider was connecting 2 wires together with focus. She used her webs to tie everything together. As she closed it back up, the DNA splicer in her hand activated once more. Just then, Scarlet and Cat both appeared with Hawkeye and Black Widow following behind them. Are you finished? Cat asked curiously. Ghost nodded her head. Yeah, I'm just about done. We can begin fixing everyone. Let's go, she said as she grabbed the DNA splicer by the two handles. Everyone is already safely secured. I don't know how, but the webbing these two released is strong enough to hold back their strength, Hawkeye informed her. Ghost nodded in understanding as they guided her towards everyone. The first one was the Spinosaurus hybrid. It appeared he was wrapped in a thick cocoon from head to toe with only his eyes and nose visible. The general was letting out muffled screams and grunts as he tried to break free, glaring hatefully towards everyone in the room. Ghost Spider simply aimed the DNA splicer towards the general. Hey, it's picture day. Say cheese. As she turned it on, a ray of light shot out and hit the general, causing him to start shrinking. The webbing became loose, allowing the general to quickly get out. The general angrily shouted. Language. My goodness, do you kiss your mother with that mouth? Scarlet Spider said, looking at the general in shock. The others weren't so different. The general, realizing he was outnumbered, turned around and began running away. They all looked at each other in amusement. Leave this one to me, Hawkeye said as he knocked an arrow. He released it, hitting the general on the butt. The general immediately plopped down towards the ground and began snoring loudly. Let's continue, Ghost Spider said, moving towards the saber-toothed tiger hybrid. Dr. Valkov's eyes snapped open as they made their way towards him. He let out a ferocious roar before cutting the webbing with his sharp long teeth. He saw Ghost with the DNA splicer in her hand and jumped straight towards her, ready to bite her down and stop her. Ghost watched as the saber-tooth approached. Her expression remained neutral as her fist glowed an ice blue color before uppercutting him in the chin. As she uppercut him, his jaw snapped shut, all of his teeth shattered, and his eyes rolled to the back of his head from the overwhelming pain. Dr. Valkov rolled and tumbled in the air before landing and skidding along the ground. He came to a halt, sprawled out unconscious with blood flowing from his mouth. Ghost held the DNA splicer and said, Come on, smile for the picture. Show us those pearly whites. Like it happened with the general, a beam of light shot out and hit Dr. Valkov, causing his figure to shrink and revert back to his human form. Now then, who's next? Ghost smirked. Meanwhile. We had a feeling you had something to do with them, the middleman said as he motioned towards Spider-Man and Nightwing. Literally just met today. I guess I should thank you for giving us the opportunity to meet, Spider-Man said teasingly. They ignored Spider-Man as they focused solely on Nick. So what do you want, Fury? The middleman asked calmly with his hands joined together. What I want is simply for you all to disband. You have already caused enough damage by messing with the life of your own soldier, not to mention illegally sneaking some of them. They smirked as the middleman continued speaking for everyone. We have no idea what you're talking about. If you had done your research, you would know they are deserters of the army. Don't act stupid in front of me now, Fury said as he narrowed his eye. We all know what truly happened. Those soldiers went in under your orders. The middleman leaned back in his seat, his hands still joined together as his arms rested on the armrest. Here's a proposition, Fury. We are not here to make a motherfucking deal. Turn yourself in voluntarily, or there will be consequences. You are to be considered enemies of the state, Fury said slowly as he took out his guns. They didn't look the least bit worried. Oh, but I assure you, you will find our proposition to be quite appealing. They all pulled out keys simultaneously and inserted them into the desk. There was a loud click as something began to rise from the top of the desk. It appeared to be a monitor with a transparent screen, allowing everyone to take a look. Apart from the monitor, what appeared to be switches and buttons also emerged. They pressed a few buttons, which then showed a live feed of a nuke being prepared. Set course to the United States of America, the man in the middle said with a confident smirk. So here's the deal, Fury, you take your super freaks and leave us alone. You leave us alone, and I won't start what could potentially be World War III. Fury's jaw tightened. Are you crazy? If you start this war, it isn't only our people that would die, but so would yours. That is just the price I'm willing to pay. Nightwing's eyes narrowed. You guys are monsters. You are willing to kill millions just so you can stay in power. Hit it. Everyone turned towards Spider-Man with their eyes widened. Dude, what are you doing? Nightwing asked worriedly. They want to start a war, right? Then let's start this war. Hit the button, it's wartime, baby. Would you just shut up? Nick said as he turned towards Spider-Man. He then turned towards Nightwing. Control your fucking friend. And don't hit the button. Nick said as he looked towards the leaders. Do not listen to him. He doesn't represent us. No, can't you see how happy they are to start this war? Why are we stopping them? This could be a party. Whoa. Hit the button. Hit the button. Hit the button. Hit the button. Spider-Man chanted loudly. Nightwing dragged Spider-Man back and whispered harshly, "What are you doing?" Spider-Man smirked as he leaned in and whispered something in his ear. Hit that button. Nightwing joined in the chant with a smirk. Nick slowly turned and looked at them as if they were crazy. What have I done? I brought these two idiots along and doomed us all. The leader's expressions tightened. You guys seriously want this war? No. Yes. Both Spider-Man and Nightwing shouted with their arms in the air. Fine, Nick Fury muttered as he raised his guns to shoot them, but both Spider-Man and Nightwing swiftly disarmed him. You sons of bitches. Fury cursed. Everything went into slow motion for Nick as he saw the leader's hand move down to press the button. What followed was an awkward silence. The leader grew confused and pressed it again and again, but nothing happened. Even Nick looked surprised before turning toward Spider-Man and Nightwing, who were smirking as they handed him his gun back. What did you guys do? The men demanded, repeatedly pressing the button to no avail. You see, little Nicky, our spider family doesn't only have 5 members. We have 6. Ain't that right, Arachnid? The monitor screen glitched, revealing Arya wearing a purple Spider-Man mask, her purple hair flowing from under it. She did a military salute as she appeared. Reporting for duty, sir. You son of a bitch, Nick Fury sighed, holding his chest. You almost gave me a heart attack. How about you warn me next time and let me in on your little secret? All 5 enemies immediately pulled out their pistols and started firing. Nightwing shielded Nick, protecting him with his body. Nick started returning shots while using Nightwing as cover. Spider-Man dashed through the room, leaving a streak of lightning as he flipped the enemies off their feet and knocked them unconscious. When it was all over, Fury sighed in relief before aiming his gun at Spider-Man. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't pull this fucking trigger right now, motherfucker. Because bullets are useless against me. Nick clicked his tongue. One of these days, you're going to annoy me to the point where I'll get something strong enough to shoot right through your skull. Spider-Man pretended to blow him a kiss, which caused Fury to shoot at Spider-Man. He casually caught the bullet in his hand. Cool, a souvenir. Thanks for the gift, I'll treasure it. It'll be a reminder of the start of our great friendship. Or the start of the worst decision of my life, Nick mumbled as he put his guns away. He shook his head and tapped the side of his ear. Barton, report. How is it on your end? Fury then nodded as he looked toward Spider-Man and Nightwing. Looks like your friends have done their part. Let's go and meet them. A few moments later. Ghost aimed the DNA splicer at Rhino and the others. When she was done, Ursula had reverted back to her normal form, Anastasia Medvedevim. Anastasia looked toward Scarlet Spider, who seemed eager to share something. All right, so since Fury owed us for our help, I asked him to assist with your case. He will be able to give you and your children citizenship and a nice home away from all of this. With a bit of persistence, I managed to get him to agree to enroll your children in very good schools. What do you say? Anastasia was taken by surprise. She gave Scarlet Spider a giant bear hug. Thank you, she said, tears in her eyes. Scarlet Spider smiled and patted Anastasia's arm. It's all right, big girl. I'm just doing what I can. We're already on our way to pick up your children. Care to tell me about them? Anastasia wiped her tears and nodded with a big grin. They're little boys, 8 and 5. The 8-year-old is named Nikolai and the 5-year-old is Gustav. As Scarlet Spider and Anastasia got to know each other better, Ghost was done fixing everyone, including Rhino, who was sulking in his cell. We're going to need that as it now belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D. for safekeeping. Worry not, it's not going to be used for nefarious purposes or fall into the wrong hands, Coulson said, holding out his hand. Sure, here you go, Ghost said in a cheery voice as she handed the DNA splicer to Coulson, already squished like a pancake. Please make good use of that. Coulson had an awkward expression as he looked at the metal pancake in his hands. You know, perhaps it's what's best for everyone. Perhaps so, Ghost nodded, patting Coulson on the shoulder before joining Spider-Man, who was talking with Natasha and Clint. So, have you thought about the offer? Spider-Man asked expectantly. What about me? Do I get to join your spider family? We did fight side by side, after all, Clint said jokingly. Spider-Man put a hand on his chin and nodded. You do have a point, and we do need more guy members since we're filled to the brim with girls. Not to mention you have an animal-related hero name. Spider-Man took out his card and handed it to Clint. Make sure to call us. I was only joking, Clint chuckled as he took the card. What if I become a member in name only? Natasha said with a teasing smirk. You know what? I'll take what I can get. Welcome aboard, Spider-Man said, extending his hand. Natasha laughed as she shook his hand. Glad to be welcomed. You're still trying to recruit her? Ghost asked, shaking her head in disbelief. Come on, even you have to agree. She's perfect for our little group. Well, she is very skilled from what I've seen. Ghost Spider nodded in agreement, then smiled towards Natasha. Well then, Black Widow, welcome aboard. Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 149, Chapter 149. Third Person's POV. Everyone soon returned above New York City. They were all saying their goodbyes to the new friends they had made along the way. I'm going to miss you, Pirate Spy. Our journey may have been short, but we experienced an adventure that will last a lifetime, Spider-Man said as he hugged Fury and patted him on the back. You have 1 second to get off me, Fury said harshly. Hey guys, I'm going to stay for a bit. I want to make sure Anastasia gets adjusted to her accommodations, Scarlet Spider said to the others. Are you sure? Spider-Cat asked with a raised brow. Yeah, go on without me, Scarlet Spider said confidently. Fury, what did we talk about bugging me? Spider-Man said, taking out a bug from his side, which caused Fury to shrug, simply not caring. They said their goodbyes to Clint and Natasha as well. Be sure to call us if you have any questions or if you're just feeling lonely and need someone to vent to. My line will always be available to a beautiful woman in need of help, Spider-Man said, winking at Natasha. Natasha chuckled and nodded. I'll be sure to call you. As they said their goodbyes, they all jumped out from the giant carrier and used their wingsuits to fly away before turning invisible. When Fury turned around to walk away, Natasha and Clint also turned as they lost sight of them. They both froze as they looked at Fury's back. There was a piece of paper taped to his back with a kid's drawing of his face and a speech bubble that said, "Motherfucker, kick me." Clint and Natasha looked at each other in amusement and began laughing. They sure know how to leave a lasting impression, Clint said, shaking his head. Fury turned towards them and looked at them in confusion. Natasha simply chuckled as she walked over and took the paper off him, putting it in his hands. That motherfucker, he muttered as he crumpled the paper. Spider-Man and the others soon arrived back at their lab and changed back into their civilian clothing. Peter was wearing a black tank top with an open gray sweater over it and gray pants. Are you going somewhere? Harry asked Peter, who seemed like he was getting ready to head out. Yeah, I'm stopping by the office to take a look at some things. What about you guys? I'm going to be in the workshop trying to see what I can make, Harry said nonchalantly. I'm going to remake the DNA splicer. Arya already scanned it before, so it should be relatively easy, Gwen shrugged. And I'm going to sleep, Felicia said, giving everyone the finger gun and heading to her quarters, while Harry went to his workshop. Peter kissed Gwen goodbye as he made his way to Parker Industries. It was a building 20 stories high. It wasn't Oscorp or Stark Industries, but it would do for the moment as they were just getting started. When he entered, he found the receptionist, a black woman with curly hair. Mr. Parker, she greeted. Wendy, Peter greeted back. As he arrived at his office, a brown-haired woman with light skin ran out from across the hall. Mr. Parker, I was just thinking about how to contact you. I have some things that need your attention. Do you have a moment? Sure, Janice, just meet me in my office, Peter said to his secretary, who he relied on heavily when he wasn't around. Janice nodded and headed back to her office to gather some documents while Peter went to his desk, opened a drawer, and took out a lollipop. Janice walked in and said, "A few things first, Mr. Parker. Didn't we agree to come into the office looking more presentable? People already underestimate your capabilities due to your age, they will underestimate you more because of how you're dressed," she sighed, reprimanding him like she was his mother. Peter only chuckled. Janice, what do I always say when you tell me this? Janice inhaled and exhaled sharply. What's the point of having so much money? If I can't dress how I want in my office, Peter finished for her, nodding. Janice shook her head and decided to focus on something else. Your synthetic building materials are really popular. They are highly praised in the construction industry and communities. Many are switching to our company to receive their resources. Due to this, we are also making some enemies among manufacturers because we're stealing their clients. Peter scoffed at this. They're the ones who will be on the losing end by making us their enemies. But keep a lookout, try to see if any of them tries to sabotage our production. Janice nodded as she noted something on her tablet. She then pulled out some documents and handed them to him. Peter raised a brow as he quickly read through everything. A military contract. Janice nodded happily. Yes, sir. They would like 35% of your total production reserved solely for them. The pay would be in accordance with how much we can deliver. Based on what we are able to produce, we estimate we're looking at a $100 million deal or more if I'm being honest. Peter let out a whistle as he read over everything once more. It's honestly not a bad deal. He signed it and handed it back to her. There's something else, sir. Many of us were discussing the future of the company. Many believe that with your intelligence and your synthetic metal, we would do really well in the weapon business. Some even believe you can rival Tony Stark. He wasn't even where you are today at your age. There are many calling you the next Stark. No, Peter said, his expression growing serious. Call it my childish naivety or what you will, but I will not be making things that kill people. That is where I draw the line. We already have enough people doing that. Janice raised a hand to stop Peter, her expression just as serious as his. Say no more, Mr. Parker. I will shut down this discussion at our next meeting. Peter was a bit taken aback by her forwardness. He was expecting to have a lengthy discussion while she tried to persuade him. Seeing his expression, Janice chuckled slightly as she finished typing something on her tablet. Mr. Parker, Parker Industries is where it is today because of you. You are the brain of the business. If you don't want to do something, then we won't do it. I only made the suggestion, nothing more. And well, so we can discuss the next step for Parker Industries. Many of us know this is only just the beginning. Peter chuckled and shook his head. All right. Luckily for you, I already have something in mind. You can share this with everyone else. We are going into cosmetics, he smiled. As Janice wrote it down, she froze. I'm sorry. Cosmetics, Peter repeated. May I ask why, sir? There are 2 reasons. I actually got this idea after seeing my aunt. Women would give an arm and a leg for something to make them look younger. I'm sure Gwen could come up with something really healthy that makes wrinkles lighter or simply almost non-existent. 1, it's a fast way to make really good money. We would use this money to move in the direction I want to take this business. And 2, it will show people and scientists that we know how to deal with chemicals that are good for the body and the like. I see, Janice said, immediately understanding. Although you say we are getting into cosmetics, the real next big step is actually medicine, isn't it? Peter nodded in confirmation. If we go from dealing with construction to then dealing with the medical side of business, no one would really take us seriously. Especially not when it's run by a 15-year-old kid who hasn't even graduated high school. They would question what I even know about medicine, etc. Janice nodded as she jotted everything down. Although we will need to go through multiple health inspections and tests to make sure what you create actually works as intended. We will start small and make our way up. For example, we'll make something that permanently cures allergies, then move to asthma, then diabetes, and who knows, we might even find the cure for cancer, Peter teased, which earned a chuckle from Janice. That would be the dream, sir, Janice said as she finished taking note of everything. So when can we expect the formulas for the cosmetic aspect? In a few days, a week at most, Peter nodded. Janice stopped and looked at Peter in surprise. Are you serious, sir? Peter nodded proudly. What can I say, my Gwendolyn is smart like that. Janice smiled and shook her head in amusement. She then bowed. That was all I needed to discuss with you today, sir. Peter nodded and dismissed her. As she left, Peter spun around in his chair for a bit, thinking about what to do next. That's right, the SSS. Gwen and I have to take it. Meeting with Fury made me forget about that. And speaking of Fury, I forgot to check with Arya about Hydra's infiltration. Right now, as she organizes the data, she should also be making the satellite, or at least making a blueprint. I can use that satellite to see if I can find Captain America, not to mention see if the wildlands exist. If they do, that means I should be able to get my hands on some vibranium. Goody. Peter began planning as he spun in his chair. Just then, his phone began ringing. He checked and saw that it was Harry. Peter, I have a big problem on my hands, Peter heard Harry's anxious voice with the sound of someone screaming in panic. What's the matter? I don't know how to explain this, but Lizzie instantly combusted. She's on freaking fire, and I don't know how to fix her. Please help me. Patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 150. Third person's POV. I don't know how to explain this, but Lizzie instantly combusted. She's on freaking fire, and I don't know how to fix her. Please help me. Okay, I know this might sound crazy, but have you perhaps tried a fire extinguisher or, I don't know, maybe water? Pete, I'm being serious. A bit earlier. As Harry went to his workspace, he checked his watch and looked at the time. School's about to end, and I already got permission from Gwen and the others. Might as well get this done and over with. Gwen, who was just about to head to her lab, looked at Harry in confusion. And where are you going? I thought you said you were going to your workspace. School's about to end and Lizzie is just getting out, so I decided to just get this over with. Gwen nodded, just remember to make sure she doesn't tell anyone else. Harry gained a weary expression. Don't worry, Felicia already explained in explicit detail what would happen if she did. He shivered slightly before shaking his head. Anyways, I have to go now, see ya, Harry said as he ran out. Due to his agility and not being caught, Harry arrived at the school fairly quickly. And just in time as well, the bell rang, signifying the end of the school day. It wasn't long before people began exiting the building. Harry kept a lookout and saw Liz's signature blonde hair as she exited the school with a small pout, looking down with a hint of sadness. As she passed through the school gate, she heard, "So what got you so down in the dumps, miss me that much?" Liz turned towards the voice in surprise. "Harry," she exclaimed before jumping into his arms. She had her forehead resting on his chest as she muttered, "Where were you guys? I've never felt so lonely." Harry just smiled as he began petting her blonde hair. Liz looked up towards him, resting her chin on his chest as he was leaning by the school gate with pouty lips. Harry just gave her a kiss as he said, "That's why I'm here to explain. Come, let's go to your place." "My place?" Liz asked as Harry took her hand. Harry nodded in confirmation. "Let's just say that my place isn't exactly where I want to have this discussion." Liz looked at Harry in confusion as they began walking. "You weren't out cheating on me, were you?" she muttered a bit sadly. "What?" Harry said, looking at her a bit surprised and a little hurt. "Do you really think I would do something like that? Honestly, at this point, I don't even know. You're obviously keeping something from me and you've been lying to me. I mean, come on, puberty. How much of an idiot do you think I am? How am I supposed to trust you when you do something like that? If it was just you that was absent, I would have chalked it up to you being sick, but it was Peter, MJ, Gwen, and Felicia as well. That isn't a coincidence." "Okay, I can see why you would think that," Harry said, with a bit of an awkward smile. Harry tightened his grip on her hand as they crossed the street. "I am being 100% completely honest when I say that I never cheated on you and never had such thoughts." Harry stared into her eyes as he then said, "Although I haven't been the most honest, you can believe me when I say I love you. And I wouldn't do anything that would hurt you. I hate lying to you, so when we reach your place, I will tell you everything I've been keeping a secret." Lizzie tightened her grip on his hand and nodded her head, leaning on his shoulder. "Oh my God, get to the point already," Peter whined. "Right, sorry," Harry said, sounding embarrassed and clearing his throat. When Harry and Liz got to her house, she dragged Harry to her room and closed the door behind him. Liz went and sat on her bed and looked towards Harry expectantly as Harry stood in front of her. "All right, so the thing I've been keeping a secret from you is that I'm a superhero." Liz just looked at Harry with a straight face. She stood back up from her bed and opened the door for him. "Get out of my house. We were going to have a serious conversation and you go and do this. Are you even taking our relationship seriously?" she asked, looking a bit hurt. Harry had an awkward expression as he said, "I'm being serious though." He jumped up and clung to the ceiling, which wasn't by any means low. Liz stared with her mouth fully agape. "WWW." She couldn't even get her words out as she slowly closed and locked the door. Harry jumped down and hit his watch, transforming himself into Nightwing. "Pretty cool, right? The reason we weren't there today is because we had a mission and had to be out of the state. Sorry for leaving you all alone," he said with an apologetic expression. "The others," she muttered as she backed up onto her bed, "Peter, MJ, Gwen, and even Felicia, you're all superheroes." Nightwing nodded in confirmation. "What the F?" Before she could even get the word out, her left half combusted into flames. Harry and Lizzie were both taken aback and began running around, screaming and freaking out. "What the hell is going on?" Harry asked with worry. "I don't know. I don't know. Put it out. Put it out. I'm on fire. Help me." Harry did everything he could, but she was still on fire, freaking out. He was left with no other option than to call Peter. And that's how we got here. Peter's mind raced with 1,000 possibilities until he came to a conclusion. She's a mutant. Her X gene must have awakened due to the shock and heightened emotions. Shit, the X-Men. If they arrive and read her mind, they would find out who we are. Peter looked around, making sure no one was listening. "Harry, listen to me and listen to me very carefully. Lizzie must have awakened her mutant abilities. We don't know if others have picked up on her, so here's what you're going to do. You said you turned into Nightwing, which means you have your mask. Take off your mask and put it on her. Arya, I know you're listening in. I want you to activate the neural link. You should be able to protect her mind and deactivate her ability at the same time. Once her abilities are deactivated, I want you, Harry, to bring Lizzie to the lab. Make sure you aren't being followed," he ordered. "Got it," Harry said and immediately followed as instructed. He took off his mask and, despite burning his hand, put the mask over her face. The green lenses glowed slightly as the flames around her body began to die down. Lizzie breathed a sigh of relief as she saw the flames dying down. Hey, Lizzie, Peter said. Peter? What is going on? It appears you're one of us now. Harry went and opened up the window from her room and Princess carried her. Hold on tight, he warned her. Lizzie wrapped her arms around his neck and clung on tight. Harry ran and jumped through the window, landing on the next building a few feet away. Ah! Lizzie screamed as she tightened her grip. Harry began running on the rooftop at a super-fast pace. I think I'm going to be sick, she muttered, turning a bit green. Too much is going on, she said, a bit woozy. I get it, you're being overwhelmed with all the information and the fact that you might possess abilities, right? Peter asked. Lizzie nodded as she rested her head on Harry's shoulder and closed her eyes. Lizzie, I can't see you, so I'm going to assume you nodded. Right, sorry, I did nod. Just focus on one thing instead of everything all at once. It will help you digest the information quickly. Right now, let's just focus on the fact that you have abilities and forget everything else. I mean, who knows, your abilities are fire-related. You might be able to fly, and who doesn't like flying? Isn't it like everyone's dream at one point to fly freely in the air? Peter said, calming her down. I suppose you're right. Thanks, Pete. No worries, I'm going to hang up now. Tell Harry I'll be over shortly. As Peter hung up, he exited his office and made his way towards his lab and called Gwen. What's up? Peter explained everything that had just occurred, surprising Gwen. Are you being for real? Yup, they should arrive shortly. Take care of them until I arrive. Everyone's got a superpower now. Are you pouting? Peter asked, chuckling. A bit. I mean, us having superpowers makes us special and unique. It may sound wrong, but I like that feeling. But are we really that special and unique if everyone has them? We would be like everyone else, wouldn't we? Peter continued chuckling, I see your point. But you have to think about it like this, it's not our special powers and abilities that make us unique, it's what we choose to do with them that truly counts. Gwen scoffed in amusement, how come you always know what to say in these types of situations? Who knows, that just might be my other special ability. Heh, oh, they just arrived. Bring her to my lab, Harry. I have to go, get back here quickly. Bye, love you, she said as she hung up. Peter sighed, but she does have a point. Everyone is starting to develop abilities. What is going on? Is it really just a big funny coincidence or is there more? Are we being prepared for something dangerous? But I will say this, not knowing is irritating. All I can do now is prepare and keep getting stronger. Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 151, Chapter 151. Third person's POV. Peter entered the hideout and went straight to Gwen's lab, where he found Lizzie sitting on a table and Gwen extracting blood from her arm. So, you guys just have this secret hideout. Cool. Although I'm a bit hurt I wasn't included, Lizzie said, still looking around. Well, it's a secret hideout for a reason. It wouldn't just be a hideout if everyone knew about it, Peter answered. Lizzie just pouted, I guess that's fair. So, what were you able to find out? Harry, who was next to Lizzie, asked a bit worried. Based on the initial skin I had Arya give her, she is covered in a considerable amount of microwave radiation. Huh? Does that mean I'm a human microwave? Lizzie muttered, a bit disappointed. Hey, what's your power? Oh, me. I'm just a human microwave, she mocked. Microwave, not an actual microwave. And isn't microwave radiation really cancerous? Harry asked. What? Lizzie exclaimed, looking around with worry. I produce cancer. I'm like a cancer-producing machine. I don't want these powers then, I don't want to give people cancer. Lizzie said as she began freaking out. Calm down, cancer only develops after long exposure to it. You just received your abilities, you aren't in any danger just yet, Gwen reassured her. Really, she asked, still a bit frightened by her own ability. Gwen just nodded. If your ability is what I think it is, then you have pretty powerful potential. Just what are these microwaves? Lizzie asked curiously. Microwaves are a type of electromagnetic radiation, similar to visible light but with longer wavelengths and lower energy, Gwen explained. They're used in various applications, like cooking food in a microwave oven and in communication technologies like cell phones and Wi-Fi. They also come from natural sources, like stars and the sun. When stars, including our sun, emit light and heat, they also emit electromagnetic radiation across a wide spectrum, including microwaves. Your powers generate microwave radiation, which can heat objects by making water molecules vibrate, creating heat. While it's true that prolonged exposure to high levels of microwave radiation can be harmful, the way you use your powers can be controlled and directed. As long as you manage your abilities properly, you won't be a danger to yourself or others. It's like how X-rays or UV rays can be harmful in large doses but are useful in controlled settings. Lizzie started to relax. I see, I think I understand. Although using energy from the sun and the stars sounds pretty badass, definitely much better than being a human microwave, she said with a smirk. She then turned towards Peter. So you're Spider-Man, huh? The one and only. Disappointed. Peter said teasingly. A bit. I expected him to be older, like in his early to mid-20s, not the same age as I am, Lizzie said before turning to Gwen, who was examining her blood. And so naturally, you're Ghost Spider. You know I always knew you were a blonde. You have eyes, congrats, Gwen said sarcastically. Lizzie rolled her eyes. I meant the Ghost Spider. I knew that whoever was behind that mask had to be a blonde. Because of her ice abilities, right? Peter asked as he looked towards Gwen teasingly. Lizzie nodded. Definitely because of the ice abilities, wait a minute. Everyone turned to look at her in confusion. Lizzie turned towards Harry with her mouth slightly agape. It just hit me now, you really are Nightwing. My boyfriend is a superhero. My boyfriend is freaking Nightwing. Harry just looked at her in confusion. That's like one of the first things I told you. I know, but I'm just now processing the information after calming down from being on literal fire. I can confidently say I am Nightwing's girl. Can you get any hotter? Peter scoffed as he rolled his eyes, looking at Harry's embarrassed expression. After a while, Gwen was done with her research. So here's what I was able to find out, she is able to manipulate and generate microwaves. Her resistance to her own abilities is really strong, it's close to her having immunity itself, so it will be dangerous for her if she uses a lot of her power without taking breaks and letting all of the radiation accumulate. From what I was able to gather, she could use her power for 24 hours before the radiation starts getting to her, and she will need to release all the radiation. If we want to really train her powers, I recommend the VR capsule. She would be able to train without it affecting her body or those around her, Gwen gave her the rundown. Harry, since she's your girlfriend, I'll leave her training to you to take care of, Peter said. Harry nodded in understanding. Sure, I don't mind. Are you guys going to train me to be a superhero? Lizzie asked, looking at them in confusion. Not unless you want to. If that's what you want to do, then sure, Peter shrugged. We can be like a superhero couple, Lizzie said as she looked at Harry with stars in her eyes, both kicking ass and saving the day together, she said while doing karate chops. Liz, we take being a superhero very seriously. It's not going to be just fun and games, Harry said with a serious expression. Liz smiled. If that's true, I can see why you are doing a fantastic job. And don't worry, I understand more than I was letting on. You protect people, you keep the streets safe. Lizzie grabbed his hands as she continued to smile. As your girlfriend, I think it's only right that I join you in your dangerous adventures. Harry just kissed the top of her head. All right then, we'll add hero training to your regimen as well. Gwen then turned towards Peter. We're going to be late to the internship. We should hurry. Oh shoot, you're right. Harry, like I said, I leave her to you. If you need anything, just ask Arya. After Peter and Gwen said their goodbyes, they made their way towards the Baxter building. They both turned invisible and swung their way there. As they entered, Johnny looked up and had an excited look. Pete, you're here, great. Really love the enthusiasm, but I have a girlfriend, sorry, Peter said, acting really apologetically. Johnny rolled his eyes. No, you idiot, I want you to listen to this. Gwen didn't stick around and went straight to Susan's office, while Johnny jumped inside his car and turned it on. The engine let out a loud roar while Johnny stuck his head out and looked at Peter. So what do you think? Peter let out a whistle. That sounds crispy. Johnny laughed as he heard that. See, I knew you'd understand. None of the others understand the beauty of such a sound. Are you finally going to take it out for a spin? Nah, not yet anyways. I need to make some adjustments before this baby can hit the road. After they discussed back and forth for a while, Peter went and joined Reed and Ben. You're here just in time, Reed said as he looked towards Peter. Do you think you can manage to build the detector? I already designed it. The plans are on the desk. Yeah, don't worry, I got it, Peter said as he began to work. He had goggles with multiple lenses on as he used a soldering iron. Occasionally, steam would rise, and Peter would blow it away and continue working. All the while, Ben and Reed both continued working on the portal behind him. Peter and Gwen were walking back to their lab casually. Peter had his arm over Gwen as she leaned her head against him. What are we going back to our lab for? Normally, we would just walk home after all of this, Gwen asked. The serum. We haven't had the chance to take it. This is the perfect opportunity. Oh right, I forgot about that. Just then, two men jumped out of an alley with their knives out. Come on, no one has to get hurt. Just give us your valuables. Peter and Gwen turned to look at each other in surprise before they began laughing together. The second guy looked at them strangely. I don't think you understand the situation you're in, he said, lifting his shirt slightly to reveal his gun. I see your watches. You guys must be loaded. Out of everyone you could have robbed, you chose to rob us. You guys are so unlucky, Peter shook his head. I almost pity you guys, Gwen said, shaking her head. The guy with the gun pulled it out and cocked it. We'll ask you one more time. His friend with the knife nudged him. Yo, take a closer look at the chick. She's pretty hot. Why don't we just kill this fool and, he said suggestively. Peter heard this and sighed. Come on, just when we were having fun, you had to go and ruin it. Peter took his arm off Gwen and casually walked toward him. Seeing Peter approach, the man swung his knife. Peter broke his wrist, causing him to scream in pain, then swept his legs, taking him off his feet. The knife was still in the air as Peter caught it and aimed it right at his eyes. Now then, care to repeat that? What were you going to do with my girl? Peter asked coldly. The man just continued crying, holding his broken wrist. Pete, that's enough, Gwen sighed. When Peter turned towards Gwen, he found the man with the gun on all fours while she casually sat on him with her legs crossed and her chin resting on her palm. Peter scoffed and flipped the knife in the air, catching it by the blade side and knocking the man unconscious. Gwen stopped resting her chin and sent 2 fingers to the back of the man's neck, knocking him unconscious. After they called the cops, they began walking away. Gwen smirked and jumped on Peter's back. She had a smile on her face as she put her face next to his. You know I'm more than capable of taking care of myself. Peter only scoffed as he turned his head away. Gwen chuckled as she kicked her feet slightly. I can't say I don't love your overprotective nature, she said, kissing him on the cheek. My girl, huh? You big cornball. Gwen laughed as she saw his ears turn slightly red. Who knew my big overprotective man could get so easily embarrassed, she teased. Peter covered his face. Please stop, he said, embarrassed, which caused Gwen to continue laughing. Now then, onward, my valiant knight, our castle awaits us. You are never going to drop this, are you? Peter asked in resignation. Nope. I'm your girl. How can I possibly stop this, she said, hugging his neck. Immediately after they arrived, they went straight to Gwen's lab. Here, she said, handing him the injection pistols. Shouldn't we do this in bed? Peter asked. You're right, let's, Gwen nodded. They went to their room and did a little cheer with the injection pistols. Here's to love, here's to honor. If you can't come on her, Peter said before injecting it into his vein, though with a bit of difficulty due to his tough skin. Gwen, who had just injected herself with the serum, looked at Peter in shock and confusion. Wait, what the hell did you just say? She didn't receive an answer as her eyes rolled back, and she fainted alongside Peter. Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 152, Chapter 152. Third person's POV. Scarlet Spider was saying goodbye to her new friend while Peter and Gwen walked home from their internship. It was nice meeting the two of you, she said, patting the heads of 2 little boys standing behind Anastasia's leg. Come on, you two, say bye properly, Anastasia encouraged, holding their heads gently. Blushing, the boys said their goodbyes in Russian before rushing back into their new home, causing both women to laugh. So, are you going to be alright settling in? It's a big change, after all, Scarlet Spider asked curiously. Anastasia nodded. Actually, before leaving, S.H.I.E.L.D. offered me a job as one of their agents. I was thinking of accepting. Sounds like a great opportunity. You should take it. Now, I guess I should get going. I've overstayed my welcome. Anastasia hugged her. Nonsense. Visit whenever you want. After their hug and goodbyes, Scarlet Spider climbed to a rooftop. Now come to Mama, she whispered. Spiders began to surround her. The ones with cameras, line up in front of me, she ordered. The spiders obeyed, and she began collecting the cameras from their small bodies. Thank you, little cuties. Now go rest and do what spiders do. Wait for my call. Yes, our Spider Queen, they said with reverence before scattering. Scarlet Spider shook her head in amusement and turned invisible, heading home. She snuck in through her window, undid her invisibility and spider outfit, and took a shower before dressing in a tank top and shorts. Sitting on her bed, she organized the photos she had received while eating a snack. After nearly an hour, she uploaded the selected photos to a flash drive. Dressed once more, she jumped out the window and froze. Scratching her eyebrow, she muttered, there was absolutely no need for me to do that. I could have just used the door. She hurried to the Daily Bugle, which was still open despite the late hour. MJ printed the photos and asked Betty, is Mr. Jameson in his office? He ever even leaves the place? Betty scoffed. But you can enter, he's just talking to the other intern. He's here. Isn't it pretty late? Betty gave her a deadpan look, causing MJ to feel embarrassed. Right, sorry. I'll let myself in. Inside, she heard Jameson yelling, "Come on, kid. You could have skipped school and gotten me better pictures. I want pictures of them fighting, not the aftermath. We need evidence." "Excuse me," MJ interrupted. "I actually skipped school to get these pictures. Can I get a note to excuse my absence?" Jameson motioned for her to hand him the pictures. As he looked at them, he laughed. "Now this is what I'm talking about. You should learn a thing or two from her, Jerry. This is dedication. She risked her education and got me these marvelous photos." "It's Eddie," Eddie retorted, annoyed. "And you can still use my pictures. Just put them side by side with hers and show the effects of what they left behind." Jameson rubbed his chin. "I see what you mean. I'm so glad I thought of this." Eddie's lip twitched at Jameson's shamelessness. He turned to MJ, who was trying not to laugh. "So, can I get my excused absence note?" "You'll get more than that, young lady. These pictures deserve a bonus. I almost thought I'd have to use these useless photos for tomorrow's paper. There's no need to diss my photos. If you don't want them, I'll take them somewhere else." "Stop being a big baby, I still need them," Jameson waved Eddie off. "Betty, give Mary Jane a bonus on her way out and a note excusing her absence on my behalf. Now shoo, you two. I have a paper to write." MJ rolled her eyes and received what she needed. Eddie, walking next to her, scoffed. "Why is he like that? And how come he remembers your name and not mine? Mine's easier to remember." "Excuse me." MJ raised an eyebrow. "I didn't mean anything bad by it," Eddie apologized. "You seriously don't realize what he was doing?" "Huh." In his weird, asshole way, he was trying to be a mentor and teach you something. "Huh. Are we talking about the same guy? What was he trying to teach, how to be an ass?" MJ scoffed in amusement. "No, he wanted to show you that those who get the job done and well get recognition, while those who don't even try won't have their names remembered. And I'll ask you again, are you sure we're talking about the same person?" As they got outside, it was turning dark. "Come on, I'll walk you home. It's getting dark." "Huh? Why would you do that?" MJ asked, confused. MJ, like Peter, was completely oblivious when people were hitting on her. Unfortunately, she was even more oblivious than Peter. "Come on, you don't really expect me to be okay with letting someone as beautiful as you be alone when it's getting dark. Who knows what kind of creeps you might encounter. I appreciate the compliment and the gesture, but I can take care of myself perfectly fine. I didn't take self-defense classes for nothing. Men are much stronger." His words were cut short as MJ aimed her foot right at his temple, stopping an inch away. Eddie stood there, stunned, while MJ smiled and walked away with a skip in her step. "Like I said, don't worry." As she walked away, Eddie held his camera and secretly took a picture of her. MJ's spidey senses tingled. She looked back in confusion and saw Eddie smiling at his camera. She shrugged and walked away. My liking towards her is definitely developing into a crush. Her confident smile was so beautiful. Nearly an hour later, Peter and Gwen awoke with their bodies aching. "Ah!" They both screamed, holding their eyes. "Arya, shut off the lights." With the lights off, they blinked a few times. "All right, what is going on?" Gwen asked. "I think the SSS upgraded the spider DNA in our systems. We might have developed night vision since I can see you perfectly even though it's pitch black in here." "Whoa, that's cool. I wonder what else we can do," Gwen mused. "I wonder that too, but first, let's take a shower. I'm so sweaty, it's a bit gross." "Heh, I understand. Wanna go together?" "Did the SSS also upgrade your libido?" "You don't want to." "Now I never said that. Who am I to miss such an opportunity?" After showering, having some shower sex, and showering again, they dressed in training clothes and sat in the dark training room. "Let's have Arya do a quick scan," Peter suggested, and Gwen agreed. After their scans, Arya reported, "There are some things these scans can't show, like how they've affected your senses. But I can tell you that the spider DNA inside you has indeed gotten stronger, causing you to develop new abilities and upgrades. Let's start with the typical abilities. Everything has been upgraded by at least 2 times. You can now lift 200 tons. Your muscles are more compact, making them heavier and stronger, which means increased durability. You are now effectively bulletproof. Normal bullets will bounce right off, and high-caliber bullets will cause a regular bullet wound at most. You should now be faster than the speed of sound. Congratulations. Your tendons are like rubber, allowing you to twist and turn into impossible positions, making you very flexible. The spinnerets in your forearms, responsible for your organic webbing, have been upgraded. You can now produce acidic webbing. Your bioelectricity has strengthened, burning brighter or colder based on who I'm talking to. Your camouflage ability has also improved. You should be able to turn objects you're holding invisible as well. It's more durable, allowing you to take hits while invisible without losing your camouflage. Finally, all your senses have been upgraded twice over. What you can do with them, I can only infer. I see, so that's what's upgraded. What did we receive that's new? I can tell there are things in my body that weren't there before, Peter said, looking at his arms. Gwen nodded in agreement. She extended her arms, and from the top of her wrists, long bone claws shot up, splattering the floor with blood and causing her to wince. From the side of Peter's wrists, 2 long bone claws appeared on each wrist. Shit, does Felicia have to deal with this pain every time? They're sick though, I'll give you that, he said. Their bone claws retracted back into their bodies as the holes they created immediately closed. Arya then said, as you can see, you have developed retractable bone claws. You also have retractable fangs, 2 at the top and 2 at the bottom. Gwen, who was sitting on the ground, leaned back on her hands and looked at Peter teasingly. She opened her mouth slightly, and the 4 fangs elongated. She looked up and licked one of her fangs before biting down. You naughty, naughty girl, Peter said in a Nigerian accent, wiggling his finger at her. Peter then pulled the side of his cheek with his middle finger and showed his teeth, smirking at her, which caused them both to laugh. Are they venomous? Like do they have paralytic poison? Peter asked. No, and neither are your bone claws. They are just there, Arya responded. Cool, so I just turned into a carnivore, Peter said sarcastically. Now then, what else? Gwen asked as she was standing up. As she did, Peter spread his legs a bit. She looked at him in confusion. How did you know I was just going to sit in your lap? I was just standing up. Yo, this is so trippy since I just saw an image of you doing it. To me, it appeared like a flip book. I saw you standing up, walking towards me, and plopping down right inside my legs. The images of you were faded though. Cool, Gwen said as she sat between his legs. So, do you have some kind of foresight? Yup. I wonder, do you have the same thing as I do? Let's see. Gwen said as she closed her eyes and focused on her spidey senses. Whoa. I don't have foresight, but I do have some type of clairvoyance. I can see what's happening in the streets outside. My spidey senses are painting a picture in my head, and we're pretty deep underground. Hey, young disciple, it appears you have opened your third eye, Peter teased, causing Gwen to chuckle. Tell me, have you guys ever heard of the Laplace demon theory? Arya suddenly asked. Yup. Nope, Peter and Gwen said, respectively. Peter explained, the Laplace demon is a theoretical creature that, if it knows the position and motion of everything, can predict where everything would move next and thus predict the future. Correct, Arya said seriously. Take that theory and add your abilities, not just your spidey senses, but your chi abilities as well. Let's take Dad's spidey senses and electric chi as an example. Dad, your spidey senses take into account everything in their surroundings, while your electricity is energy that pushes everything forward. That's how I believe your foresight came to be. Now for Mom, it's more difficult to guess. But I believe, just like Dad's, your spidey senses notice everything. Here's where it gets tricky. I think your spidey senses take the concept of spreading from your ice-based chi and add it to them, making your spidey senses spread further than they would normally, giving you clairvoyance on a larger scale, if that makes sense. Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 153, Chapter 153. Third person's POV. Peter and Gwen then decided to test out their senses, trying to see if they had developed something new. Peter looked at Gwen with his mouth agape, clearly excited about something. Gwen just looked at him strangely. What? I have X-ray. Huh. Peter just covered his mouth and made an expression as if he was about to cry tears of joy. I have some type of X-ray vision. This is the greatest day of my life. Gwen blushed as she covered her chest since he was still staring at her. You pervert. It isn't anything I've never seen, Peter said with a smirk. Gwen just narrowed her eyes at him and focused. Huh, oh wow, this is cool. I have some sort of infrared vision, but I really have to focus on it, otherwise, it will flicker away. It's like it's turning on and off. I get what you mean. Nice tits though. Gwen smacked him across the arm. If you can stop being a pervert for just a few minutes, I would very much appreciate it. I have X-ray vision and invisibility. All I need is time stop, and I would be golden. The heavenly trio. Gwen's expression turned cold. You're disgusting. Too far. Gwen only nodded, causing Peter to look apologetic as he rubbed the back of his head. Sorry, I'll stop. Gwen rolled her eyes and shook her head. You're so lucky I love you and understand your dark and twisted humor. Peter laid down on her lap and buried his face by her stomach. I guess I am lucky to have such an amazing and understanding girlfriend, he said, looking up at her with puckered lips for a kiss. Gwen rolled her eyes as she held his face and moved his hair away from his eyes. She gave him a quick kiss. Now come on, Mr. Pervert, we have to train our new abilities. What? Is that all I'm getting? That's all you deserve for that little joke, Mr. Pervert. Is that what you're just going to keep calling me from now on? Peter sighed as he reluctantly got up. Yup. Now come on, capsule time, Gwen said, happily marching away. Peter shook his head and followed after her. When they entered the capsule, they spent a few hours training how to properly control their new strength, which surprisingly wasn't that hard for them. Their experience in martial arts had given them amazing control over their bodies and muscles, allowing them to control their strength just as they used to before taking the SSS. Afterward, they were able to control their senses, which were still heightened. Everything felt sensitive to them, they could even feel changes in the wind with their skin. If they shut off all their other senses, they could faintly hear each other's heartbeat, but only from close proximity. Arya developed a scenario where they had to find and track down a killer using just their heightened sense of smell. As for their taste, Arya developed a scenario where they were in a cooking competition and had to win using their enhanced taste buds. This actually helped them both become really good cooks. After training to properly control and use their new senses, they moved on to training with their new bone claws. Peter and Gwen stood face to face in an empty white room. Gwen spread her arms out, and from the tops of her wrists, long bone claws appeared on both hands. She took a step forward and leaned towards Peter, smiling widely and exposing her fangs. Peter crossed his arms, and from the sides of his wrists, 2 bone claws appeared on each hand. Peter then swiped his arms to the side and grinned savagely, exposing his own fangs. They both hissed at each other before they started laughing, amused and entertained by their own actions. Ha ha ha, okay, for real now, Peter chuckled. He, you're right, Gwen said as they both got into fighting positions. Their faces turned serious as they narrowed their eyes at each other. With a burst of blinding speed, they ran towards each other. Peter and Gwen collided with a loud clash of bone on bone, their claws locking in a fierce struggle for dominance. Peter's superior strength began to push Gwen back, but she twisted gracefully, using her agility to slip out of his grasp and swipe at his side. Peter felt the sting of her claws as they raked across his ribs, drawing blood. Grunting in pain, Peter retaliated with a swift backhand slash, catching Gwen across the arm. Blood seeped from the gash, but she barely flinched, her eyes burning with determination. She spun around, delivering a rapid series of strikes aimed at Peter's chest and shoulders. Peter blocked most of them, but a few got through, leaving shallow cuts. Gwen took advantage of the brief opening to leap back and catch her breath. She wiped the blood from her arm, her expression one of fierce resolve. Not bad, she taunted, a wild gleam in her eyes. You're pretty quick, Peter replied, his voice strained but steady. But I'm not done yet. With a roar, Peter charged forward again, his claws flashing in a deadly arc. Gwen ducked and weaved, her movements a blur, but Peter's relentless assault began to wear her down. A lucky swipe caught her across the thigh, causing her to stumble. Seizing the opportunity, Peter lunged forward, tackling Gwen to the ground. They grappled fiercely, rolling across the floor in a flurry of claws and teeth. Both were bleeding from multiple wounds, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. With a final surge of strength, Peter managed to pin Gwen beneath him, his claws poised at her throat. Gwen, panting heavily, met his gaze with a fierce glare, but she did not struggle further. Will you look at that, babes? It appears it's my win, Peter said smugly. Gwen sighed, her body relaxing slightly. Yeah, you got me, she admitted, a faint smile tugging at her lips. But don't think I'll go easy on you next time. Peter grinned, retracting his claws and offering her a hand to help her up. Wouldn't expect anything less. But did we have to fight without our spidey senses and with lower strength and stamina? These cuts hurt, you know, Gwen whined. I'm just doing it in case we ever come across a villain that can disable our spidey senses or lower our strength. We wouldn't be helpless then if that time came, Peter explained. I guess you have a point, Gwen sighed. All of their cuts then healed within seconds. Oh shoot, I forgot about our healing factor. It probably has gotten stronger and upgraded again. Wait a minute. Hey, Gwen, can I try something with you? Peter asked. Gwen was confused. Sure. Peter put a hand near her stomach and closed his eyes. Gwen just looked at Peter in confusion, her eyes widening as she was sent flying back, tumbling in the air before skipping along the ground. She stopped herself with her hand and looked at Peter in surprise. What the hell was that for? Peter just looked at his hands in awe. Want to know what I just used to do that? What? Gwen asked, confused as she stood up and dusted herself off. My wall climbing abilities. Peter said with a big smile. Gwen had a look of surprise. How? You have to teach me how to do that, she said in awe. You remember how our wall climbing abilities work, right? Gwen immediately figured it out. You're using your now powered bioelectricity to change the electrostatic force that causes the van der Waals force, right? Peter nodded with a smirk. It was easy for me to do with my familiarity with electricity. All I did was reverse them. So instead of making things stick together, it pushes them away. I think I can even supercharge it to the point where I can weaponize the air itself. Ah, so that means I wouldn't be able to do it? Gwen asked sadly, thinking it was really cool. Actually, you should be able to since you can wall stick to things. It just won't be as powerful as what I can supercharge, but it should still be pretty powerful. It will require really hard training since you aren't as familiar with electrostatic forces as I am. Yes. Gwen pumped her fist. Well, what are we waiting for? Start training me, Sensei, Gwen said, putting her fist to her palm. Peter chuckled and pretended to rub his imaginary beard. My young disciple, this course takes discipline. Are you sure you're up for the task, he said, aging his voice. Yes, I am, master, she winked. Seducing your master is a large taboo, Peter continued, both of them playing around for a bit before they both got serious. After their training, they decided to call it a day since they weren't getting anywhere. Gwen found it much harder than she thought. Afterwards, Gwen decided to head home since it was getting pretty late and she felt bad about making her dad eat dinner by himself. Peter decided to stay a bit longer. He went to his main workshop and sat down. Alright, Arya, show me what you were able to find about S.H.I.E.L.D. A holographic image of Arya appeared. She then pretended to sit on Peter's lap as she pulled out a large tablet from out of nowhere. There is a lot we need to go through, but first I will tell you the 3 things I believe you are going to want to know most of all. First of all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is currently being taken over by Hydra agents. Although they are hard to find and barely leave a trail, I had to dig deep to even find information on it. But it appears that some agents are actually sleeper agents. Arya then stopped and looked at Peter in surprise. You don't look surprised. I mean, it should be obvious they have taken over S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. was one of the reasons they were taken down last time. So is it safe to say that they would take over the one thing that can stop them? Isn't it obvious? Why wouldn't you take control of something that has stopped you from accomplishing your goals before? Plus, it's actually a really smart thing to do since they would be able to hide evidence of their existence much better and more efficiently, Peter explained. Arya nodded in understanding. I see you understood that much. It's no wonder you aren't surprised. And to be fair, they are literally everywhere you turn, so I can see why you weren't surprised. And the other things? Peter asked. Ah, Grandpa Ben was a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, and one with a high clearance level at that. He was recruited from the army due to his achievements and skills. What? Peter shouted in surprise. He then put a hand on his chin and began to ponder. What's wrong? Arya asked. Some things I remember from my childhood are starting to make much more sense if I think about them differently. Like what? Arya asked curiously. After my parents died, Uncle Ben would stay out a lot and always be at work. I always assumed he was grieving the loss of his brother, my father, and was using work as a distraction and a way to earn more money since he had to take care of me now as well. But if he was a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, that changes things. Arya, can you check when Uncle Ben became more active as an agent? Let's see. It was after the death of your parents. From what I was able to find, he was looking everywhere for the cause of their deaths. Based on the information recorded on his file, he felt there was more to it than their boss simply killing them and wanted to get to the bottom of it. He then stopped completely and dropped out of S.H.I.E.L.D. around your 7th birthday. On his file, it has a quote of something he said when he decided to quit. Reason for quitting: my little nephew is growing up and becoming more and more of a troublemaker. If I don't keep my eyes on him, who knows what he would blow up. He already destroyed my microwave trying to build a time machine. Arya just turned and stared at Peter with a look that said, really, as he covered his face in embarrassment. I honestly believed I could do it, okay. Don't judge me. I thought I could put an item inside and send it to the future, and then my future self would be able to send me things back as well. I thought I could build anything I thought of if I just put my mind to it. Please stop giving me that judging look. Arya just patted his shoulders. You are something else, Daddy. Never change, never change. Let's just move on, okay? He, if you say so. Arya then sighed as her expression turned serious. As for the last thing. I thought you would want to know that Felix Hardy, father of Felicia Hardy, has been in the custody of S.H.I.E.L.D. What? Peter asked once again in surprise as he looked at Arya. Please let me finish. There's more, and it isn't very good news. He was in their custody for trying to steal from them. A few months later, he broke himself out. He was a pretty famous thief known throughout the underworld as the Black Cat. His skills were so good that even S.H.I.E.L.D. had tried to recruit him. They wanted to use his skills for good. But they were declined as Felix Hardy was more of a free spirit, a wanderer if you will. After breaking out, he began snooping around them. That's when he accidentally stumbled across Hydra. This was something I was able to find only after accessing files from places apart from S.H.I.E.L.D. Here, take a look. It wasn't a video. It was just a blurry picture. It was a man wearing black in a feline position standing in front of a man with long hair, a black mouth cover, and a metal arm with a red star on it. Peter just stared with his eyes widening as he looked at the picture. From what I've been able to gather and infer, he is known as the Winter Soldier. He's like Hydra's boogeyman. No one this man has gone after has been able to escape and make it out alive. So it's safe to assume Felix Hardy has been killed by none other than the Winter Soldier. Patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 154, Spider-Man 154. Third person's POV. Spider-Man was seen swinging through the rainy night, causing him to sigh. Of course it would be raining, he grumbled. On his way to Felicia, Spider-Man stopped a few incidents, mostly preventing car crashes and mishaps due to the wet and slippery ground. Spider-Man landed on the railing of a fire escape directly outside Felicia's window. He tapped the side of his ear, causing his helmet to retract and stay on as a metal chin guard. Peter peered inside, seeing Felicia sitting on her bed with books scattered around her, doing homework. He noticed her push a strand of hair behind her ear. She was wearing a large black sweater. Peter took a deep breath to mentally prepare for their conversation. He knocked on her window, and she jumped slightly in surprise, looking up in confusion. Peter fogged up the window with his breath and wrote, "Hi," in the condensation. Felicia scoffed in amusement, opened the window, and saw his now wet hair clinging to his face. "What are you doing here?" "Oh, you know. I was just patrolling the neighborhood and decided to drop by and say hello." Felicia leaned against the window, looking at him with an expression that said she didn't believe him. "Aha. What do you want, Pete?" "I'm kind of busy with homework." "Huh. You still do that?" "I just gave it to Arya to handle for me. I haven't done a single piece of homework since middle school." Felicia shrugged. "I just do it to keep myself busy. I'll get bored otherwise. Anyway, do you want to come in? You're going to get sick if you stay in the rain." "I can't get sick, but I'll still take you up on that offer." "Right, forgot, sorry, habits. Just don't get my floor wet." As Spider-Man entered, he closed the window and the curtains behind him. When he turned around, Felicia was in front of him with a towel, drying his hair. "What are you doing? What does it look like?" "Drying you. You're the idiot who decided to take his helmet off and get wet." "I found your father." Peter blurted out suddenly. Felicia froze, her hand resting on Peter's head with the towel. She lowered her hands to his cheeks, lifting his head to look at her. Her expression was serious as she asked, "What are you talking about?" Peter looked away, unable to meet her eyes. "I had Arya access all the information S.H.I.E.L.D. had. One piece of that information was that your father was once in S.H.I.E.L.D. custody for trying to steal information from them." Felicia turned Peter's head, forcing him to look at her. "Are you saying my father is in S.H.I.E.L.D. custody? Is that where he's been this entire time?" Peter decided to brave it and look Felicia in the eyes. He saw her eyes begin to water as she bit her lip. "Your dad was really skilled. They even tried to recruit him. He actually managed to break free and escape their custody." "Peter," she sobbed, "why are you so scared to tell me the rest? What is it that you're not telling me?" "Arya found out S.H.I.E.L.D. was infested with Hydra agents. They were secretly running S.H.I.E.L.D. Your father had the misfortune of discovering that. Once he did, Hydra sent someone after him, someone to take him out." Felicia gripped Peter's suit and pressed her forehead against his chest. Peter saw her shoulders trembling. "Are you," she choked out, her voice trembling, "saying my daddy was killed? Please. Please tell me you're lying." Peter couldn't say anything as Felicia continued, "He can't be dead. My dad is one slippery bastard. He's probably hiding out somewhere until it's safe," she said, looking up at Peter with her tear-streaked face. Peter turned his wrist, projecting a holographic picture Arya had found. "This was the last picture Arya was able to find of your father." Felicia reached for his wrist with shaky hands. "Who is that? Who is that against my father?" "He is known as the Winter Soldier, Hydra's exterminator. No one who the Winter Soldier has gone up against has ever made it out alive. He's like an urban myth that no one truly believes in. From what Arya and I were able to gather and infer, we believe he's enhanced. Hydra has managed to create an imperfect super soldier serum and used the Winter Soldier as an experiment." Felicia slowly looked up at Peter, tears streaming down her face, her lip quivering. Sobs racked her body as she buried her face in his chest, clutching him tightly. My daddy, he's really gone, she whispered between sobs. He can't be. He just can't be. Peter held Felicia as she began sobbing, her hands gripping his back tightly. He could feel her whole body shaking with each sob, her tears soaking into his suit. Peter gently rubbed her back, trying to offer some comfort. Felicia had her head resting on his shoulder as she cried out for her father, her voice breaking with each sob. Peter ran his hand over her head in comfort, his fingers gently threading through her hair. I'm so sorry, he murmured, his heart aching for her. He held her tighter, wishing there was more he could do to ease her pain. You're not alone, Felicia. I'm right here. His words seemed to soothe her slightly, but her tears continued to flow. All Peter could do was stay by her side, offering silent support as she grieved. After a few long minutes, Felicia's sobbing began to calm down. She still refused to let go of her grip on Peter, finding solace in his warmth. Her breathing gradually steadied, but she remained nestled against him, drawing strength from his presence. Peter continued to stroke her hair gently, offering silent comfort. Take your time, he said softly, his voice filled with compassion. He knew she needed this moment to feel safe and supported, and he was more than willing to be there for her, for as long as she needed. After a while, Peter gently laid Felicia down on the bed to rest, but she still clung to him. Please don't leave me. She mumbled sadly. She knew that if she let go of Peter, she would return to a crying mess. He was her warmth during this time, the time she felt most alone. Peter froze for a moment, then took a deep breath and complied with her wishes. He lay down beside her, wrapping his arms around her as she nestled against him. I'm not going anywhere, he whispered reassuringly, holding her close. I'm here for you, Felicia. They stayed like that, finding a fragile peace in each other's presence as the night slowly passed. You know, ever since my dad disappeared, I have always resented him slightly. I always thought he was hiding somewhere because of something he stole but couldn't bring us along. I understood that if that was the case, he was doing it for our own protection, but I always wondered why we couldn't have hidden together with him. Felicia shared, her face buried in Peter's chest. So, have you always known your father was in the thieving business? Felicia chuckled. Yeah, believe it or not, I found out when I was 5. I heard someone breaking in, and being so young, I didn't know any better and went to check it out. I found my dad coming through the window in black spandex with a bag over his shoulders. I remember us just staring awkwardly at each other for a while. Then he said, "Don't tell your mother." She deepened her voice towards the end, chuckling slightly. I feel like if it wasn't for that incident, my father and I wouldn't have been as close as we were. Ever since that day, he taught me all his skills, from fighting to pickpocketing, even how to escape if I was ever tied up. Every time he stole something, the first thing he did was show it to me. It almost became a sort of tradition between us. Obviously, my mother never found out what my father was up to, but I had a feeling she knew or had a clue but chose to keep quiet about it since it brought us close. Not to mention how good the money was and how he got us lavish gifts and took us to fancy, exotic places. Peter had a smile on his face as he listened, while Felicia also had a small smile with a reminiscent but pained look. She then chuckled, "Wanna know something funny? I was the one who came up with the name Black Cat for him. He loved it, and ever since, he used it as his moniker. He would always leave something to tell people it was him who stole whatever it was. Well, that all stopped when I was 12, when he suddenly disappeared," she said, burying her face in Peter's chest once more. "Peter." She called out with a deep sense of sadness in her voice, "I miss him so much." She cried. Peter continued holding her. "I know. From what you told me, the two of you sounded really close. I'm a bit jealous," he said teasingly, trying to make her smile. When she looked up at Peter, tears were rolling down the side of her face. Peter subconsciously wiped her tears away, causing Felicia to lean into his hand and close her eyes. "Thank you for being here with me, Pete. Always." When Felicia opened her eyes, she saw Peter smiling at her with tenderness. Unable to resist, she reached out and placed a hand on his cheek. As Felicia softly caressed his cheek, her touch was tender and soothing. She guided her face closer to Peter's, shifting upward with deliberate slowness. Their lips met in a gentle, affectionate kiss. The kiss was tender and soft, each movement slow and deliberate, creating a quiet, intimate moment. The sound of their kissing was a subtle mingling of soft, fleeting whispers, enhancing the warmth and closeness they shared. As they slowly back away, Felicia had a small blush on her face as she smiled slightly, while Peter just had a look of pure disbelief. "I'm so fucking dead." Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 155, Chapter 155 R18. Third person's POV. Gwen, who just finished her night routine, entered her room to sleep. However, as she entered, she froze. She looked slightly up in confusion and activated her infrared vision. She saw an invisible Peter hanging upside down by his web in the middle of the room. "What are you doing?" Gwen asked, amused, as she went and held his face. I need to talk to you about something." Gwen, still holding his face, threw her head back and groaned, "What did you do this time?" Although she was groaning, she was still holding and caressing his upside-down face. Peter jumped off his web and stood in front of Gwen, looking down at her slightly. "No matter which way I put it, it's still the same. It would sound like I'm making excuses. I betrayed you, Gwen, and for that, I'm sorry." Gwen retracted her hand from Peter's face and looked at him with concern as she had never seen him make such a downcast expression. She backed away slowly as she asked, "Peter, what did you do?" "Felicia and I had a moment, which ended up with both of us kissing." Hearing this, Gwen angrily bit her bottom lip as her fingers dug into her palm. "And this kiss, was it accidental? A brush of the lips? Or did you two start making out?" "It was making." Slap. The sound of the hard slap resounded through the room, followed by silence. Peter held his cheek as his head was turned to the side. When he looked back up, he saw Gwen holding her wrist, with tears gathering in her eyes. "Leave," she said, motioning to the window he came in through. "But I said leave," she cried out before she began pushing Peter out, tears streaming down her face. "Gwen. No, I don't want to hear it. Go tell it to someone who wants to hear your excuses because I don't," she said, shoving him aggressively. "I don't want to see you. I trusted you. I even allowed another woman into our relationship, but no. Mr. Parker is never satisfied. So leave. I'm sorry. If you don't leave, I will yell for my dad," she threatened through gritted teeth, tears still streaming down her face. All Peter could do was look down in shame. "Okay. I'll leave if that's what you want," he said as he jumped onto the window frame. He looked back and saw Gwen with her arms crossed, biting her bottom lip as she looked away and began wiping her tears. Peter just tapped his ear as his helmet folded back over his head, then jumped away into a swing. As Peter left, Gwen went and closed the window. She slid down and sat with her back against the wall, curling into a ball and sobbing silently with her head down. However, Peter didn't really leave. He was standing on top of their house, perched with his head down in shame. He then took a deep breath and extended his arms to swing away. However, his two fingers hovered over his palm for a bit before he shook his head and lowered it. He then began to casually walk the side of the building, opened the window, and in one swift motion dropped down and sat next to Gwen, with his legs crossed, helmet off, and leaning back against the wall. Gwen looked up from her knees and glared at Peter. "Didn't I tell you to leave?" "That you did," Peter confirmed. "So why aren't you gone?" she asked, still glaring. "Because I didn't feel like it." "Didn't I say I was going to get my dad involved if you didn't leave?" "That you did, but then I realized that I didn't care if you called your dad. I didn't want to leave without resolving the issue at hand. I felt like I was running away from the mess I created. I didn't want to leave without you hearing how everything went down. I want to say that I at least fought for you, for us." Gwen clicked her tongue as she realized her previous threats weren't working. "What is there to say? You went and tongued down another girl while being in a happy relationship with two, not one, but two, girls already, you greedy bastard. Does MJ even know about this?" "No, I came straight to you first. I'm going to tell her after." "All right then, let's hear it. Let's hear the reason you two kissed. What is it? Did she seduce you and you lost to temptation? Did the SSS make you hornier and you aren't able to hold down your libido? Or what, do you want to expand your harem so it's better to say sorry than ask for permission? She just found out her father died, and I was comforting her." Gwen just stared at Peter with a straight face, blinked a few times, and tilted her head in confusion. "Excuse me." Peter just scratched his cheek, a bit embarrassed. "Crazy, right? I'm this close to hitting you again, watch it." "I'm not in the mood for your usual antics," Gwen said, pinching her fingers together. "Sorry," he said apologetically. "And I'm tired of hearing your apologies." "Right, sorry. I mean, okay." Gwen just leaned her head back on the wall and sighed. "Now be honest here, Peter, what happened between you and Felicia? After you left, I decided to stay behind and look over the files Arya stole from S.H.I.E.L.D. One of those files was about Hydra taking over S.H.I.E.L.D. and Felicia's dad being in their captivity. Discovering this, Peter then went on to explain everything from the files to going over to Felicia to break the news to her breaking down, which led to them in her bed holding each other as Felicia reminisced about her father, which ended with the two of them kissing. I said I felt bad since I felt like I was taking advantage of her, but she just shook her head and told me not to worry, that I wasn't taking advantage of her. Then I held her until she fell asleep, tucked her in, and came here. This is what I meant when I said that you're too nice, and you're a hell of a bastard. You told me this so I would feel like the bad guy if I were to get mad at either one of you, Gwen scoffed. No, I totally deserve your anger. I let that happen, there's no excuse for that. I'll admit that I messed up big time. You don't say, Gwen said, rolling her eyes. Peter went and wrapped his arms around Gwen, but Gwen tried to break free. Peter didn't let that happen, he just held on to her as he said, I know you're sick of hearing my apologies, but I truly am sorry for hurting you. You don't deserve that. Gwen opened her mouth and bit down on his forearm with her fangs. This caused Peter to wince, but he still held on to her. As she bit down on him, Peter used the chance to pick her up and bring her in front of him on his lap. Luckily, his suit protected him from spilling out blood. As she sat between his legs, Peter wrapped his arms around her protectively. You know what I hate about myself? Gwen suddenly muttered as she let go. How even though I'm so angry with you, and I'm in pain, I still love you. I hate it. I want to hate you, I want to despise you, to tell you to go away and never be in my presence again. But I can't. I hate myself for being so weak. Gwen turned towards Peter, tears once more rolling down her cheek, and put her head on his chest as she cried. Damn it, why do I still love you? I love you too much to tell you to simply go away. I don't know what I'd do without you in my life, and I hate that. I hate it so much. She cried, turning her body fully and wrapping her arms around him. Peter pressed his forehead against hers and began wiping away her tears as he held her cheeks. Peter kissed her forehead while closing his eyes. She banged her fist on his chest. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. And yet, no matter how many times I physically say it, that's not how I feel. I just feel disappointed, hurt, and angry, but my heart holds no hate for you, you bastard. Peter continued holding her as Gwen let out all her frustrations on him. When she was done, she was huffing and puffing. Peter kissed her, but as he did, Gwen backed away. You go and put your lips on another girl, and you think you can just go and kiss me. Kiss. Don't even think I've forgiven. Kiss. Stop it. Her words kept getting shorter just like her resistance the more they kissed. Gwen sat on Peter's lap, still kissing him, as Peter held her face, bringing her closer. I hate you, Gwen muttered as they kissed. God, do I hate you, Gwen said as she wrapped her arms over his head and held him. I hate you so much, Gwen said as she sat on top of him, looking down on him as she held his face while he held her waist tightly, not letting her go. Why do you have to be the man I love, she said as she aggressively bit down on his lips. She felt something harden in Peter's suit, which caused them to slowly grind on each other. God, do I hate what you do to me. I hate you for still making me want you. She went towards his neck and bit down hard, causing Peter to wince in pain once more. Take off the suit, she aggressively muttered. Peter didn't need to be told twice. Once his suit retracted and he was back in his normal clothing, Gwen ripped Peter's shirt right off without a second thought. That was my favorite shirt. He muttered in between their kisses. Gwen just took off her own shirt, exposing her free breasts. Good, she snarled as she went back down to aggressively kiss him. As they kissed, they took off their bottom clothing. Gwen didn't hesitate to impale herself, causing her to moan in his mouth. Hateful sex was not on my agenda today, Gwen said angrily as she began to go up and down, grabbing Peter's hands and bringing them up to her breasts. It wasn't on mine either. Peter groaned as they continued. Gwen just covered his mouth with her own lips. Just shut up. I don't want to hear you talking, she moaned as they moved in sync with each other. Your only job right now should be pleasuring me since I'm still very angry with you, she said as she stared hatefully into Peter's eyes, bouncing softly on him, biting her lip to suppress her moan. Gwen reached out and held the frame of her window as Peter brought her rosebuds into his lips, biting into them and licking them, pleasuring her. Her window frame cracked slightly as she moaned. She let go of the window frame and grabbed onto Peter, leaning on his shoulder, moaning right in his ear, as he grabbed her ass and lifted her up and down. She softly grabbed his cheek and brought his face for a kiss. Why do you have to be so good at this? Why can't you be bad at this so I can keep hating you? She bit his lip once more as she let out a throaty moan. She then began licking his chin before going down to his neck, where she began licking and biting down on him until she drew blood. What are you doing? Peter asked with a groan, as the pain mixed with the pleasure wasn't doing him any favors. Gwen's lips were now tainted red with his blood. She kissed him once more with her blood-tainted lips. I'm marking my territory so no other bitch gets any bright ideas. Peter groaned as he felt himself getting closer and closer to climax. Feeling Peter twitch inside her, Gwen moaned as she whispered, now you better do the same when you climax. Gwen sensually moved her head back, causing her long blonde hair to cascade down her back. She turned her head to the side and with one hand moved her hair away, exposing her white neck under the dim lighting. Peter found her actions irresistible. As he opened his mouth, his fangs began to appear. Seeing this, Gwen increased her riding speed and moaning. Just when Peter was about to explode, he lunged forward and bit down into her neck. Ah! Gwen moaned as she bit down on his shoulder, clinging to his back, her nails scraping his back. As they both exploded into ecstasy, their bone claws shot out from their place as they began to shudder. Peter thrusted with every shot he released, while Gwen's eyes rolled to the back of her head as she began to twitch and moan. They stayed in that position for a few minutes. If they had one word to describe the sensation, it would have been animalistic. When they released each other, their wounds began to heal. As they tried catching their breath, Gwen muttered, "I'm still mad at you. Don't think this means I've forgiven you." "I know," Peter said, kissing her wounds, "I'll do all I can to make it up to you." "You better, you sexy bastard." Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 156, Chapter 156. Third person's POV. After Gwen put her shirt back on, she still had her back towards Peter. "I'm still mad and disappointed in you. Don't think I don't know how attracted you and Felicia are to each other. I would have hoped you would have more self-restraint. With your senses, I know you saw her actions coming from a mile away and still let it happen. I'm only forgiving you this one time, Peter, since it's the only time you've really made a mistake like this. But if it happens again, I would have no choice but to break up with you. I know it contradicts everything I said earlier, but I would just have to find a way to live with it. I would not torture myself like that." "Yes, ma'am," Peter muttered with his Spider-Man suit on. He kissed the top of her head. "Thank you." Yeah, I know, I have a heart of gold." "Now go away, Gwen, shoot him off." Peter tapped the side of his ear, causing his helmet to appear and close over his head. "Bye, love you," he said as he jumped out from her. "At least that's one of us," Gwen said with a smile as she shut the windows and closed her curtain. Peter pretended to be shot in the chest as he fell from his swing. "That hurt way more than it should have, but totally deserved," he muttered as he went back to swinging. Gwen, who was still leaning by the window, followed him with her spidey senses. She then plopped her head down and sighed while shaking her head. Meanwhile, as Peter arrived back home, he took a quick shower to get rid of the smell of his previous activities. He got dressed in casual clothing, a tank top with shorts. He climbed out his window and ran across to MJ's. MJ was still up, sitting on her bed leaning against the wall, with her laptop in her lap typing away. She then froze and turned towards the window in confusion, where she saw Peter climb up by her window, giving her a wave with an awkward smile. She scoffed in amusement as she set the laptop to the side and went to open the window. "Well, fancy seeing you here, Tiger," MJ said with a smirk as she leaned down and kissed Peter. "Come in," MJ said after the kiss, moving away and motioning for him to enter. "I'm here to confess my sins," Peter said as he entered and closed the window behind him. MJ looked at him with a raised brow. "What?" she asked, looking at him in confusion. She went and sat on her bed, motioning for Peter to do the same. As he sat next to her, MJ just looked at him in confusion and then asked, "So what did you do?" "Well, it's better to start from the beginning," Peter said as he began explaining everything to MJ like he did to Gwen previously. Peter then closed his eyes, expecting to be slapped once more. However, when that didn't happen, he opened one eye and looked towards MJ, who was just staring at him in confusion. "That's it?" MJ asked curiously. "Huh?" Peter said, looking at her in surprise. "What do you mean, that's it? It was just a kiss. It's not like you two went and had sex. She was grieving, and you were her only form of comfort. I can see why she did it. Hell, it's something I see myself doing." Peter shook his head. "It's not just about the kiss. It's about betraying you. There's a certain level of trust in a relationship, and I feel like I broke that." Peter froze as he saw MJ smiling. She reached over and caressed his cheek. "You are so adorable." "I'm sorry, but you're throwing me off." "This isn't how I imagined you would react," Peter said, looking confused. "Tiger, trust me when I say that the fact you care so deeply about this just shows how sorry you feel. And that's honestly enough for me." "But it shouldn't be enough," Peter muttered. "Shouldn't you be, I don't know, mad at me? Angry? Upset? Is that why you thought I was going to hit you or something? Gwen smacked you, didn't she?" MJ asked, amused. "The absolute living shit out of me, but I totally deserved it," Peter nodded. MJ chuckled. "Then I say she did enough damage for the both of us. I'm sorry, but I have to ask, do you feel like you don't have grounds to be mad at me?" Peter asked, crossing his legs and facing her directly with a serious expression. MJ squinted an eye and pinched her fingers together. "A tiny little bit." Peter grabbed her hands and made her face him, both of them sitting on her bed, legs crossed, facing each other. "At any point in time, did I ever make you feel like you were just an added tag-along in my relationship with Gwen? Or like you were some sort of trophy I collected?" "Hold your horses, Tiger," MJ said, amused. "You're getting the wrong idea here. I'm only human, and like any other human, I have my own insecurities. My insecurities aren't caused because you did something wrong or bad. I just sometimes ask myself if I'm getting in the way of you and Gwen. It's not because you've been a bad boyfriend or anything like that. I know and see how hard you work to keep our relationship going. So don't worry, it's just this little voice in my head. Everyone has them. Not to mention, I really don't feel like I can get mad at Felicia or at you, since I kinda did the same between Gwen and you. That's all there is to it, I promise you that. MJ was just smiling as she saw Peter studying her to see if she was lying. She couldn't help but chuckle. See, this is what I mean when I say you are adorable. This worry you have for me, making sure I am happy, is what I love about you. Peter just sighed as he lifted her hands and kissed them. I just don't want you to think I don't love you or anything like that, because I do, in fact, love you. MJ went on her knees and kissed Peter's forehead, then hugged him. Tiger, I think you forgot a very important fact. I'm like a spider telepath/empath. You being part spider means I can feel what you are feeling right now. You don't need to say it, I can just feel it. Which is why I'm also not mad or angry with you. Sure, you shouldn't have done it, but I can feel your remorse and guilt, and they're pretty heavy. I can also feel your fears and anxiety. You're scared and anxious that you're going to lose us. I think those heavy and strong feelings you're carrying are enough punishment. MJ then moved her laptop away and began cuddling Peter. They were both now resting in her bed, with MJ having Peter pressed against her chest, cuddling him as Peter had his arms around her. I should be making it up to you, but here you are pampering me instead, Peter said in a muffled voice. MJ just smiled as she softly played with his hair. Spoiling you like this is something I always wanted to do. Here, this is something I've been working on for a long time. MJ pressed her cheek against the top of his head. Just then, Peter felt a warmth spread throughout his whole body. Whoa. This feeling. It's so warm. So comforting. And strong. Like really strong. MJ smiled as she felt Peter squeeze her tighter, as if wanting to absorb all of what he was feeling. What you are feeling right there is my love, something I worked on with my abilities. Peter looked up at her in surprise. Wow. It's so strong. He smiled and kissed her. Thank you. I'm very lucky to have you be a part of my life. MJ scoffed with a smirk. It's safe to say, Tiger, that you hit the jackpot. Hey, that I did, Red. That I did, Peter muttered as he continued snuggling with her. There was a comfortable silence between them as MJ kept playing with his hair. So how long have you been training to share your feelings like that? Peter asked curiously. If I remember correctly, it was around the first week since I got bitten. Your little spider, Daddy Long Legs, became depressed. By the way, he told me he really hates that name. I could just feel his sadness, I could feel him grieving. I think I was almost in tears. Huh? Daddy Long Legs was depressed and grieving. MJ looked at Peter and sighed. You're a terrible pet owner. I feel bad for him. What? Come on now, I'm not that bad. I remember him not really eating, but I just assumed he was being picky with his food and getting spoiled. Oh my God, Tiger, you are something else. He was grieving his dead mate. He said that he felt her death. It was during the same day Felicia and I got bit and all the other spiders were killed when Oscorp fell. Anyway, I tried to comfort him, I tried to make him feel that everything would be alright through the connection where I felt his despair and grief. I think he felt me trying to comfort him and became more stable. I kept doing it and consoling him until he felt better and wasn't as depressed. Wait, was that what you were doing? I thought you were just training your abilities and practicing with him. Well, in a way I was, since it did help me control and experiment with my abilities to communicate with spiders. I see, I guess I've been a bad pet owner since I didn't even know. I'll have to really talk to him someday. After all, he's the reason I've gained powers in the first place. MJ couldn't help but laugh at the mention of it. One little spider was the cause of all this. Tell me about it, Peter said in amusement. Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 157, Chapter 157. Third person's POV. The next morning. Peter woke up in MJ's arms, both cuddled up against each other. They hadn't done anything more than cuddle, and it was one of the best nights of sleep Peter had ever had. He then felt MJ pat the top of his head. Come on, Tiger, we need to get up. Do we have to? You feel so nice, I don't want to get up, Peter whined in a muffled voice. Well, we have a bit of time to waste, so just for a little bit. Yay, Peter said, snuggling in tighter. MJ just smiled contentedly as she messed with his bed hair. After a few minutes, she patted him on the head again. Now, come on, we have school to get to. Boo, Peter said as he reluctantly let go. When he looked at her, he couldn't help but find her messy red hair attractive. You always did know how to rock bed hair, Peter said with a smirk before kissing the top of her head. MJ ran her fingers through her locks and rolled her eyes. I know how to rock any hairstyle, she said shamelessly. Now go, or we're going to be late. Yes, ma'am, Peter sighed as he headed for her bedroom door. What? MJ was taken by surprise. She expected him to head out the way he came in, which was through the window. That idiot is trying to embarrass me in front of my mother, MJ grumbled. As Peter headed downstairs, he found MJ's mother in the kitchen with a cup of coffee. Good morning, Ms. Watson, Peter greeted casually. Good morning, Peter, Ms. Watson replied just as casually, but then she got a confused look. Wait, since when were you here? Since last night, Peter answered as he headed for the door. I didn't hear you come in. I climbed through MJ's window, Peter said as he closed the door behind him. All Ms. Watson could do was sigh. Teenagers these days are so shameless, she grumbled. When Peter entered his house, he sensed Aunt May in the kitchen. Apparently, she sensed him too, as she peeked her head out. Oh look, our roommate is here at last. Ouch, Peter said, putting a hand on his chest. Sticks and stones, Aunt May, sticks and stones. That's what I'll be hitting you with if you don't hurry and get ready, and then come down to explain why you were absent from school, she said, giving him a stern look. Right. I forgot about that, Peter grumbled. The school called, you know, so you better have an explanation. And I don't want to hear it's anything to do with your hero crap. Yeah, I'll explain everything later, Peter sighed as he went to get ready. When he came down, breakfast was ready, and they waited for him. As they all began to eat, Uncle Ben looked at Peter curiously. What did you do yesterday that made you miss school? Oh, you know, the usual. Fought people with animal-based powers, met a pirate spy who took us to his flying invisible ship, where he sent us on a mission. We went and fought an entire military army and won, took down the entire Soviet Union from the inside, hacked into a government-affiliated system, and stole all their information. So, nothing out of the ordinary. By the time we got back, school was already over, so we went to our internship. On our way out, we were mugged, which was fun. Afterward, Gwen and I took some super strong drugs together. There was a heavy silence at the table, the only sound being Peter using his utensils against the plate. When Peter looked up, he just saw Uncle Ben and Aunt May staring at him, their eyes and lips twitching. So, how was your day? Any crazy adventures you two had without me? Peter asked with genuine curiosity. Uncle Ben couldn't help but put his utensils down and sighed heavily. Can't you just have a single normal day for once? Does every day have to be an adventure? Danger is drawn to me, unfortunately. I'm too handsome for my own good. Aunt May just held the bridge of her nose and also sighed. First things first, are you hurt? Emotionally, probably, but physically, I've never been better, Peter shrugged. Actually, I have a question, Peter said, turning towards Uncle Ben. Does she know? Peter motioned towards Aunt May. Huh. Uncle Ben said, tilting his head in confusion. His eyes then shifted as he went over everything Peter had just said. My goodness, Peter, you met up with S.H.I.E.L.D. That pirate spy you mentioned is Fury, isn't it? So she does know. And yes, it's little Nicky, but I don't think he likes me very much, Peter said with a smirk. With how you're referring to him, I can see why, Uncle Ben scoffed. So, I see you also found out I worked for them, he nodded. How come you never told me you worked as a spy? Well, for one, you were a literal child. And two, not having people know what you do is the whole point. Aunt May knew, Peter pouted. She's my wife, Uncle Ben said with a straight expression. Anyway, so you hacked into S.H.I.E.L.D. and stole all their information. You know you can get into serious trouble for that, Uncle Ben said with a serious expression. Well, I'm glad I did it anyway, since I found out Hydra is alive and has taken over S.H.I.E.L.D. without anyone really knowing about it. But, you know, that's here and there. Slam what? Both Aunt May and Uncle Ben exclaimed, slamming the table and pushing their chairs back as they stood up. Can you please pass me the maple syrup? Peter asked calmly, with his hand out. Seeing how they were looking at him with shocked, horrified eyes, Peter sighed. Fine, I'll get it myself, he muttered as he leaned across the entire table to grab it. Peter, what do you mean Hydra's alive? Uncle Ben asked, putting a hand on Peter's shoulder. Peter felt his grip tighten, causing Peter to raise an eyebrow as he looked at his shoulder and then back at Uncle Ben. Right, sorry, Uncle Ben muttered as he softened his grip. Well, actually, I've known for a while, even before I hacked into S.H.I.E.L.D. I just found out they took over S.H.I.E.L.D. recently. Both Uncle Ben and Aunt May sat back down and looked at Peter, waiting for him to explain everything. Well, for starters, I don't have any definite proof, but from everything I've been able to gather, Hydra was the one who killed my mother and father. Peter saw Uncle Ben's mouth clench while Aunt May put a hand over his arm in support. How did you find out? Uncle Ben asked. The proof that cemented the idea was something Harry was able to gather. He found out and recorded his father, Norman, talking to someone from Hydra and saying their catchphrase. I see. And you've known for a while? Uncle Ben asked curiously. Peter simply nodded. The reason I didn't tell you both is because you were both normal people, well, to me, anyway. The less you knew, the safer you were. But didn't Captain America take down Hydra? He gave his own life to take them down, Aunt May asked. They have this crazy motto, take one head off, and two more shall take its place. Cap only took one head of the Hydra while many others lived in hiding so the world wouldn't discover them, Peter explained. Peter pulled out his phone. Here, Arya, pull up what we've been able to find out about Hydra. A light shone from his phone camera, and holographic projections appeared in front of them. After they began discussing what Peter had discovered, they heard a knock on the door. When he opened it, he found MJ looking at him with a concerned look. Are you okay? We should hurry. Oh, right, I forgot about it. Hold up. Peter went toward Uncle Ben and Aunt May. We'll discuss this later. Bye, love you, he said quickly, taking everything with him. Yeah, sure, Uncle Ben said, plopping down in his seat with a sigh. As they heard the door shut, Aunt May went and kissed Uncle Ben on the cheek. Don't worry, everything will be all right. Don't tell him I told you this since he would never let me hear the end of it, but I believe in Peter. He'll be able to solve what's going on. He's a very smart boy. Uncle Ben just patted her hand. I know, but I'm just worried about him having to deal with everything. He's just a boy, after all. Aunt May smiled. I know, but you seem to have forgotten, he isn't alone in this. He has friends that are just as amazing as him to help him and watch his back. Not to mention he'll have us to come back to when he gets tired of everything and needs time to rest. Uncle Ben kissed her hand. I suppose you're right. Peter was walking with his arm around MJ. Why are you dragging your feet? MJ asked, noticing he was walking slowly. Because I'm terrified of being in the same space with everyone right now, Peter said with an awkward expression. You say that, being who you are. Don't you get into dangerous situations every day? MJ teased. I'd rather face 10 times what I go through every day than face Gwen and Felicia right now. That's not the Tiger I know. The Tiger I know wouldn't be dodging responsibility right now. This Tiger is just a little cub being thrown to the lions, Peter sighed as MJ giggled, both making their way to school. When they arrived, they found Gwen by herself, tapping away on her phone with a bored expression. She noticed them immediately, looked up, shut off her phone, and put it in her back pocket as she leaned against the school gates with her arms crossed. Took you guys long enough. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought everyone was ignoring me. I was talking to Uncle Ben and Aunt May, which took longer than expected, Peter muttered, not daring to look Gwen in the eyes. Did he tell me? Gwen asked MJ. MJ decided to play dumb, looking at Gwen in confusion. Tell me what? You haven't told her. Gwen glared. Peter looked toward MJ with worry. Why are you getting me into more trouble than I already am? MJ just stifled a laugh. Sorry, I wanted to see what she was going to say. Don't worry, he told me everything. MJ joined her hands together. Just please don't get too mad at him. He's already ashamed of what happened and is sorry, she pleaded for Peter's sake. Gwen just scoffed. We'll just have to see how he behaves moving forward. Just then, they saw Felicia moving slowly towards them, taking her time as if she was dreading every step. Hey, guys, Felicia said lightly. Gwen sighed heavily. You know, I expected to be angrier when I saw you. So you guys know. I expected as much, Felicia nodded. Wait, you're not. I'm a bit angry, yes, but not to the point that I dislike you or anything like that, Gwen mumbled. Gwen then sighed once more and hugged Felicia. I'm sorry to hear about your dad. Felicia was taken aback and looked towards Peter and MJ in confusion. Ah, thanks, I guess. I haven't really wrapped my head around it. MJ went and hugged Felicia as well. If you ever want to talk, you can always come to me. Ah, look at this. I love a group hug, Peter said, stretching his arms out. Join in, and I'll rip your balls off, Gwen said. Peter faltered for a bit before shrugging. They'll regrow, he said as he joined in, which caused Gwen to grumble a bit. The students passing by looked at them strangely, giving them weird looks, causing Felicia to turn red in the face. Please stop this. I hate this. People are looking at us. Felicia pleaded. No, Gwen said with a smile. I know how much you hate affection. You deserve this. Think of it as your punishment. Not to mention the embarrassment is an added bonus. Get off me. Please. I learned my lesson. I won't do it again. Felicia kept pleading. MJ and Gwen looked at each other, smiled, and released her. Felicia was holding her knees as she gasped for air. I thought I was going to die. Never do that again. Then don't kiss my boyfriend next time, Gwen scoffed. Touché, Felicia said awkwardly. Peter then looked around in confusion. Where's Harry? I thought he'd be here by now. Gwen shrugged. I don't know. I haven't seen him since I arrived. She then froze and stood with her mouth agape. What? What's wrong? They kept looking at Gwen weirdly when suddenly Peter began to laugh. It wasn't a normal laugh, he was wheezing, holding his stomach. Felicia and MJ just looked at each other before giving him puzzled looks. Gwen put a hand over her forehead and sighed. Jesus Christ. Just then, they saw why she had that reaction. Harry and Lizzie came around a corner, Harry holding Lizzie's arm with a bright red face, while Lizzie was limping with an equally red face. PHTTTTT, Felicia covered her mouth as she leaned against the gate, trying to stop herself. Peter reached into his pockets and pulled out $20, which he handed to Felicia, who happily snatched it from his hands. What was that? Gwen asked, looking at them with a raised brow. Remember when Felicia said she felt bad for Lizzie since Harry was going to destroy her when they did it? She and I secretly made a bet. She said it would be obvious when they did it, and I said Harry would have more self-control and be gentle. We both bet $20 on it. And from the looks of it, I lost, Peter whispered in amusement. MJ covered her eyes and pretended she didn't even know them. When Harry and Lizzie appeared, they just walked past them as Lizzie gritted her teeth and said, not a word. I got this from training, got it. Felicia and Peter just began laughing at them, secretly high-fiving each other. A/N, did anyone watch the new season of The Umbrella Academy? I'm curious what everyone thoughts are because what the fuck was that? Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 158, Chapter 158. Third Person's POV. Friday night. Gwen entered her room with wet blonde hair and a towel over her head, drying it as she went. Suddenly, a knock on the window caught her attention. Turning toward it, she saw Peter outside, dressed in civilian clothes, awkwardly waving at her with a sheepish smile. Raising an eyebrow in confusion, Gwen walked over and opened the window. What is it? More bad news you want to share, she asked, her tone teasing but with a hint of curiosity. Peter winced slightly. Okay, I deserve that. But no, this time it's different. I haven't exactly been the best boyfriend lately, and no matter how much I apologize, it won't be enough. Intrigued, Gwen crossed her arms, waiting to hear what he would say next. Still clinging to the window frame with one hand, Peter reached into his back pocket with the other. So, to make it up to you, I made some calls here and there. You know how the amusement parks are opening up now that the weather's warmer, right? Well, I got us some tickets. He held up 2 tickets, offering her a hopeful smile. A grin spread across Gwen's face. Are you asking me out on a date, Mr. Parker? That I am, Miss Stacy, Peter replied, matching her playful tone. Just the 2 of us. You and me, no one else. I know we haven't been on many dates lately because of, well, everything. I want to make up for that. I'm pretty sure the last time we went on a date was a few months ago when we, went to another universe. So, what do you say? Gwen smiled and leaned forward to kiss Peter, snatching one of the tickets from his hand. I would be more than happy to go on a date with you, Parker. As she held the tickets, her smile faltered slightly. But wait, what about our duties? Tomorrow's the weekend when all 5 of us handle the 5 boroughs. Peter grinned, already prepared for her concern. Didn't I say I made a few calls? Some of those calls were to Harry and the others. They all agreed to cover for us while we enjoy ourselves. Gwen raised an eyebrow, impressed. You really planned this all out, didn't you? Of course, Peter said with a proud smile. I would do anything for my Gwendolyn. Except keep your lips to yourself, Gwen teased, poking him lightly. Peter clutched his chest in mock pain. Ouch, right in the gut. Gwen chuckled, brushing a stray lock of hair from his forehead before kissing it gently. I'm just messing with you. It's a date. But now look what you've done, I have to stay up all night picking an outfit to wear. Whatever you wear, I know you're going to look absolutely stunning, Peter said earnestly. Hey, you cornball. Now shoo, I have outfits to pick out. I don't want you seeing them yet. Peter nodded, stepping back from the window. I'll come to pick you up in the morning, he promised, forming a small heart with sparks of electricity at the tips of his fingers before leaping down and heading home. Gwen shook her head with a smile, closing the window. She lay on her bed, holding the tickets close to her chest, a content expression on her face. That clueless idiot. Doesn't he realize I've already forgiven him, she thought to herself. He's so considerate, one of the things I love about him. But it also worries me. Every time he makes a mistake, he beats himself up so harshly for it. Gwen sighed and shook her head before reaching for her phone. She quickly typed out a message, "You up," and sent it to MJ. MJ replied almost instantly, "Yeah. What's the matter?" Without hesitation, Gwen initiated a FaceTime call. As soon as MJ's face appeared on the screen, Gwen said, "I'm going to need help picking an outfit." MJ grinned knowingly. "Hey, then sister, you've come to the right person. I'm guessing Peter already asked you out on a date." Gwen smiled and nodded, "Yup." The next day, Peter stood in front of the mirror, carefully styling his hair and freshening up. He was dressed in a dark wool sweater, blue jeans, and matching blue sneakers. A golden chain peeked out from beneath the sweater. Satisfied with his appearance, Peter gave himself a confident smile. He licked his pinkies and ran them over his eyebrows. "Looking slick, Mr. Parker." "Too handsome for this world," he muttered to his reflection with a smirk. After one last glance in the mirror, Peter grabbed his keys from the nightstand using his webs and headed out of his room. As he made his way to the door, he called out, "Bye, Aunt May. I'll see you later." "Wait a minute, young man." Aunt May's voice stopped him in his tracks. Peter turned around, confused, as Aunt May approached him. She examined him closely, then pinched his cheek. "Look at my young man, looking so cute." "Sorry, I just wanted to see how you look for your date." Peter blushed slightly, feeling a mix of embarrassment and affection. Uncle Ben, who was sitting on the couch, leaned back to get a better look at Peter. "Need any money for your date?" he asked with a teasing grin. There was a brief pause before they both burst into laughter. "Enjoy yourselves, kiddo," Uncle Ben said warmly. With that, Peter left the house and made his way to Gwen's place. Gwen, inside her house, received a text from Peter letting her know he was outside. She took a deep breath, said goodbye to her dad, and stepped out. Outside, she found Peter leaning casually against a blue motorcycle, holding a matching helmet in one hand and a light blue one resting by the handle. When Peter caught sight of her, he let out a low whistle. Gwen was dressed in blue jean shorts paired with black stockings, a white and black shirt that showed a hint of her midriff, and a peach cardigan draped casually over her shoulders. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, with two curly strands hanging loosely by her sides. Peter couldn't help but stare, admiring her look. As she walked closer, Peter put his helmet on his seat as he shot out a web, playfully pulling her into a spin right into his arms. "Damn, Ma. Who you lookin' so beautiful for?" he asked, his voice full of admiration. Gwen laughed softly, giving him a light tap on his chest. "For you, you dork," she replied with a smile, "and careful on using your powers in the open," Gwen said in lower tone. "Relax, Ma, I already made sure no one was looking." Peter then gave her a kiss which she replicated. "Why are we riding on the motorcycle? Can we even do that?" Gwen asked. Peter grinned and reached into his pocket, pulling out his driver's license with a proud smirk. "One of the many calls I made to prepare for our date. When you're rich and have connections, things come easily. I just had to make a few more calls, and I was able to get my driver's license a little earlier than usual. Of course, Harry did the same. We took our tests at the same time, aced them. And here we are." Gwen raised an eyebrow. "And you didn't tell me because I wanted it to be a surprise, you know, for our date. Now we don't have to be sneaky when we want to drive somewhere," Peter explained with a mischievous smirk. Gwen stood on her tiptoes and kissed him once more. "I would have liked to know if we were going on a motorcycle, I would have styled my hair differently," she sighed, slightly frustrated. "Right. I forgot about that." "Sorry," Peter replied, a bit apologetically. Gwen just shook her head. "Don't worry about it. I'll just fix it when we arrive." She let her ponytail loose and slipped the hair tie onto her wrist. Peter smiled and gently placed the light blue helmet on her head, making sure it was secure. He then put on his own helmet and got on the motorcycle, motioning for Gwen to hop on behind him. She adjusted her helmet and climbed on, wrapping her arms around his waist. "Hold on," Peter said as he started the bike, feeling Gwen tighten her grip around him. With that, they sped off, weaving through traffic with ease. As they rode, Gwen's hand began to wander, feeling Peter's abs through his sweater as she rested her head against his broad back. Peter chuckled, patting her hand gently. When they finally arrived at the amusement park, Peter parked the motorcycle in the lot. They both took off their helmets, laying them by the handles. Gwen started tying her hair back, holding the hair tie in her mouth as she gathered her hair. "Are you sure nothing's going to get stolen?" Gwen asked, a bit concerned. Peter smiled reassuringly as he took the hair tie from her mouth and began tying her hair for her. "Yeah, don't worry. You think I didn't already fix that problem?" Gwen smiled as he finished tying her hair and adjusted the two curly strands that framed her face. "Thank you," she said softly. No problem, he replied nonchalantly, then kissed her forehead. With Peter's arm over her shoulder and Gwen leaning her head against him, the two made their way inside the amusement park, ready to enjoy their day together. A/N, didn't expect for the start of their date to be so long NGL, so I'm going to have to make their date a two-parter. P.S. No, I'm not going to release another chapter today. Patreon.com/shadow_D_monarch3. Chapter 159, Chapter 159. Third person's POV. As they walked through the crowded amusement park, Gwen held Peter's hand, which was casually draped over her shoulder. She looked around at the various rides and attractions, excitement bubbling up inside her. So, what are we going to ride first? She asked, her eyes scanning the vibrant scene. Peter hummed thoughtfully, glancing around. There are so many options. Let's start easy and try the roller coaster. Gwen raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk tugging at her lips. Would we even have fun? I mean, considering, you know. She trailed off, hinting at their enhanced abilities that could make even the wildest rides seem tame. Peter grinned at her. I'm going to hit you with one of my awesome life tips. You ready? Gwen scoffed in amusement. All right, Mr. Philosopher, hit me with one of your tips right now. Peter pretended to clear his throat, adopting an exaggeratedly serious tone. Ahem, you perceive things how you want to perceive them. If you think something is boring, of course, you're going to find it boring. It's all about perspective, and since we're on a date, I'm going to have an absolute blast. Gwen laughed, shaking her head in disbelief. You never fail with these, do you? How do you even come up with them? She teased as they joined the line for the roller coaster. What can I say? I am one with my emotions. I just speak my mind, which just so happens to be the truth most of the time, Peter said dramatically, causing Gwen to playfully roll her eyes and pat his chest. They continued chatting as the line moved, the anticipation building until they were finally seated on the roller coaster, strapped in and ready to go. As the ride began to pick up speed, Gwen turned to Peter with a mischievous smile. A matter of perspective, was it? Absolutely, my lady. Here, look, Peter said, reaching out for her hand as the ride began to climb. Though their enhanced senses made the ride feel more like a gentle breeze, Peter was determined to make the most of it. Gwen hesitated for a moment before giving him her hand. Peter raised their hands together, and as the coaster raced down the track, the people behind them screamed in terror. But Peter. He shouted in a high-pitched tone, his enthusiasm so over the top that Gwen burst into laughter at his childishness. Come on, join me. Peter encouraged as they neared the highest peak. Gwen giggled, her laughter bubbling up uncontrollably. All right, I'll join you, she said between laughs. As they reached the top and the coaster plummeted down, they both threw their hands up and shouted together, W-E-E-E-E-E-E-E-E-E-E-E-E-E. But Gwen couldn't hold it in, she ended up laughing halfway through, the ridiculousness of the moment too much to handle. When the ride ended and they got off, Gwen was still giggling, her hand covering her mouth slightly as she shook her head in disbelief. Peter wrapped an arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. See? We can have fun, but only if we let ourselves have fun. You are something else, Parker, Gwen smiled, shaking her head at him. What can I say? I aim to please. So, what do you want to try out next? Peter asked, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Gwen pondered, her eyes scanning the various attractions. I'm trying to pick something that will be hard for you to make fun of, she said with a challenging smirk. Oh. Is that a challenge then? Babe, you underestimate me. I can make any situation fun, Peter replied confidently. Oh really? Then how about that carousel? How would you make that fun? Gwen asked, raising an eyebrow as she pointed to the whimsical, slow-moving ride. Peter grinned. Baby, do you even know me? Just watch. They joined the line, and after a bit of waiting, they both climbed onto the brightly painted horses. As the carousel began its gentle, circular journey, Gwen leaned on her horse, giving Peter a look that clearly said, well. Peter just scoffed playfully. He grabbed the pole of the horse with both hands and gave Gwen a sultry look, complete with exaggerated duck lips. Gwen's eyes widened in shock as she watched him, knowing exactly what he was about to do. Don't even think about doing what you were about to do, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushing a rosy pink as the carousel music played cheerfully in the background. Oh, come on, babes, I was about to put on the greatest show of my life just for you. Peter teased, still holding the pole with a mischievous glint in his eye. Are you crazy? Gwen asked, her blush deepening. You would have been throwing me ones, and you know it. You know what I can bring to the table, Peter said, struggling to keep a straight face as he smirked. Gwen couldn't help but cover her face in embarrassment, peeking through her fingers at Peter until the ride came to an end. As they walked away, she shook her head, still trying to process what just happened. I have forgotten how shameless you can be. Oh, please, shame is for the weak and the unattractive, Peter quipped playfully. Gwen looked at him, her mouth slightly open in disbelief. Wow, I honestly can't believe you just said that. Peter let out a half scoff, half laugh. Honestly, I've said worse. You've heard most of them too. Yeah, when it was just the two of us alone, not in a public setting, Gwen said, rolling her eyes but smiling despite herself. Let's try to make our next spot something less sexual, you deviant, Gwen said, earning her odd looks from people walking past them. Gwen turned bright pink at the stairs, while Peter leaned towards her for support, laughing so hard he had to hold his stomach. I hate you so much, Gwen mumbled, clearly embarrassed. Peter, still chuckling, went over and hugged her, planting a kiss on her cheek. I love you too. Gwen shook her head, trying to rid herself of the embarrassment. All right, for real this time, something where you don't do what you just did. All right, but you pick. Peter said with a shrug. Okay, how about that haunted house? Gwen suggested, pointing to the spooky attraction nearby. Bet, Peter agreed, taking her hand and confidently interlocking their fingers as they headed toward the line. They waited until it was their turn, and once they entered, they were enveloped in darkness. Smoke swirled around their feet like fog, and eerie decorations hung ominously around them. As they slowly walked through the dimly lit maze, Peter nudged Gwen's side and gave her a wink. Just as they were about to turn a corner, Peter suddenly raised his hands and shouted, "B-O-O." The worker who was supposed to scare them ended up being the one scared, jumping back in surprise and holding his chest. Ah. Jesus Christ, kid. Gwen chuckled, seeing the worker trying to catch his breath after being jump-scared. They continued through the haunted house, laughing as they encountered various attempts to frighten them. When they finally exited, they were leaning on each other for support, still laughing. Ha. I can't believe that last guy almost instinctively punched you, Gwen said, wiping tears of laughter from her eyes. The look on his face was hilarious, Peter agreed as they continued walking hand in hand. What's next? Peter asked. I don't know, but I'm feeling a bit thirsty, Gwen said thoughtfully. Craving anything specific? Peter inquired, curious. Gwen put a finger on her chin as she pondered. Would they even have what I want? I mean, I can see a snack bar from here, they should have practically anything, Peter shrugged. You think they have milkshakes? Gwen asked, her eyes lighting up hopefully. I don't know, but I can check. What flavor do you want if they do? Peter offered. Vanilla, Gwen said with a smile. If they don't have milkshakes, see if they have lemonade. Vanilla. Peter repeated, looking at her with mock disbelief. What's wrong with vanilla? It's such a basic flavor. Chocolate is so much better, he teased. That's because you're such a child. There's nothing wrong with good old classic vanilla, Gwen scoffed. Peter held up his hands in mock defense. Liking chocolate has nothing to do with being a child. I can't believe you went there. Stay here, I'll go get it for us, he said, walking off. Vanilla is still better. Gwen called after him, cupping her hands around her mouth. Basic. Peter retorted, shouting back as he made his way to the snack bar, where he eventually found they sold milkshakes near the ice cream section. When he returned, 2 cups in hand, he found Gwen surrounded by 2 boys no older than 17. So, what are you doing by yourself? One of them asked. Are you perhaps waiting for a friend? The other added. Gwen gave them an awkward smile and pointed behind them. I'm here with my boyfriend. They turned around to see Peter standing there, sipping his milkshake nonchalantly while holding the other one in his free hand. The boys quickly raised their hands in surrender. Sorry, we didn't mean anything by it. No offense, dude, one of them said before they both walked away. Peter pressed Gwen's milkshake against her forehead. Why is it that whenever I look away, you're always getting hit on? Heck, you even get hit on when I'm around. Gwen put a hand on her hip and flipped her ponytail back dramatically. Have you taken a good look at me? I don't blame them. Peter scoffed and rolled his eyes as he handed her the milkshake. Gwen giggled at his reaction, taking the drink. As she started to sip it, she paused and sniffed in Peter's direction. Wait, is that cookies and cream? Peter rolled his eyes, swapped their drinks, and started sipping hers, handing his over to her without a word. Ah, wait, you didn't have to do that. You don't even like vanilla, Gwen said, a bit taken aback. Peter just shrugged. It's all right, I never said I don't like it. I just said it's a basic white girl flavor, he replied, smirking as he gave her a playful once-over. Did you really just call me a basic white girl to my face? Gwen asked, raising an eyebrow in challenge. If that's how you interpret it, Peter teased, taking another sip of his drink and casually walking away. The nerve of him, Gwen scoffed, but she couldn't help the loving smile that spread across her face. She sipped her milkshake, feeling content and satisfied, before jogging to catch up with him. Patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3. Chapter 160, Chapter 160. Third person's POV. Peter and Gwen were at the game section of the amusement park, where Peter casually dribbled a basketball, drawing the attention of a crowd. He stood at the far end of the court, the hoop barely visible from where he was. "Kobe!" Peter shouted as he launched the ball into the air. The crowd followed its trajectory, holding their breath. The ball sailed gracefully and swished through the net. "Nothing but net," Peter declared triumphantly as the crowd erupted in cheers. It was his 100th consecutive shot without a single miss. Gwen, buried under a mountain of plush toys, watched Peter with an amused smile, shaking her head at his antics. Whoop whoop. Peter celebrated, waving his arms in the air as he sauntered over to Gwen, a smug grin plastered on his face. "So, what do you think? Is your boyfriend awesome or what?" Gwen laughed, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "Peter, what the hell are we going to do with all these plushies? Isn't it obvious? We give them all away to the little kids. Want to help me?" Peter asked, his excitement contagious. "Hee hee, sure, that sounds like fun," Gwen agreed, her smile widening. Peter turned to the crowd and raised his fist in the air. "Free plushies for everyone. Come and get them," he shouted, and kids quickly gathered around, their faces lighting up with joy as they received their new toys. As the parents came to collect their children, each holding a plushie with a large grin, they thanked Peter and Gwen with warm smiles. "Think nothing of it," Peter replied with a friendly shake of his head. Gwen noticed a little blonde girl, no older than 4, shyly hiding behind her mother's leg, too timid to pick up a plushie. Gwen followed the girl's gaze and spotted the plushie she had her eye on. Gwen crouched down, meeting the girl at eye level, and handed it to her with a soft smile. "Here you go, just for you." The mother gently patted the back of her daughter's head. "What do you say, sweetie?" The little girl looked up at Gwen with big, innocent eyes and blurted out, "I love you." The mother chuckled, trying to hold back her laughter. "No, sweetheart, when someone gives you something, you're supposed to say thank you." "But she gave me a teddy bear, so I love her," the girl insisted, clutching the plushie tightly. Gwen placed a hand over her heart, touched by the girl's words. "So precious," she whispered, smiling warmly. Meanwhile, Peter held a plushie and pointed at a little boy. "Go long, kid," he shouted. The boy's face lit up with excitement as he held out his hands. Peter threw the plushie in a perfect arc, and it landed squarely in the boy's grasp. The boy beamed with pride, holding the plushie high. "Did you see that, Dad? I caught it." "Haha, good work, Miles," the dad cheered, ruffling his son's hair. Both Peter and Gwen froze, their eyes widening as they looked at each other. "Do you think?" Gwen mouthed. Peter shrugged, "How am I supposed to know?" The boy, Miles, walked up to Peter, who gave him a high five. "Nice catch, my man." "Hee hee, thank you," Miles replied, grinning ear to ear. The dad approached Peter and Gwen, nodding with appreciation. "What you two are doing is very commendable," he said, extending his hand. Peter shook it, studying the man's face. "We're all just having fun here," Peter replied with a smile. It wasn't long before they had given away all the plushies, and Peter and Gwen were walking away, his arm draped over her shoulders. "Do you think it could be, you know?" Gwen asked, still mildly surprised. "The possibility is there, but let's not forget the name is pretty common." "I'm sorry, but the curiosity is killing me," Peter admitted, pulling out his phone. Gwen chuckled. "I get what you mean. I'm also dying to know," she said, peeking over Peter's shoulder as he discreetly hacked into police files and searched for the name. Their eyes widened when they saw the man's picture on the screen. It was the same man from earlier, and the name read, Jefferson Morales. "Ha ha ha. Whoa, what a small world we live in," Peter exclaimed with a large smile. "Do you think he'll be like us, in this universe as well?" Gwen whispered, still processing the discovery. "The possibility is there, it could happen. Who knows? The universe works in mysterious ways," Peter replied, shutting off his phone as they continued on their date. "You want to get something to eat?" Peter asked with a grin. "Being so awesome earlier really drained my energy." Gwen scoffed but smiled, nodding in agreement. "Sure, food sounds heavenly right about now." They retraced their steps to the snack bar. "This time, I'll go and order what you want," Gwen offered. "All right then, waitress, here's my order, ouch." Peter winced as Gwen pinched him, glaring playfully. Sorry. Peter quickly apologized. After he told her what he wanted, Gwen nodded and went to place their orders. As she waited, she glanced back toward Peter and noticed a group of girls gathered around him, laughing and chatting. Peter, meanwhile, was just sitting there with a relaxed smile. When Gwen approached with their food, Peter turned to the girls and said, "Sorry, girls, but my future wife is here." "Ah," one of the girls said, a bit disappointed, causing Gwen's eyes to twitch. She shot them a look, and the girls quickly became nervous and dispersed. Gwen overheard one of them mutter, "Why are the cute ones always taken?" Peter had a big smile on his face as he looked at Gwen's indifferent expression. "Did you hear how I called you my future wife?" Gwen rolled her eyes. "I'm not jealous if that's what you're wondering." "I never said you were," Peter teased as they began to eat. "Sigh, being so handsome has its downsides." Gwen scoffed, rolling her eyes again. "You're so lucky I'm having a good time." "When do you not have a good time when you're with me?" "If you know what I mean," Peter said, raising his eyebrows suggestively. Gwen smiled slightly, choosing not to respond as she continued eating her fries. "By the way, future wife." "Really?" she asked, amused. Peter winked. "When I think about the future, you're always there by my side." "What can I say?" he replied flirtatiously. Gwen snorted. "You lovable dork." After finishing their meal, they decided to go on all the rides again until the sky grew dark and the sun began to set. "How can we call this a successful date if we don't finish it with the Ferris wheel?" Peter suggested, swinging their joined hands playfully as they walked. "I guess that means we'll have to finish this one on a high note," Gwen agreed, and they headed toward the Ferris wheel. As they boarded the Ferris wheel, it began to spin, and Gwen looked out the window with a soft smile. When they reached the top, the wheel suddenly stopped, and an announcement came on, stating that the Ferris wheel was experiencing technical difficulties and would take a few minutes to fix. "Damn, really?" Gwen sighed. "Nope," Peter said with a smirk. "I paid the guy down there like $100 to make it seem that way so we could enjoy the view here." "Really?" Gwen asked in amusement. "Yup," Peter replied smugly, pulling her into his lap. "We're not having sex in a Ferris wheel," Gwen stated, raising an eyebrow. "That wasn't what I was going for," Peter chuckled, giving her a funny look. "I just wanted us to have a moment to ourselves, that's all." "Oh," Gwen said, her expression softening as she reached up to caress his cheek. She then shifted on his lap to face him. "So you really didn't do this just to have sex up here where no one would see us?" "Although the idea is very hot and enticing, no," Peter admitted with a grin. "We're both too greedy, it would leave us wanting more." Gwen chuckled, leaning in to kiss him. "I suppose you're right. Someone never wants to stop once they start." "I hope that someone you're referring to is yourself," Peter teased. "I remember a certain someone being really clingy and not wanting to let go." Gwen scoffed, then leaned her head on his shoulder, burying her face in his neck as they hugged, both enjoying the warmth and comforting silence between them. The world outside the Ferris wheel faded away, leaving just the two of them in their little bubble, content in each other's arms. The comforting silence was then broken by Gwen, who asked softly, "Say, when you mentioned picturing the future, what did you have in mind?" Peter smiled, his eyes drifting into a daydream as he answered, I imagined us living in a large house, with lots of children running around, chasing each other, some even running upside down on the ceiling. We'd be reprimanding them, calling them our little spider monkeys. The whole place would be filled with laughter and joy." "Ah, our little spider monkeys," Gwen repeated, her voice filled with warmth as she leaned in and kissed Peter's cheek. "That's so adorable." Gwen wrapped her arms around Peter's neck, her smile soft and loving. "That future sounds absolutely beautiful." Peter kissed her forehead gently, then leaned his head against hers. "Don't worry," he murmured, his voice full of quiet determination. "That is a future I will make a reality." They stayed there, wrapped up in each other, as the Ferris wheel slowly began to move again, the city lights twinkling beneath them. The world felt perfect at that moment, and they both knew they were building something special together, a future filled with love, laughter, and their little spider monkeys. Fin. Of their date and of the chapter. Patreon.com/shadow_d_monarch3